Wait for it to show, give it a second, make sure that it's actually live, and then we'll start talking and it'll be good, and this time the power won't go out. We are live! Hi everybody. Yes, this time we're live again. Actually this time with the power not going out because a tree branch falls on a power line, and then also the entire power system for your entire region goes out for multiple hours at a time. I'm a little bit annoyed, not only because yesterday was going so well in terms of our conversations, but also, actually, let me turn down the Prelude, it's a little bit loud. Not only were those conversations going so well, but also we basically spent 2.5 hours talking about all the prelude of getting into Evercold, only to now get into it a little bit later. But let's pop them in the chat. Infinite, good to see you, glad to have you. Zadero, good to see you, glad to have you. Just take 2 post sundering. So those not in the Discord, small change that I posted regarding faux hollows. Looks like a couple of the older mount minions have been reduced in price. Oh, I didn't notice that. Interesting. And moved to silver instead of gold. Honestly, that's kind of smart. Not because people don't engage with Unreals, but because honestly just making them more accessible and having like more like tiered of like the more recent stuff is more valuable, I think works well. This was the channel I was thinking of. Glad to see you in FF5. Oh, hey, oh, I'm sorry, I just forgot your name. Start with an N. It wasn't Nexus. But yes, I just saw you. Thank you. I just did an M5 run right before starting today. And someone pointed out, hey, this guy reminds me of some lore channel dude. And I was like, sips tea, just likes it, because I don't like doing self-promotion in game. Like I don't do shouts for new videos. I try not to avoid doing that, but that was very cute. Thank you for pointing that. It does, I will say, whether ego or whatever, it does give me a lot of joy when people are like, oh hey, you're that guy. It's just fun, and mainly in part because it makes me feel like the videos and the lore and stuff I'm doing is useful for people. Inquisitor, good to have you. The power company has the opportunity to do something really funny. yeah. Not 2 days in a row. Yes, well, I mean, look, yeah. Hello again. Sarah, good to have you. Ray, good to have you. New video published for the FFXIV archive, till Brandon Stormblood. Hey, good to, hey, you? Hey, you? Good to see you, glad to have you. Sexy. Richard, good to see you, glad to have you. Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. Hope everything is great today. Yes, everything is good. And everything was great yesterday other than the power. On the bright side, because the power went out, I spent the entire evening building. I built a bunch of built-ins for our pantry to like, and now I cut the countertops to size and put it into the pantry's now functional, which is nice. Sag, good to glad to have you finally popping in here. Awesome. All right, let's do 2-hour chit chat before the trailer analysis in case Vidal decides to censor the stream again. I mean, we do need to do at least a little bit of chit chatting about any prelude, maybe recovering some stuff. Just so that here, let me also turn it on. Just so that when just so that people have a little bit of time to filter in. But we'll get started before too long. Frame by frame analysis of the trailer. I mean, basically what we're going to be doing. Althea, good to glad to have you. It's smart, but also pains me to know that the mount I bought with 7 million gil can now be bought with 2 of things I already have. I mean, look, that is the experience of playing an MMO and 14. In part, I will say, like, just remember you paid that extra premium to have it ahead of when you could have it now, right? And it's the same way with, like, Tombstone gear. You can buy the current gear that's, you know, limited Tombstones with Poetics in an expansion down the line, but you're paying for it to have it now. Also, for the new player who are catching up in the game, they actually have a chance of catching up at some point. I mean, true, but also I'd point out, especially because you can buy all the stuff from faux hollows. Well, almost all of it. There's certain things you can't, but most things you can. Like, you could catch up by other means, and also the rate at which faux hollows get released and new items get released for it, you could, as long as you're doing it every week, you could catch up. But I follow what you're getting at. It helps catch up for sure. But hey, more Lollifells could construct a yeah version as the better it is. Yeah. Wait, what was that about the air wheeler? Did someone say something about the air wheeler? Evercold stream electric boogaloo. Lore diving is one of the best things about this game. I agree, but also I'm very biased about that. You can't see it, but here's the degree to which not only do I have like all the art books and all this stuff right around me, not only do I have, you know, the elemental wheel chart in poster form. Not only do I have multiple maps of Eorzean and other locations besides, but I have an entire bookshelf that is right here that is just 14 stuff. Not only do I have the cookbook, not only volume 1, but volume 2. And obviously the most important lore book. The greatest gift Namazu and the Greatest Gift. Not only do I have Chronicles of Volume Light, Volume 1 and 2. Not only do I have Encyclopedia Eorzea's Volume 1 through 3. But I have 2 copies of Encyclopedia Eorzea, Volumes 1 through 3. I also need to actually go ahead and buy the Japanese copies so I can start comparing the Japanese text versus the English text. One of the things we're going to be doing today too is I'm going to be talking about some of the places in which the Japanese text of certain things that we've been presented with Evercold knowledge is going to be relevant in our conversations too. So I'm not a native speaker. I'm definitely not a speaker. I'm not even fluent. But I know enough about Japanese to be dangerous, and so we're definitely going to be talking at least a little bit about some of the interesting language stuff going on there. Halmarut and Calyx menacingly standing outside your house with a pair of wire cutters. Yeah, well, I mean, it was a storm that took it down, so we suffered my own Levin Surge. Well, Levin Surge is the war, but you get what I mean. What? I haven't even gotten to the part where you talk about Evercold in the last stream. Literally, we get to, like, the first 10 seconds of the trailer, and then, right as I'm talking about the Sundering and Zodiark and Sundering, the entire power of my entire region in New Hampshire went out, and the stream had to end, basically. It was, and then I came back for a little bit, and so we tried to start streaming again, but then it went away. Right as I started talking about the Sundering again, it went away again. It was chef's kiss. Yay, we're back. All of the discourse for Evercold and Fan Festival is the channel I was most excited to see. Awesome. Yeah, definitely. And part of the reason that we're doing it in stream format is I might make videos going over some of it in like shortened form of what we're doing here, but it's just more fun. Like having to write everything and script everything and make triple check is more fun for me to be able to like go off anything, talk to you guys, bounce off. It's more fun. So we're doing it this way for now. I'm glad you enjoy it though. Damn, thank you for your 44 months. Oh my God, 44 months of membership. Wow. How old is the archives at this point? I started it what with Sai and like Naniri and Issa in like 2021. It's that we gotta be at, because it was I think May of like 2021. Might even be, but we're 5 or 6 years old at this point. Current 780 gear selling for millions right now. It will be pennies in 6 months. Yeah. Fenondis, good to see you. Glad to have you. Elio, as a tank main, what would you like for the new job for Evercold? We'll definitely talk about that. Twin Shields, look, obviously with the Ratatan shirt, Twin Shields is the easy answer. I will also Prelude. Any speculation that we have about jobs right now is rooted in nothing other than the shirt being a tease. But just remember, a wish list is not founded speculation, but we will talk about speculation for sure as we go along. I found out today you can see Azem's portal in the trailer during the scene with the flying islands. Yes, you can see the Ethos's the Azem style portal. Yes, you can. Not only do you see the orange effects, but you can see the corner of it here. Actually, since I have the trailer up, I will point out exactly what you were talking about. But we'll go into the trailer frame by frame later. But I know exactly what you're referring to. You are talking about this shot right here. If I go back a couple frames, you can see. This is the Ethos portal, which, I mean, I actually, it didn't occur to me to assume anything different. Of course, that's how we're going to be traveling. Ray, I thought you said it was more prohibited. Prelude, yeah, exactly. Sorry it's taking me so long to join. No worries. This is such a comfort channel for someone who loves 14 lore so much. Mac, there's nothing kinder you could say for me. If this channel is providing knowledge, comfort, interesting discourse, whatever, that is the happiest you can make me. So I'm glad that it is that for you. I cannot convey to you how much that is. Whatever. Also, I will remind people we have a Discord at discord.gg/Asian Archives. I'm not just doing that for self-promo, but I'm saying that because we have a lore book club every Friday where we talk about literally every topic imaginable about the lore of this game. If you want to come listen in, you do not have to be someone who like talks or be prepared or anything, but if you want to come lurk and just listen in on our lore book clubs, just know that that is also an option. Also, if you don't use Discord or don't like that, don't worry about it. Just wanted to make sure people knew. And no need to be sorry. Don't forget Kingdom Hearts Elio. Yeah. We're glad you have many visual aids, Professor Forgerant. Yeah. Do you have a joke about airship though? Yeah. Mad lad. All right. Speaking of joining. Yeah. Thanks, Dab. Howdy, folks. Howdy, Fido. My man really snuck into the Grey Koopa library. I should call, yeah. Do you have Mighty's book? I don't. I do need to get that. Good call, Ray Ray. Have you thought of getting on Square Enix and mayhap doing the English translation for 14 and be so cool? I would love to. My Japanese is not good enough to do that if I spend a lot of time studying. The other issue is that if I wanted to do that, I would need to be living in Tokyo. And I would probably need at least a couple years of experience either in Japanese education or in other translation work. Though my specific expertise in 14 lore would be a selling point for being able to usefully try to figure out very specific localization choices, which I know is one of their big issues. Is not just they need someone who knows Japanese and English, that you also need to know 14 pretty well. I would love to work for Square Enix on 14. I would love that very, very, very much. The main problem right now being that my Japanese is nowhere even, like I'm like an N5, maybe an N4 at best. And I would probably need to be like N2 or higher. Probably N1, honestly. If you don't know what that is, just basically certification for Japanese language proficiency. And yeah, there's just a lot of things that are involved in that I don't meet the requirement for. Plus, I would basically have to move to Japan functionally. I don't, and not that I'm against that, but I just don't think that's in the cards at the moment. But I would love in the future, yes, if it was ever a chance in any way, or they were opening up to more, remote jobs or whatever, it is absolutely something I work for. I've definitely started re-studying Japanese more recently to at least tackle that part. I've been listening to a lot of interviews of Yoshi P in Japanese, especially ones that have not been translated, because there are a lot of interviews with Yoshi P, especially like video interviews that have never been translated in English. The great buffering. We don't talk about the sundering. The morning these days still feel ever cold. Who am I? Yeah. Reaper at level 70 exploded after the trailer drop. Yeah, no surprise there. Lore, thank you for the membership. Welcome to Archon. Enjoy your emotes. You old times, is it bad that I'm getting nostalgic for corn bots? The Destiny PTSD for me too many portals. Sure. The favorite theory so far is the Guess Who's Back refers to Slim Shady, Marshall Mathers, Marshall. My problem with Marshall there is like, what is Marshall as an identity? And also, I think it's worth pointing out that they specifically say it will be 14 original jobs. But we take Estinian and Alphino with us through the portal. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. Yeah, I'm not trying to put off too much, but I do want to let people trickle in a bit before we hardcore go into the trailer stuff. But I promise we'll get to any of it. So anything I haven't mentioned yet, if I have, please definitely bring it back up as it becomes contextual. We take Estinian and Alphino through the portal. Yeah, well, there's no reason... we don't understand how ethos works, and there's no reason to inherently think that we cannot bring others with us. Yes, in 7.5 we do not, but there's no reason to inherently think that this is limited in scope to a singular person. It's effectively just a system to travel through the interdimensional rift that has a rhyme or reason that is not fully controllable. But the idea that others could come with us is not, there's no reason to think that's not a thing. Just because the one time it's been done so far, we didn't. I want to say Ratatin would have been considered a martial or equivalent in Garlean military structure. Well, actually, if we look at EE1, we have his specific ranking. Ratatin, is it Sauce? It's Sauce. It's Sus. No. Ratatin is. Yeah, Ratatin Sas Arvina, native to the remote territories systematically subjugated by the Emperor. Ratatin Sas Arvina entered the army for the sole purpose to earn citizenship. Assigned to the 14th Imperial Legion, the Rogadin swiftly attained to the rank of officer. He's an officer and was awarded the position of Pilatus Prior by Gaius Van Baelsar, who recognized his exceptional martial prowess. Ratatin proved himself a brilliant field tactician through a series of victories, demonstrating his worth in the Legatus' eyes. In time, he rose to the highest rank of non-Garlean can hold, Perfectus Castorum, and during the invasion of Eorzea was often trusted with missions of the greatest import. I will say EE1, well, there's a little bit of a slight misnomer here. It's not so much a retcon as it is like there's a very singular exceptional case to this, which is that the highest case that the highest technically that a non-Garlean can hold was the Legion. Why am I forgetting the name? Legati, because you have Gabranth. But Gabranth is like specifically Solus Zos Galvus went and said, you singularly are an exception to this rule. So the rule is that non-Garleans cannot be Legati, with the one exception of Gabranth. And that required the Emperor to say, no, fuck the rules. Was often trusted with missions of greatest import. Ratatin remains a more formidable flyer despite his 49 winters and can move with surprising speed under a considerable weight of Tartarus, his massive gun shield. Yeah. Marshall sounds like dual-wielding pistols. Well, yeah. Yeah, Necromancer 10. So don't you get... we're not getting Necromancer as a job. Except for an Occult Crescent. Occult Crescent is a unique situation. To be clear, when I say we're not getting Necromancer as a job, also for those who are not usually around, just so you know, there's a whole thing where I've been saying for years we'll never get Necromancer as a job. And what I mean by that is Necromancy in 14, when you're thinking about Necromancy, like summoning the dead, like raising the dead, is explicitly an evil act. Like, there's no way to not desecrate the souls of the dead or the bodies of the dead in a way that's not evil. Now, Necromancer in 5, which is what Necromancer will be based off of, isn't really summoning the undead. It's basically, like, doing stuff to yourself. That's black magic-y and undeath. It's not really, like, summoning the undead and minions. So when I say there will never be a Necromancer job in 14, what I mean specifically is there will never be a job where you summon the souls of the dead or summon the corpses of the dead against their will, because every example of it is an evil act in multiple quests, main quests, side quests, like, is explicitly evil. Isam Har, the Traitor Spur, not, like, all sorts of stuff. But that doesn't mean that you couldn't do something like, there couldn't, it's not that there couldn't be something like soul weaving or something. Like, there's ways to get really, really way around it, but at that point, it's not a Necromancer as we think of it. I'm personally excited for the 4th, and I wonder who will be the poster child for the new job classes. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that in a second, Will. Lalafell's brought an entire exodus through the portal. I don't see why it shouldn't. Yeah, that's another good point, right? The Lalafell's prayed to Ethos, not knowing what it was, and opened a gate to the ninth. So yeah, exactly, Infinite. That's a good, exactly. Perfect example. I'd love the tank to have a tower shield and either a spear, javelin, or hammer. Yeah, I mean, those have been popular for a long time. Man, I remember my first T-stream when you were looking for Alfino and Shadowbringers during the MSQ. That simultaneously feels forever ago, Althea, and also crazy that you joined so late that it was during Shadowbringers. Our Chocobo and Endless Mounts did Why Not? Chocobo and Endless... Sorry, Dark, I missed probably what I was referring to at that, but you'll have to let me know what you mean. The Lawful managed to, because they had the key in the Calamity of Ice. Yes, but they didn't have the cup. So the cup that is around Ethos was added after. What happened was Ethos, the crystal within the cup, the key, right? They, in their desperation during the Calamity of Ice, prayed desperately for salvation, and it led the way to the ninth. Later on, Preservation added the cup, the chalice around Ethos to create the key in order to facilitate its use. That's an Electrope addition. So the Lalafell, the South Sea Islands that became part of the Malala on the 9th, did not have the cup. They only had Ethos. Retarded sus. There's no reason why others can't go with us. The Malala did for the Summon Exodus. Alpha No Sending can't see where it is. Yeah, kind of random, but are there plans to do a community run through of Occult Crescent like you did? Yes. So the plans will be that during the 9-month lead up into Evercold, we're going to be doing a lot of events for doing all the exploration zones and all the old content that people want to have or get through that they haven't gotten through, so that they're prepared for 8.0. Yes. So there will be plans to do Occult Crescent. We're going to do Eureka and Bosnia again as well. Speaking of Ethos, what if we attached it to Ragnarok and once more the ship sailed through the Sea of Stars? The problem is that you don't control Ethos. Remember that the chalice around Ethos was used to try and contain and control it best they could, but the scientists of Preservations barely could, and they caused all sorts of problems, as we already knew somewhat, but was explicitly confirmed in the notes in the lab in 7.5. So the thing is that attaching it to Ragnarok right now, specifically Ethos does not, like, you don't choose, like, you don't control Ethos. This might change in the future, we might understand it, but the point is that as a magic of Azem, the, like, wandering, the magic, the, like, sending you where it will, and the whim and rhyme and reason of it, of, like, adventure is part of its function. So right now, no, you couldn't attach it to Ragnarok in a way that you would be able to control where you went. Long term, maybe, but in the short term, not right now. Yeah. There's going to be Reflection Shard allow us to bring all the Scions. I don't think you don't need to attach to the Ragnarok to bring the Scions. I mean, literally, we know. Like, again, I'm going to pull this up in the trailer just as a prelude, but you don't need it. Like, right now, we're already bringing people with us. If you watch this part. Right? This is the gate of Ethos. You can see the same, that is the gate of Ethos, and behind us drops in, other people are coming in through it behind us, Istinian and Alfino. So we don't need to attach it to Ragnarok to bring others with us. A job with Garlean Roots with Meanie. I would really love a job with Garlean Roots at this point in the story. It would make a lot of sense for a bunch of different reasons. Oh, right, Gabronth. I've been hearing Judge's job possibly. No, you wouldn't see Judge. You wouldn't see Judge as a job. One, we specifically are getting original jobs, original 14 jobs. Secondarily, Judge is not a job. Like, it's a role, but it's not a job. All the judges have different weapons and are like. You can't. Judge is not a job, basically, in 12 or in even in like Tactics A2. So yeah, Judge doesn't really make sense. Do we know what happens to the 4th Legion? Other than the final notes for Bosnia, no, we don't know what's... well, I mean, the 4th Legion effectively scatters and disperses after Gabronth's death. So basically what happened to them is probably similar to what happened to the 10th, although the remnants of the 10th may be still working somewhat in Corvos, but maybe working more humanitarianly. Noah Van Gabronth was a real one, if nothing else. He was something. For once, it was me mentioning the Necromancer. Yeah. I mean, Judge is right in line with Ratatan. Well, not really. I mean, Ratatan has nothing to do with the judges. Gabronth, sure. Ratatan, no. Because Ratatans of the 14th Legion, there are no judges. The Legati are not judges. The Legati are a different thing. We're so back. We are so back. We do have armor of the Judge Magisters. We have armor of all the judges. Well, almost all the judges, if you do Bosnia. Yes. Ratatan is dead. New job will be a corpse. 12th Gabronth was a fantastic villain. I like 12 a lot. I have a lot of problems structurally with 12. How do I say this in a way that's... I want to replay 12. I haven't played 12 in about 3 or 4 years. I want to replay it before I say anything. I have structural problems with 12 where it's not that Gabronth's a bad villain or that there are any bad villains, but that 12 is trying to do 6 different things rather than one thing well, and so it fractures the focus on antagonists in a way where Sid, Gabronth, Vayne... Vana, like multiple, like the antagonists, like the focus on antagonists gets a little bit shifted. So it's not that Gabronth isn't a good villain. I do feel like every other villain in 12, he's underutilized and underserved. For my guess, range GPS is Hunter with Big Boomerang. So it's so funny you say Boomerang and Sango. Big Boomerang like Sango is something I've wanted for a long time. Yeah, from Inuyasha. Tank with Hammer. I mean, Tank with a Hammer I also think could be that I've been thinking could be cool. All Thanks Wake Mage. Job with Garland Brutes would be really cool, especially if they have a cool weapon. Especially because Garlemald is more back into like the history. Well, Garlemald's recovery and progress towards a brighter future being recognized or symbolized in some way with a Garlean job at this point in the story would be great. I've been very against it historically because of what Garlemald is and means, but we're at a point now where I really think it could be impactful to see, and especially if it was a job that was sort of like combined any of the like, it would be really interesting to have a job that combined aspects of Corvos and aspects of Garlemald, because the idea of Locus Amenos and Corvosi working together in some way could be a really beautiful thing. Stream issue? I haven't had any stream issues. Let me know if there's continued issues, Tam. What if Guess Who's Back is actually just Nero and New Tank? That, Jin, me and my partner were talking about that. We'll definitely talk about that when we talk about jobs in a bit. They did the funny here as well. Oh, it's fine now. It did for a second, but it's fixed. Good. Buffered me too. I think I've been watching since Umbral Astral Era video. Man, that's a wild, Will. Granted, I haven't played since Byakko was released as Stormblood. Okay, that was a while ago. So yeah. Eureka was some of the best fun I've had ever in 14. It's such a cool community-based vibe. Yeah, a lot of people, like, Eureka is great. If Eureka's your thing, Eureka's great. And I don't mean that sounds like damning with faint praise, but I'm not. I mean that sincerely. It is like, it is their first attempt of what if we made 11 in 14. We don't control it yet. We maybe figured out, come out 7.6. Yeah, I'd like to, I'd love an excuse to go through it again with new players. Yeah, Mac, I would, definitely, if you wanted to, we'll be doing Eureka, Bosnia, and Occult Crescent over time during our events over on the Discord. Ethos is the TARDIS, as is the Doctor. Yeah, Doctor Who. I would love upcoming FF stuff being Doctor Who coded. I'd love to see the tank job, cosplay, Helone or Diablo, Templar. Actually, Doncho kind of has a Doctor Who vibes of us being supporting Doctor and skills knowledge fix the problems, but letting people learn them themselves. That's a really interesting point, Tam, and I agree. I'm a bit busy, so I'll have to check the VOD rewind. But yeah, no worries, Hyote. I hope you enjoy it. You won't hurt my feelings. On 12, I'm admittedly incredibly biased. That's totally fine. Good. I want it very clear. I never want to yuck people's yum, and because I can come across very passionate. It can sound like I'm dismissing. Like, I love 12. Like, actively love 12, and it's because I love 12. It's structural flaws I have with it. I, like, think about a lot. And so, like, when I start talking about the problems of 12, I feel like it will come across that I'm saying I think 12's bad or not good or I don't like it, and that's not the case. So I just don't want, when someone says, I love this thing, and my immediate response is, you know? Yeah. As people who have known me for a long time in the community will know, I'm very passionate and strong, and have strong opinions, but I am not, in those opinions, I am not, I am saying them as a conversation between people, and I would much prefer, in general, I kind of prefer being the one who, like, doesn't like someone and other people liking something, not because I'm, like, in a position of power or something, but because I love, it's so much easier when people are excited to, like, try to engage with their joy, but, man, engaging with people who are just, like, such downers is really hard. Yeah. Range job will involve throwing plushies. Yeah, the Lulu job. Would a Garlean Gunblade ever be likely as a job weapon? Probably not, only because Gunbreaker already has some for skins, and there's not enough that distinguishes. You could do aspects of some of this stuff that, like, Gaius does, or, nails like Gun Spear, but I don't think that weapon identity is strong enough for that to distinguish it from Gunbreaker. Don't we already have a Garlean job? I don't think so. You'll have to let me know what you mean, Dallas. Granted, the one problem with Garlean-inspired job that would presumably need to be separate from the main Garlean storylines from people who would get to level 94. Yeah, so I thought about that, Inquisitor. The thing is that I don't think you have that problem at this point, only because there's multiple jobs that already create a similar problem. As an example, someone playing Samurai before they go to Kugane, what's another? There's some other examples. Like, Gunbreaker, before the series, before no, because like the Baj incident, technically, I'm trying to remember, there is some job quest for some job that, like, unless you squint, it doesn't make sense unless you, like, exist at a certain point in the story, and I'd have to remember which it is. But at this point, I think you can get around that pretty okay. Reaper. Oh, Reaper is a Garlean job. No, okay, yes. Sorry, you're right, Dallas. I was thinking Garlean tech, but yes, Reaper is a Garlean job. You're correct. The Lemure, though, works fine because the Lemure are specifically rebels again and defectors. Granted, the one problem with the Garlean-inspired job, I think he means, obviously, Garlean jobs as Reaper can aesthetically be taken out of Garlemald if you don't know the lore. Yes, yes. And also, the whole thing with the Lemure is they're specifically rebels against, like, what Garlemald is doing after seeing what's going on in Corvos. Reaper's super interesting to me, but it represents a portion of the Garlean society that, as a player, we just aren't exposed to. I'd like to see the Garlean job that's more contemporary to the modern empire. I mean, I wouldn't say that the Reapers aren't contemporary, but they are, well, they have been effectively phased out. So no, you're right. I get what your point is, Mac. Yeah. Love so much that you take, obviously, joke dead serious. You know me, Infinite. Whenever someone makes a joke, a lot of times I know it's a joke, but I like engaging with it anyways. I have a weird question about 14 lore, please. Again, I want to remind people at the start of the stream. Also, we will get started about 10 minutes here, regardless if I'm caught up or not, on actually engaging. Now that we've had about 30 minutes for people to trick in, we'll actually start with the trailer and then go into the keynotes and whatnot. I want to remind people, do not be worried about asking annoying or simple questions. I love explaining stuff and helping people understand. My main mission goal with the archives is not to be like, tell people what to think, but is if I can teach you something about the game's lore that makes you enjoy or appreciate any aspect of it more, that's success. Doesn't matter if it's simple. I break out the elemental type chart. I break out the 6 elements and the 2 polarities all the fucking time. You're not going to annoy me asking questions. And then secondarily, question's only a problem if it's weird, in that if you're kind of trolling. That's when it's a problem. But let me get to it. I have a weird question about 14 lore. What are the exact requirements to become an Archon? So, Archonship technically can be given out to those who... The single important thing is that you have done something that is recognized of being of extreme value or worth to Sharlayan. And to the, not plight of Sharlayan, but the, like, goals of Sharlayan, as for institutional knowledge and all sorts of other stuff. Technically, almost every case I can think of, also everyone I can think of that has the Archon mark also has graduated the Studium, I believe. Did Thancred? Yeah, Thancred did graduate because he did a thesis basically on spying. I don't know if I don't technically think graduating the Studium is technically a requirement. But you need to basically have provided something of extreme value to Sharlayan. Now, could you absolutely argue that the Warrior of Light is deserving of an honorary Archon mark? You bet your fucking ass. And I do think if they added a side quest that was just a small side quest that allowed you to unlock the Archon mark as a tattoo or something, I really think that would be really cool, and I don't think there's anything in it that is fractious against the lore. What current zone is going to unlock in the new expansion? I'm not sure if I know what you mean by what current zone. If you mean like what maps and we're getting and stuff, we don't know for sure. If you ask me, we're going to the 4th. We know most of the maps are going to be on the 4th. There could be maps elsewhere. We'll probably have 4 maps that are the 4 different islands, the different elemental islands. And then we'll probably have at least 1 map that may be pseudo open world and below the cloud cover that is the world that is of ice. We don't know yet. The answer is we don't know. So everything I just said here is complete speculation based off of stuff we're going to talk about in a second. Hear me out. Play Tactics and 12 at the same time. I have played Tactics and 12 at the same time. I've played every single Final Fantasy game, mainline Final Fantasy game, and almost every spinoff. I'm sure you can come up with like a really esoteric spinoff that I haven't played, but I've played. But yeah, I should replay them. No, I'm right there with you. I love the passion. Good. I was thinking Solution 9 themed Cannoneer job would be cool. I want a heavy gun Black Mage style gameplay with something like a ley lines or reduce. I think the problem, Fido, is that you need something that meaningfully has an identity that is distinguishable from Black Mage or Machinist in that. Because in a real sense, you could just kind of give part of that identity to Machinist and still make it work. But I think, but there's something there. That's not to yuck the possibility. Just Elio will not bash any FF installment as long as it's not 15. I love 15 does a lot of things right. It just does a lot of things wrong, and it's fundamentally an unfinished story and requires a lot of paratexts in order to be able to make full sense of its narrative as is anyways. Like 15 has specific fundamental structural issues, but there's a lot to love. Like the bros work amazingly. Like the bros just work phenomenally. It's one of the best like dynamics in all of Final Fantasy. It says it's just specialist, basically. Yeah. I was still wanting for tank option for Arcanist. Since it's YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Ray Ray. I only started playing a year ago. Awesome! Well, welcome. It may be weird to say after a year, but welcome. So 8.0 my second expansion, currently max level and trying to grind out Relic Weapon. I will tell you, Monston, the thing too is that it's very different experience of being fully caught up and an expansion going into a hype cycle and then going into the expansion. It's a whole new feeling. I will tell you. Plenty of people here started in late Shadowbringers or like mid Endwalker, and they can tell you that there's a difference between catching up while an expansion's running versus being fully caught up by the end going into the next one. And it's a good time. I will remind everyone, take these next 9 months as a wonderful time to be excited for 14. It's not, don't think of it as like I want 8.0. Now is a wonderful time to be excited with the fan base, talk about theories, play the game, take a break if you need it. It is a great this period, the hype cycle period, is a wonderful time unto itself. Okay, I'm gonna go try to speed fast. Boop like the button. Boop it now. Thank you, Ray Ray. It's true. Passion and love are so much easier to engage with, even if it's not something I'm not into. Yeah, right. I mean, it's just easier to bounce off of, right? It's easier to acquiesce to someone's love than it is to acquiesce to someone's exhausted, like, distaste, right? I mean, I think the Reaper, but that's pre-Imperial job. I mean, the Reapers have only been out of style for a short period of time, really. But yeah, I really want the new tank to be Lance and Shield, but the Monster Hunter gun Lance. Yeah, or it's like something like Switch Axe. Yeah, Red Mage or Sage. Yeah, warning, do not like the like button. This will only cause Hanaki disease. Thanks, Ray Ray. No, like the like button. It's tasty. Reapers were part of the Imperial era, but yeah, phased out. Yeah, if you enjoy the stream and are a member of Discord, why not come join us at discord.gg /Surgeon Archives. Is Pazuzu up yet? Today I learned about Hanahaki disease. Thanks, Ray Ray. Elio, they phased Reapers so much they named that the most widespread Magic Machina Magic Reaper to underscore how much they were replaced on the battlefield. Fair point, Infinite. I think it's great that each thing created in all the series is utilized and it can be expanded upon. Absolutely, last. I want the new tank to be a giant polar weapon. Yeah, we'll talk about it soon. Gran Yushtola never attended the studium. Is that true? I'm pretty sure that... Well, Graha got his as being part of the students of Baldesion, so that might be an here, actually. Yeah, I mean, look, I trust you on that, Sarah, but, like, I'm fairly sure, and I remember Yushtola having a line about what her thesis was. And I might be wrong about that, but I would have to double check. Let's look at the Scion page real quick. See if there's anything. Probably not. EE1 might not mention either way. Yeah, Graha, Bloodline, known as the Desh, the conscripted Imperial Army, Selena in the 4th Umbrella era, Wishun began studying in Charlian. No, he began to study in Charlian and learned the origin of the trait armed with. Doesn't Graha have a line in like 6.x about in a conversation? Admitted student of Baldesion. Or is his line about how he left the studium beforehand? I don't remember. We'll have to check. Warrior of Light and Allies say he never attended in Azaslot in 5.x. Okay, thanks, Sarah. Yeah, because that's when everybody's talking about what their studying was. That's interesting. He says he studied in Charlian, though. But, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean he went to the studium, so. Thanks for having the correction, Sarah. Don't we need to sponsor the study under also? And you still and Thinker and everyone's studium. God, I would unlock an Archon mark so fast. Yeah, I think an Archon mark would be a really cool grind for those where like something that involved a hard land or battle. I don't know. I would kind of go the other way around personally, Captain. I think should be a very story-oriented quest line because I think you've already contributed. I think you should have had to do all the studium quests. You had to have complete Endwalker. Like, you should have to do those two things, but then it should be a story-based quest, in my opinion. But especially with the contribution of the studium itself through the the studium quest, exactly, Mac. The problem is that the Archon arc would basically need a subsequent Warrior of Light Goes to University arc. But the thing is, like we said, if we're right about Yashtil and Graha, then the studium aspect isn't required, and we've definitely contributed to Charlian quite a bit. Also, no DLC for Ariana Highwind, who's clearly the best character in game. I agree with you. She's one of the, if not the best character in the game. I wish the game was made in such a way where she had a story that worked. Like, I think that 15 underserves her. I technically started twice, 2.0 and 5.4. Not an uncommon story, Tam. I started in back half of Stormblood and cannot tell you how hyped the lead up to Shadowbringers was. Really electric feeling, yeah. And that's coming from someone who counts Stormblood as their favorite expansion. Nice. I started early Endwalker and still don't feel caught up after like 4,500 hours. Yeah, Kayla, you're not alone there. Same with starting twice for me too. Once right before Shadowbringers and then again right before Endwalker and Saturday since Endwalker. I will remind people, I started in early Stormblood and fell off and then didn't complete A Realm Reborn until late Stormblood. So if for anybody who feels like weird about having fallen off and rejoined, just know that like even I, the lore dude who now is like, you know, background this 2 books, is like had a hard time. So just know that you're not alone. Sorry, was very quiet. No worries, Deathberry. Lurking's totally fine. Now the half of 7.05 is out. How much would you say you enjoyed Dawn Trill's story? I love Dawn Trill's story. This will be the last long question I answered, then we're starting for sure. I love Dawn Trill's story. I think Dawn Trill's story has a couple specific pacing issues that I think are also present in other MSQs, including sometimes the ones that people like more. I think Dawn Trill's story requires not a closer reading to enjoy, but I do think Dawn Trill's story is especially rewarded more for if you ignore context in Dawn Trail and you don't like or come hostily to Dawn Trail. It's harder to enjoy Dawn Trail, but there are a lot of criticisms levied at Dawn Trail that are just some factually incorrect and some just like, well, that's true as long as you ignore all the other characterization you did. So I love 7.0 alone, but I also, the themes of 7.0 do a lot for me. For what it's worth, my favorite expansion is Endwalker. Endwalker is basically, my favorite expansion is Endwalker. My favorite single-player RPG, from Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy X, and my favorite single-player RPG is Expedition 33 at this point, because literally Expedition 33 combat and narratively was made for me in a lab. And then I like games like Disco Elysium, Outer Wilds, stuff like that, to give pedigree. So the idea of memory and life, what counts as living, loss, trauma, tragedy, leadership, families, children, their relationship with their parents, the idea of working as a coalition, like all these ideas at the heart of Dawn Trail work very well for me. I love 7.x, don't get me wrong. And I think 7.x works on a level of it's more straight to the plot for a lot of it, but a lot of 7.x also works because it's building on things that 7.0 did. So it's not like I think Dawn Trail's without criticism, but I'm way more pro on it than I think is, I don't know if it's the average, but then is often the discourse surrounding it. So I'm not saying anybody has to agree with me on that. My point in saying that is giving you my acumens. I also would highly recommend that if you, I'm saying bounced off Dawn Trail, but if you're willing to like take the time to go play Dawn Trail and like sit with the story that it's telling rather than immediately bouncing off of it, you may find that you like it a lot more than you thought. There have been multiple people I've like talked to who I've asked if they would replay it, who replayed through 7.0, and it wasn't the replay that they enjoyed more, but like taking time to see what it was doing, they liked it, they appreciated it a lot more. Quick, how do we nerd snipe Elio harder? It's not hard, Tim. Graha tells the Warrior of Light Odyssey never attended. It's like, yeah, thanks, Sarah. I think it was Stoll and Thancred. They don't have traditional forms of study under their mentors. Yeah, I know. Thancred was definitely weird. I mean, literally his thesis paper that for his archonship or whatever, or for his diploma, I forget what it was exactly, was on espionage. I'm pretty sure Raha still had to write thesis, but I might be okay. That's what I thought. I thought, didn't he have to write a thesis paper, but he just didn't study? Thank you. I think you're right, Violet. If anybody wants to pull up T-Tools and check, go for it. For those who don't know, we have a tool called T-Tools where you can search any word in the game and it'll pull up every single instance of that word in the text of the game. It was created by V. I basically just did the like top-down management of saying this would be good. This is what sort of thing we're looking for. But so thank V for it. Ray or Infinite, if you could link T-Tools. It is a public tool usable for anyone. You do not need to pay. If you ever want to search any like old text that you're like, what did that person say? It is very useful for that. I use it every day. You had to write an Archon thesis, not a Studium one. Thank you. Tank is def going to be named Crystal Brave. I think Gra is reminiscent about the Studium with the Archon, with the field of studies where you're an expert. Having a little multiple choice cutscene where we present our thesis will be a lot of fun. Yeah! For me, Fall Off was 20.1. That time was kind of a meh compared to the WoW for me. Yeah! I picked FF back up, dropping WoW permanently. At that, WoW 2.1 would be 2013. Give me a second, I got this. So you got 208, so you got 2. So that would have been, what, Warlords of Draenor? Like, pretty early on in Warlords of Draenor, if I'm not mistaken. I also really like Dawntrail's story. I could go for hours about why. I want to make like a 2-hour video about why I like Dawntrail's story and where, not like a why people who dislike it are wrong, but in an attempt to try and foster a encouragement of seeing what it is doing right if you like actually look at it. But it's up there with Stormblood for me, incredibly unpopular. I know. Here's the thing. I'm going to remind, this will be the last thing I say before we start. I want to remind everyone, the internet is not the player base. That probably at most, maybe 10% of the player base writes things on, like, comments on anything on places like Twitter. Or like maybe 20% comment anything at most on YouTube videos. Or that content creators are not representative of the player base. Just remember, most people who either like it or are like, oh, it's fine, are the least likely to say anything. So I'm not saying that there isn't a widespread feeling of discontent around Dawntrail's story in the player base, but please remember, what you see online is not demonstrative necessarily of the whole. Does not mean to say everybody likes it. It's not mean to say most people like it, but it is meant to say, do not assume that just because you see a lot of people disliking something, that it's representative of the player base. Because usually, if you talk to most people, you don't see the same level of distaste. You still see distaste, don't get me wrong, but you don't see the same level of distaste. Just commit that to mind, because this is not just important for Dawntrail. I can tell you, someone being on the internet, but also specifically playing 14 for years, this is not new. Yeah. Also did, yeah. Yida got an Archon mark for hand-to-hand combat. Yeah. This is really good to hear since Dawntrail's my favorite expansion. Awesome, Rio. I'm glad you liked it. The best expansion is the one with the train. Thank you, V. Alice could have gotten an Archon mark writing the process of revolving around temporary people. That's true, Fido. I really don't think they get the ranking of Expanse. Yeah, I agree, Ray, yep. Mahada's 14 take. Actually, I like Endwalker a lot less with the advantage of hindsight. Also, Dawntrail is very nostalgic. I mean, yeah, that's fine. I adore, Endwalker is my favorite, but again, thematically, it's made for me. I would also recommend, if you haven't played it in a while, rather than just looking at it with hindsight, replaying this narrative and seeing the places it's strong could be helpful. But also, if you have and you just still doesn't work for you, that's totally fine. Very nostalgic to me as an environmental, a lot of places I grew up with. Yeah, awesome, Violet. True point, always a good reminder. 3% of people unhappy will cause a lot of noise. Yep. Shoney is basically where I grew up and I adore it. Yeah. I'm one of those people. I like it. I never commented anything about it. Exactly, Richard. Okay, let's get on it. Ready? Round 2, Evercold! Okay, Evercold. Let's get talking. Let me turn off the Prelude. We've got a lot to talk about, and as we've seen, I can yap for a long time over nothing. Also, yeah, general temp in the room. How are people feeling about Evercold? Excited, nervous? Any emotion is valid. I'm just getting a feel for how people are feeling. I'm also excited for Evercold. Well, it's fun to see other people liking the story. It's still up to you if you like it or not. Yeah, I like some part of 7.3 and 7.5 was pretty cool. I'm insanely excited for Evercold. Awesome. And here's the thing. Yeah, you don't have to, like, I can like it and someone else can dislike it. We can still be cordial, right? And there's a world of difference. And I want to remind this for Evercold and everything else going forward. There's a world of difference between, yeah, it didn't work for me, versus this is fucking garbage, right? Not the same thing. We sometimes compress them as the same thing. They're not the same thing. The what is not the only important thing. What you feel is not the only important thing. How you discuss it is just as important. I even have a note to myself. I wrote, like, sorry, let me find this note to myself. I wrote a note to myself. No, okay, I can't find it. But just, it basically, in communicating with each other, remember that information alone is not successful communication. Information and how that is conveyed successfully is successful communication. Okay. How many ice cold puns will be fit? Yeah. Saboteur. Okay. And what are you guys, each of you guys, most excited for? Definitely let me know. Watch as the power goes out again. Also, a reminder, as you can see in the bar above my head, we're working on funding a decent camera. Actually, let me go get decent real quick. Okay, she's not around. I'll get her later. Disa is my main coon cat, and I will show you guys her later. And you'll see why it's important that I show her, and it is relevant to Evercold. Okay. So, I'm going to play this, like last time, I'm going to play this through one full time, and then we'll talk about it in frame by frame. I will rock out, be forewarned. Every time I listen to it, I rock out. Let me know if the audio is too loud. Hold fast to what you must and meet your fate without fear. Go forth, discover, unite the stars onto one. Let none bar your path.
One more time? It's my favorite story.
Oh, you know it better than me by now. But if you insist.
Yes! All right, I'm ready. Tell me about the Promised Land.
Long, long ago, in a time few yet recall, life prospered, for the world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end. From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great seas. And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught. Struggled to survive. They marched, and all was lost. We had no choice but to flee to the sky. Below became a frozen waste. But everything changed when they arrived.
The Traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days we knew them as
So good. And yeah, the drums are so good, and that's like, I mean, to be fair, like, also drums have always been one of their secrets. Sometimes they're really simple, but like one of the things people don't always know is that you want to know some of the people who go hardest on drum work is like the Japanese, man. I'll tell you what. Okay, remember the time we. Also, I want to remind people, I have not read any. I have not watched anybody's videos. I have not read any discussion. I've even haven't talked a lot about Evercold in our own Discord. So just know that if I say anything that everybody's like, yeah, we already know, don't mind me. I kind of try to go be a little bit blind. I like to like come up with my own theories isolated from that before I talk anything about. But yeah, hype as fuck. Yeah, City of the Ash Dragoon. Yeah, Dropkick Chef Kiss. Yeah, you're talking about the in the world map. So the thing with that is that's more meant to be the sort of the Ultima Thule. Not literally the ultimate. The idea of an Ultima Thule, like the Here Be Monsters. That wasn't. But you know, I mean, maybe there's something there. For if people don't know what's being talked about here, let me FFXIV world map. If you look at the world map, the old style one, like here, for instance, let's open this. You can see here, like this guy up where probably somewhere like Landis or whatever it is. I don't think that that's what that's supposed to be. Like the idea is just generally these are like representative. I mean, you can make an argument that the Siren songs, he has Siren. You have the 4 lords around Koshu. You have 3 dragons around Dravania. Like there are, here, there's the Sky Whale here, although that's weird because the Sea of Clouds would be like here, not Bismarck wouldn't be there. But I wouldn't take that as corollary, especially because if I'm not mistaken, I think no, it's still present in the current world map. But yeah, okay. How y'all feeling about the trailer? I love the textile effect with the trailer. Yeah. If anybody else here watch House of the Dragon, did anybody the second they did the textile effect just think about season 2 opening of House of the Dragon? Wait, very interesting. Almost sounds like cold comes after we arrive. I disagree, but we'll talk about that in a second, Lucid. Disa, yeah, drums are good in the song. Yeah, there's very much likely time shenanigans. It depends. We'll see. Okay. So, friendly reminder, this is the teaser trailer. For those who do not know, Endwalker teaser trailer. For those who don't remember, other expansions, including Dawn Trail and Endwalker, get teaser trailers. For instance, in the Endwalker one, there's no lyrics because they didn't have the person who was going to sing in yet. You had the reveal of Sage, but that's because they had already done it at the prior talk that they did because this was during COVID. But you also like you don't have the conversation here in the tower. You don't see the Reaper Scythe, or you don't see you see this, but you don't like see anything else specifically. You don't see him wield it. You don't have the second part where we fight the Terminus Beast. But there's an important thing I want to point out here. Usually you see hard cuts. You don't see a lot of fades in the full trailers. So anytime you see a fade like that, like this, because in the actual full trailer, you see stuff like transitions like this, but then you see an actual cut, or you'll see an actual cut. But like when you see crossfades like that, like hard crossfades, usually there's something missing. Not always, but usually. Did include, yeah, Dawn Trail did include Pictomancer or Viper. Yep, it's not just jobs, but it is a lot of context. Like, also, I'd point out that usually the final trailers are about maybe 2 minutes-ish, 2 to 3 minutes, 3 minutes in Endwalker's case. I would point out that Evercold is already 4 minutes. The final trailer will be between 6 and 8 minutes, is a safe bet. Actually, oh, do you want out, Disa? This is Disa. She's a year old. She's not even a year old, and she'll keep growing until she's 4. Because she's a full-blood Maine Coon. She's crazy. Okay, yeah, you want to go out now? Okay. And I swear, she's a puppy cat. She is just a dog. Okay. But, so yeah, with all that context in mind, remember that while we're going through this, that anytime you see a crossfade, that is a very likely candidate for, not always, but is a candidate for where there could be a cut. Expect there to be quite a bit missing. Now let's go in deep dive. I need to get a cat door for decent. That's a good idea. No, you're right. I do need to get Cat over Nisa. Okay, as discussed yesterday, but I'll go over it again in case anybody wasn't here for that. This is Aetheris. This is almost certainly the world unsundered. This is almost certainly the final days. There's multiple reasons to think that, not least of which is this sort of nebula appearance we see in places like, I think it's in the Dying Gas, but it's definitely at the end of Amarot. And specifically, this shot is like identical to the shot in Amarot, the end of Amarot. And this sort of, the skies burning is very much the world unsundered during the final days. This purple, specifically the color of darkness australity, is like Zodiark creating the astral ley lines. It's supposed to be representative of Zodiark. It may not be the literal event, but basically either the quickening of the astral ley lines or the actual conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. And then you have what is the sundering itself. This is like Hydaelyn causing the sundering. Again, this is maybe not a literal representation as an evocative representation. And then the world unsundered turns into the 14 reflections, right? Easy storytelling. Yeah, it explains why the moon's absent, because it's the world unsundered. There is no moon at that point. So these are obviously the 14 reflections, of which 7 have been rejoined, and the ones that we have that remained are the source, the one we live upon, the 1st and 13th, the 1st from Shadowbringers, obviously, 13th from the Void, the 9th, which is the one of Levin we were dealing on Dawn Trail, the 4th, which is the one we're going to that was racked by ice, and we are still missing the 8th and the 11th. And I have a theory as to that they're very likely one of them is affected by earth and one of them was affected by wind, for a couple reasons, not least of which the events of Interphos. Obviously, the crystal of Azem. Remember the convocation stones were created by the Unsundered. This one was made in secret by Emmett Selk and does house a magic of Azem, but it is not like, this was not necessarily Azem's possession. This was created by Emmett Selk. This is lines that we get from Ethos, the crystal. There's a very strong chance that the lines you're being read by Ethos are in fact from Azem themselves. In part, the fact we know it's from an ancient, they use ancient speak. And that the ethos and everything around it are tied to Azem, both in Azem's magic, Azem's symbols, Azem's like everything Azem. So it's possible it could be someone else besides Azem, but there's strong evidence to suggest that that ethos, what it contains, and who is speaking during this, it was Azem itself. I will say, Zach, everything I'm about to say, almost everything in the trailer I predicted already based off of the trailer for the 7.5 and the information we knew prior. I don't think anything I'm going to tell you here is going to ruin it. I feel strongly that nothing I'm going to talk about in 7.5 will be that surprising, and that the doing of it is more interesting than the knowledge of what it is. So yeah. Someone in Reddit made a convincing argument that the sundering shot in the trailer shows where on the planet it happened, and it could be west of Chiral. I mean, west of Chiral makes sense because that's where the Fathomless Sea is. So for those who don't know, there's a strong evidence to think that that the place that the world was sundered is likely somewhere within or west of Chiral, or at least in the center of the ocean. If you look at the world map, right, you have this giant crack through the world, the one that goes under Zorgor the Boundless, right? And that goes into the Fathomless Sea. The other thing is that we know Amarot existed in the Indigo Deep upon the first, and that geography matches between reflections, meaning that Amarot likely existed somewhere in here, and if the place that the sundering happened wasn't Amarot, as it's somewhat represented to have happened in the memory of Vana that we witness in Endwalker, the idea that it was struck from here through here. Because remember, we take Bismarck on the first out into what is the Indigo Deep of the first, right? So the idea that the sundering was struck here does make sense. The world unsundered may not have identical geography, though, itself to the reflections. It depends. General geological locations. But the other idea is that the world unsundered may be kind of a sort of Pangea-like thing, because it's hard to get a really good shot of the actual land masses, though I could probably take a screenshot of it and raise the exposure. Again, it's also potentially representational, may not necessarily should be literal. Or, these could be the words that are said when someone takes up the seat of Azem. Yeah, that's an interesting hypothesis for sure. I definitely felt through 7.5 that we were just confirming a lot of what we was already suspected. I certainly wasn't surprised by anything. I will also say, Mac, that is true for a lot of patches. If you're really engaged with the story and paying very close attention, there will be a lot of zigs and zags, particularly when an expansion comes out. But it's easy to, like, it's pretty rare that, like, 14 creates anything that comes out of nowhere at this point. Because usually everything's rooted in one way or another. Like, I kind of, anyone here is welcome, can name an event that happened recently, like within the past couple expansions, and I can tell you how everything about it actually was in some way somewhat established prior. So feel free to, I mean, anyone's feel free to bring up any thoughts. Jenny, good to have you. I'm glad you can make it. So what I'm hearing is we're going to Greenland because of the ice. Well, we're going to talk a lot about Norse, Fimbulwinter, Ragnarok, and stuff as we go along. So Greenland, a little less so, but Scandinavia, Nordic countries, yeah, somewhat. Which I'm not an expert in. I just know some about. So yeah, so you have the 14 reflections, right? You've got the source, which is this symbol. This is just like when you get showed, here, actually, let me pull up. Shadow, So if I pull up the Shadowbringers trailers, and this is obviously in the MSQ itself, not just in the trailer, but I do want to pull up the trailer. So when you do the Crystal Tower shot, right? You have the ocular, and you have this exact same representation of the reflections and source, right? Just like even the same circle thing that they do, right? Like when you have in the MSQ. Was it ever explained why everything was bigger before the Sundering? Yeah, just raw aether. Like just the fact is that the world was etherically more dense, and therefore life itself flourished in a stronger capacity and a larger shape and form. By the sheer fact that we have less aether, we're reduced in size. Yeah. All I know is that the current expansion have the plot tease usually 2 expansions before they release. Yeah, at least, Zen. Yeah. The symbol actually present in the circus raid on the floor in every board. Yeah, exactly. Yep, on Glacia Labelos' floor. Yeah, I know. Yep, 100% Helios. Interesting that the representation of the reflections was still Grahad's, or is it really his? I mean, I think there's a chance that this representation could, like, because remember, the way it works in Shadowbringers is he slams the floor and it shows a projection. This, as a general way of perceiving and understanding it, like, you could see that also, you even see, like, some patterning here, this, like, that you see in places like Solution 9. This could be a projection you see in Solution 9 as well. There's no reason it would have to be, it's just very similar. See, like, you don't have, although actually it looks like you do have some of the same triangle diagramming up here, but I think it's just that it's more uniform in the expressing of it. We used to be etherically thick. So the planet itself was also bigger. No, dense, not big. So think about its density rather than bigness. The same way that, like, your soul can be ethereally dense. What's a good example? I would use metals, but I don't know that everyone would immediately understand that. You know how you can have a cube of aluminum and a cube of steel, and they're the exact same size? But like, or a pound of lead or a pound of feathers, right? They're both a pound, but the feathers are way more, like, take up way more volume. Etherically, the souls of the ancients were way more dense. Yeah. A crude analogy would be our own oxygen-rich ancient world that saw megafauna. Yeah, actually, that's a really... No, Mac, I like that as an analogy. It's one that I don't know if everyone will immediately understand, but I think it's a great analogy. Oxygen-rich ancient world that saw megafauna many times more larger than modern and analogous species. Yeah. For those who don't know, ancient insects in the... Not megalithic. I'm forgetting which period. But and flora were way bigger because of the amount of oxygen in the environment. Are you implying that Lalafels aren't etherically dense? No, I'm saying that you are etherically dense. You're just small. And perfect for baking in Popito type cuisine. Classic Lalafel crash out. Good thing I was wearing leg armor. I think Gra had enough time to learn 3D modeling, but as a 3D modeler professionally, as part of my job, Seb, mood. Hydaelyn Sundering split everything that defines the existence of whether it's subsets is better medical rather than just physical. There's some truth to that, Dallas, yeah. You know, we can pull up the video when Emmett was talking about the shard reflections, the dialogue in Shadowbringers. I faintly remember him telling us, I think, which shards I think the Sunder... Yes! No, so even before he does, yes. So the diagram you're talking about, and we'll go ahead and show it because it is useful. We've known this for a long time. So this is a great example. Shadowbringers makes this explicit, but the lore of this has existed for a long time. Shadowbringers all cutscenes. if we pull up this, and thank you to we're going to use Bonwa. Thank you for doing the work for having these easily accessible. I need to also re-record all the cutscenes, and when we go to Amarang, I'm pretty sure it's after we get everyone together, right? It's not when we first go to the ocular with. Yeah, it's not when we first go to the ocular. I'm pretty sure it's when after we finish the two Amarang and Yulmore. Well, Calusia. Yep. Here we go. Yep. So here is what we're looking at. This is how we also specifically know the order of what was rejoined and what, when, and where. I'm gonna turn off the audio because I'm gonna basically just explain it. So you've got, this is the Exarch showing the same sort of diagram, right? Hits his staff. Here, I'm just gonna show it. Should show that it's aetherological. You know, standing there is like, this is a little bit complicated. Why don't I explain with some visuals? I remember I did a whole lecture on this at one of the AetherCons. I wish they'd bring AetherCon back. I'd love to do another panel on it. But yeah, so you got the source and you got the reflections. Source here, and then usually, if I'm not mistaken, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, like in a circle around that. We also know the pattern of the rejoining. So the first was wind. Also, there will be a lot of tangents like this because it's all important. If we want to talk about Evercold, understanding this is important. So be ready. We're going in deep on everything to talk about Evercold. We're not just being like, here's my theory. I'm going hard. I'm going hard. Okay. So, the first calamity of wind, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was the 5th shard, and the 5th reflection was rejoined. And it was a calamity of wind. Another thing, the way a rejoining works, you must take the reflection and tilt it towards an element, and you must take the source and tilt it towards the element. Then the barrier between them weakens until when a calamitous event happens on the reflection, the wall between them breaks and it rejoins to the source. This is what we're about to see here. Why is that important? Because this is what happened on the 9th, or the 13th. 13th was tilted towards astrality. It was tilted towards astrality and darkness, but the source was not tilted that direction. So when the calamity happened on the reflection, it didn't rejoin. Same thing on the 9th. A calamity happened of 11, but the source was not tilted towards the 11, so it couldn't rejoin. What happened to the 13th is what happened to the 9th. That is why there was no rejoining. This is an important note. This is almost certainly the same thing that happened on the 4th. Most likely because the 9th and the 4th were being prepared to be rejoined. The problem is that the Unsundered probably died in the middle of it happening. And so all the Asians were like, fuck it, okay, this ruins all our plans. And so all the Sundered Asians either quit what they were doing or didn't have a plan on what they were going to do. And so all the machinations that were already pre-prepared to tilt the reflections, the reflections they were planning to rejoin, kind of just went balls up. So you've got the tilting happening in both directions, and then eventually there's a core moment where there's a crack.
One might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold.
In fact, I am going to turn on what Exarch says here.
Of course, exert a palpable influence.
Oh, fuck. I forgot that.
Worlds. As are the 13 shards. Separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy.
Given element in one of those reflections is tilted in a specific direction. It can be astral, umbral, wind, ice, water, earth, fire, lightning. It can be any of them, right? But it have to tilt it in a specific direction.
Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds.
That's the thing. You need the untimely event. You need the moment where you've taken advantage of things, caused chaos to break the wall for a moment to allow the rejoining to happen. If you don't, that's what happens with the 13th. It's what happens with the 9th. It's probably what's going on with the 4th. Was there any actual... No, there's no evidence that the planet was physically larger. Could it have been? Potentially. There's no evidence to know for sure. I would suggest almost certainly not. It's most likely the same size and just denser, based off of everything we are given to understand about the difference between sundered and unsundered individuals, and for instance, the fact that the source being rejoined does not increase the size of the planet that is the source, right? So I would say that the evidence strongly suggests no, the planet was not larger. It was just more dense, etherically.
What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions.
Which is what we call a calamity, right? That's why the calamities of ice, astral, all that. It's also why umbrality was rising during the intended athermal calamity, but there was the point at which the first would have been rejoined would have been when Black Rose was set off in its totality and would have wiped out most of the world. That crack resembles a crack near Yoctoral. I mean, yeah, it does kind of look like the Fathomless Sea. I think it's more metaphoric than anything. Look, my hypothesis since we saw the Fathomless Sea was that was what was in line where the place where the sundering happened, but...
Earthquake, thus magnified, might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities.
Fido, which page was it? Because I have EE3 right here. I can pull that up in a second. Also, again, all the lore being explained here in Shadowbringers existed as early as A Realm Reborn. There's a consistent trend that they will explain something in MSQ when it's hyper necessary if people haven't learned it yet or don't know it, like this about the reflections. But all of this lore has been around since 2.0 and 2.x especially. So like this is like this moment is a great example. Or Monteshane talking about incorporeal and corporeal Aether and Endwalker. And this is one of the lovely things that if you study the lore of this game, if you study the story and the histories and all that stuff, it's not that like, oh, you need to understand. The game doesn't want you to have to do that to understand everything, but you will be rewarded for it. Don't have the page number in the image. Yeah, do you know what shows all the rejoinings at once? All the rejoinings at once. Do you mean this page? If so, we'll talk about that in a second. Is it all right to discuss 7.5? Yes. And we're discussing Evercold, which means we're discussing 7.5. It's impossible not to. Just know that also I'm going to be having to talk a lot, which means I may not get to every message, but I will try. If I miss something you say, definitely try again later. Okay, cool. We'll talk about that in a bit.
7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed.
I do want to re-ask. Everybody here understands what astrality and umbrality are, right? It's one of the most important things for me to explain if you don't. When Emmett explains the sundering using the same projections. We'll pull that up in a second, Schnall, and we'll go with there. We'll talk about it. So the second was a calamity of lightning, and that was the 12th reflection. The third was a calamity of fire, and that was the second reflection. And again, we've known the order of the calamities for a long time. We've known it since the 7th astral calamity. 7th umbral calamity, that was one of astrality. The fourth was the third reflection was joined from the calamity of Earth, which was the fourth rejoining. This was the one that tied to Allag. This is the one that sunk the crystal tower beneath the ground. Flip-flopped. Astrality, activity, umbrality, stasis, kid. Think astral, change, umbral, stasis, astral, umbral. This was the calamity of ice, and it was the, so that's 4th, so 6th, so this 5th, this should be the 6th was the rejoining for that. The 6th reflection was joined. Then the 6th calamity was one of water, and I believe that was the 10th, because that's 13th, 12th, 11th. Yes, 10th was the rejoining, 10th reflection was joining. So that leaves us with the 1st, the 4th, the 8th, the 9th, the 8th and 9th. Sorry, this is the 7th. The 7th gets rejoined with the astral calamity. So 1st, 4th, 8th, 9th, 11th, 13th. Of which we've been to the 1st, Shadowbringers, the 13th, which is the Void. And then we're going to the 4th, and we've been to the 9th, right? Alexandria and the Mist Continent and all that. But we know nothing about the 8th or 10th yet, other than that the Interphos, because we were shown reflection mirrors of shown the reflections and because we knew that there were 3 elements shown, ice, wind, and earth, and ice is now one of them. It's very likely that the 8th and 11th reflection have been afflicted by wind and earth. Yeah, see, 7th reflection was joined during the calamity of astrality or darkness, depending. Again, synonyms not interchangeable. So the 6th froze over the 4th. No. I'm really glad you said that, because this is actually a really, really important thing. The 12th reflection was rejoined during the calamity of Levin. The 9th has nothing to do with that. The 2nd rejoining, the calamity of lightning, has nothing to do with the 9th. That was the 12th and the 2nd calamity. Nothing to do with each other. Likewise, the 5th Umbral calamity, the one of ice, has nothing to do with the 4th. The 6th reflection was rejoined, but the 4th and the 5th, the 6th and the 5th Umbral, the 6th reflection rejoining during the 5th Umbral calamity has nothing to do with the 4th reflection. Separately from that, once that was rejoined, they were also tilting the 4th towards ice and tilting the 9th towards Levin. I do want to be clarified, we technically have no certainty yet that it was an Asen machination that was tilting the 9th towards Levin, or technically that the 4th was being tilted towards ice by Asen plans, but there's almost literally no way for that not to be the case, for numerous reasons. So for now, treat that as a hypothesis, right? Well, it borders on a theory. There's a lot of really, really strong evidence, but we don't explicitly know it to be the case. But for now, I'm going to operate with the assumption that it is. But the 9th and the 4th being tilted is completely separate from any rejoining in the past. Nothing to do with it. Double the elements. Yes, because, okay. Elemental chart time. God, I fucking love my job so goddamn much. Sorry, I love working. I love helping and education and just goddamn. And to all of you who already know, forgive me. Always good reminders. There are 6 elements, 2 polarities: astral, change, umbral, stasis. The elements in order are wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, water. There are 13 reflections and the source. All the reflections need to be rejoined to the source in order for the world unsundered to be returned. Or to prevent the solstice in this case, which is a different, separate issue. So, there have been 7 rejoinings, 7 successful rejoinings. They were in order: wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, water, astral, and then the first was going to be rejoined, and that was going to be the umbral rejoining. After that happens, you may notice there's nowhere else to go. So there would be 8 rejoinings, right? But there would still be 5 more reflections that would need to be rejoined. So you may ask yourself, so what then what would they be? And the answer is, we had no fucking clue. We never knew. We didn't even know for certain if the doing this in this order was for balancing reasons. It was never exactly made clear. There was a beautiful order to it, but it may just be that the Asians have the tism. You know, it's possible. So the main crux of that, though, to get at there is that when it comes to the rejoinings after completing the cycle of what was being done, there was always going to be a weird allotment of elements. When it comes to the 9th, it was tilted towards Levin. Yes, it's true that the, what was it, 5th? No, the 12th was rejoined using Levin. But the 9th was also going to be rejoined using Levin. They just both happen to be the same element that was going to be rejoined. The past rejoinings have nothing to do with the 9th. The past rejoinings have nothing to do with the 4th. You will also notice something interesting, though. If you look at this chart, right? If the 9th was Levin, what was opposite of that? Ice. If we're right and the other 2 are wind and earth, you'll notice those 2 are opposite of each other. It does beg the question, though, what about fire and water? We don't have representations of those. Is that going to make things ethereally out of whack? Where do we get excess water and fire aether? Doesn't matter. Who knows? Who can say? But it is important. And yes, there is a tree of life in the middle, which will be relevant for this conversation, but also the idea of general trees of life. This is representative more of the ethereal sea. This is, like, if you see this tree and you see that, like, this is representative of the ethereal sea more than it is representative of necessarily Yggdrasil or something like that. But that will be relevant when we're going to talk in a second here. The 10th could be water. The 10th was water. The 10th reflection was rejoined with water. You can see it right here. Because this is the 12th and this is the 11th. This is the 11th. Sorry. This is the 12th. This is the 11th. This is the 9th. So the 11th and 9th are right here. This is the 10th. So the 10th reflection was rejoined with water. Man, I need to buy a new fucking arm. My arm keeps, like, just sinking down. Old man Emmett and Elidibus in the library were bad at math. Yeah, an elemental wheel is brought out and said, wait, it was, I could see the reality in which Asians had certain templates for each element, knowing that they couldn't repeat every single rejoining on the element because yeah, it's possible. So this is important. This is, if you're ever talking with me, this is going to be super important. There are lots of things we can speculate on that we have evidence to support. There are tons of things like that. That doesn't mean it's the case. So you can create hypotheses. Also, when I use hypothesis and theory, I'm using them in the more way they're intended, which is hypothesis is I have an idea that's not necessarily supported, but it's an idea. A theory is there is a bunch of evidence that supports the likelihood of this being the case, even though it's not a fact. It's not the case. So I just want to be clear. When I'm saying those, I do distinguish them, and they are distinguished. There is theorization for me between a lot of these things that is supported by evidence, but some of it we just don't know for sure. Time for the annual. You say annual like it's not daily. It's chart time. Repeat after me. It's not a lore stream until the elemental wheel is broken out. But, like, if they had power plant point slides that say, this is how you do 11 rejoining, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Elemental wheel brought out instead. The Asians and I aren't so different. Old man Emmett. Emmett Tuck is definitely somewhere the tism, as the tism. It's possibly that the Asians have the tism. What a quote. Complication basically a collection of very specific tisms. You're not wrong. The 10th, I figure it's just because when Asians visit each reflection, their differences made each more susceptible. No. So also remember the way that the Asians come to be. The unsundered escape the sundering, but then you have the other 10. Yes, because you would have the other 10. Honestly, I should get more posters that I can pull out like this, or at least just save the photos and bring them up in. But if you look at, and this is early on, in EE1. This is one of the first phases in EE1. You got this, right? You got the Wheel of the Asians. We can, well, except for Azem. Azem was on the convocation, but not an Asian. Remove Azem from that. But you've got the 13 here. Of those 3 are unsundered. Ignore those. The thing is that the other 10 are individuals who were sundered Asian reflection members that existed upon one of the other reflections or the source that were risen to the seat of office using the memories within the convocation stones created by the unsundered. What a fucking sentence. That's important because it basically, the sundered Asians could be denizens of reflections they work upon, but not all of them necessarily are. Like Amon, obviously from the source, but you have people like Nabrialis that was from the 12th, I believe. It's in EE1 somewhere. It's possible that Halmarut is from the 9th or from the 4th, especially given her dress. Yeah, other examples like that. Funny that the 10th was water. Yes, very funny. I mean, yeah, also, I would point out, it gets funnier. The 7th was a calamity of astrality, so you're like, okay, well, whatever. But I would point out, the calamity that rejoined the 7th was a giant meteor/moon falling from the sky and crashing into the planet. That's what the 7th reflection was rejoined by. Because Dalamud is what was the calamity that caused it. I think the Asians might pull in Eden, Ifrit, and Garuda and attempt to do a double calamity. I don't think so because I mean, it's possible. Hypothetically, in the past, it could have been possible, but the amount of coordination necessary and the risks involved don't make sense because they're playing a long game. It makes more sense to just go one by one because they do not know the ethereal fuckery, trademark, that could happen if they ended up trying to rejoin 2 at once. Like, the 13th went wrong already. They can't risk more things going wrong. Though it is, if that's even possible to tip a shard to 2. Tripping one reflection to 2 elements is not possible, no. Well, it's not that it's not possible. it would in and of itself prevent the calamity because it's the tilting in one direction that causes so much problems that effectively, like, it needs to be tilted strongly in one direction. Source in theory can flee, but all the reflections will be lost. Yeah. Though if that's even possible to line of conjecture. Yeah. Have the implication that shards cannot cross into the Sea of Stars because it might be the source's Sea of Stars, which would mean that they'd go into space from a shard. You need to, sorry, let me read that again, Infinite. The heavy implication that the reflections cannot cross into the Sea of Stars because it must be the source's Sea of Stars, which would mean that to go to space from a reflection, you need a cross-dimensional veil. Here's a counterpoint to that idea though, Infinite. Also, me and Infinite and plenty of other people have for years and years and years, theorized, not just hypothesized, but theorized that effectively all the reflections exist in the same space, but overlapping dimensionally. This past patch explicitly shows that to be the case. So go us. I would point out the one problem with your theory, Infinite, is that it would at least have to lock in the moon within that dimensional bubble as well, because we know that the Void Scent are able to go to the red moon, right? We know that Golbez obviously can go there. I meant reflection, not each Asen. Okay, like the difference in culture, tech, and stuff, and each made it easier to make a plot to rejoin them. I mean, here's the thing. Chicken or the egg, right, Ken? Because the problem is that how much of the cultures were developed and tilted by the Ascians in their development to be part of rejoinings, because that's usually between Garlemald, Alag, likely what we see when it comes to Alexandria, and oh my god, Lindblum, right? Like the answer, chicken or egg here of not the things were naturally useful for them to tilt as much as it maybe did they naturally tilt them so that they were useful. Very much their MO. Which is very few ways to be achieved. Wait, the 10th being the Calamity of Water, and it's just a giant mollusk whale named Sin. Yeah. And we got Bismarck. Oh, yeah. I mean, Bismarck, yeah. I mean, Bismarck technically is a reference to things before Sin as well. But I'll be talking a lot about Final Fantasy X as we go in further. FF10 can't catch a break. Yeah. So the first Calamity, have it because someone let out... Admittedly, that's funny, but I'm going to carry on. If I haven't done the legwork, but do you think that the calamities have anything to do with the story beats of the previous 13 FF games? No, I can tell you for a fact they don't. I can tell you for a fact that they don't, for a couple reasons. One of which is devs, but I'm not going to throw away dev comments because devs I usually treat as B to C class canon because the text should speak for itself. Here's what we know though. All reflections are mirrors of the source. The fundamental metaphysics of every other Final Fantasy game do not match with 14. It's the same way the 11th reflection, for years I have been saying, the 11th reflection cannot be Vana'diel for a lot of reasons. A lot of reasons. The fundamental metaphysics just don't allow for it. Can they connect to each other because the interdimensional rift is an infinite possibility corridor? Yes, and you know how I know that? Because not only did I theorize it, but Echoes of Vana'diel proved that. But Echoes of Vana'diel is a different discussion altogether. But the other reflections are kind of like the Legati, and that sometimes we learn about them. There are references from them that we can that are allegorical or in reinterpretations of aspect from the other games. So for instance, 10 being water, 7 being tied to Dalamud is, I think, a fun little nod. But you shouldn't think that like, oh, 7 had Midgar or 10 had Spira, both literally or generally. In the same way that I would in no way think the 4th is based off of Final Fantasy IV. I would not expect, like, the Void is more Final Fantasy IV than the 4th reflection will be, right? So, yeah, the answer is no. The story beats of a reflection will not match up with other one of the main things. Now, if your question is the story beat, now the question is will they reinterpret some story beats for other things? The answer is emphatically yes. Like, for instance, aspects of 4 were reinterpreted for Endwalker. Aspects of 3 and 8 were reinterpreted for Shadowbringers. Aspects of 9/11 were reinterpreted for Dawntrail. I personally theorize, and we'll get into it, heavily think that 10 and 13 are going to be really heavily interpreted, not like copied, but interpreted for what's going on in Evercold. But we'll talk about that in a bit. I mean, the 13th is essentially the world of FF4 interpreted. I don't know how you would say that, Blad, because literally that's... Oh, sorry. No, I'm sorry. I flip-flopped. I flip-flopped in my brain. The 13th is essentially the world of FF4 reinterpreted. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Allegorical or alleganical? Yes, correct, Blad. Queen Eternal will show you the worlds beyond. Yep. In terms of theory, Moon are in the dimensional bubble. It doesn't cover just the stars. Yeah, that makes sense, Infinite. Manifesting Mirror City Aspira. There's a lot of things you could be evocative of that. Possibly Mach. What was that to Cataclysm? In reference to Mach? A lot of the cultures are modeled by Ascians yet... Oh, yes, Mach is possibly... that is a hypothesis I have. There's not enough strong evidence, but the idea that the Ascians were tied in some way into Amdapor, Mach, and Nim, or at least specifically to the rejoining that what came about because of the 6th number calamity, is because of their operative MO, highly likely. My hope is that maybe with Occult Crescent, we might actually learn a little bit more about that. A lot of these cultures are molded, but yeah, I haven't done the yeah, we got that. The third being the Allegan calamity, and Alleg being the fourth. Or oh, you mean the third reflection? Because it was the fourth calamity. So it was, yes, it was the third reflection that was Alleg, correct? Which oh yeah, third being Alleg being very, especially with the Crystal Tower 3 coded. That's a good point. Good point. I didn't even think about that. I meant more along the lines of the calamities from the 7th being a meteor and 10 being a flood. Yeah, not the reflections themselves were actually the different games. Yeah, then yeah, I think it's a fun little nod. Yeah, just like we said with 3 here, but I don't think it's like, don't expect it to always be the case, right? Like I don't think the 12th had anything to do with Final Fantasy, like 12 in particular. There's not like a lot with lightning in specific, you know. It would have been funny if it was the 13th reflection, obviously not because of the void, but it was the 13th reflection was lightning because, you know. Hey, lightning returns. Not on the mindset the 4th is going to be a mix of 13 and possibly 5. I'm going hard because we had a lot of 5 already in Endwalker, in Stormblood, Endwalker, and Dawn Trail. Like a lot of 5 already, especially with the Occult Crescent. I'm very strongly think it's 13 and 10, but I'll explain my reasoning in a bit. If Azem is the only one who can cross reflections at this time, with the exception of the Golden Gate to the 9th, Raha summoning to the 1st, Void Gate to the 13th, how is Sion's going to be on the 4th? The Ethos. That's very easy. So, yeah, we'll tackle that real quick. Let me go back to the Evercold trailer. If we skip forward a bit. Also, we're, what, like 2 hours in and we've gotten 17 seconds of the trailer. Welcome to a Eorzean archive stream. This might have to go all week. If you look at this portal, this is a Gate of Ethos. You can tell it is literally, it is the Sunburst Sigil Crest. You can see the lines right there. You can see it again here and everywhere else, and both Estinian and Alfino go through it with them. There's no reason to think that Ethos cannot bring other people with us. It's just that the one time we've used it so far, it did not. Remember, we have one case of its use. One new case of its use that was incidental, right? There's a lot of room to go with its development. So yeah, and then so the thing is that the Gate of Remembrance was created and powered thanks to the key in part. Basically, it was a stitch created in time using the ability of Ethos already. It's basically their attempt to try and control Ethos's power. The first summoning, Raha's summoning to the 1st, yeah, through the Ocular. The Void Gates to the 13th. Remember, Hollows exist on the 1st. So for people who don't remember this, Void Gates exist on the 1st as well, not just the source. Which I know you don't specify. You just say Void Gates to the 13th. But I want to preface this as a reminder because also there is a form of gate in the Pilgrim's Traverse that... Spoilers for Pilgrim's Traverse if you haven't done it. The final floor ends in the 13th. Not just the fight. If you beat the boss that of a Void Scent that ate a Sin Eater, if you go to the final room, you're on the 13th. So, worth remembering that. The source is just the FF12 reflection. Yeah, since we're... source is the SF... that's not the case. No. The source is not just the FF12 reflection. I mean, you can make the point that specifically Lower Oathard is. Like Dalmasca and like a lot of this area being very much. But the idea that the source is 12 reflection, I don't think is borne out. I think you can make just as cogent argument that it's inspired by every single Final Fantasy as you can 12. You can make a much stronger argument that it's inspired by 9 than you can, well, not stronger, but as strong that it's inspired by 9. You can make as just a strong argument that it's inspired by 3. You can make it 4. I mean, literally elements of every single mainline Final Fantasy game exist in the source, with the only exceptions being 15 and 16, which exist in crossovers, but not necessarily as inspired and interpreted designs within the game. But I would point out that Evercold also, design-wise, if you've played 16, is very reminiscent of some of the visual motifs and ideas in 16, which I don't think is an accident. I feel like the number of reflections matching up with the game numbers is done on a... If they can match, they do. Yes. Luke, yeah, Link, 100%, I agree. It's a basis of, if they match, awesome, that's a fun little thing. And then if not, don't worry about it. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of 12 on the source. Yeah, but there is a lot of 12 on the source, specifically if you're talking about Dalmasca and Volnane. And also I'd point out, this isn't 12. Like, Dalmasca is 12. And the Pharos of Ridorana is 12 in, like, the Galix Bend. But there's just as much... Like, all of the Matsuno stuff is a combination of Tactics, Tactics A2, Vagrant Story, 12. Like, it's not just 12, you know? It's 12 if you exclusive... It's very, very 12 if you just focus here. But, like, Golmore... Like, Orbone Monastery isn't 12. Orbone's Tactics, right? Volnane is not 12. Dalmasca's 12, but Volnane isn't 12. Yeah. Not to mention we have to go to Kingdom Hearts, Karnak, and the Occult Crescent. Kingdom of Karnak, which is one of the missing, Karnak is one of the missing 12, because there were 12 city-states in Eorzea during the 5th Astral Era, most of which fell. Of them, we only know 5. We know Mach, Scala, Amdapor, Nim, and Karnak now. But there's still 7 that are missing. I'm going to be playing FF10 soon, but knowing it's a much summier game, how is it going to relate to Evercold? I will talk about that in depth, Blood. I will try to also do so without too many spoilers. I will also tell you, as someone who has been playing Final Fantasy for 25 years. I'm 30, so 25 years. And I've played almost every single Final Fantasy. I played every mainline Final Fantasy game and basically every spin-off. 10 is my favorite single-player one. So I hope you like it. And if you don't, no worries. What did Inquisitor say? I mean, there's a lot of 12. Yeah, we have a whole lot of Evilise Gulg on our... I mean, we don't have a lot of Gulg. We have the Pharaohs of Ritterana, and that's it. I just did an entire video on Gulg, so I can tell you, you know. We have 1 Alliance raid. I want to say something really crass, but I feel like it's going to drive people insane. We have more Nier lore in 14 than we do Gulg lore. We have 1 Alliance raid of Gulg. And that's it. That's all that you have for Gulg. I mean, you have some connective tissue about the idea that the Gulgians became the Locus of Menites eventually and stuff, but yeah. My headcanon is that the Burn is Bikanel, and there's a subtribe of Garleans living in the ruins of Alag. That's not likely for a couple of reasons, but we can definitely talk about it, kid. But I definitely see what you mean with Bikanel Desert. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bikanel show up, though, instead in a reflection at some point. Honestly, Segoli is more Bikanel than anything in a lot of ways. Traveling World would be a critical part of it. Just some Albed Garleans, yeah. Tactics Advanced 2. Dalmasca is comprised of 12. Tactics, Vagrant Story, yeah. Well, not even just Tactics, too. All the Tactics. A bit upset that they chose to do NG. We'll talk about that in a bit instead of the original raid, but if they really want to do mechanics, they should have done Xenogears. I'm not a big Xenogears fan, and maybe I need to give it more of a chance. I'm not saying that Xenogears is bad. I'm just saying I'm personally have not liked what I've engaged with it. And I'm not a huge Evangelion fan, but of the thing, well, we'll talk about that in a bit. Wouldn't X be better suited to Everest? You're thinking too literally. So remember, when they interpret and reinterpret, they are not just doing the thing. Like, the 9th and the Mist Continent is not identical to FF9. Is Alexandria heavily inspired? Is Sphene very parallel to Garle, Otis to Steiner, Zelenia to... why do I always want to say like Hildegard, but it's not. You guys will get me. But yes, but like the Mist Continent and not in FF9 and the Mist Continent in 14 are very different. In that same way, over literalizing what happens in 10 as opposed to what the spirit of what's happening in 10 is what the crux of what we're going to be talking about. Beatrix, thank you guys. Denizens of the Abyss, from Ink of Blackest Night, I summon thee. Also, if you want to know more about Gulg and Ultima and Ultima's Aura sites, I just put out a video not too long ago in a collaboration about all of that as a topic. It's one of our more recent videos. You should definitely check it out. If Ray or Infinite, if you can link it. Okay, but since we're getting sidetracked, let's get back to the trailer. Alexander, they weren't cyberpunk megastructure. No, but they were steampunk megastructure. So back to the original point. We got the reflections and the source. These are the lines from Ethos. Hold fast to what you must and meet your fate without fear. I also want to point out there's a good chance that these lines may not be in the final full trailer. I only say that because there's some other shots in here where like it looks like the fade to black is covering up transitions. There's good to go whatever. More like ever wet. So this is Ethos, and we've got the Crystal Azem. Remember that the charm of Azem put into this is almost certainly much weaker this. Ethos is a relic of the world unsundered. It is not only a powerful artifact that probably contains a large portion of Azem's magic. We don't know. We don't know for sure what it contains, but we know that it reacts to the Azem charm within our crystal. We know that it is the color of Azem. We know it creates a gate that is a symbol of a celestial star and a symbolic star. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, FXIV 7.5 trailer. If we pull up the patch trailer, right? And I already pointed this out literally when it came out. If you look at the representation of the gate, it is two things. It is both a giant circle, like point in the middle, Like it is like literally the symbol on our thing. It is a circle surrounding a central point, which all the convocation stones are the star sign of that seat of the Asen. The star sign of Azem seems to be the sun, is what the thing around which things orbit. And you will see that literally it's that symbol, and then on top of that is a sunburst. Is literally like the symbolic representation of the sun. So, and it's in Azem colors, right? Looks like Omega's face. Yeah. Old stream. I think I had missed a stream, but then I stopped and suddenly I checked the channel and saw you were actually still live. Yeah. A literal dawn trail. That's cute, Blood, and I like that. Sounds like a lot of words of the speaker were based on the words of ethos. Possible. Is ethos made of Auracite? Yes, but remember, Auracite's not Ultima. Okay. If you have not watched my recent video, I want to explain this very importantly. Auracite is a material that is neutrally aspected, a crystalline material that is neutrally aspected, that is able to contain magics, power, or other things without leaking. That is what Auracite is. Ultima's Auracite are Auracite that she has made that she is imbued with her power. So when you just hear Auracite, that does not mean it's tied to Ultima. Ultima has Auracite. White Auracite is just a form of Auracite that is white. It is a neutral container material that does not leak magics or aether. And does it or if it does it very, very slowly. That's why we use it to store an Asen soul and then break, right? That's why this is a piece of Auracite augmented with Allegan blood. Because this in Shadowbringers is Auracite that were created to store the souls of the Scions. But they needed to make sure that not only did the souls of the Scion get stored, if you watched yesterday's stream, I explained memory and soul very thoroughly in there, but the soul, but the Allegan blood can carry memories within it. So these two were augmented together to be able to house the soul and memory of the Scions when teleporting them back to the source. Because remember, there are three things that make up a person, and they are distinct things. Soul, memory, body. They are three separate things. Memory is not just like your brain. In 14's cosmology, it's not just that you like have a brain and that's where all your memory is stored. Memory is a distinct ethereological phenomenon that is stored within a self. And yes, I do buy all these gadgets and gazmos just to be able to use for to show off stuff. Job crystals and Asen crystals are similar in concept to Auracite, right? Yes. Yeah. So they are in effect basically. They're not identical because they're specifically not described as Auracite. They're described as a separate type of crystal function. But in function, they're basically identical. For all intensive purposes, as far as we understand them, they are effectively the same. Yeah. Using God Rays as a pathway is pretty cool. Yep, we have an aura of the sight on others. Yeah. Does anybody have any questions off the back of anything I've explained? Because this is going to be super important as we go through everything. This is the Shadowbringers trailer. Asen crystals, the forbidden fruit. I mean, look, it does look delicious. I'm not gonna lie. So we've got ethos, and technically we don't know for sure that the crystal itself is ethos, but for simplicity, we're just gonna call the crystal ethos because that is how they refer to it. So we've got the shot from the 1.0 trailer. This is the 2.0 trailer. You can tell from the job, but also this is the 3.0 trailer, 4.0 trailer, 5.0 trailer, that's Shadowbringers. Both of these are Shadowbringers. Endwalker. And then 1.0 again, 2.0 again. Still, this is the beginning of 3.0 after you take off your cloak when you see the not Hraesvelgr on the bridge. So this is 3.0, 4.0, 4.0 again. 5.0, that's Shadowbringers. This is Shadowbringers. That's when you're charging at the Angel, Endwalker, Dawn Trail. And then we have two Dawn Trail shots because we have another one. Yeah, and then Dawn Trail again. So 7.0. This is where there's a cut somewhere in here. And I'm going to show you why. Watch this real quick. So you see the planets and the reflections. You see the source also shining. And also all of them are kind of like being pulled into the source. Go forth and discover. Importantly, not unite the stars into one. Not into, unto. I very strongly am telling you right now, there's no way to cause a rejoining that will not cause genocide. It's impossible. You can't. Can we find a way to link the ethereal seas of the reflections and have them exist in harmony together or like within the same like physical space or something, yes, that might be something we can do. But you cannot rejoin them without causing a loss of like a star's worth. You cannot rejoin them without genocide, without a destruction of history, culture, language. Like it's not possible. But you can. That doesn't mean we can't connect them. So spinning, they're all joining. Let them bar your path. And interestingly, right, it's pulling like all the reflections, right? Interestingly, but if you, and then right as they're finishing, kind of uniting them, you have a glow, and then the crystal of Zem's shadow. Also, what's funny is this looks a lot like the Creative Business Unit 3, or not Creative, Creative Unit 3's logo, like where it does the flame thing. In case some of you guys have never noticed, every time in every trailer, they hide the Square Enix logo somewhere. Like for an Endwalker, it's in the footprint. In Shadowbringers, it's... Where is it? But anyways, I think it's when you see the first. It's in like the dust at first, yeah. Notice the crystal and ethos are orbiting like two small dots on the Asen crystal. Yep, good call. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Google Fujoshi. Why are we talking about Fujoshi? Ethos is also Cortastic. Because the magic crystal and ethos are so similar, might it cause a feedback loop to enhance the magic of each other? It depends. If ethos is effectively just a more powerful version of our soul of the crystal of Zen that we house already, it's not necessarily that it's... There's a lot to depend. Us owning the crystal is kind of like a signifier of office, but there's no reason to necessarily assume that it is... It depends. There's a lot to depend for now. This is what I've been saying too. I think we're linking them in a stable way, not combining them. For years, since I've been making lore, people keep talking about, oh, let's rejoin the reflections. And I don't know if people understand, you can't rejoin a reflection. You cannot rejoin a reflection without killing everyone on it. It's definition, not like there needs to be definitionally, you can't do that. Like a rejoining requires entire star turned into aether, absorbed by source. That is the definition of a rejoining. So just so it's very clear, you definitionally can't cause a rejoining without killing. Or at absolute best, getting everyone off the reflection and then destroying their home. It's culture, it's history, it's everything about it. There's no way. But the idea that we can connect them, especially when, what is the thing that Warrior of Light is famous for? Connecting people in places. It's like our thing, our MO, right? Like that is it's arguably the superpower. It is the job of a Zem to wander and connect, right? That is, so it makes a lot of sense. My suspicion at the end of the saga will have other reflections, our planets on the night sky. Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, 100%. I think you're right. Either that or something akin to that. I think if you could find a way to connect their ethereal seas in a loop, almost like seasons or something, you could do, especially if we have Levin, storms, if we have ice, winter, if we have, wind, which is like fall or summer, and then like earth, which is, you could do something like that. I don't think that's what they're going to do, but just as a random idea. Yeah, I suppose that most correct world should be connect. Yeah, I just want to, I'm not tired because I don't get annoyed by being it, but I do want it understood that if you're advocating for rejoining, like the Winterers are, you're advocating for genocide. I'm not saying that and judgmental. I'm not like angry about, I'm not like saying that like, but I am saying like you are like, you can't escape that. You factually are, if you want to cause rejoinings, are committing genocide. It is the case. Like, you can argue me about whether it's the right move, like the Winterers do, because we're going to kill the few to save the many. That's fine. But you can't argue that you're not committing genocide. There are a lot of also lore reasons to not do full rejoinings, like not being able to access old zones. Well, that's not a lore reason. That's a mechanical reason. But yes, you're not wrong. Your point stands, but it's not even a lore issue as much as a gameplay issue. Yeah, they're not going to do a WoW calamity. Yeah, no. Talking everything Evercold take 2. Yeah. Would it be possible to have more denizens of the other reflections to other worlds we've discovered on the source? Would it be possible to move the denizens of other reflections to other worlds we've discovered on the source? Here's a question, Monston. If you moved all the people of the source onto the first, assuming that the first can sustain their life, let's just assume that. What about Ul'dah? What about Limsa? What about all the places you love? What about all their history, their culture, the legacy? What about the flora and fauna? What about the all the different creatures of all the? What about the chocobos? What about the It's not as simple as just can you move people, right? It's not that. It's not. It's bigger than that. And also I would point out, can you move all the people? We've seen this before. What was the plan to deal with the final days, Charlian? We cannot save everyone. We're going to create an arc. We're going to work as hard as we possibly can and save as many people as we can, because the best we can hope for is to save whoever we can. That's the best we can do. We can't dare to think that it can be any different, right? Like, we've already seen this. We've already seen this thought process. But Marim, I disagree, because Alexandria is in the source now. Only Sunder don't. Alexandria's not in the 9th anymore. Yes, but do you notice how it obliterated? Remember, Yasulani used to be a flourishing place that was thriving, had its own flora and fauna. And Alexandria being rejoined to it via dimensional compression with the key destroyed Yasulani. Like, yeah, Alexandria's here. Alexandria's fine, because you used a localized bubble using the key to cause a specific spatial dimensional compression within one area, but you destroyed the life and all the people upon the source because they didn't do dimensional compression. The dimensional compression of Alexandria is not a rejoining in the sense of a rejoining where you turn the thing into Aether. They took the area and dimensionally compressed it via the key and the gate in order onto a specific location. They just happened to rejoin and destroy the area beneath and within the bubble more so than Everkeep. So, like, you're right. Everkeep survived, but not everyone did. And again, that's also not a rejoining in the sense of what we're talking about when you rejoin a reflection. We're talking about what we're talking about when we're talking about rejoining a reflection. Dimensional compression, rejoinings are a type of dimensional compression, to be clear. Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1 also covers this some. But did I keep the, yeah. This is what we're talking about, right? You cannot do this, right? Because it inherently, you're converting the reflection into Aether and rejoining that Aether, right? Because the point is that you want to bring the things back together in co-harmony. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV lore streams with Eorzean Archives, where we stream for, I don't even know how long we've been going for, where we stream for 2 hours and we get 1 minute into the trailer. Dude, we still have the keynote to do. You can only teleport the folks on a small chunk of another reflection, i.e. Solution 9. Yeah, do you think that kind of locks in the rest of the expansion having to do with each remaining shard? No, because we still have... The thing is that there's a lot of different things we can yet see. And the thing is that we don't know that, like, for instance, let's say we succeed here, but we learn a lot of cosmological phenomena or other things about the solstice or within that. For instance, the question is do we need to then be like, okay, we have lightning and Levin and ice kind of figured out, but we don't know what to do with the other reflections right away. But we also know we need to figure out fire and water. Do we deal with Mericidia? Do we go out to the Sea of Stars? Do we deal with, like, do we deal with the interdimensional rift beyond the bounds of just where we are? There's space and time to worry about. So no, does each expansion just need to be another reflection? Fuck no. Could it be? Yes. Could they do 2 reflections in one? Yeah, especially with some of the new tech they're working on, it may be easier to do. And especially if I'm right and the way that maps are doled out in 8.0, if maps are doled out differently, like if I'm right about my hypothesis, if maps are very different in 8.0, it opens the gate for things to be very different in general going forward. And I wouldn't make assumptions based off of historical patterns. I was surprised that Yoshi P was surprised that anyone recognized North aesthetic if they showed off. He said that they were trying to be subtle. Remember, Alec, that he's coming from a Japanese background where the inculcation of North's iconography and imagery is not as ubiquitous as it is in the West generally and in America and Western Europe in specific. I mean, honestly, I guess just broadly the West. So I do think if they were trying to be more subtle, if you look at some of the choices of what they went with, I just think for all of us, we're immediately like, that's a longhouse. That's we know that shit. Yeah, do you think they kind of locks in the rest? Yeah, not to mention it was a way to save those innocents. The risk, not just destruction of civilization, also overpopulation, the source of calamity. Yeah. Best case scenario, evacuate the entire reflection onto the source, then cause a mass calamity on the source. I mean, I don't know that that's the best case. Remember, if I had to pick maybe the single strongest theme that unites all of 14 storytelling, the #1 strongest thing, it is that all loss of life is a tragedy. Right? That's why you can have a story that's lower in stakes in 14 and it can matter just as much, because the unnecessary loss of life is tragedy, right? It doesn't matter if what we're dealing with is gods or the smallest thing, right? The expansion should start with us warning the other main city states what's happening. It depends, because to somewhat maybe, but if there's nothing they can do upon the source, we may be informing them through secondary liaisons like Tataru and whatever. But the question only is if we need help or there's something they can do. Does that make sense beyond just broadly being informed by someone like Tataru? You can't do it without making the game into a mess of population splitting instances of the other. Yeah, yeah. And there's the line Zeno says in 7.5, Zero says in 7.5, how the reflections would be able to help each other with their fights. Yeah, which has already been established, which was established really, really early, but made extremely clear in 6.x. Yeah. Big flashing signpost over way forward. Yeah. We'll be 100% bringing down the barriers without smushing the shards together. Agreed, Demons. Someone translated what the Japanese trailer said, and it's connect the stars or tie the stars together. Yes, so I know enough Japanese that we'll be talking about some of the Japanese translations in later on, for sure. As Halmarut said, she wants to Warrior Lights to see for yourself, and I think that's when we find another solution that doesn't involve Billy instead, kind of like Shadowbringers. Exactly, but also at the same time, remember, Halmarut condemns us. She says, you're being like Xenos in that you are willingly saying, no, I'm doing it my way and I don't care what the risk is. She simultaneously says, you see for yourself, because I think she wants to convince us that she's right, and also warns us and condemns us at the idea of going our own way of trying to save things at any and all costs, and how that is an echo of Xenos. It doesn't mean we're the same, but it is the same mindset. And she's not wrong. She's wrong, but she's not wrong, which is what makes an interesting antagonist. Not necessarily villain, but antagonist. It can also be villain. And I finally caught up with the stream. Welcome back, Shadow. I've been pointed out already, but this animated tapestry is given into... Yes, yeah, it very much feels like if any of you guys have seen House of Dragon Season 2. Maybe she said that specifically didn't show the names of the zones, show for a reason. Yes, I can tell you, Alec, because of other past FanFest, definitely. It also destroyed Kefkiwa. Yeah. Well, no, we don't know that the rejoinings, the dimensional compression of Alexandria was killed Kefkiwa. I don't believe so, Pucka. I think we're led to believe that she died of other causes. You can definitely, please correct me if I'm wrong. Not to mention the terrible idea, major issue being starvation of overpopulations. Yeah, and all sorts of issues from that. So besides where they move stuff. Yeah, I imagine the true solution to stopping rejoining involves sharing elements between opposing reflections as we start doing the first in the void. Yep. I think you're right, Clipso. I wonder if we've been net positive, net negative. 11 bubble around Alexandria was despair. Probably net negative in the short term, Shadow, because it would require that, remember, you need the high amounts of Levin to make Electrope function. So quickly, Alexandria would need to learn how to function without high amounts of Levin energy to power their Electrope. And that could cause mass issues unless they wean off it over time. Plus the other issues around flora and fauna. We were able to save the world from annihilation before, so while hard, we have the option to find another way. Yeah. Even just connecting shards, that's us doing Radical Hope. Even just connecting shards like a contradiction, but the secondary, I suppose, completely. Yeah. I mean, geopolitical issues, though, are like the bread and butter of this game as well, right? Whether it's even currently. Dealing with geopolitics is literally a fundamental component of every expansion. Name one expansion where major geopolitics is not at the heart of it in some way. Name one. I dare you. Uldan Gridani already had a hard enough time dealing with Garibani refugees, and that's only a single nation of Atheris. Yeah. It's crazy. So the fast ones. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to probably skip over this to get back and going. But you guys are having great conversations. Okay. So, like I said, we got the Square Enix logo.
One more time. It's my favorite story.
Oh, it's not loading. Give me a second. Hi. Okay, the trailer's just not loading for some reason. Let's reset it.
It's my favorite story.
Oh no, I'm just an idiot. It's just dark for that long. So, the young Al-Ra child says, one more time, it's my favorite story. Yes, she has black horns, but remember, that doesn't necessarily make her a Zayla. Because you can have similar physical traits across reflections, but you may have different names, like Mistel and Mikote, right? The fact that the Drawn on the first don't use the same nomenclature as the Rain and the Zayla and the Thavnari and Al-Ra.
Oh, you know it better than me by now.
Old lady says, you know it better than me by now.
But if you...
Importantly, you can see the old lady has a Mikote tail over here. It's funny because it looks more like a Seeker of the Sun tail than it does a Keeper of the Moon. Which is just, it's more the like Shaggy Dog version. But you can see the young child here. I'm pretty sure that's a boy. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't know, but that would, either's possible. I I have a question. So considering the sundering, did Pandemonium get sundered? Potentially. It depends on the geographical location. Yeah. Well, yes, because it ends up in the Ethereal Sea. Yes. So the answer is yes. But the question is, like, that doesn't... It depends on whether it would continue to persist within the reflections in the way that it does on the source because of reasons around Athena. So, yes, but that doesn't mean it still exists. I'm onto two minds of Talmud. Being able to change her mind would be absolutely satisfying, but then getting this close to doing it and then failing would also be so compelling. This is the great thing. I think right now, every antagonist we have set up, whether it's Calyx or Halmaruch or other people we see, are extremely compelling, whether they have an arc of changing their mind or they're stay in their ways. I think both versions of that story are incredibly satisfying and powerful. So I think as long as they execute, whichever way they go, as long as they execute it well, it'll be a success in my opinion. Dwarves had mixed Plainsfolk and Dunesfolk eyes, which not really making sense if you think about it, but showing lack of difference between clan on the first. Yeah. This is also why I'm thinking the time stuff. How many elderly characters do we know who are significant? Okay, I want to do a prequel reminder. What I mean by that is people, when the prequels were coming out for Star Wars, people were obsessed with making everything connected. I want it to be emphatically considered that this is just not someone we know. Don't assume this is someone we know. This is on the fourth, almost like this is on the fourth for sure. Both from the aesthetics, the fact of what they're talking about in the story, this is going to be on the fourth. I'll put money on that. 99% certain. Don't assume this is someone we know. Don't assume that this is an old Y'shtola or just maybe this is just someone new, right? I read the child as a boy, but I guess it's that at that age it's probably meant to be ambiguous. Yeah, and I mean honestly, the answer is it doesn't actually matter. I think in the short term. For all we know, it's Flamine, but cold. Yeah. This is also why I'm thinking time stuff. How do we know who are significant enough to cover up like this? The thing is Seb, is you have to remember this person being covered up could be someone new, but them being covered up is being covered up maybe because of the 8.0 MSQ itself. The same way, think like the Exarch being covered up, right? Exarch's a bad example because it was someone we know, but like I'm just saying that the assumption that this is being hidden just because it's someone we know, I think is, don't assume. Meowed. Quick question about rejoinings. When those happen successfully, does the other reflection Ethereal Sea get joined with ours? Yes, but not. But the souls within it are rejoined to the individuals, right? So it's not that like the souls then come from that Ethereal Sea and they can be reborn. That 1/14th is rejoined to the other individuals of the source. And the people of the source become more rejoined and dense. So you are not just killing them, but you are effectively eradicating their soul in so much that it is rejoined to an individual. Old Mikote is Eladea's reincarnation, and the Outer Child is Emetsel's reincarnation. Just because the Exarch was one of the worst kept reveals doesn't mean... Okay, but the thing is, Xehanordo, that's only true in retrospect. At the time, a lot of people did not call that and know that. I'm not saying that if you were paying attention in the know, you were not surprised. But people, there's a revisionism of history that it was not something that everybody knew. Did people feel the impact of the rejoining in their Aether? Yeah, I mean, like, think about what happened after the 7th Umbral Calamity, right? There could be something else surprising about the cloaked figure's appearance. Not necessarily that. Yeah, it could be a Mikote, but they don't have Mikote ears, right? Like, what if they don't have Mikote ears and they're showing that, hey, you know, this person is an interracial, like half. This person is their father was a Hyur, or their mother was a Hyur, but their father was a Mikote, and they have a tail of a Mikote, right? That's one of my most biggest videos on the channel is about this as a piece of lore, right? Emmett Selga, because that was a big hint for Graha. What about 5.3, Bamha? Probably to distract the two nodes from the calamity around them. If you haven't played through Crystal Tower in a while, it'd be barely... Guys, remember, when 5.0 came out, Crystal Tower was not required. In 5.0, when you played it, if you didn't have to play the Crystal Tower, it was only required in 5.3. I mean, that might have been what we were referring to. That when patch 5.3 came out, it became required. You could get to the scene where you meet Grahatia. After, like, you could meet that scene, the reveal, the hood come off, and you didn't have the option to say his name because you had never met him. That was a thing that could happen. Yes, people, again, this is why It's important to not just look at the game as it is now, but to look at the context of the time. When 5.0 came out, Crystal Tower was not mandatory. It was not mandatory till over a year after it came out, because the story that they wanted to tell in the 5.3 required it. They wanted to tell a story that made it mandatory. They bent their backs. They bent so backwards over themselves to make nothing required and nothing mandatory that was not the MSQ, and then until they couldn't anymore. Or they have glowy eyes like the Owry Man in the trailer. Yeah, and so they could change their form. People guessing that the throw wide the gates was Graha for less common than people would have you believe. Yes. Yeah. Alas, curtain call. Yeah, so just remember, yeah, if you're the kind of person that pays attention to everything, you had a clue, but a lot of people do. I can tell you, guys, think about how much time I'm having to explain, how much time I've spent so far this stream to explain rejoinings, when 3 separate cutscenes in the MSQ explain it in explicit terms. Right? And y'all care. You guys are on a lore stream watching discussion on Evercold. Most people will never watch a single YouTube video or ever watch Evercold or read an Encyclopedia Eorzean or anything. And heavens knows they'll never read the wiki, hopefully, because the wiki... Oh my god, I'm going to start about the wiki. Okay. To all people who put effort into making the wikis work, I know that you are appreciated. To everyone out there who takes their headcanon and puts it on the wikis as fact, or cites a source on wikis in 14, and then that source does not say the thing they say it says, I curse you. I curse your name. To everyone here, I cannot implore you emphatically enough, never ever use the Final Fantasy XIV wikis as a source for lore information unless it has a primary source that you have verified. I beseech you not to. The amount of things that are just factually, and I don't mean like, oh my, I feel like the theory suggests this way. Like, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like factually wrong on the wikis is insane. So yes, for all that is holy, please do not use the wikis as your primary source of lore information. You should, however, use things like T-Tools, the tool that we made. Not because of, oh, I'm better, but because it literally is only pulling the text from the game, and therefore you don't have to trust me. You can just literally primary text everything. Elio, that's just a polite way to call us a bunch of nerds. I mean, we are a bunch of nerds. Elio said the other day about how bad people are at remembering what something was in context at the time. I've been saying this for 20 plus years for both games and real life. Yeah, mood Fido. I have a theory. That it's a demon? A dancing demon? Nah, something isn't right there. Owry Woman in the Hood is the Oracle of Frost, aka Ring Gun. Oh, that's an interesting thought. Normal people don't bother with lore. I know before I follow League of Legends. Yeah. Even as small as tiny optional dialogue from the NPC involved between actual story quests and cutscenes. Yeah. So maybe they are glowing and can see other things. Nope, since everything takes place in a time bubble, you always do Crystal Tower before Shadowbringers. Yes, correct. There is a factual order to the way events happen in the game, even if you play them out of order. Talking about the wiki, it says Xenos was betrayed by Fandaniel during Endwalker. Thoughts on that? You need to define betrayed. Fandaniel betrayed Xenos in so much that he did something different with their Zodiarch plan than was intended, but Xenos kind of was always the, I don't care, you're just a means to the end, I just want my fight. So, betrayal is a strong word, but not entirely inaccurate. But again, do not use the wikis. I really hope the devs eventually backdate the Unending Codex to start giving easy access to relevant information without these concepts are actually introduced in earlier info when. Yeah. I think they have backdated a lot, Vero, but you're not wrong. Again, Infinite has just linked T-Tools. It is a free tool you can use. Search any word in the game and you will get every instance of it in every item, every quest tag, every side quest, everywhere. Please use it. It is for everyone. I don't care if you credit me. I don't care if, well, credit V. V built it. But my main thing is become smarter, learn more about the lore, become more accurately informed, and also spread it to other people. I don't even care if they know it's the Eorzean archives that made it or whatnot. I just care that people are more informed. It's not just 14. I was watching videos on comic books lore where the creator ran into someone doing the exact same thing. Yes, it's very common. It's sadly extremely common. What was the resource you just mentioned? The link that Infinite just posted, the T-Tools. Boop that like button. Boop that out. Thank you. Reminder that for the longest time, Lullafell on Kryle's page was saying that her full name was Kryle Mare Baldezian. Yeah. Betrayal of Promise. Yeah, with no source whatsoever. Yeah. Like, FF16 handles its codex stuff really well, and the entire change-based... yeah, the active time lore stuff. Yeah, it's very cool. Link to it. It's the link that Infinite posted. Yeah. Infinite, if you could post it every, 30 minutes or so, I'd appreciate it just for new people coming in.
Insist. Yeah, it's better than me by now. But if you insist...
Also, you'll notice that everything about this, if you're familiar, in the Western world with things like Beowulf and, other forms of Scandinavian Nordic folklore, I mean, the furs, the everything, this is very, Northwestern European, Greenland, Scandinavia, like that. All of us see this and we know what vibe, that Viking vibe, the Norse vibe, we know what vibe this is going for immediately, right? And I mean, the other imagery we've already seen.
Yes! All right, I'm ready.
And you can even see a lot of, like, not as much exactly here, but the floral and Celtic knot patterning. You can see what I think is drying fish, which is very interesting. Do you think the Zayla on the 4th are supposed to be parallel to Zaylas on the source? No. All the races exist across the reflections, all the playable ones, but remember that they're spread apart by up to 10,000 years of time difference. So they've gone the clans, which is the sub races, have gone very different ways. They're right now, the single thing that parallels them is that they also have black horns, but that's also true of some of the Drawn, and the Drawn are not parallel to the Zayla in any way. Well, I mean, they're not parallel culturally. And we also don't even know that the Aura of the 4th are even ultimately Norse coded. We know that the architecture and a lot of the stylings are. That doesn't mean that their culture and everything is. I think it is, but love you, Infinite. Love you, Ray Ray. Playlet Loporits. Yes, we'll talk. Yeah. Well, not playable. For sure not going to be playable. Because the amount of work that would have to, well, I shouldn't say for sure. Very unlikely they'd be playable for a couple reasons, but style brooch the old lady and the one the guy's wearing is also very Norse. Yeah, there's just a ton of stuff. Even the basket weave clothing, the basket weave here is something that's usually associated with European churches, especially within the North and island regions. The only reason I know that is because I made a film-accurate Kylo Ren cosplay when I was working in cosplay professionally, and finding basket weave is a pain in the ass.
Tell me about the promised land.
We need a proper white-scaled Aura lore explanation. There is one. The Rain? The Rain went under the Rain used to be the part of the Zayla. They left. They went under the water and using the knowledge of the Kojans created their own bubble societies and there is explanation for the Rain. I mean, there's explanation. I think I have a video explaining this from like 5 years ago. Weren't Yugiri's horns greenish too? No, they're white and pinkish, but she's a Rain. It's white and pink.
I'm ready.
Also, interestingly, she's casting a spell to light the... So this is a wick that's in a bowl of oil, which also could mean that they hunt whales or other giant or other like creatures that produce a lot of oil. That's usually how you would get something like that. I think it technically could also be liquefied wax, but I don't think, because it would solidify room temperature, I'm pretty sure it's just oil.
You insist.
Yes!
There's also an interesting thing here, too.
Be by now. But if you insist.
Yes!
Okay, no, you can't see her mouth move when she says that.
All right, I'm ready.
But yeah, so you've got the bowl of oil lighting the wick with flame. There's nothing about that magic that inherently would imply anything specific. Plenty of people can use magic to do stuff like that. There's nothing that in and of itself can imply. Yeah, it's an oil lamp wick, yeah. We called the Rain down to Eorzean. Not to mention her flawless and somatic manifestation of flames could imply that she's a druid or archmage. I mean, it implies that she has magical capability, which is an incredibly, in a very broad sense, a very common skill. So it's really hard to make any sense. Yeah, did I hear what? Yugiri did have unique scales, but she's clearly a Rain. I mean, she's just clear. Remember, we meet her parents. Like, yeah, like we meet her parents. Also in Volume Chronicles of Light, you have the short story about her leaving. Like, her whole story is about leaving Suino Sato and choosing to work for Doma and fight for the world, right? Like, specifically, we know her entire life. Way she hiding her own face from the kid, though. I mean, it's possible she's not hiding her face because the kid knows her, but it keeps her shrouded to, like, because of warmth or, like, clearly there's some dramatic license here, right? But we don't know that, like, she is hiding from the kid. I do like the idea that her eyes may be blue and the idea that the Man of Frost may be taking different forms for a couple reasons. One of which is if they happen to be Pastra, Altimud, or Delafon, well, they're Asen, so changing different forms is no thing. But also, Halmrut even offers to make a new body and make a new form for Calyx. He refuses her, but there's no reason that even if a Winterer wasn't a member of one of the Sundered Asians, why he may not be able to take on different forms for different reasons. This is why we can be encountered in other reflections race, and we know we created later, like Ixali. Yes, the Ixali, for instance, were created as a byproduct of Alag and the Ixalian. Yeah, that's why they're not on other reflections. Yeah, the Ixali were Alagan creations, therefore will never meet an Ixali on another reflection. Correct. Yes.
Ready. Tell me about the promised land.
Tell me about the Promised Land. Obviously, for those who have played 7, the idea of the Promised Land, the idea of a land once promised is a thing. However, Promised Land more broadly is existence in fantasy and elsewhere. It's not exclusive to 7. I don't think that you should see that as 7 coded as much as it's the conceptual idea of like the land of the ancients and the Promised Land may be like interpreted and coded, but it doesn't mean that I think 7 itself broadly is going to be very 7. But yeah, the Promised Land, I think it wouldn't be weird to think about it the way it's talked about is not unakin to how the land of the ancients in, obviously in 7. But also because we're talking a lot about Norse stuff, obviously ideas like Midgard and other nomenclature around some things from 7 could pop up. You even have a tree. We're going to be talking a lot about Yggdrasil. We're going to be talking a lot of Fimbulwinter. We're going to be talking about a lot of Ragnarok. We're going to be talking about Ouroboros. We're going to be talking about, and again, if a lot of you have either read or watched stuff where people have already done this or know more than me, forgive me. I have not had a chance to talk about it. I'm not the most versed, but I get a suspicion that because I was able to catch a lot of this, a lot of other people probably were too.
Long, long ago.
So importantly, what she's talking about was long, long ago. I also want to make a really quick point that what we're about to see, the tapestry we're about to see, does not inherently mean that is what she's talking about for a couple different reasons. But she's saying long, long ago. But what we're about to see may be what she's talking about, but it may not be. So we're going to watch carefully.
In a time few yet recall.
So long, long ago in a time few yet recall.
Life prospered, for the world was rich in plenty.
Life prospered and the world was rich in plenty. Obviously, from what she's saying, it's very likely that what we're about to see here is a representation of it, but we'll go on more on that in a bit.
Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end.
Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end. I think what they're going to do is that there's going to be multiple trees that were the sentinels. I don't think it's just like some trees. I mean, I think there are literally like world trees or like trees that were, think almost like the Aoife tree from 9, right? And I think there were more than that they, and the reason I see that is because we see what looks to be one of them later on after the frost. Also, I'm going to be doing a frick ton of hypothesizing from here. Nothing I'm saying here is a theory because it's only rooted in this one trailer and the keynote, which is not enough to make very sound evidence. But I will be right about some of this. I will be wrong about some of this. Probably wrong about a lot of this. They do a really good job of zigging when you expect them to zag. But just, we're doing this for fun and engaging with a lot of the thoughts. Cool.
From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great seas.
From towering peaks sprang rivers, feeding into and creating vast seas. Right? This is the world before the frost. We know because of what she says next after this. We see this and we see this crystal. And obviously, this crystal and some of the other stuff has some 16 vibes.
And noble kingdoms flourished.
And noble kingdoms flourished. There is something really interesting, though, about this shot, which is that the horizon line here could just be a horizon line, but we know that there are floating islands. This may actually not be representative of the world before the frost. This could be a world after the frost, or, more importantly, this could be the world, this could be the world before the frost, or this could be one of the islands after the frost, or this could be one of the islands before the frost, because the islands may have existed beforehand. You also see these crystals elsewhere. These also crystals could be the tree, but we see another place that those crystals might be somewhat relevant.
And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught.
One of the other things I will point out about the architectural stylings that's very interesting, and we'll see this throughout, is that they're both Gothic and Norse, which is a very interesting composite. Also, you can see down here some dragon or other sort of creature spewing water from... This crystal is possibly a giant water crystal. And I think it likely is for a couple of other reasons I will say. But this is probably perpetuating a lot of the water. And you'll notice that all the islands have 4 elements, and also the giants... which, since we're talking about Norse, I'll call Jotun. I'm sure someone, yeah, I'll call them Jotun. That's what me and B were calling them. You'll see that each of them has a crystal of an elemental alignment in the chest, but we'll get to that in a sec. We're popping out of here still in our Viper. Because we're in our Viper and not the Reaper, this is probably earlier on in the story. This is not the first time that we've seen us in an earlier outfit. Shadowbringers, you have us in the Samurai outfit and the other outfits until we become Dark Knight. Not Dawntrail, Dawntrail's a bad example. In Stormblood, obviously we start as Monk. And then or start as Samurai, swap between the two. We would start as Warrior and then become Dragoon in Heavensward. So this is probably euphemistic of an earlier part of the story. This is us dropping through a gate of ethos, and we've got Alfino and Estinian behind you. I also want to point out something interesting. There's also a possibility that either there is someone else joining us that's cut out, or someone else joins us at a later part of this shot. And the reason I say that is you'll notice our party is a DPS, and a healer. What are we missing? A tank. So gate of ethos, Estinian and Alfino drop out. These guys, very this ring, I forget what it's used for, but this is this like sort of ring accent exists on like as jewelry and on houses and stuff. And you can also see a lot of other like Nordic knot sort of vibe stuff, as well as the crystals that they're sort of carrying. Also, if you've played 13, this feels very 13-ish, though a little bit more theological than mechanistic. No notes. Absolute peak. So you notice they all turn around because there's more of the guys that are showing up. There's no other gate of ethos, and as long as we have ethos, presumably no one else can just open a gate of ethos. So the idea that someone else, one of our other allies, is just going to join us after this would be weird. But the idea that this shot, which is going to sort of fade out in a second, the idea that there might be a like someone from the fourth shows up who's the tank, rather than the tank job being from the source or somewhere else, could be from the fourth itself. Although the problem with that is that then you can't have the trainer. You would kind of need it to be on the source, because otherwise you couldn't have the trainer for it be at one of the main cities. But maybe they'll forgo that at this point. Maybe the main trainers won't be the same. If it's not, it would still have to be someone that some way would be it. Maybe in 7.55, someone from the fourth ends up on the source too. Maybe we meet an ally on the fourth who from the fourth is able to come to the source. So like, see, this shot fades out, and it fades out like with the clouds and stuff. So it's less of a like normal fade, or less of an odd fade. It's possible that this is just the shot as it is, but the idea that there might be more to that shot, I think, is pretty possible. So this is obviously the land before the frost set in, because we see the frost set in a second.
But then came the relentless ice.
But then came the relentless ice, right? Also, I know that some people think that the idea that we're fighting up here is this is somehow back in time because it's before the thing. But notice something. You see all these clouds here. Multiple times in the Keynote and elsewhere, you'll notice there's a huge, strong cloud cover between what seems to be the world above and the world below. It's exemplified in a bunch of different places. I think the idea here is that this is still the world above, so the world below could still be covered in ice, because we know that they fled to the sky. I don't think that this is like back in time before the ice came. Wasn't Dancer in the Shadowbringers trails? Yes, but Dancer is also a Thavnarian thing, and Gunbreaker exists in Bosnia. It's not that it can't be represented, but you would need a way to learn it. So for instance, if it was a practice very specific to the fourth, it wouldn't make sense that you would, how do you get a version of being taught that on the source, right? It's not that you can't represent it on there. It's not that you couldn't have any job existing on the fourth. It's that you would need a reason and justification why you could learn that also on the source. And if there's no practitioners of it on the source, how do you do that?
Then
they will not forget. Yoshi was literally apologizing for locking Heavensward job behind Ishgard access. Yeah, that's true, Infinite. I think you're right. I think it's very unlikely given past statements. I think the only thing that potentially supports it is Evolved being seen as like a really move forward with them only having Evolved, but even that I don't think is a good justification. So I think you're probably right.
came the relentless ice.
Then came the relentless ice. Every job since Stormblood has had jobs in 3 starting areas. States, yes, yeah.
The world grew cold.
And the world grew cold. Hori, I will point out, don't forget, they are other Scions who are coming to join us. We are explicitly told there are other Scions who are further afield who are coming back to join us. I don't know. One example could be someone like Fordola and Arnvald. Just saying. You want to have a guard. You want to have someone who represents. Imagine that Arnvald has a job. Manages to heal himself, because we're told that he doesn't know if he'll walk again. He absolutely will never. But either if he becomes healed, or he is able to use a job that helps him. He is a child of rape from Garlean, right? So he's half Garlean, half Hur. And like him using a job that is a combination of like Garlean tech and Hurian like magics or something could be rad as hell. But we like Hori. Oh, I love Hori Boulder too. I'm not saying I don't want Hori Boulder. I'm just saying, remember, there are other characters too. It's not just them. Rodilla isn't a proper scion though. Well, I mean, she effectively works for them. If you're talking about the main crew, maybe not. But I mean, if you look at 5.x and then the healer storyline in practice, yeah. I mean, let Real replace Sacred. I think you're going to lose that fight. If Hori Boulder doesn't come with us, and if there's not a joke about his name in the ice phase, I will be so upset. I think the recent cutscene, the first time Hori Boulder's been voiced since 2.3. Hori Boulder's voice also is voiced by the voice for Vitra and, oh my god. My favorite samurai. This is so heartbreaking. Oh my god. Gosetsu. Yes, thank you, Gosetsu. Yeah, so Hori Boulder's voice is this voice also for Gosetsu. And also, no, Hori Boulder is voiced in 6.0. Hori Boulder has some lines when they're sending you off in 6.0. So 2.3 is not the last time that he was voiced. But Gosetsu, Vritra, Hori Boulder, and I think he does at least one other voice that I know of. Gosetsu became a geomancer. He did not become a geomancer, no. He is practicing Shugendo, but he's not a geomancer. He's practicing some aspects of it. If you look at the short story in, he's practicing some of the aesthetic practices of Doma, but he didn't become a geomancer, no. Unless someone wants to prove me wrong, which please do. As always, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, and please cite your source, because I would like to learn. If you're more Scions, joining us is only for 7.55, but we're going in our first portal to the 4th with the A team. I mean, there's a very strong chance that, I mean, it's not all or nothing, too. Remember, we're fighting a war on multiple fronts here. It's not just the 4th that's going wrong. We need to deal with the 8th and the 11th and the 13th and the 1st, right? It's not just, like, if we could create portals to the other reflections and send different groups to try and work together, right? I fear Hien. No, because Hien's a ruler of side. Hien's not. Gosetsu could join us, but Hien couldn't. Because Hien's ruling Doma. He's not able to. Yeah. Hori Boulder did get a voice in early Endwalker. Yes, when we went to Charlene. Yeah, when the first scene, one of the first scenes of Endwalker, when you're being sent off on the boat, he comes and says goodbye. Partly because there's also Vritra lines of dialogue in Endwalker, so they had the voice actor too. I wonder if we'll get a really fun side story, things with job quests. NPCs want to know how Curious Gorge and Aura's girlfriend are doing well. Even if we don't 8.0, I would expect us to do an 8.x or 9.0 because they hear that people want us to be able to check back up on those guys, even if they're not job quests. Can somebody remind me when Berlin is happening? June. Oh, no, not June. It's July, I believe. Yeah, July 25th. Thank you, Dio. You guys are great. Alianne and Isidore are no longer in Kugane, so she could come along. True. Look, the fact that they brought Aonor Cockburn, the woman who wants to be crushed between boulders, two boulders, if you know what I mean, back into the MSQ is that brings me joy. Why can't we bring more of the Scions with us? The nations of the Star can handle the threat without us for a time. I mean, there's a lot of things I could say that, but we'll wait. So no Yotsuyu anytime soon. I mean, Yotsuyu's dead, so no. That's Yotsuyu. Am I going crazy? Yeah, Yotsuyu is, yeah. So Yotsuyu is dead, Suna, so I'm not sure what you mean. My fanfiction is Rin and Gaia joining the 7.5 batch. I mean, there's a lot of reason to think so, but the thing is that they're probably needed on the front of helping save the first. You're definitely going to get a lot of Rin and Gaia in the MSQ more going forward, as well as Zero, because the story of the 13th and the first is going to be a constant thing. I'm convinced in 2.0 that Alianne was going to be our best friend. Yotsuyu faked your death. No, You watch her die. You know her soul. We know her soul went to the ethereal sea. The Asioscope, man. Like, no, Yotsuyu is dead. And also, she didn't fake her death. She barely survived. What was the second time that you're talking about? I know, like, obviously after Doma Castle, but in Japan is, yeah, October 31st is Japan Fan Fest. The giant 8 point remind me of Giants on the Map. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Behemoth. I don't think that's supposed to be analogous in any way because I think that's just more of the idea of drawings on the map are supposed to be Ultima Thule-esque. And there are also stories of giants that march to the land, flattening things in 2.0. So, I mean, it could be similar, hearkening to similar things, but I don't think you're supposed to two-tie those. Oh, Yugiri, not Yotsuyu. Okay, yeah. Alongside. Yeah, except Yotsuyu and Yugiri. Just a little different. What if Getsu's back? We'll talk about jobs in a little bit. They both start with Y. Did you do ranged and walker? I've done every role quest. I've done every quest in the game. I've done every quest in the game almost twice. I've done every quest in the game once, and I've done them almost twice now. Every single one. I'm more curious who our allies will be that we recruit on the 4th. Yeah. Okay.
Cold and still. The world grew cold. Cold and still.
The world grew cold, cold and still. Remember, this is like how Levin was rising over time, so was ice probably growing on the Firth, right? That it was getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse over time. Which, if you know Nordic mythology, the idea of Fimbulwinter, the winter that, is basically, that precedes Ragnarok. This is probably in some way analogous to it if they go very Nordic, which, I mean, with some of their iconography. I also want to, again, remind people, them taking ideas from mythology and interpreting it is something every single Final Fantasy does. And also, them reinterpreting it is not the same thing as just doing it. Just because we know Fimbulwinter, just because we know Ragnarok, just because we know Final Fantasy X or Final Fantasy 13, doesn't mean they're doing the same thing. Just because you've played 4 doesn't mean they just did the 4 Fiends and Golbez. Like, the context and the reinterpretation and everything about M14 is completely different, and that context matters. So just remember that.
Men succumbed to bitter sorrow.
The land succumbed to bitter sorrow. So the idea, things were getting word, everyone was succumbing to bitter sorrow, things seemed hopeless.
And as we struggled to survive,
And as we struggled to survive,
they marched.
they marched. The thing is, we don't know who they are. The implication here, clearly, the A to B that is the most obvious is the Jotun, is the arcane giants. And we do know that they are arcane constructs. We know that. They were specifically set as such.
And all was lost.
They marched and all was lost. So the assumption here is it's them, but we don't know that it's for sure them. I also want to point a couple things. You will see with these guys, there are 4 of them. They each have a color of them. Those elemental alignments are wind, earth. You can see the water one back here.
Marched. And all was lost.
You can see the water one back here. We have concept art of it later that lets us know what that it is. Oh, sorry. The water one's back, like way back there. This is the fire one. You can see the fire element alignment in his chest, as well as these like arcane constructs in them.
We had no choice but
We had no choice but to flee to the sky. I'm gonna pull up the keynote really quick because there is at least one image I want to pull up in talking about this. No, they're talking about evolved. Gambatte ne. I really should have preemptively saved all the screenshots of this. That was dumb of me not to come prepared. Hey, look, it's Disa. Ah, here it is. This. So, couple really important things. You'll notice that there's obviously standing above the ground. It's also standing above what seems like the cloud cover. And you'll see that this looks like a serpent, and it has a circle above its head, which I theorize is probably the islands, like the floating islands we see, which is interesting, though, because if they fled to the sky for survival, that means that the giants are probably perpetuating the survival. You'll also notice that this is very serpent-esque with the, Celtic symbols and whatnot, as well as this, like, arcane manifestation here. Why is that interesting is that there's 4 islands that we see that seem to be associated with the elements of water, wind, fire, and earth. So that's really interesting. Another thing, though, serpent. How many of you guys know the story of Yggdrasil and the creatures that sit within and among it? Because there are 4. There is, depends on the interpretation, the bird. I'm going to use the simplified definition, but the hawk, the bird that sits upon its upper boughs. There is Ratatoskr, the squirrel that goes between its limbs. There is the fawn that sits at its base. And there is the serpent that sits under it, right? Like if you... Yggdrasil creatures. If any of you have played Pokemon X and Y, you probably know this. But you can see different incarnations of that picture, like this one. I don't know if this is actually from an Ada, but like you have the bird, you have Ratatoskr, you have the fawn, and you have the serpent. There's some other representations of it, I'm sure, around. Like, yeah, here, let me like open up. That's not a good image. Let me see if there's an HD image anywhere. I should have saved something. But yeah, all that mainly to incarnate that there are 4 creatures that sit upon Yggdrasil, and there are already trees are an important idea. I think that instead of a tree, there's going to be multiple trees, and I think it's like the idea is that the trees were interconnected like a network. And it also makes me think that Halmarut was in some way tied to the 4th. Part of the reason for that being Halmarut's old dress, the pattern upon that dress, as well as her association with the mycological, and the idea of like a tree network or a flora network is especially like plants and fungus is like her thing. That is Halmarut's thing. But yeah, so if you look at the Jotun, so this one, right? The water one, this is the serpent. Looks, this is evocative. It's not one-to-one that it looks identical, but this looks very similar to the concept art, right? And you can see the cloud cover above, and you can also, why am I pointing at the screen? You guys can't see me point at the screen. You can see that there's points of light that are breaking through from above. This is important. I think the cities that we're going to be on, that we go to, and maps that we go on are going to be above the cloud cover. And I think that the world below is going to be a world of frost and ice, and I think you're going to be able to travel between the two. I think the world of frost and ice is going to be a gigantic map. I think it's going to be like a more open world style map. There's nothing to support this other than some anecdotal data given by Yoshi P, but there's a couple of reasons I think so, not least of which part of the fact that they have not shown us any of the world below in actuality. Yeah, Nidhogg, Hraesvelgr, Ratatoskr, where have I seen those names before? Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, also the Ragnarok is used for the name of the ship. Like, all these names have been existent elsewhere in 14. They don't have to copy the names to copy the concept and iconography. The last world, I think it's going to be more than that. I think this isn't going to be like the 6 maps. I think they're going to be doing this different than they have done historically. It might be the last map. I strongly suggest that I don't think they're going to do 6 maps like we've seen in the past. I think this is going to be different. We have all dragons. Ratatoskr died in Dravanya. Nidhogg died also in Kurthus. Hraesvelgr still sits within Kurthus, in Dravanya, in the Churning Mists. Vritra is ruling Thavnair. Hydaelyn was trapped in the void for the past couple thousand of years after flying into the Void Gate, and we was rescued during the 6.X. Bahamut was slain, and Bahamut and all that stuff, and then we freed Tiamat from her tethers in Azisla, and she returned to Mericidia after helping us during 5.X. So no, all 7 of the first brood are accounted for. FL elements in theory on those is a theory FF because it's earth, fire, ice, and lightning, and earth, fire, ice, and water. Or sorry, earth, fire, water, and wind. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Those are common. And then you also have ice upon the ground. Interestingly, we also see lightning in the cloud cover later, but especially if the world below ended up feeling more like a field operation. Do not take any of that thing that we talk about and then be like, oh, they're gonna do that, and then when they don't do that, get upset. I will pre-warn this again. However, that said, speculate responsibly and funly. We're gonna speculate. Here's my thoughts. Here's my ideas, and it'll be a good time. The deer is named Dine or Dvalin. Yeah, and it's specifically the male red deer. Interesting to say the least. Yeah, thanks for adding me for that little tidbit. They do have a big serpent dragon looking thing in the concept art architecture. Yes, so we'll talk about that in a bit. We'll talk about that when we get to that in a little bit. So Tsuna, I'm assuming you missed, we talked for an hour about elements and all that. The thing is, they didn't dabble within Shadowbringers, and it's been a fundamental part of everything we've been talking about, not just in Shadowbringers, but it was fundamental to Endwalker and Dawntrail. And so the answer is yes. If you haven't watched the earlier part of the stream, I recommend watching that at some point, because we talked about that, and I don't want to go back over it in depth right this second. But the answer is yes, but also they've never not been dealing with it. I'm going to get upset when my fan fiction doesn't become canon, Elio. Yeah. You just came in 5 minutes ago? Yeah, no worries, Suna. Just know that we talked about it a lot in the earlier part of this, and I would love to go into it, but because we're already over 2.5 hours in, and we've barely gotten through the trailer, for now we're going to skip over it. But yeah, definitely watch the earlier stuff. But, so when they marched, it was lost. Assuming this was the Jotun, something about the Jotun walking, it was when it was lost. We haven't gotten to it yet, but I'm gonna speculate a couple things. One, these discs above their heads, I believe, is going to be either the floating islands or something that connects to the floating islands, because each of the floating islands is highly tied to one of the ethereological phenomena, right? We know that people fled to the sky for salvation, and specifically we see with all the islands that they're tied to elements. Those 4 elements that we see being fire, water, wind, and earth. The idea that the Jotuns are basically either powering them or drawing the remaining aether from the world. Like they're drawing the wind, earth, fire, and water into themselves to effectively populate those areas to sustain life, but also potentially hurting the reflection in the process. Or something like that could make a lot of sense. And if we go back again to this image, what's interesting is this is a conceptual one, right? This has them below the cloud cover, but this concept art has them above the cloud cover. And again, we see this sort of ethereal apparatus here. Now, maybe that itself is the islands, or again, maybe this is what connects the islands in a sense, or something like it. So a war on the surface to sustain the life of the sky. Not even a war. I don't even think it's a war. I just think they're just draining it. Remember, what are primals? What is the danger of the primals? And I don't mean the band. Sorry, give me a second. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna be better or worse. The primals drain the aether of the land, right? And the elemental aether that they're expected to. What happens if you created a bunch of arcane entities that effectively functioned like primals or had primals stored within them, draining the land of the aether? I don't know. Or also you had an individual who was acting as the heart of it, kind of like Shiva or Zodiark. Or what would happen if you had individuals, priests, who prayed to the trees and created arcane constructs around themselves in order to save the land that they loved and to help their people endure, or to try and rebalance the aether, and things went wrong? Also, in terms of how I was talking about, maybe that's 10 adjacent, I don't know, the idea of individuals becoming giant arcane, either statues or arcane entities that then dream or pray or exist constantly in perpetual existence, having to keep their people alive and defended and are ready to be done or tired, or are also hurting the land in their constant unending cycle, is reminiscent of, I don't know, a certain giant monster, a certain Yevon, a certain faith. Just saying. Again, this doesn't mean any of that's going to be the case, but it is interesting that there's already some interesting points of parallel. But yeah, so we've got these giant crystals within. I keep pulling another. These arcane crystals and the elemental coordination around it, right? And association.
You had no choice.
This feels a lot of 3 well with the flood and the floating continent. Are we talking about the 3 remake or the original 3? Because the original 3 barely has a story in some ways. Like, you're not wrong with the floating continent, but honestly, I would say that that's, like, more true of Asis Law. Like, what Asis Law is supposed to be because of how Alag is 3-coded. And I think the idea of floating continents in general in 14 and Final Fantasy is just an omnipresent sort of, like, myth and representation. You can point out that it's true of 12. It's true of 13. It's true of 14 in multiple places. It's true of 16, kind of. It's true of... not really true of 10. It's true of 11. It's true of 9. Well, it's not floating exactly. Not 9. 8, kind of. 7-ish. Not really. It's true in part of 6. It's true in part of 5. It's true, like, you know, it's just an omnipresent thing.
But to flee to the sky.
Right? It's in 1. Is it in your OG 1? When do you go to a sky area in OG 1? Not like remake 1 or... Because you go back in time, but you don't... I don't remember Sky one. You have to remind me. Oh, Grim, Laputa and the effect of Castle of the Sky on Final Fantasy cannot be understated. And it shows up in 14, like, multiple times. Not only is Asis Law... Literally, the beam of light that guides you to Asis Law is, like, just straight out of Castle in the Sky. For those who don't know, Laputa is not only... Laputa is not only the name of Castle in the Sky, but in Japanese, it's, like, the name of the film. But, like, also, if you do... Delibrum Reginae and Bosnia, that final room with the crystal and the trees is literally straight out of some of the final scenes of Castle in the Sky. Yes, there's no disc. Right, but they are not formed yet. So if you notice, there's no disc for the one that we're seeing right now.
Survive.
See, there is a disc on water. There's no disc where we're passing through this. Or that. The disc forms. These guys are unformed. That's why you don't see the disc yet. Maybe these things are... Also, I want to point out, look at these creatures. I haven't said this yet. A serpent, the water one. This kind of looks like, I don't know, a squirrel. Ratatosker. What if these other ones looked like a deer and a hawk? Or a bird, right? What if these are the 4 creatures that sit upon... Like, and again, referentially. Yeah. Funny how they crashed the Castle in the Sky by just saying... Skyward Sword opening... Yeah, because like,
No choice.
Yeah, you don't quite see it because we move up before it. But yeah, I think there's a strong chance that, and also remember that these aren't like literally what we're gonna see. This is still the tapestry, right? This is the mythological storytelling representation. In the same way that if you look at the water one back there as best you can, it's not identical to this guy, right? Similar, but not identical. But I think they're traversing the world, probably drawing upon Aether. That, in some way, shape, or form. Think kind of a little bit similar to Eden. I wonder if these giants are just moving refrigerators, storing the other elements. My suspicion is that they are walking across the land to places where the Aether, places where they can pull more Aether to try and sustain themselves and the people above. But the thing is, the more you draw on the wind, the earth, the fire, and the water, right? The more you take that Aether from the land, the worse the ice is going to get. It's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Now, the question is, what happens to Levin? Well, notice that there's really strong cloud cover, right? And Levin creates not only lightning, but like storm clouds and cloud barriers. Like that's part of Levin as well. So the idea that there's a powerful lightning barrier, a that separates the world makes sense. And again, notice that there's like shafts of light in specific places. I'm going to point that out later. Wait, you're right. What if they're like on Eden on the first? Yes, I think they're an inverted version of Eden, to be fair, but it's similar to what that is. I also think that there's a very strong chance that the creation of them is a byproduct of Ascian machination, because everything about it is very similar to that. Now, Ascian machination in the first place, again, like imagine, we don't know this, but imagine Halmarud was one of the Ascians. She was working on the fourth. Her whole plan was working on the fourth, figuring out how the fourth to fall. In the middle, she gets everything sort of in place to be set up to start going, right? Let's just say that's what happens. And then La Habrea, Emmett Selk, and Elidibus are dead. And then quickly after, Zodiark is no more. But all the pieces are set up for this to already go, and she can't stop it. She can't prevent it from being in motion, right? So, just saying. Who could say the platform is a halo? The problem is it's not a halo. If you look at this, it's filled out in the middle, and you also have this. I mean, it's a halo, and that is a disc above, but it's not a halo, like, definitionally. Could there be an entrance to the live stream on the fourth, like Aesioscope? I mean, there's that on every reflection. I mean, well, let me rephrase. Every star and every reflection in the source have an ethereal sea at their core, except for 13th because it blew apart because of astrality, but ignore that for this case. Any place that has a point that is closer or further away to the ethereal sea of that reflection is going to be an access point for it. These trees, or at least these trees that we're protecting or guiding over likely had roots digging all the way into the ethereal sea and were either connections to it or were ways into it as well, similar to the Aesioscope. Similar to, if you played Dark Souls 1, something like how you get to Ash Lake. If you've played Final Fantasy IX, you know that is very similar, if not identical, to what the Aoife tree is. It's clearly not a halo, but area for a trial. I mean, hypothesis. The native civilization of the 4 had incomplete ethereal model that only recognized the Aristotelian elements. Like the Platonic elements, the Platonic ideal of the elements. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. That the idea that their understanding was fundamentally misunderstood, like, was limited. That could make sense. The idea that they didn't understand the balance correctly, and in so doing understood the cycles of nature in those 4 aspects, and their limited knowledge resulted in that. That's distinctly possible. Yeah. IDK of Halmarud connected to the 4th, would she? Because, like, Calyx doesn't tell us that he and Halmarud are supposed to meet another Ascian there. No, they're supposed to meet another Winterer. We don't know if any of the other Winterers are Ascians. We are missing Pastorat, Altima, and Dudelephon. And we have no idea if those 3, if any of them are tied to the Winterers. They are meeting another Winterer there. But Calyx is not an Ascian. And Calyx is one of them. So they could be, but what we do not know. Any assumption that there's another Ascian there that is the Winterer they're meeting is erroneous at this time. How crazy advanced do they have to be able to live in the sky? Not necessarily. Remember, okay, people tend to think of technology in a linear scale in 14, and they shouldn't. Because remember, you can be technologically advanced, but not arcanely advanced. Garleans. You can be arcanely advanced, but not technologically advanced. Mach was able to create, Dunscaith, right? A city floating in the sky to get away from the 6th Umbral Calamity. And they were also able to create the Void Arc, right? So you can be advanced in a direction that gives you the capability to act in accordance that is not necessarily just technological. And that's important to understand. We're using Mach in specific because of the Dunscaith example, where it's like more specific. Because the floating city of Nim is a byproduct of ethereological phenomena, not Nim making it floating. It's the natural aspecting of the crystals and area around it that allowed Nim to do that, not their magics. Gaius doubtfully has means to permanently kill an Ascian. Yeah, Gaius did not. Not only did Gaius doubtfully, Gaius did not. The 2 Ascian masks that he has were because Gaius killed the physical form of the Ascian in that body. He did not destroy their souls. We know for a fact. We know. I forget which 2 were told specifically by Yoshi P. One of the masks I think is Fandaniel, and one of them is Altima. It's either Altima, Pastra, or Dudelephon. It's one of those. But we know for a fact that he did not kill them permanently. Calyx's dialogue implies the Winterers consist of Halmarud and 4 collaborators, including Calyx, with 1 each for the respective reflections. Yeah. Ultima was a convocation member, and Ultima was just a spell. Yeah. Well, Ultima is also an event. There's Ultima. Okay, so if you haven't watched it, I put out a video on Ultima recently and Gaug, so go watch that. If you haven't, it's useful. There is Ultima the High Seraph, which is an entity. Ultima the High Seraph is tied to the spell Ultima, which was discovered by Athena existing within the heart of Sabik when the heart of Sabik fell to the world unsundered, and then she studied it, and it was not called the heart of Sabik then, but she studied it and did things to it and became the heart of Sabik. Ultima was within that. Ultima the High Seraph, as far as we are told, is a physical manifestation of that of people's fear of the spell that gains sentience and awareness. So there's Ultima the High Seraph, Ultima the spell, Altima, not Ultima, Altima the Asen, who was both a convocation member and then became an Asen. Yes. The areas we saw the Keynote don't look advanced technologically. Well, they look advanced. They disagree. Don't look advanced technologically. They look advanced aetherologically in a couple ways, though. We'll talk about that in a second, though. I'm absolutely putting my money on huge mobile cities for those discs. Yes. Isn't Alexandria both? No. No. Interestingly, Alexandria is not. Well, yes and no. Let me reframe. Alexandria is using electrope is highly advanced in a technological sense in that the stuff appears to be technological. However, most of it's not forge kin in the same way we think of it because it is electrope using arcane electrope is a really funny case because you're using what is effectively amounts to technology and arcanima at the same time. So for intensive purposes, let's just call it technology. A lot of the people in Alexandria are not actually that good at spellcraft. And many of them do not even understand arcanima well enough to be able to create electrope, right? So the capabilities of what they have thanks to arcanima that has been inscribed into electrope as circuits to cause specific effects means that the practical outcome of what they're capable of doing because of electrope is advanced, but the individuals themselves broadly are not. So I don't understand how my computer works. Yeah. Basically, it's the question of, is mankind advanced? If, let's say, everyone who knew how to create computers in the world died, just Snapfinger died, but computers could still be used. How advanced is mankind? Question for you. I mean, Ultima Eorzean is loose in the hands of Charlene at the moment. Well, the heart of Sabik is, but like, the dangers of it are not as present, and also the person studying it is the person probably most likely to make sure nothing bad happens to it, as well as keeping it on us is not a good idea either. We should all be ready for chaos at any moment. I mean, the thing is that NemGG, oh my god, Eric Thonios' source reflection self, I'm forgetting his name, but the people responsible are good people to do. Electrope has many uses, Ed Boy. Could it theoretically be possible to convert any kind of aether into any other kind, not just elemental aspect, but corporeal living? No. We can talk about it. You can convert. Well, yes and no. So you can use Levin energy to power electrope circuits to be able to create fire functions, but you're not creating necessarily like. Yes and no. We'll talk about that. That's a really good question. And let's talk. Shadow, can you remind me about that as we get a little further in? Because the answer is yes, but also no. Wasn't Dudelafon's mask came in possession of Gaius Balestar, but we don't see it as enough evidence there today. So two things. If it was Dudelafon and I believe Fan Daniels, because we see two of them. And we are explicitly, it's made implicitly clear in the story, and explicitly we were told in one of the live letters that they are not dead. They are not. Gaius did not kill them. He was not capable of doing it. He killed their corporeal bodies they were occupying, and then they fled, right? The same way that if you had killed Nabrialis' physical form, he was going to flee to the interdimensional rift into the chrysalis, but then we capture him in a piece of white Eorzean and break his soul. So Gaius did not have that. Claudian. Yes, Claudian. Thank you, Hote. So we'll talk, we'll definitely talk a lot about the converting thing, because the answer is yes but no, and I want to talk about it in depth. It's not, we shouldn't talk about it superficially, but we'll get to that in a bit. Man, maybe I just need to start doing like more streams every week to talk about talk about lore in general. Usually okay. So yeah. So the frost began and man succumbed to bitter sorrow. And as we struggled to survive, they marched. Presumably they mean the Jotun. Again, they're not called Jotun, but like all the Nordic, the Fimbulwinter, the Ragnarok, like all the stuff we're seeing, Jotun's a good like shorthand for it for now. They probably will have a different name.
And all was lost.
and all was lost. So there seems to be an A to B here, right? Things got worse. Like, frost began. We began to despair. We were desperately trying to survive. They marched, and all was lost. Something about they, presuming that it was them, it might not be them, presuming it was them, led to ultimately there was no hope, like no more hope. It makes sense then if they're drawing on the aether of the world around them, and they would be making the frost even worse. So once they begin to march, once they're drawing the aether of the land into themselves for whatever reason, good or bad, doesn't really matter, the world below would become worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. So when that happened, that was the final straw of, we have to go. Our only hope is to flee to the sky because the world below cannot be protected. Pretty sure didn't even know how to permakill an Asen until Shadowbringers. Yeah, I mean, he probably wouldn't unless he had, I would have to revisit some of his dialogue in the 4.x series, but I'm pretty sure you're right. I mean, I'm always down for more lore streams. I mean, look, I'm always down to do more lore streams. I just want to do more videos too because I want the channel to grow and get bigger. And I had to take like a little over a year off for health reasons. And the thing is, like, I love just yapping about this shit for forever, and I could for like ever. But also, I feel like if I just do streams, like a lot of people are interested, but the question is enough to fund the channel and fund the team, fund all this stuff. Speaking of funding, if you want to support us, you can go join us over at Patreon at patreon.com/Eorzean Archives. You don't really get that much. It's mostly about supporting us. You get a name badge color in the Discord. You also get you'll get your name in the banner above my head that you can see far above my head, as well as if you want to support us, you can join a membership over here on YouTube, get access to all sorts of fun emotes. If people who are members would like to put their favorite emote in chat, go for it. The more people who do, the more emotes we can put up. Also, if you want to help us fund Disa Cam, Disa is my cat. She is a very cute kitty. She is right now not in here, but she is a giant Maine Coon and looks just like the cats that we're getting for Evercold. And that's what we work on. I believe YouTube has a 5-hour limit to streams too. I know I've gone longer than that, Suna. I know I've gone longer than that. So it can't be. I know I've done more than 5. Someone double check it, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm certain that yeah. You could use Burgerus Riss if they want to borrow from Scandinavia. Yes, yeah, like Verdigris. Yeah. Sorry, not Verdigris. Yeah, the idea Ambergris and stuff like that. 100% Blum. Yeah. How did you still see anything in Ultimate Duel? Wasn't everything Dynamis? So that's pretty easy. So imagine this way that your Aether sight. So here, imagine this. Here's what you see, right? Dynamis is inversely proportional to Aether in terms of its like not quite antimatter matter, but like dark matter. So imagine you are able to see everything, but it's, you know, when you like do the color inversion thing on a camera, imagine it being something like that, right? Just because she sees with Aether doesn't mean that like the negative space where like traces of Aether wouldn't be visible, right? Or that like the way that her ethereal sight weaks, she's basically taking in inverted, you know. The limit is 12 hours, yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, we're at the 3-hour mark. Do super chat to make Elio say, do super chat to Elio say, real chat, it's on the voice. It's true. If you give me if you give a super chat, I will say just about anything as long as it's not hateful or other things like that. So yeah. If you need a birthday wish or you need something for your phone messages. Hard to fill the blanks. Yeah. But stream can be longer. I feel like the story the old lady tells omits the real starting point of the story. I'm going to put money down right now. The old lady will have more lines of dialogue in the full trailer. I will put money down on that right now. YouTube allows for virtually unlimited 24/7 streaming duration, but automatically archives only up to the 12 hours as a video on demand. Thank you, Tommy. If you're seeing that in Ultimate Duel, that's terrifying. Also, the mantra may apply. Yeah. I think she also mentions Thancred's sacrifice allowed her to see. Yeah, well, actually, that's a better answer too, Sino. So people forget Thancred sacrificing himself also allowed for the creation of the physical corporealization of those areas in Ultima Thule, right? Like, that's what the Scion sacrifice is doing. They're basically sacrificing their bodies and selves and emotions and will to create a manifested way forward of the Dynamis and their Aether. Orhana means family. Orhana means kin. Yeah, for those who don't know, every year I do a Goblin video. One year I did Living La Vida Gabi. This year I did a commercial series of Goblins stuff, and we have a character that we have for the channel called Tomefix Checker Books, and he talks like this. Time to make Elio say Kingdom Hearts dialogue in a Goblin voice. I know now, without a doubt, Kingdom Hearts is light. Oh, so her sight is more like sonar, both Aether pings. Actually, in this patch, we see an example of her Aether sight from her perspective, right? You know what I would say it looks like? If you've seen the Daredevil TV show, like season 1 of the Daredevil TV show, Daredevil vision. If you've seen Neo's vision in like Matrix Reloaded or Revolutions, I would use those as like sort of analogous. Yeah, I know she's wearing a hood, but do we think the old lady isn't also now raw? No, she's a Mikote. So Mimi, good to see you, glad to have you. Here's why I will tell you that she's a Mikote. If you look at, you can see a Mikote tail right down here, and you can see it. You can even sing it swing back and forth like a Mikote tail.
All right, I'm ready.
Honestly, wonder about the 8th and 11th shards. Yeah, so Will, you may have missed it earlier, but based off of my hypothesis, there's a good chance that they are suffering from earth and wind for a couple reasons, not least of which Interphos. In the game, when using idle camera, you can use Aether Vision filter effect. Oh, that's true. Good call. Yeah, in G-pose. Yeah. She's a cat. She's a kitty cat. She does it. Yeah. There's even a little lumps on her head under the hood that could be cat ears when pressed down. Yeah, I really need to watch the trailers more. Yeah. I know she's wearing a hood, but yeah. Granny, white fluffy. I mean, I've only watched the trailer currently about 57 times. No, I'm not counting, which is far less than I watched the Endwalker trailer, but I'm pretty sure more than the average person.
We had no choice
So, and all was lost. We had no choice but to flee to the sky.
but to flee to the sky.
So this is also probably going to cut differently. I wouldn't be surprised when we cut, we're going to see the world above once we get the actual full trailer. That is going to be a different cut for sure. Notice, what does this look like? This is a tree. You can see a tree. You can see like what also looks like either a fern or ice or something else around it. But this is a tree. Probably succumbed to frost potentially. But this tree likely was one of, if not the one, but I'm going to guess one of the trees that that stood sentinel over the world. And something went wrong. 8 and 11. I mean, 8 and 11th will get expansions. The only question is, do they each get their own expansion? Do they get one expansion together? Do you get 8 plus Mericidia? Do you get 11 plus Mericidia? Like, the answer is we don't know. And if I'm right about my hypothesis about how 8.0's maps are going to be quite different, I think the normal assumptions about how the world is going to get maps is going to be different. As an example, if I'm right and there are going to be 4 elemental maps for 8.0 and then one sort of open world zone, which is the world of frost below, if I'm right about that, then the pacing of how we get content is going to change drastically, not least of which would mean something like we got big maps for cosmic exploration. There's a non-zero chance that in 8.x we actually get a map. Like we could get like Corvos in 8.x. I'm not saying it will happen. Do not start assuming that's what they're gonna do. But we're on the road to that sort of thing being way more possible. Yeah, world tree. So we were talking about Yggdrasil and all sorts of stuff like that earlier, but the idea that you have multiple world trees interconnecting to each other too would make a lot of sense if the trees stood sentinel and were connected to each other and were connected to the ethereal sea. It would also explain why something going wrong with them would go wrong with the ethereal sea or vice versa. On top of that, it's very similar to something like the Aepha tree in 9, which we had Aepha tree references, but the purpose and function of the Aepha tree was not in any way like done in Alexandria, other than there is an argument to be said that orogenics, Everkeep, and everything about that is in a sense, and the perversion of the life stream and the byproducts it caused and all that is a interpreted version of the Aepha tree. Like the Everkeep is, you can make a really cogent argument, an interpreted version of the Aepha tree. About we're gonna get layered zones. I don't think we're gonna get layered zones, but I do think we're gonna get at least one very big, if not approaching open world zone. The world tree are endpoint nodes, Aether transfer between worlds. Not worlds. Between the reflection itself, yes. And they might even inspire us to try and find a way to interconnect the reflections like we were talking about at the top of the stream. But yeah, I bet we're going to get layered zones. The world tree are endpoint nodes. Given how much they seem to be shaking up the rest of the game, yeah, I expect we might get interesting new map shenanigans. I would say that it is currently 50-50. I would personally say more like 80-20, but for safety, I'm going to say 50-50, that we are not going to get 6 maps the same way that we have for every expansion prior, that you should expect the maps to be shooken up. And the Keynote is, the reason I'm saying that is not out of nowhere or what I want, but when we get to the Keynote after the trailer, we'll talk about why there's some evidence to suggest that. What are permanently accessible areas in the 13? Almost certainly Shadow. So landmass is referred to the Promised Land or something else. The Promised Land was, as far as I'm guessing, the land below the cloud, especially when it was the land before it became frozen over. That the Promised Land was the land that they'll return to. The other possibility is that the Promised Land, like it is in 7, is actually just the life stream. It's more metaphorical than that. And the Ethereal Sea and life stream are the same thing. You heard it here, folks. Elio guaranteed new massive maps. Yes, everything I say is fact and canon, and every time I say it, it comes to pass in the game. Correct. You should be called the Landmasses Gardens. Yeah, it clears the way. Harryar, Rawtail. Feels a bit forward. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm going to keep going for now because a lot of you had good points. Definitely bring them back up if I missed them. But this is important. So within this tree or at its base, I think is where the next shot is going to see. I think that there were priestesses or priests of these trees because they were what stood sentinel, and the idea that there was like druidic worship of them, that there was a tie to them, I think becomes relevant in a second here. This, I believe, is one of them. Also probably who's on the art. The thing that's interesting about this is almost certainly a memory, not an actual person, and you'll see why in a second. They're like, everything about this is different. You also notice her gem is blue and it's aqua blue in the same color, specifically of water crystals and elements. Further implicating the idea that there are actually, like, I think that there were like 4 trees, if not more, but like 4 trees, and they each had a priest of that color who prayed to them. And I think those people are either, their prayer ultimately either created the Jotun out of desperation or something like that, or they now act as the heart of the Jotun, a la something like a Yevon or Zodiark or Shiva, or I think this is based off purely just having played a lot of Final Fantasy and the lore as it exists currently. This is not theorization as much as hypothesis, but that is my guess. And there's another reason I guess that, and that's going to be when I talk about the Japanese title for Evercold, which I will do after we finish the trailer. I think it's very strongly possible that this guy is the Wanderer, or not the Wanderer, sorry, the Winterer of this reflection. Also, people keep calling him one-eyed, and I don't know why they do, because we're just seeing him from the side, so we only see one of his eyes. But I don't think, let me watch the shot, but I don't think. Also, his crest upon here is very similar to the crest that you see upon the old lady earlier. Now, part of that's, I think, just Celtic design in general, but like, it's very possible that there's something going on there. Also, his eyes being that color are very interesting. As V, my partner, and one of the people on the Discord says that he looks like a white from Game of Thrones. I'd also point out that there were other things like the tapestry being very similar to the intro to House of Dragon Season 2, but like explicitly, the creative team 3 who was working on Final Fantasy 16 explicitly all were huge Game of Thrones fans, or not all, but were very big Game of Thrones fans, and said so, and was one of their main inspirations for making 16. I get the feeling that a lot of the people who worked on 16 are back on this team or reintegrated into this team, or because it's usually normal for them to move around. And there's a lot of other evidence for that, because a lot of the other iconography and other things we see in Evercold so far in some of the concept images is very 16-esque, let's say. When it zooms out, you only see one glowing eye. Thank you, Shadow. Yes, okay, he does have one eye closed. Thank you. I that's one thing I hadn't noticed yet. But hey, Odin, Odin archetype. And especially the idea of gaining knowledge, losing the eye, but also hanging upon the tree. I think what I'm curious is, did this guy cause what happened in the first place? Inadvertently? Did he at all? And if he did he did it inadvertently or intentionally? Going back to another idea of 10, why would he remember that priest? Probably he had either a connection or a love for them, or for whatever reason, for some reason, whether it was a child or relative, a loved one, like there's all sorts of different things it could be. I mean, maybe none of those at all. Maybe he's just remembering what happened in the past. But here's the question to you too, is that especially if we're going off of more of some like 10 inspirations, that is very similar to ideas and concepts around, like these ideas of these priests and the elemental temples and associations with that and creating creatures and whatnot, very 10-esque. But also, that is tied into very similar aspects of multiple characters, not least of which Seymour and Titus and many other besides. Whether the priest was his daughter, and what if that daughter sacrificed herself to save the world, and now what if he wants to bring about, like, Fimbulwinter has come, we're going to call that the freezing, and he wants to bring about the rejoining to cause Ragnarok, right? The rebirth. That if he causes the rejoining, if the giant finally can come to an end and come to a rest, she could be freed, right? And rejoined on the source and then born again, right? That her soul would be free, and right now it's trapped. Because there's a lot of different ideas here. Didn't pan out. Now he moves on to another direction, a direction that I'm supposed. And here's the thing. Remember, Ragnarok is a rebirth. Like in Nordic, Ragnarok is the end of the world, but it's the beginning of a new cycle. The idea of Ragnarok is not just apocalypse, the world ends. The idea is that it is the end times and then new times will come again. So if you, what is a rejoining if not that? What is a rejoining from his perspective if not a reflection rejoined to the source is the end of this world and the beginning of a new one, right? Right? Again, these are hypothesizing. I think there's some evidence for some of what I'm coming up, but this is not, theorization requires higher standard for it to be truly a theory. So you're saying we get Final Fantasy XIV equivalent of the Faith? Yes. My strong hypothesis is that I think these individuals are in some way creating or at the core of the Jotun, the Walkers. And I think that they are both a example of Summoner and Faith, or a very loose interpretation of them from Final Fantasy X. Or he even could be the Summoner and this is the Faith, like Seymour and Anima, right? For those of you who know. Her sacrifice helped keeping the arcane giants supplied with Aether. Or it was necessary for their creation, right? Remember, one of the big things we know is that the creation of primals and arcane entities like that, people can become the hearts of them. Elidis becoming the heart of Zodiark, Vana becoming the heart of Hydaelyn, Shiva becoming the heart of, Ysael becoming the heart of Shiva. Like, that's a thing, right? The ice tree looks like a person praying to me. I don't know that I see. Don't quite see it, but do tell. To me, it looks almost more like you have a claw, like you have like a 3-prong, right? Can I make my fingers the way that makes sense? Like you have them opened up like this, right? It depends on though if this is opened up in back, like this finger, or if it's centered, like this one. If the Odin guy is fixated on the girl, maybe Calyx disagrees with him, valuing individual over the collective. But the thing is Calyx wouldn't really care about that. Because, like, yeah, Calyx does care about that, but Calyx only cares about the enduring. I suspect there has to be something more heinous or needlessly cruel or sacrificial. Because remember, if you've watched yesterday's stream, there's a whole bunch I explained about Calyx's morality and methodology. Calyx never once is sadistic. He's cruel occasionally, but never intentionally for no reason from his perspective. Calyx is never joyously sadistic, not once, ever. He's cruel. He's done cruel things. But that is an important note, right? Gabu, the one time we summoned Titan. What about Gabu? Or I'm assuming you don't mean Gubu, but Gabu. Because a Gubu summoning Titan is a very different thing. Do you think Charlene kneeling with arms raised? I kind of see. I get what I'm saying. I hear what you're saying. Oh, hey, what I miss? A lot, Tam. A lot. Winters will lead us to the fight the arcane giants till we learn it's what's helping the world after defeating some. I don't think the arcane giants are helping the world. I think the arcane giants are slowly sapping the aether of the world. But the thing is that the Winters need a methodology to rejoin the reflection. Because right now it's already been tilted. Effectively, the Winters would need to fix the reflection in order to get the reflection to rejoin the source. So if they want to enact their plans, they either need us, because remember, there's a reason they need the key. They wanted the key so that they could force these, make these things happen anyways, because they can't right now rejoin the 13th or the 4th or the 9th, because they would need to re-etherically stabilize them in order to do it, which I don't even know that they're fully capable of, but they understand that. But one of the reasons that they might want us to go to the 4th and at least try is to see that it's impossible, because they need ethos. They need it if they want to rejoin it without rejoining it in the way that the Asians were doing it. Gubu Titan, lava sneezes. Yeah. Google AI says the Norse gods view. I'm going to start with Google AI. Often not a good. Don't use that. Not because of like AI problems. I'm just saying that it will tell you wrong shit. View on sacrifice is seen as vital. There is a much more nuanced and complicated relationship with sacrifice and what's required in that, and where sacrifice grants knowledge, awareness, and wisdom within Nordic pantheon. So just saying that sacrifice is vital is, I think, a little bit of a simplification. No, actually, it's a pretty big simplification. Well, the thing is, didn't Hubbard tell us that she is perfectly allowing us to bring about the rejoining our way? No. No. That's not what happened. Okay. What happened was, Halmarut went, we need to rejoin the stars, otherwise the solstice is going to kill everyone. I cannot stop you. You go do your way. Also, I know your way is you're going to try to save everyone, and I'm going to condemn you for it. I'm going to remind you that your choice to say, I'm not going to choose to save as many people as I can, but instead to save everyone, is the same way of thinking that Xenos was about getting his one fight. It was, I don't care what's logical. I don't care about, I'm going to do it my way because I'm right. Right? right? She's not saying we're hedonistic in the same way, but she is reminding us that our choice to say we're going to save the reflections and not sacrifice anyone is too risky, stupid, and is a blindness that is similar to Xenos. That is what she is condemning us for trying to do it our way, but she's also like, I can't stop you. I think the hard implication being she is trying to convince us that stop, you're wrong. We just need to save as much as we can. Meaning our warrior life view on saving everyone is too simple. Yes, but that's always been a tension in 14. That's the same tension we faced with Charlian, with the choice to use the Ragnarok not as an exodus, not to try to bring people to the moon in an exodus, but the radical hope of saying, no, we're going to take the chance on fighting Medion on the chance, right? The chance that we can save everyone, right? So it's not a new theme. It's not a new idea. I think a way to consider Winter's perspective is that we are a powerful weapon that they probably want to take advantage of and possibly manipulate, as they can't beat us. They can't beat us. We have the tool that they need. All they can do is try to do what they can. They know that trying to fight us head on is stupid because they're not going to win, and they need the key. And especially, what would be more effective than if they convince the Warrior of Light actually rejoinings are correct? Now we can just have the person who's in ownership of Ethos to help us make it happen. If they can convince us they're right, then it makes their job so much easier. Yeah, she's calling us naive. She's calling us naive. I don't think she's just calling us naive, though. I think it's not just naive. A naivete, I think, is a little bit... It is a form of naivete, but I would say selfish is a more accurate way of putting it. Our choice to hope radically is not about naiveness because of we don't know the risk. It is foolish because it's selfish. And I think that's an important distinction. I wonder if the new will have the fourth source. Probably the fourth. Link, I would say. Actually, I think some big ego will think like Calyx, thinking that they have... I mean, I agree. I mean, that's a whole conversation unto itself that we can talk about. I'm just saying, the argument coming from... If go back and if you haven't, watch the scene with Halmaru. Her argument is, I'm going to give you this information because you're going to either find out anyways, or at least we need you to know because we're going to need some part of your help in one way or another at some point, whether you will it or no. Give you that information, set up what's going on, and then saying, hey, I know you're going to be Mr. Goody Two-Shoes and try to save everyone. And you're selfish for doing it. And then leaves, right? And the Promised Land mentioned the trailer is the land below. So the question that we've been talking about, Leo, is that whether it's the land below or the live stream itself, because both could be interesting things. The live stream of the fourth. Arcane Giants must be made on the fourth because there's no way. Yes, the Arcane Giants are not from the source. The Arcane Giants are on the fourth. But I think the NGE thing they're talking about is the Neon Genesis Evangelion Alliance raid. But if someone else was saying that the Giants come from the source, they don't. They don't. You also see what it looks like either like trees or... Oh my... I have my headphones fully charged and they're already dying. Well. Give me a second. I'm just going to plug them in and not have my headset on for a second. They're not a cohesive group. They're all aligned in their macro goal, which is rejoin the reflections, stop the solstice. Or at least rejoin the reflections. But they are not aligned in... anything beyond that. For instance, Calyx cares about saving mankind at any cost. Halmarut does not necessarily. She cares about saving life, but there's no clarity of whether or not Halmarut really cares that much about sentient life over like flora and fauna and whatnot, right? Especially given her seat on the convocation. There's energy flowing in the ice when the girl is praying. There's wind. You can see wind. Like, if you look, that's wind kicking up ice. And those are cracks in the ice. There's no aether flowing. Unless you're talking about this up here, but that's not clear that that's tied to it. And also, this is a memory itself. Like, she is a memory. Or at least, she's not actually there. Yeah, honestly, I need to get new headphones anyways. These ones are falling apart. Genius never got along, but if cooperate, usually the same goal, it's just different paths. Yeah. I mean, look, we're aligned with the goal. We want to stop the solstice. Halmarut wants to stop the solstice. Calyx wants to stop the solstice. If you zoom out on that level, we are all aligned. The only question comes when you go the next level down. Why would someone from the reflection support a rejoining if it means killing people on the shard? Just curious. Yeah, so my hypothesis on that is that he wants to bring about what would be Ragnarok from their perspective. Because, for instance, if there's people he's loved or lost on the reflection, right? or if the people that he loves are trapped in the giants and they can't be removed, if he rejoins them, their soul would rejoin to the source, and then also he'd be able to see them again or be with their soul as a new individual. Or some other conceptual idea about there's a wisdom to causing the end of this world to rejoin and bring about this world. The other thing is that if he loves this world, he kind of potentially needs to end it, because otherwise this world is going to end because of the solstice. The solstice will kill everyone, all the reflections, all the source. So if he loves anything about this world or someone in it, he would need to bring about the rejoining in order to be with them, otherwise he will lose them. So from his perspective, he could say, I don't care if I lose my home, because the souls of the people upon it will be reborn anew upon the source, right? So there's a lot of easy reasons. Calyx doesn't care if the ninth's rejoined, because he cares about mankind enduring whatever the context, right? He could not care for that reason. There's a bunch of different philosophies that you can keep in mind. Yeah, not all characters have perfect knowledge. No characters have perfect knowledge, and most characters don't. We don't know how much even Halmarut or Calyx has informed. We don't know how aware he is of everything. There's a possibility that you could have a Winterer that isn't actually as aware of everything else. But I think it very likely that every Winterer does understand the solstice and wants to bring about a rejoining for one reason or another. In his case, it could be something like that. If we take at face value, then I believe that's the case. To me, it's different from restarting the computer. Wait, what about restarting the computer? You'd have to explain that. Before the 4, because the Winter is playing with the worst consequences because it's closest. No, Calyx wants the rejoinings, so I'm not sure what you mean by that link. So if it's love, he has to do it to save it. Yeah, there's a way to think about it that it is, if I cause the end of my world, I will save my people and my world. Right? There's a way to think about it that way. And if you're in a culture that is like sort of Nordic inspired and they have an idea of Fimbulwinter and Ragnarok and things like that, or interpretations of that, the idea that there will be a time that this world ends and it will be birthed anew is already inculcated in your mind. It's already a part of your philosophy and the way, your mythology and the way you think, right? In the same way that if you're a Christian, right, and there is Judgment Day, there is the time when the trumpets will sound, right? You already have a conception of that. The idea of the apocalypse not necessarily being the worst thing, right, is possible. I mean, it is, but like there's a way to think about it that way. Remember to not just think. Don't just go, what's the hyperlogical answer to this question? Ask yourself, what is the person, their history, their story, their context, and how would they think about it, right? If we straight up stop the solstice, then she gets what she wants from... I mean, yes. Halmarut wants to stop the solstice. Calyx wants to stop the solstice. Yeah, yes. I mean, you could think that if he does it right, he would win the rejoining. Yeah. What I mean is that for Calyx, things are going to be bad. He would press the restart without hesitation. What do you keep saying restart, but I don't know what you mean. Restarting what? Calyx agrees with the rejoining, but he tells us to go forth with him because basically the fourth Winter's plan in jeopardy. No, he says he doesn't like the fourth's plan. He does not like them. He knows we're going to go there no matter what, because we have ethos. We're going to try to stop the solstice. Calyx and Halmarut know we will try to stop the solstice no matter what, whether they told us or not. They're telling us ahead of time because it's like, why avoid this? And also, we need ethos to fully, or at least we need the Warriors of Lights to re-tilt the reflections or do something to even do our plans anyways, right? So it's not that the plan's in jeopardy that he's sending us to the fourth. He's saying, we know you're going to go anywhere and there's a fourth happening, but also I don't like the guy and his methods there. He's letting us loose on the specific shard. Yeah. To him, it's not the end, but whatever is happening will prevent that. So he's enacting what he was taught about beliefs earlier. I also want to be clear. We don't know that. Everything I just said, we don't know it. But that is my hypothesis. That is what I'm presenting to you to think on. It could be so completely different. He could just be a genocidal fuckhead. He could just be, anything's possible. We know almost nothing right now. But that is my hypothesis. He does not like some Winterer's way of dealing with the solstice. And remember, Calyx is never sadistic. Calyx wants mankind to endure at any cost, and if someone wantonly does not care, and also puts a value on life, he just does not put a value on single life over the enduring of mankind. And especially if this guy, I don't know, was pro on the erasure of memory for some reason. Like if he's all about erasing people's memories, like if he's constantly cyclically erasing people's memories of the events that led up to things and what happened and what's going on, Calyx would hate that because to him, memory is the sacrosanct thing, or is the sanctified thing. Memory is the self from his perspective. Soul does not matter. Body does not matter. Irrelevant. Who cares? Memory is self from his perspective. And because of that, if this guy does things like erase people's memories for some reason, That would infuriate Calyx. I can't wait for the Dark Souls Earth Reflection where the guy's solution is to merge all the souls together by eating them or absorbing them. Okay, not Kale. Oh my God, what? Redcoat. Gale. Do you think Calyx and Halmarut will become frenemies to allies like Gaius, Fordola, Istini? I mean, I'm not sure I understand because all those people are aligned with us. So the thing is that they would be frenemies with us. They'd be frenemies with those characters and vice versa. So if you mean in that way, then I guess. But like every character you just described actively already is in alignment with our own philosophies and methodologies. They won't show the villain of an expansion within a trailer intro of an expansion. That's an interesting way of framing it. So the thing is that I disagree that they won't show a villain. They might not show the ultimate trial, right? But like the idea that they won't show a villain at all is kind of odd to me. Like I get kind of what you're saying in that you don't literally see Nidhogg in Heaven's Word. You don't literally see Xenos or Yotsuyu in Stormblood. You don't literally see Emmett Selk or Vothri in Shadowbringers. You don't literally see Medion or Zodiark in Endwalker. You don't literally see, obviously not Calyx, but like Sphene or any of that in Dawntrail. So I get what you mean there. I don't agree on the premise that you wouldn't show a primary antagonist, though. I'd also point out that historically, if you look at it, all the primary antagonists were the final trials in those cases, like Emmett Selk, Medion, and not showing a Zodiark was to avoid people for a couple different reasons. Medion, they don't show Xenos, who's our final trial and our final dungeon. They don't show Nidhogg, who is technically they don't show Nidhogg or Thornton, who are, you know, Nidhogg's not final trial, obviously, unless you think about it like 3.3. But so yes, in terms of precedent, you're not wrong. I don't agree on the premise that they wouldn't show an antagonist, though, regardless of context. And I think that the especially if they're not tied necessarily to the combat, I would posit that the idea that they would never show them is I disagree with. Be careful of patterns, especially when Square Enix has tried to start breaking free. Especially when 8.0 specifically is trying to break free of them. Red Hrace Valgar from the trailer was supposed to be Nidhogg, wasn't it? It wasn't supposed to be Nidhogg, but it was that they didn't have a model to use, so they went with the Hrace Valgar model. I don't think it was supposed to be Nidhogg, and then they changed out the Nidhogg model, if I'm not remember correctly. But if you know Laffy, if you know otherwise, please let me know. What if Odin in the 4th is the Winterer, but he's not the villain? He might actually be friendly towards us because he might give him hope. I mean, Yoshi P mentioned that the story of Evercold will be a story about melting ice of both literal and metaphoric kinds. So, but we do Xenos and Fandaniel and Endwalker. Yeah, well, yes, after all. But like Xenos and Fandaniel aren't the ultimate enemies of them. They're you know, which means our best. Yeah, he isn't going to be an antagonist. He's going to break the cycle of expansion girls instead. We get an expansion guy at least. I mean, that's an interesting thought. I don't think it's correct, but it's an interesting thought. Let us hope that the final dungeon is not a memory and retelling of something by someone. I mean, okay, Alexandria. Here's the one thing. I disagree. I love that as a motif, so I have no problem if they keep doing it, but I hear you. But Alexandria, the Dead Ends, Emerald, Alamigo, I guess you could kind of argue, but it's not a memory. It is like the place. Aether Chemical is in the ruins of an ancient civilization, but again, it's not a memory. So it's only been the past 3 that's true. And I would say in each of those cases, it was to incredible dramatic effect. So, but also, yeah. Let us hope that the final in this vein, the Warriors of Light on the 1st were Winterers. You're gonna have to explain that one to me, Fido. Lunar Subterrane, kind of. Yeah, but that's the 6.x, right? If we're talking about the point X as well, like 7.5 wasn't a memory. 5.5 with Pagathon, it wasn't a memory. If we're including the point X series, then it's a different conversation. Because Lunar Subterrane is not Endwalker, that's 6.5. What better way to meet new people than to break the ice? You know what can also cause an ice age? A meteor, like maybe no, Leo. I'm going to tell you right now, you missed it earlier, but I'm like, no, don't in any way expect this to be super 7-y, because the one point of 7-y stuff that is in any way is the Promised Land, which is also an idea and a concept that exists in multiple Final Fantasies, as well as the Promised Land in 7 being analogous to the Ethereal Sea or the Life Stream, both terminology used in 14. And the idea that it's either the land below or a mythical or story-told land, or the idea that it is the Ethereal Sea itself, although something like 7 is like them interpreting it 100%, but the idea that it's super 7-oriented, I would be very circumspect about. That said, as usual, if I'm wrong and you come back to the stream after 8.0, laugh at me. Please comment and laugh in my general face. Meso Terminal 2 if you're not counting final dungeons. I mean, okay, if we're counting every time they've done it, then there's way more examples of them not doing it than them doing it. So that's like a weird, once you get into an argument about times they've done it. And then I'd also point out that, like, yeah, but in the case of Alexandria and Meso Terminal, it's not only extremely relevant, extremely effective, but also within the confines of a story and a place that is specifically about memory and recollection. So it's in that case, it's like, I would think it'd be worse if they didn't do it, you know? I'm more excited for the July Fan Fest, so we can speculate this one's more. Yeah. We'll talk about it again after July Fan Fest for sure. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the keynote yet. I'm thinking that once the ice is melted, like way after 8.0, maybe like 8.3. Yeah. I hope dungeon structure is also up for changes in 8.0. It could be with Evolved. You could see those changes up. The problem is that people forget that dungeons are more of a storytelling device as well, and a repeatable content device. But the thing that people often forget who play a lot of the game, or who are like, mid-core is a weird term, but like mid-core or above, is that a lot of players are not, I don't say not good. It's important that the story dungeons are kept approachable. And I don't just mean, like, I say this as someone who's extremely sweaty, like extremely sweaty. It is really important that the story dungeons stay approachable, because they need to be for everyone. We sweaty people have other content for us. But yeah. Almost every time the term Promised Land is used, it's an afterlife metaphor. Yeah, in an FF, yeah. I feel the NPC are going to change too along with the evolve mechanics. Yeah, you cannot change one without the other. If this is FF7 base, Odin... NPC are going to change too. I'm not sure what you mean with that, Suna. You'll have to explain. Base, the Odin guy can be like Aerith's mom of the 14. That's an interesting idea, yeah. But this is getting out of topic. We should get back to lore. I mean, look, everything's on topic because I do want to talk about everything. Like I said, this is everything Evercold, not just the lore. And I don't just do lore. I do try to focus on covering it. But to give the number one issue I have had in dealing with lore with 14 is the large sum of people who have very strong opinions about the lore or story, which are formulated on fundamental misunderstandings of factual information. What I mean by that is, if you think something about primals that's wrong because you don't know, if you're like, you don't like something about Heaven's Word because of Shiva, I know Shiva is introduced into next, but like because of Shiva, because that's not how primals work or whatever. But the problem is, like, the MSQ explained everything and it's there, it's present, and you either forgot or didn't notice it, and then it becomes impossible to have conversation. So what I will say is my focus on, in general with all these conversations, is if they can bulwark your understanding going into Evercold, we have succeeded. Do you mean Electrope and the Skydeep Cenote? Electrope and the Skydeep Cenote. I mean, that's not... So, like, that one's not the weirdest thing, because the Gate of Remembrance exists in there. So the idea that there's... But, like, also, the Electrope is a raw material that potentially exists on the source. So, like, we see it dug up in Heritage Found, which means it's not clear. Actually, I'm trying to remember. There is a direct and specific explanation given to us, and I don't remember if it's in the side quest or MSQ, about that. And I've forgotten it. I'll have to review it. But yeah. Tender Valley. Well, remember, it's really important to remember that multiple Maguses throughout time have dreamed of other reflections. Like, we know that Yokui dreamed of other reflections, not only the 9th, but it's possible the 1st, and that's where the greatest serpent could have come from. And there were complaints about 7.0 dungeon difficulty, so I don't think they'll make them harder. Yeah. 14 lore is uniquely challenging to parse due to the amount of retcon. No, there are not. I challenge you right now, tell me one retcon other than the 1.0 that's a retcon. Recontextualizations for stuff? Yeah, sure, I'll talk about that. I'm not saying there absolutely cannot be at least one. I challenge anyone to, like, tell me give me an example of a retcon. That is a retcon. And I actually disagree that it's fundamentally, because like if you play the MSQ, all of this is directly explained. People forget a lot of the MSQ, but like there is not one cosmological phenomenon that is important to what happens in the MSQ that is not directly told to you. Yeah, recontextualizations, absolutely. And a lot of them are foreshadowed very heavily. So like, for instance, our recontextualized understanding of astrality and umbrality that we're told about in Shadowbringers, if you pay attention to elemental affinity and lore, you should have already been like, huh, there's an interesting discrepancy here. I wonder what's going on with that. We don't know. And then it's explained. Primals are made out to be way more complicated and interesting than you explain already in the lore before you like ever becomes clear the degree to which that's true. And then you see more and more examples throughout like 2.x about how they're weirder than you think. Yeah. You're still getting advice from Matoya about not abusing her Aether site was dropped, but not retcon. I mean, she says, hey, it's bad for you. Be very careful. That's it. And people made a big deal out of that. That doesn't mean, like, the problem there is that her being like, hey, you're playing with fire, doesn't mean this needs to be a beat about how you're going to die, right? But people ran with that, and it became a very common thing that was talked about, so people expected it to be a narrative beat. Yeah. If they make Eden mandatory, Gaia will be helpful in the world of ice. Yeah. Reasons, Remus disable summon Chief with the power of light because the elements are close to each other. No. No. Okay, so I'm glad I kept this by my side. Ice, yes, is inherently umbral. It's often umbral. And so ice and light are of an affinity with each other. Like, but like they're not, light is not an element in the same way that the 6 elements are. There's the polarities and then the elements. And then light and dark are effectively separate things. And yes, because light is associated with stasis and so is ice, they're in proximity to each other. Also, I'm being a little pedantic here. I think this is what your point is anyway. Forgive me. But the thing is that while astrality might be helpful, the fundamental issue on the 4th is almost certainly a balancing issue of the elements, especially with the Jotun likely drawing upon the wind, fire, earth, and water, as you can see in the earlier parts of the trailer. You know, like the wind here, fire there, earth there. You can see the water one here, back here. You can also see it in concept art right here, right? So those being drawn upon, it's not just a question of can you quicken the Aether that's already there, because just quickening the ice Aether doesn't actually solve your problem. You need to rebalance. This is the same reason that when we do Eden, that you don't just go, oh, Eden's gonna make everything super astral and we solved it. When you go through Eden, you have to go, okay, we need to reawaken each element and quicken them, right? And Reen might be, or Gaia might be somewhat helpful for that, but the biggest place where Reen and Gaia are useful for each other is working in the 1st and 13th, as their proximity and understanding of astrality and umbrality and light and darkness is more of a useful affinity in that place. So, like, it's important to understand that just because you quicken ice doesn't mean you solve the elemental imbalancing. Yeah, no worries, Leo. And sometimes you guys will make a point, I might misunderstand it, or I might, yeah, just forgive me and just tell me if I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. XIV is really good about making sure that the lore is given from character sources. Yeah. I've seen people claim Hydaelyn's situation. What? I mean, from 1.0 maybe, because there's a lot of 1.0 retcons, like actively. But that's because 1.0 lore is ass. And as someone who has studied 1.0 lore thoroughly and has watched all the cutscenes and has played 1.0, I can tell you it's ass, and it's good that it was retconned. But if you mean Hydaelyn in 2.x, that's not, like, no. That's not a retcon. That's not what a retcon means. Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be this guy. A retcon, short for retroactive continuity, is a literary device where an established fact in a fictional story are adjusted, ignored, or changed by new information contradicting the previous work. This is a bad example because this is saying usually used to fix plot holes and stuff. Adjusted here is not just saying recontextualize. It's saying, oh, this person's power was at a 10. Actually, no, and then the next time you see that person, they're like, actually, it was 11. That's not. Hydaelyn at least in 3.5. No, they foreshadow it in 2.5. They literally foreshadow that Yida is not who she says she is when with Papalimo and her in 2.5. Like, years before. There are multiple points in the story where there are hints that Yida and wearing her mask, Yida's maybe not exactly who she says she is, and there are reasons she's wearing her mask. Is Star Wars a good example of retcons? It depends if you're talking about old canon or new canon, but in both cases, yes, but for slightly different reasons. No, I mean the guy is close to lightning Aether because of her darkness. No. Making her able to use lightning Aether. No. That's not how that works. What happens in Eden is they need to summon a entity of ice in order to balance the ice Aether.
The only entity, powerful primal of ice we know was Shiva, who was a primal that was, there was a vessel of it. So Reen needs to tilt the light and needs to treat umbrality and light and also the ice and becomes the vessel for that and our memories of Shiva. That was happened there. Reen does not control ice. When she's summoned in Eden when she invokes Shiva into her, she controls ice for that small brief period of time. But she's not powerful in ice. That's not a usual thing. Just that one specific case. Gaia is not powerful in lightning. Gaia is powerful in the manipulation of darkness and to an extent astrality, but not lightning. No, lightning is highly astral. Like, that's true. But there's no reason to think that she's extremely adept in lightning age. They could potentially become that way, but there's no reason to think that Asen. Yeah, not saying she's going. I know you're not saying, but I'm saying that saying they're adept in it is there's no basis to suggest that. We need fire, dark, lightning. Well, we need astrality. Astral is different than dark. Dark dark is inherently astral, but darkness and astrality are not the same thing. Umbrality and light are light is highly umbral, but is not. You can be astral without being dark, and you can be umbral without being light. I think that's like a misconception that I think it's pretty easy to understand, but light is extremely umbral. Dark is extremely astral. They exist within those domains. Yeah. Do you think Rogadan are going to play a bigger part in Evercold? They are the most certainly Viking-inspired race. I hope so. I love Rogadan, so yeah. I mean, I would also love to go to Everslaint and Airslaint as a like a variant dungeon or something. So I hope so. I would love a Rogadan Scion too. Like, you know, I'd be hyped for Hoary Boulder, but Nail being the sister of Real Nail was caused miscommunication. Yeah, so that was a failure of localization. That is technically not a retcon. That is something that only exists as a weirdness in the English translation of the game that is not present at all in the Japanese version of the game, because the Japanese version of 1.0 never makes it clear what Nail's gender actually is. And then English, when it got to the Binding Coils, they kind of like tried to like gloss over it and say, don't worry about it. But the actual canon, it wasn't that they retconned the origin of Nail, it's that English got localized poorly, which is not the same. When the switch actually happens. Oh, sorry, I missed what you were saying, Laffy. Oh boy, we opened up a can of worms. We're going to talk about Disney. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that. Also, the idea, you want to talk about ahistorical? If we're talking about Disney retconning, do you have any idea how many retcons there were in Legends? I was there. Do not quote the sacred text to me. Do you know how many of the fucking Legends books I read? Do you know what I have seen, what I've been through? You want to talk about retconning? Don't tell me new stuff's retconned. The amount of like absolute not giving a shit that was present in old Star Wars is hilarious. It puts Marvel to shame. So all I'm saying is, I'm not saying like the new stuff, but the idea of if you're going to curse the new stuff, you got to curse the old stuff. Moving on from that topic. Legendary series. What about the Legendary series? The Stormblood endings have the real Yida and Papalymo waving. It's a tearjerker. Yeah, that was my point. People throw retcon around way too loosely. Yeah, agreed. Not saying, to be clear, I'm not trying to be a pedant. I just have a strong feeling that in this case, words have meanings in the same way that we shouldn't use hypothesis and theory interchangeably when talking about lore. I do not think we should use recontextualized and retcon, because to me, I have a very strong dislike of retcons and I adore well-done recontextualizations. This was my point. Yeah, no saying ice controls. Saying that could use her to manipulate lightning for like one time or something to bring lightning over. Well, we don't know that there's not lightning in the... one, we have the 9th already as a strong source of Levin, but I also point out that like there's no reason we don't know that there's not a lot of Levin on the 4th. We know that it's suffering from cold, but there's also a really strong cloud cover in it that are full of lightning storms, I would point out. Those walk in the dark and protect the light. Those light will want to be its downfall. I hope, Road, your ability to keep these details in mind impresses the hell out of me. Honestly, don't know how you do it. Honestly, Typo, a profound love and passion for this stuff. You know, just reading stuff periodically. The other thing for me is that the way I store information in my brain is an interconnected web. So if I store one thing, it usually stores like 12 others, which makes it very easy to like extemporaneously talk about it. I also have Infinite. If you're around, if you could link T-Tools. We have a tool that we made semi-recently, a couple months back, thanks to V, my partner and one of the Discord mods for Eorzean Archives. T-Tools. It is a tool where you type in any word you want, and in English or in Japanese, it will bring up every instance of that word in the entire game, every item, every text dialogue, every quest, everything. So if you ever want to look up lore or primary things that people are saying about it, you also have categorization. So if you want to like reduce, you just want like quest text or whatever, you can do that. Also, if you want to do multiple words, make sure you put it in quotes. Otherwise, it will break. I do want to add French and German at some point because we were asked for that, but that will not be right this second. Infinite has just linked it. Please use that to help yourself research and show it to any friends who you think might want to use it to help with RP, lore, anything. I find that the more people know the story and lore of this game accurately, the more they tend to like it, which is broadly, I mean, fair to say true. But also, I'm not saying everyone needs to like everything, but the amount of people I've met that like once they understood what was actually like they understood the actual facts, the amount of times that they liked the MSQ more is legion. Okay. I always found it curious that darkness-oriented Gaia is associated with the spell and waiting mechanic. As to me, it sounds like the stasis sound, the contrary. That's just me thing, though. So the thing is that time is disconnected from umbrality and stasis in a way. I get what you're saying. I'd also point out that it's specifically because Gaia is being a Ultimeshia reference in that case with the Oracle of Darkness. So it's partly that they want to do FF8 stuff. It's also because, if I'm not mistaken, within EE3 in no, it doesn't say it here, but there's some interesting note about Logriff kind of being assigned and connected to that in an interesting way. But yeah, it's just Logriff is the pastor, cataloger, and caretaker of terrestrial creations. Both Ultimeshia reference and a reference to Belias. Like FF12 Belias or Tactics Belias? Are you talking about the one in like Tactics? The what are they called? The Illuminati guys. You'll have to let me know. Isn't it pronounced Rugadin? Yes, if you want to pronounce it correctly, is Rugadin. However, I'm going to keep saying Rogadin because I don't like Rugadin, and also 99% of the population says Rogadin anyways. Also, if you, I believe, and also, this is going to be the same thing as Titus. Yes, it is officially Titus. No, I'm not going to say Titus for a couple of reasons, not least of which is no. Secondly, I am wrong. I am very wrong. I am wrong. Just because I choose to obstinately do it otherwise does not make me right. I am wrong. However, I'm going to say Titus anyways, in part because he's so associated with water and the tide and movement. Also, in Japanese, his name is Tida, so take that as you will. Okay, yes, it is. If you want the, as said by Koji, it is supposed to be Rugadin. No, I'm not going to say Rugadin. Also, there is at least one character, I believe, who in voice says Rogadin, so in game, so. Also, Bozia, both Aether, Ether, both are used. Like, you're fine, you know? I love that you got ethereal chart ready to go for explanations. I multiple times have popped that up today, and I knew I was going to need it again. The correct info on nail is that Bahamut to the old 1.0 nail, blood of DNA to create a clone. Where's good for the female? Yes. No. Yeah. Zach, no. Okay. Here is the actual lore of nail. Ignore the English for a second, just because the English is a little bit wonky, because of how it got localized. Here's the story. There was someone named Nail Van Darnus. He was a dude. He was a legati. He was awesome. He was powerful. And he died. His sister took up his mantle and pretended to be him. And she is the person you knew all throughout 1.0. When Nail goes crazy and serves Dalamud and then dies, her Aether is pulled into Dalamud, the moon, and into Bahamut, basically. When you fight Bahamut in the Binding Coils, because her Aether had been pulled into Bahamut, like Louis Suaz was, he was able to manifest and project her. And what you are fighting is sort of the reconstructive ethereal creation that is Nail's Aether within it, that is tempered. And so when she is killed, she starts to a little bit come back to herself. That is the story. They kind of try to be like, well, people don't know the story of 1.0, and also in the English of, because in 1.0 they don't state the gender, because Japanese usually doesn't state the gender unless you're being really explicit, whereas in English they made a bad localization choice and said he with Nail, but like that guy, yeah. So, but what I said is the actual story. And the thing is that even if you're like, well, but the English is, even if it's weird, says this, here's the thing, Binding Coils not only is it optional content, but the problem is that the weapons quest line still goes with the female Nail, so even the bullshit explanation that Alfino gives, that is not in Japanese, because Alfino's like, I guess it's the weird recollection memory thing of her, I don't know, which Alfino just didn't know the actual historical reason. So it's not even like a retcon or recontextualization. Alfino's just like, I don't know, man, here's my theory, and his theory's wrong. But like, even when you have the data of Nail Van Darnus, it's female Nail, right? It's not male Nail. Also, English is fun. Agreed. I think World of Dark. Sphene is an oracle. Isn't it an oracle of an element? Wait, Sphene's not an oracle. Period. Did I say Sphene? What is the opposite element of lightning? Opposite would be, broadly speaking, ice. If you look at the ethereal chart, the inverted elements across from each other, so you have wind, lightning, and fire, which are highly astral typically, and you have water, ice, and earth, which is highly umbral. It's not always like, oh, they have to be. They just generally tilt towards that. You can have umbral lightning. You can have astral ice. But the thing is that the opposite, obviously, from ice is lightning. The opposite of fire is water. The opposite of wind is earth. Like, those are the corresponding juxtaposition points, right? I point out that if, we have the 9th with 11, we also we have the 4th with ice. We also very likely have the 8th and 11th reflection with wind and earth because of Interphos and what we see with the reflection shown to us within that. And 8th and 11th are the only ones unaccounted. Ugh. Also, I'm probably going to need a drink. I'm going to probably need a drink sometime soon. I'm hoping for the new Fizzrain job just that they have for TF2. We'll talk about jobs a little bit later. I think the World of Darkness was explicitly modeled after the 1.0 trailer. The Warrior of Darkness was related because it was the easier way to show the audience shorthand they were meant to. I'm not sure I understand. I think I don't know if you mean World of Darkness or Warrior of Darkness were explicitly modeled after the 1.0 trailer. Oh, are you talking about Ardbert and his crew as the represent? Okay, I think what you're talking about is in the Realm Reborn trailer, they have the characters that are the iconic representations and model after the 1.0 because it was easier way to show the audience shorthand where they were meant to represent. Yeah, I think that makes I think you're probably right, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, they were us in a world that could have been but wasn't ours. Yeah, it is, and that works as a useful shorthand. Yeah. I think yeah. Can we get to the chat command for T-Tools? Yes, but I would have to set that up. Infinite or Ray, can one of you message or remind me to do that at some point? I don't have any bots set up for Discord. Isis is a opposite of lightning, just as light is to dark. Yes and no. Because light and dark exists along polarity boundaries, and you don't just if you have ice and lightning, they don't cancel each other out and make everything good. With the 6 elements, you need everything in balance. So, in a sense, they are co-aligned. They are afflictingly aligned elements. But when you're talking about light and dark, those are poles. You're talking about more the polarity stuff. And when you're talking about 6 elements, those exist in you need all 6. So, yes and no, if that makes sense. You can't really think about the 6 elements in isolation without each other. When did you want the reminder about converting Aether, corporeal living? No, great question, Shadow. If you can hold on it for a little bit while, let's at least get through this and before we talk about that. And when is a great question because we clearly have a ton to say. So layout of the convocation crystals on the ground and Amarot probably meant something. Yeah. So I can tell you what it means right now. Here. So for those who don't know, there are 14 seats of the convocation, and each of them match a star sign. They are the astrological star signs. So this is, if you look at, for instance, the 3rd seat is Gemini. Emet-Selch is the Gemini. Star sign. Yeah, star sign order. That's what we're looking for. So if you look at the star sign order, it is Aries, Logriff, Taurus, Metron, Gemini, Emet-Selch, Pastra is Cancer, Fandaniel is Leo, Altima is Virgo, Halamarut is Libra, Nabrialis is Scorpio, Igiorm is Sagittarius, Deodelphon is Capricorn, Emeraloth is Aquarius, La Habrea is Pisces, and then Elidibus is Ophiuchus. Logriff is Belias. Oh, okay. Well, you know what, Lion? I'm about to explain that for everybody else, so I get what you're saying. I don't think that's a reference in that specific sense as much as the entirety of the scions of light and dark are, but yeah, I get what you're saying, and I'm going to pull up actually exactly what you're talking about to explain that. Wasn't part of Elidibus' duty to keep the balance of the elements, at least post-sundering? Post-sundering, he just exists. He was to keep balance to make sure that the source didn't get overly fricked. So for instance, imagine if you kept doing all the rejoinings and the source never had time to recover, it might mess up the source. Yeah. So let me pull up what's talking about here. So in Final Fantasy XII, there's something called the Espers, and there's what are called the Scions of Light and Dark. The Scions of dark are the ones that you summon. So if you've played 12, you know, like Belias, Chaos, Zalera, Zeromus, Hashmel, Ultima, Exodus, Kukulane, Shemhazai, Eldramek, Framfrit, Mateus, Zodiark, right? That whole list. However, if you look to they have counterparts, which are the Scions of Light. And what are those Scions called? Logriff, Metron, Emet-Selch, Pastra, Fandaniel, Altima, Halmarut, Nalbrialis, Igiorm, Dudelafon, Emerloth, Lahabrea, and Zodiark Elidibus, right? So, that. They also have elemental alignments. These alignments do not match up with anything at all. Like, it doesn't, other than, like, Zodiark and Darkness, like, Lahabrea is, the thing most associated with Lahabrea is fire rather than ice, right? Like, none of these match up except for Darkness with Elidibus. As an interesting note, all of the Espers also have a mask that I'm sure sigil you've seen. They have a sigil. All the Espers have a crystal that contains their like symbol. You've also, I'm sure, seen Asians have a crest of their office before. If you look at what their corresponding Esper is, that's how you can start to figure out what their mask is. For instance, Zalera, the Gemini, is the corresponding of Emet-Selch. Notice this symbol right here. What would happen if you flipped it upside down and cut off the bottom and the top? You would have the symbol of Emet-Selch, right? That's how all of them are coming to be. Okay, that's that. That's a little bit of information. We've only talked about a couple things today. Just a few, just a smidgen, just a tibbly-dibbly tab. Back to Evercold trailer. And we still haven't gone through the Evercold trailer. By the way, just sending again. Logo blank. Yeah, we talked about that. 6 elements in isolation. Wasn't part of Elidibus' duty. Talked about that. Oops, said twice. I view the elements as the north, east, west, south, and the light and darkness are up and down. That, except for that doesn't work because there's 6 elements. So, like, that doesn't work because you would only have 4. The thing is that only works if you do 4 or 8. It doesn't work for 6. Right? You've got astral, umbral as poles. Don't think of these in isolation against each other. Think of these in concert with each other, and think of these as polarities. These are energy states. This is low energy state. This is high energy state, right? And then these all exist in concert with each other. Together, you just get pure aether, right? Like just general aether, pure aether. Unaspected aether, as it was. Yeah, it works. Swallow's Compass has an element. Yes, but the Swallow's Compass is using the class. Yes, but that doesn't. But just because it's only existing within the 4 classical elements doesn't mean that that's the only way to think about, doesn't mean that that's how elements work. They're only casting spells of those elements and working in concert with the lamp, but that doesn't mean that, yes, Swallow's Compass does that, Geomancers are doing that, that is correct. But you could say, like, that's like saying, like, Black Mage and White Mage don't use all the elements, right? When in their spell casting. Within the 4th, that is. Yeah, back on the 4th. Yeah, the idea that the 4th could misunderstand and apply a feeling and the thought process of it, of only thinking about the 4, yeah, that's possible. Did we side the Sundering today? We have so far. Okay, I'm gonna go get a drink and then we'll keep going. Do you know Crystal Chronicles lore? A little bit. Some are shown, do look like, I played 2 of the Crystal Chronicle games. I played the first one and the DS one, I'm forgetting the name. The one with the Red Moon and the sisters, Chalinka and our brother and sister. Do you like similar to Crystal Chronicles series? Among others, but the architecture is very similar in some places. Yeah, I think that's partly because they're echoing some of the, like, more like 90, not quite Gothic, but approaching pseudo-Gothicness. So I definitely see what you're saying. I'm gonna go grab a drink right. Okay, looks like messages have slowed down a bit, so I will go ahead and start this up. I'll start back up. Okay.
And all was lost. We had no choice but to flee to the sky.
We had no choice but to flee to the sky, right? Interesting thing too is that in the last shot we saw the kid sitting down and now they're sitting up. That could just be for dramatic effect, but I don't wonder if there's another shot where we see the kid and the old lady at a different point. It doesn't, like, it very easily could just cut on that. I didn't mean the astral signs of the convocation. I meant during the MSQ when we follow the trail of convocation candies that the layout was important. I would have to re-look at what the order is, but I don't know that if it is in order. And if it is in order, it would be in this, like, if it's in any interesting or important order, it would probably be the seats. And if it was in the order of the seats, we know what the order of the seats is from the astrological signs. So I guess that's why I was in part explaining that. So if you mean the crystals when we find them, if anyone knows what the order is, let me know and I can give you an answer off that. But I don't think it is, and if it is, yeah.
The land below became a frozen.
So here's the interesting thing I was pointing out earlier. She's got the same, well, or at least a very similar crest to the one, if you look on her shoulder. It's very similar to this one. And it could just be an accent piece. Like, it might not be anything. But it looks very, very similar. And the reason that might be important is, especially if any of the Winterers can change form or be given different physical forms, it would also be very much in, like, the sort of Loki or Trickster. Because, like, the thing people, I think, tend to not know about Loki in, like, actual, like, Loki is a shapeshifter, not only just Trickster and a bringer of and a part of bringing about birth Jormungandr, and is part of, like, bringing about Ragnarok. But the idea that this guy is potentially changing forms or in different forms is, I think, quite interesting. I don't expect there to be a Loki. I do expect there to be a Trickster archetype in this story. And yeah, you never need to be sorry. If I misunderstand your question, that's totally fine. You don't need to be sorry. Don't Mikoto have sensitive ears to cold weather, or is that just Grahat to you? I mean, probably in general. Shapeshifter, like an Asen. Yeah, so the Asians obviously can mold bodies, but remember, Halmarut even often offers to imbue Calyx into a corporeal form that she can mold to his use. So even if this guy is not an Asian, the idea that he would have access to the ability to shapeshift would not go amiss. Also massively and unfairly conflated with Satan. That's one I have not heard a lot of, so you'll have to. I'm not researching that specific area. By the way, I was away for a while. Did anyone mention Praying Lady having the same unique scale pattern on the face as Halmarut? No one did. But I doubt that has anything to do with Halmarut in specific, other than the possibility that Halmarut was dealing with the Fourth, either from the Fourth or dealing with the Fourth for a long period of time, which I think is very likely. I had suspected she might have been responsible for the Ninth in some way, but I'm now much more on the opinion that she probably was responsible for the Fourth's fall originally. Especially when you think about how tied to the mycological and to the, like, to plant life she is, and the idea that the Fourth has these trees, these sentinel trees, and they're tied into things. Aren't we the Trickster archetype? No. No, we are not the Trickster archetype. No. Wanderer, Adventurer, plenty of other things, but definitely not the Trickster. We do fit Loki well, kind of. I don't. Have you guys, like, I don't. Maybe for your guys' personal head canon for your Warrior of Light, but if you look at the Warrior of Light in MSQ, no, not even a little bit. I mean, I don't know if, like, you're familiar with like Eddas and like or like other Norse stories or Nordic stories, but like not like actual Loki, like not, and we're not talking about pop culture Loki too. Yeah, no, we're not the Trickster archetype even a little. The fabric of texture kind of also having a little bit of a twinkle in our eye and being someone who, like, has a sense of whimsy or wonder is not Trickster. A fabric texture of that kind of old deer's hood is beautiful. Yes, also to all of you who keep referencing Dark Souls 2, I appreciate you. If I had not started a Final Fantasy lore channel, it would have been a FromSoft one. I do hope we get a puny god. Yeah, I really hope we don't. I mean, like, as a really small aside in a side quest, maybe, Dallas, but I don't, like, not yet. Yeah. My guess is that she is at least physically related to the lady, as they both have unique patterns other characters don't have access to. I wouldn't limit yourself that much, Lion, because there's plenty of times where people have unique, like, that could mean they're both from the 8th, but that also could be, hey, this pattern that we gave to her, we now that's like saying, how to put this? That would be kind of like making a guess that any female Hrothgar reference after you saw Wuklamah in 6.5 was a or 6.55 was a reference to like that she was related to any other female Hrothgar. Like, you know what I'm saying? Where they're adding new stuff into the game, and this thing that we didn't have prior, like, it would be like saying like Ygiri and Sidurgu were related because they were the only Alraz we saw in the pre-Heavens World stuff because of you couldn't have it as a race, right? You kind of get what I'm saying? Where it's like there are things being added to the game that are widening, for instance, character customization and whatnot. So the immediate assumption that their facial scales and patterning is the same. Also because we see facial scales being different between the families and also the same between non-families. So I don't think that would be, I don't think we should assume that, especially because also I would point out that if I'm not mistaken, Halmarut's scales are green. And that Alraz were black. Yeah, because if you look at it, hers are green. Completely a shot in the dark. We don't know the lady's name, but at least one of her eyes are like the old Aura. Yeah, I mean, I think this is either the old Aura or something else. This is not someone we've already met. It might be someone else already in the trailer, but it's not someone we already know. And that also would make a lot of sense for different. Also, Odin being hooded and telling stories to people is absolutely a thing. That only just occurred to me. Oh, a old wizened figure with the hood telling stories to someone is extremely Odin coded. Loki intentionally causes problems and then solves them. Yeah, we don't intentionally cause problems and then solve them. We solve them, but we do not intentionally cause problems. Yeah. Odin was a wanderer too, in the same way we seek adventurers, saw endlessly for knowledge. He's forced to solve them, not the same. Yeah, I hope we and the Scions can get fully rejoined. Curious to know why you want us to be fully rejoined. So Mac, I've just spent the past couple hours. Are you talking to someone else? Because if you're talking to me, curious to know why you are you're not talking to me, right? Because, like, I spent, like, hours today explaining why I don't want that and why that won't happen. Okay, that wasn't for me? Okay. Someone else said something. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can find it. Yeah, yeah. I'll see if I can find it later. I can't believe Arbor and Thancred are second cousins. Do you think, Thancred? Wait, what? What is that base? We don't know Thancred's parents. You're gonna have to explain that one to me, Inquisitor, unless you're making a joke. Do you think the Reaper in the trailer is meant to be Zero? No, it's Warrior of Light, and we'll talk about it in a second. Remember the dissension from the trailer was made like a year ago? Yes. Yeah. As an example, Loki without having edible Elder Scrolls. Yeah, that's Elder Scrolls. The Warrior of Light Reflection of the Force is going to be the Winterer, and by default, the antagonist of the expansion. I feel it in my gut. It'd be an interesting concept. It would be not anathema. It'd be interesting, though. I wouldn't be surprised if at least one of the Winterers is that in the long run. That is a cat. What if... Yes, this is a Mikote. Yeah. What if the Zero is our 13th counterpart? Almost certainly not for, like, 6 different reasons I can give you later. We made Calyx fear for his life. I bet we can do it again. Yeah. We could do something similar to Trickster using Trickster Salvation. If we could get green scales, be tempted to swap. Well, you may be able to. Remember, we're getting a bunch of customization options in 8.0 and more throughout 8.x. So the idea that you can change your scales is, I would say at this point, quite likely. The wind-up Odin description mentions a theory of Odin getting his sword by slaying an Auri warrior. Well, remember, that's wrong. Because Odin's sword is one of the weapons of Eureka. So, like, that might be a story or hypothesis, but that's not the case. Think this is... Yeah, a lot of people think this is Old Lady Yashola, which is funny. I don't think it was a joke. Got it. I was making a joke about the whole, they have similar appearance and races and therefore related comment. Okay, cool. How many reflections have we already rejoined? Due to Asians? 7. Also, I will say, if you missed it earlier in the first hour of this stream, I went over a lot of the rejoinings and whatnot in very, very deep detail. So if you want to learn more about that, I would recommend rewatching the stream at some point. There have been 7 rejoined. The 13th failed to rejoin. The first was not rejoined. The 4th and 9th also have fallen to elemental tilting, but are not rejoined. So if we get green skin, I'm potentially close to becoming a goblin. The main question about the Omni Colte is sun or its giant moon pupils. Remember, this is the 4th, not the source. There are not keepers of the moon, seekers of the sun. Remember, like the Mistel don't have keepers of the moon, seekers of the sun, keepers of the moon. Remember, each reflection has their own subset clans. Her tail does seem to be of the models, though, using the more shaggy dog tail. I remember a bunch of bad habits when people thought that every new character was the Warrior of Light's reflection. Yeah, looking forward to all this neon green Rogan and cosplay. Here's the thing, I will say, As long as people pick skin colors that are technically still canonical with at least some race, I'm excited, because the idea that you can pick, if you have a Hyur but with green skin, you could be, your mother could be a Hyur and your father could have been a Rogadin, and the secondary characteristic you got was their green skin. There's a lot of really interesting character creation that is supported in lore with that. Yeah. Yeah, we're here. We'll get to the keynote and talk about it, but. So remember, they went, the world ended, they fled to the sky, they began to march, they fled to the sky. Then the Ked asks, then what happened?
And then what happened?
So what is about to be said that happens next takes place after the world was good, tilted towards frost, something marched, probably the Jotun, and then they fled to the skies. So after this is what happened.
The land below became a frozen waste.
So truly, the land was already tilting toward frost, truly just became a full frozen waste.
But everything changed when they arrived.
But everything changed when they arrived.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days, we knew them as...
So everything changed when they arrived. The traveler, the one from the sky. Yes, but in those days we knew them as. So this is long ago. And also, this takes place after the world's already frozen, after they've already fled to the sky. And this is the Warrior of Light. This is the Warrior of Light. This it is Meteor. Like everything about this is Meteor. No. See, okay, before you say time travel though, that doesn't, what about that necessity? What I'm explaining here is a pure cause and effect of A to B to C to D. So you need to explain why you would think there's time travel or fixed. Yeah. I don't think we're on the Ragnarok, but I will talk about what I think we're on in a second. They arrived, but the kid is biased towards the Warrior of Light. Yeah, the Fire Nation. I hope everyone has their glam ready for the cold. Man, I can't wait for the full version of this theme. Fuck yeah, right? Just clarifying thing, is it in a pattern we haven't seen in the face of any Raw lady in the game yet. We may get it in the future, but now it leads me to connect them. I would advise against that, Lionard. I would advise connecting two people as related on the basis of a singular generalized feature that is something that could exist in a game, especially when there's supporting evidence to keep them disconnected. For instance, the fact that there is no example of related Al-Ra having, like, immediately related Al-Ra having different horn colors, right? So I'm saying that, like, the singular piece of evidence on that is that they both have this same thing, this same facial feature, but I don't know that that's very supportive of it. But yeah, I understand your point. I'm saying that you don't have to agree or believe me either, to be very clear. But I'm saying that's my point. Man, I can't wait for the time travel. I do wonder what might be Zero in the full trailer. No. This is not going to be changed to be Zero. This is us. They're not going to change this to be Zero. I want to be very, very clear about that. Is the old woman potentially after the events of Evercold? Well, that depends. So if you're talking about time travel, so the thing here, so yeah, I see you guys' message, so I'll get to the message because I think it'll answer that in a second. Interesting, using a singular they might refer to the Warrior of Light, or they might refer to other travelers. Yeah. Is the woman potentially, is the old woman potentially after the events of Evercold? Like, that's the important thing. Well, you're assuming time travel, but there's no reason that the old woman and the child can't exist after we do everything we do, right? Right? Like, we assume so, but there's no reason. There may be, to be fair, I do think that there potentially could be time travel. I just want to, like, strongman everything. I think they may have cut a few lines between the last ones. It might not be in the entire. Oh, it is definitely not the entire conversation, Zergil. Glad to see Reaper went back from hat from hood. Reaper looks better with a hat. Glad you like it. I noticed that the Titans are the center of light piercing of clouds. Yes, I'm going to talk about that in a second, Lore. I think you're touching on a thing I was waiting to get to, but I'm very excited. Time travel in the sense that we arrived in the past, saw the world, albeit returned to the source to fight off incurs. But remember, no. But a couple things here. Remember, we arrive from the sky after the world's frozen, not before. Yeah, return to the source to fight off the incursion, then we go back to the fourth. Time moved faster and years passed by. So the problem is it depends on if there's any stable link between the places. Because remember, the reflections and source go into synchronicity when there's anything that connects them to bring them into synchronicity, right? So it depends on that as an element. But we look, fixed loop time travel exists in 14 and only fixed loop. So it's possible that we can connect to different points. We just nothing would change about those events. Nothing. We're not gonna go back and change time. That's never happened. And if you're about to give me examples of how it's happened, I promise you I can talk circles around. Like I can explain the Aether Family timeline. I can explain the Avada thing and all that about why that's still fixed loop. Genome just reminded me of the light thematic parallels between Gosan and G-Man. Since each reflection has different time flow, unless they're brought into in synchronicity, which anytime there is a point of connection between source and reflection, they have been brought into synchronicity. It happened with the first, it happens always with the 13th because of the void the tears. It has happened with the 9th. It'll almost certainly happen. It's not obviously the first. It will happen probably. There's a chance it'll happen with the 4th. So keep that in mind. I don't know about a Reaper lore. I wonder what the connecting thread is to Evercold. Jobs like Dragoon. We'll get into that in 1 second. Every fine horned aura related fear. I don't think they would hide the fact that it's 0. Yes, they would not hide that fact. And the old woman, genome, monkey tail. Oh, that's an interesting thought. Yeah. 0 doesn't have a full collar like we have in the... Yeah, this is not 0. They have, like guys, they have shadow. Like, they have a beard. Also, this is, like, the facial features of Meteor. Like, this is... I don't know what to tell you other than this is Meteor. Just came back recently, but isn't Far Wander a common title used for Odin? It might be. I don't know of it being one, but that's very possible. Well, the Traveler from the Skies and Warrior of Light, but some Odin character. I mean, look, there's a possibility that the our one-eyed dude, or if Grandma is Odin, that they are the Far Wanderer and it wasn't us. There's something interesting to talk about that in a second, and I'll get to that in a moment. Yeah, was understood, just clarifying because people are comparing the opinion and trying to connect the two random cures for being cures. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I think they were just being playful, Liner. Some of the trailer showcase scenes out of order, but there's never been a scene we suspect to be from after Warrior of Light. So yes, but just because there never has been, there was never a scene of another reflection until Shadowbringers, right? There was never a scene on the moon until Endwalker. I get what you're saying that, like, yes, there has been a historical back, but my point is, be very careful about limiting what can be, just because it hasn't been done yet, especially in an expansion where they're trying to fight fatigue and change things up. Did the 4th cause a calamity on the source? No, that's not how that works. Oh man, I'm gonna have to explain that a bunch of times today. Okay, which is fine. The way it works, if you need, I would highly recommend, if you have not played Shadowbringers in a while, just go watch this cutscene with the Exarch in the Crystarium. We'll explain it. You tilt a reflection towards an element, then you need to tilt the source and cause a cataclysmic moment, and when those moments happen in parallel, the aether of that reflections turn into a star and rejoined and turn into aether. That reflection is turned into aether and rejoins with the source. So 7 have done that. The 13th did not have the source tilted or have a moment of cataclysm, so it did not rejoin, and neither did the 9th, and neither did the 4th. So the 4th calamity, and then also, yeah. So and also what happens on froze over. Does the calamity mean the reflection was rejoined? No. If it was rejoined, you would destroy the reflection. For the 4th to be rejoined, the 4th must be obliterated. All of its aether and entire everything brought into the source. For instance, every reflection that has been rejoined, there's nothing. Like where it once was is nothing. It's not like a husk of a planet or no. It's gone. All of it. The entire thing. All of it. Every part of it. Yeah. We might get the same areas non-frozen. I think, like, we might get the overworld, yeah, potentially not frozen. They might have made it a point to point out that we don't see ice. So I have a different reason for thinking that, Leo, and it's more because I think the world below is something we go to later. So you can believe the Warrior Light and Sad Old Aura are going to play some sort of Odin role in Evercold. Yeah. Why would 0 go to the 4th? She's kind of fucking busy in the 13. People just want the basic goth flip. Don't be that way, Dark. I mean, you can say the point of, like, it doesn't make sense. Don't like, let people be okay. I'm like, we don't need to talk to people like that. I just want us to encounter our remaining shards in other reflections. I mean, there's evidence that the historical Golbez, not Zdorante, but Golbez, may be the 13th corresponding. There's some pretty strong evidence for that. It's not certain, but yeah. This is a joke, Helio. But you see, this is Warrior of Light after they rejoined this. Yeah. Since this planet is merged with us, maybe the one. No. The 4th is not merged with us. Isn't merged with us. Maybe the One Eye is the 4th version of Ardbert. Well, the 4th version of the 4th inheritor. Yeah, some people have speculated that. It's possible. There's no reason to guess one way or another right now. It's possible. 0 and the Warrior of Light did one of them together move. What's the scene where she walks in on Estinian doing push-ups half naked and she's like, are we supposed to disrobe? There were scenes in the moon before Endwalker, the Elidibus talk. No, I'm talking about trailers at Infinite, specifically the trailers. I know what scene you're talking about. Maybe the Far Wanderers of the Winter is making the final move towards rejoining the shares after tilting. That doesn't really make sense, though. Yeah. Wikihow calls it rejoining, painting themselves as old lady Air Wanderers, she's saying. She says Far Wanderer. This is part of the trailer showing a lot of lightning and ice and opposing elementals. So like 13th and 1st, we are balancing the 4th and 9th. Potentially, yes, potentially Dorts. I think it is Far Wanderer, as I heard it has all. No, it is, yeah, it is Far Wanderer, and I can tell you it's Far Wanderer in a second. Yeah, it is Far Wanderer. Wasn't meant spatially, but I get you. Yeah. Yeah, spirit wasn't meant to mean spiritedly, then you're good. I just try to keep the language here. Like, you can vehemently disagree, people. Like, please do if you feel strongly about thing. I just ask that we have some decorum. And especially if you're kind of used to the internet where like a certain amount of not intended mean-spiritedness, but like rudeness is not seen as rude because it just becomes normal. I try to, lower that tempo a bit. Looking forward to more adventures with Estinian. Yes, definitely. Okay. So yes, this is the Far Wanderer. The implication being that we're the Far Wanderer. But one of the interesting shots here is this cloud holding sky. So remember, there's like thick cloud cover that seems to separate the lands above, the cities above that they escape to in the sky, and the area below. We see that cloud cover in multiple places, right? You see it earlier on with shots like this and the sky islands and then the cloud below. You also see it in the representation of the marching. Right, you see like the sky above, and you see these holes of light, right?
And as we struggle to survive,
I think the world below is going to be like a sort of pseudo open world, and I think the world above is going to be like each island is going to be a map, and I think you're going to be able to travel down to the world below. This is some high copium, I'm sure, but like I think that's how we're going. Also, I want to point this out, the ship that we're riding. This is some copium, but since I was talking about 10 earlier, for those of you who have played 10, and for those of you who know the deck of the Fahrenheit, does this not look like a wooden, almost like a tree or something, a wooden version of the deck of the Fahrenheit from Final Fantasy X? Why are we assuming that we are the Far Wanderer? One, could it have been Azem? I'm going to put money on this. No. Azem is probably not going to be doing anything in any of the stories until extremely late, if anything. I think that we will never meet Azem until we meet them all like you did in Altana with 11. Like, I don't think it's going to be a thing. For those of you who have not, that's not how that's spelled. That's not how that's spelled. Fuck it. Oh my god, that's even worse. This is the Fahrenheit from Final Fantasy X. And there's not a good shot of the full-on from the deck, but let me... Okay, there's not any good shots of it. But just trust me that, like, if this deck, if you, like, turned the camera 360 and you looked at this, it's very, like, similar shape and architecture. And someone on the team has been going to bat for 10 lately. Not like just Anima from Endwalker, but you had Rin's Travel Agency, Yakta being Makalania, you had Palu Palu. Like, there's been a bunch of 10 stuff lately. A ship named after the temperature scale in a world of temperature extremes. I would also point out that, yeah, it's called the Fahrenheit in 10, and then there's another one called the Celsius, so. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Isn't the top of the Dragoon serpent structure in console? We're going to talk about that when we get to the keynote. Yep. Isn't the snake head perhaps? Definitely shapes of Fahrenheit. Yeah. Why are we assuming that we are the Far Wanderer? The main reasons that we would assume it is, one, our role, what we do, the fact that it's used juxtaposed with a shot of us as a Reaper, right? The idea that we are traveling on a ship, this seems between the cloud and traveling potentially either between the islands or also the world below and above. Like, all of our role and disposition would lead you to think we are the Far Wanderer. So there's that. Doesn't mean we are. Shoe puffs. Yes, shoe puffs. Ride the shoe puff. Yep. Yes, let's get some shoe puffs, baby. I don't think it's the serpent edifice we see in the concept art. Yeah. They've been clear that airships are a big part of the 4th. Yes, which makes sense if they all live up in the sky. Is there one called Kelvin? No, that'd be pretty. If they named this the Kelvin, that would be great, though. Because then there's the Fahrenheit and Celsius from 10, and then that'd be great. Is the Warrior of Light soul joined with their joined shard soul, or are those in the live stream? If you mean on the source, they're all joined to us. So we are 9/14ths rejoined. The are the 1 from the source, the 7 that have been rejoined, and then Ardbert from the first. So no, they're not in the ethereal sea. Also, we are still fused with Arbor. Arbor is forevermore fused into his soul our soul is rejoined. You can't separate them. They are forevermore fused together. Also, do we still have Hraesvelgur's eye inside us? No, that's returned. The thing looks like late floors of Eureka Orthos. It's not funny because it's very wooden. I see that as very wooden. But yeah. Fahrenheit, Celsius, Kelvin, Ronkin. Yeah, wasn't there? Well, Ronkin's different. But Jotnar just XL shoe puffs changed my mind. Now, here's a couple things that are interesting about why we would potentially choose Reaper. Again, remember, what does Halmarut accuse us of? She says, you're being just like Xenos and summons his Reaper Scythe by choosing to prioritize your belief that the worlds can all be saved at the cost potentially of all of them, rather than being pragmatic. She is indicting us. Our choice to pick up Reaper, at least from what we've seen from 7.5, is in a sense, in isolation, us saying, go fuck yourself, Halmarut. We're going to save everyone. Right? Right? There may be more to it than that, but it's worth, like, keeping that in mind. Also, literally with Ethos by our side, like, we are definitionally the Far Wanderer. That doesn't mean we are the Far Wanderer they're referring to, but we are literally, in multiple senses, the Far Wanderer. Far Out Theory. Yeah, go for it. The ones from the sky will be Genova. I'm going to tell you right now, anything you try to say about how it's 7, stuff like that, I'm going to argue hardcore no. Also because they're talking about, well, I mean, I guess I see what you're saying. I'm going to read your theory. I'm going to stop disagreeing. I'm going to read your theory. It will be Genova in the form of Ultima. Well, no, because that's not what Ultima... So, that's not what Ultima is. Ultima was slain. So Ultima was slain in Ivalice. Ultima was created as a byproduct of people's prayer and belief in the Ultima magic. Where the Ultima magic came from is unknown in the original piece of Eorzean that eventually created Ultima. But Ultima's gone. Ultima's dead. Some of my web links with stuff are getting pre-order for FanFest. No, okay, so you can't use the pre-order stuff because the pre-order stuff has never matched up. And also the FanFest stuff, so by that argument, Stormblood should be Final Fantasy VII coded because we got the Stormblood, we got the original Final Fantasy VII motorbike from Stormblood. Like that doesn't track because the other FanFest rewards none of them have ever lined up. And I mean, look, I'm not saying it's impossible. And I'm saying, like, there's no reason to use that as a pattern, and there's evidence to not use it as a pattern. Yeah. Entirely possible. Well, the Titus Una stuff was a different thing. That wasn't pre-order bonus. That was a event that then went on, that then you can now buy from the store, if I'm not mistaken. Entirely possible that the shot calling us the Far Wanderer is misleading. Yes, entirely possible. They might be playing audio over the wrong part of the trailer. Not as likely, because usually they don't shift the audio in the trailers as much, even with the teasers. But it's not impossible. Definitely not. It's definitely possible. Later iterations of the trailer will use the audio elsewhere. It's possible, yep. She should have given us Xenos' scythe for our glam. I dislike that idea. Also, it would mean that there would be no relic weapon for the Reaper, because this is the Reaper's relic armor, right? Wiki mentions in addition to no, stop, no. Oh, no. Okay, technically you're not using the 14 wiki, so you're fine. For those who missed it like an hour ago, do not ever use the 14 wikis for anything lore related as a primary source ever. They are, in my experience from having spent a lot of time on them and elsewhere, about 40% of the time just factually wrong about something. And I'm not kidding, like it's that high. Like it is batshit insane. Like, I do not hate wikis, but I hate misinformation. And boy, do the 14 wikis cause a lot of misinformation. And make your job harder. Which I know, Shadow, you weren't talking about that. You're just talking about the different forms of, yeah. We are definitely getting Xenos Gun Scythe Glamour sooner or later. Yeah, potentially, yeah. This just thought, but do you think Midgard, Sommer's little minion will come with us to the 4th and play any role? Unlikely. I wouldn't think it likely. Because other than Midgard, Sommer, and the First Brood having names that co-align with the sort of Nordic mythology, they have no associations to do so. But it's not impossible. Been a while since we had much of anything to do with him. Yeah, because he's sleeping, and he's entrusting the world to us. Like, he's like, nah, I want to sleep, man. I don't want to do, you got it, whatever. He's in the same way that the 12 and Hydaelyn, I mean, the main difference being that he didn't die. He's just dead, but like, nah, and sleeping. Easy EP. It took 200 years before he really awoke again in the Eighth Emerald Calamity timeline, don't forget. Heaven's Word had Cain and Cecil. Yes, yeah. Is chat overcooking again? I mean, chat's allowed to cook. I would rather we talk about it. I'd rather people present their ideas, and then if I disagree, I'll say them and we'll talk about it. People can present counterfactual information to go against what I'm saying. That's the beauty, man. I do want to talk to people. I don't want to just be like, nah, you're wrong. But I also don't want to be able to have to be like, well, wait, but what about, ignore what, some evidence. Joe's games from space. Yes, in 7. Notice the last word you discover in cosmic stuff. Well, we don't have the final world yet, though. We need to go out to Accessia and see what's going on with the travelers. And I also would bet you if you look at the kanji or the word used for travelers in Oasis and Accessia compared to what terms being used here, I don't think it's the same. And I know it's not the same because of the, and I'm going to pull it up here and we're going to talk about it once I actually finish the trailer. Really importantly, and anybody here who's like knows Japanese better than I do, please feel free to correct me. There's some important kanji stuff going on here that I want to talk about in a bit. I love the idea of Warrior Light maining Reaper just to piss off Halmaru. Well, I just got home from work and apparently also Nintendo's show dropping a Star Fox Direct. Yeah, have fun with that. I don't see Genova being a thing till way. I don't see Genova being a thing, honestly, other than in the loosest of senses of like something out from the Sea of Stars being dangerous. But even then, I don't think you would see Genova. Never ever trust the wiki. Yeah. Oh, I mean, like. It's not don't trust the wiki, it's like trust but verify, and if you need to verify the wiki, is it even useful? I meant Halmaru should have just given us his scythe. Well, she created a glamour. It wasn't a real scythe, to be fair. But yeah, I mean, greedy for glamours, I get it, yeah. Not the 14 wiki or FFXIV, anything else in that message, just a little historical temperature. Yeah, I got you, girl. I'm surprised one hasn't brought up the similarities RPG by the name of Skies of Arcadia, known for our arcane giant skylands and land covered by baleful frost. I mean, it's possible, Will. One, I don't know the game, so I can't speak to it, and I won't speak to it if I don't know about it, and I haven't watched other people's coverages or anything about it. So I don't know. Secondarily, a lot of those ideas and concepts are existent in a lot of RPGs, even in Square Enix's own RPGs. So I think that's part of why. We already witnessed Ultimate Die, that is, yeah. Whenever I look something up a wiki, I end up rewriting it, yeah. Wiki is not the same, since wikis are not the same since 2000. But Xenos' gun size is too big and heavy for us to use, especially if you're a Lalafell. I mean, they could shrink it down. I don't think our summer is ever truly returning. I wouldn't expect it unless we do something with the Eighth Emerald Calamity timeline. I cannot trust the wiki after 2010, yeah. I would love a Skies of Arcadia crossover with airships battle. Never gonna happen, but I can dream. You can dream. Oh, it says someone super chat. Oh, somebody did super chat. Steve Alier, good to see you, glad to have you. Thank you for the $10. My 2 cents theory, and that's $10 towards the DSA can. My Warrior of Light, my 2 cents theory. The Warrior of Light is a red herring, not the story being told. Oldham is talking about heroes, Asians that appeared before we did. The Warrior of Light is the second coming of those heroes. I like it. I think there's plenty of reason to think that makes sense. That as a hypothesis, I think that's perfectly possible. But like, as I was saying, I think we're going to be traveling between the world below and the world above. And part of doing that is like this ship and being able to travel through the cloud cover, because the cloud cover is very dangerous, and navigating through like the holes in the sky, both that are above and below. I think that's going to be a big part of it. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start out only in the upper areas, in the upper worlds, and maps and stuff. And eventually we get down to the lower. Okay, now it popped up that you put a super chat in. Look, if any 7 reps is coming in, it should be Asians acting as Genesis. Don't you... God damn it. Sounds good, Suna. Luckily, the VOD will always be here if anybody wants to rewatch it later on down the line. And I highly recommend you do. Not even in a self-serving way. Okay, guys. We actually made it through it. I do want to talk to the Amano. I'll talk about the Amano art for sure. Obviously, very clearly, this is supposed to be, if not the priestess we see, I'm just going to call her priestess for now. It could be another priestess since they refer to multiple trees. Interestingly enough, like also it's Amano art. A lot of times it's abstracted, so it probably just is. But also the fact that this tree is not like 3 prongs, 3 large prong, but just sort of seems like 1 prong with the at the bottom. It looks different. But again, that could just be Amano, doing a Amano thing, right? I forgot, what was the Genesis? What's it? Des can explain once. I'm interested in the kanji and the title, yo. Yes, I will explain that in a second. So obviously, Evercold is the title, and you have the stuff here, a lot of what we've talked about. And again, how are we all feeling about the trailer? How do people? I feel like everybody's been pretty excited about it. What I want to pull up is the Evercold title.
specifically, give me a second. I need to bring up my notes on this one because I do want to make sure I don't get anything. Yes. Okay. Hakugin. Yeah, okay. So the kanji here, so for those who don't know, I'm like an N5, N4, probably closer at this point, N5 because I'm rusty. I know some Japanese. I've taught like children. I'm not quite conversational, I guess you could say. And I know about 1,500 kanji, right? I can read 1,500 kanji at this point. But so I have some basis. But again, anybody who is either an expert who rewatches in the future or knows in chat, feel free to obviously correct anything I get wrong. So this is specifically, Hakugin. So specifically, this is like white and silver, not just like gin. So it's not just silver, but it's like pale silver, like that. Like it's like specifically, it's Hakugin no Wandara, but also there's kanji under it, and that kanji is important. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to explain all of kanji and stuff if you don't understand it. But what's important is that this is the kanji for watarimono, not the kanji for ruronin. It's not like a wanderer, like a person. Specifically, it's watarimono, like a thing that wanders. Like they don't specify a person that wanders, but a thing that wanders. And like, while you could probably use that for a person, the specificity of using that is really interesting to me because there are other choices you can make to make it clear you mean the person that is the Pale Wanderer as opposed to Hakugin no Wandara. So also in 14, they do this sometimes where they have the Japanese word below, right? Like watarimono here, which I assume this is the reading, for which I'll get into in a second. For this kanji, it makes it more complicated. Like watarimono, and then you have wandara. So like this means wanderer, but there's a specific connotation that's in this that is not in the katakana. In this, they did the same things with the Japanese name for Shadowbringers, which I am forgetting off the top of my head, but they put the word viranzu above this because the word was villains, but importantly, the word like also means like antagonist or it can mean like intertwined into foes in a way that's like not present in the English word, right? So in a very literal way, you could say off the bat, this is the thing that is pale silver that wanders is one way to talk about that. Pale silver here could also refer to like pale, cold, like it's the sort of like like the haku here that you would like put, you'd see it in front of things if you were talking about something that's like icy or cold a lot of times too. So like, you know, like pale silver like could mean both white but also cold. Like there's a feeling of that. What is really important about this is not just the watarimono, which I don't know why I'm pointing at my screen again, but it's not just that it's watarimono, because watarimono importantly would be this, and I'm putting this in chat. That's watarimono. You will notice the ri in there, right between the mono, like right next to the mono. That is not the hiragana for ri. That is the kanji for that you use for to want or to wish, like to pray. The choice to put that there as the filler kanji for that gives a very specific implication of this meaning the pale silver thing that wanders in prayer. That's not literally what it is. That's actually a bad literalization. But like the thing that is wandering and praying or wandering in prayer, that is pale silver. So one possibility too, especially with this being the symbol on here, is that the thing it's referring to is not us. It's not us the wanderer. It's not the antagonists. It's the Jotun themselves. If we go back to my theorization that there are extensions or creations, we know there are arcane creations, but as a byproduct of either these priests or something kind of like how sin exists or how the faith exists in 10, right? Something like that. They are things that exist wandering in a state of both prayer, in the pale, both of and in the pale silver in prayer. And they are, again, that mono instead of nin means that it's more of an object, specifically more of an object instead of a person. You still probably could use mono for a person, it'd probably be fine. But this like context is really important. And I look, it could be nothing. I could be completely wrong. But I think there's a good chance like that these themselves are potentially the watarimono. Isn't the JP one silver wanderer? Yes, but only if you ignore the kanji, Zen. That's why it's interesting. If you actually like really look at it,
Insane that it's just a teaser. Yeah. Have we discussed if there's an implication behind Meteor officially becoming a Reaper? The implications, I think, are most strongly at this point tied. Like, while you could tie it to the 13th, the most strong implication, Hyote, has to do with Halmarut condemning us for how we're going to choose to save everyone rather than be pragmatic, and us saying, fuck you, we're going to save everyone. That is, in and of itself, the most interesting, immediate thing to look at. There are plenty of other possibilities, though. Yeah, the Owl Rothschild, especially when she's hidden her face behind the quilt, is adorable. Yeah. He's the one from Christ Core quoted. Yeah, Genesis Gene Experiments. Yeah, you guys are explaining that. Never actually playing the side games on the PS1, plus watch the OVA. So the title is White Walkers. No, only if you squint. Oh, talking about silver, I saw someone mention that Dawn Trail, we had the gold in the JP. Yes, so the Japanese name for Dawn Trail, forget me, I'm forgetting the actual language, but is the Gilded Legacy or the Golden Legacy. Is the, actually, maybe this is a good time to do this. Dawn Trail title. For those of you who don't know, every single expansion has a different title in Japanese than in English. Like Shadowbringers is Jet Black Villains, Dawn Trail is the Gilded Legacy, Stormblood is Rebellion of the Crimson Lotus, I believe. Heaven's Word is the Azure Skies of Ishgard. A Realm Reborn is it's like something a Realm Reborn. It's a Realm Reborn Japanese. It's just like even longer. Title. Shinsei Eorzea. Yeah, Rebirth of Eorzea. Yeah, Reborn Eorzea. Didn't they strongly imply in the keynote that the Wanderer in the Japanese subtitle, that the Wanderer was the woman praying in the crystal tree? Strongly imply? Not that I remember from being on the ground, but we'll check over in the keynote when we go over it in a little bit. Because they called out that question explicitly. Yeah, I've watched most of the keynote multiple times, Vec, but I would need to look at the specific part you're talking about to make sure we are specific about their language. Does the Japanese version of the trailer provide more context? Possibly. I have not analyzed the Japanese version of the trailer yet. I would need to do that. And my Japanese is not good enough that I would catch everything right off the bat with you guys live, so I would need some time. So Gosetsu confirmed. Actually, Gosetsu joining us would not be the weirdest thing. Even if Gosetsu does not join us for the 4th, Gosetsu coming to the Scion's aid would make a lot of sense. Wouldn't be unreasonable, especially because we know other people far afield are coming back to the Rising Stones. So if we are to believe that Evercold is inspired by 10 and 13, which is my hypothesis, rooted in some evidence, but, does that mean that the Elra man and lady are alluding to Titus and Yuna? I think, I think there's interesting ways that you could think that they're reminiscent of Titus and Yuna or Seymour and his mother, or, I think there's a juxtapositional relationship that it could exist in interesting ways, but I would be very hesitant to over-literalize that relationship. And now we had silver, so that we go with metallics, at least a few next ones. I mean, the thing is, Leonard, the colors for Endwalker was platinum. The color for Shadowbringers was like black, was shadow. It was crimson for Stormblood. It was azure for a Realm Reborn. I forget what the technical color they went with. I don't even know it technically has color. Usually they go with a form of red, but not crimson for a Realm Reborn. Endwalker was platinum, Dawn Trail was gold. We don't know that the color for this is silver. Right now, the color they said at the FanFest was white, not silver. Yes, there's a reference to silver in the title, but I wouldn't use that immediately now. Like Japanese, like the Endwalker title is Gyogetsu no Finale, like Dawn Moon Finale, right? Into watching, let's play was enough. Watching gotten around to playing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the ice giants are the weapons of the planet or akin to sin. They are summoned for a reason. I'm pretty sure that they are summoned because their march ends up... I'm pretty sure that they were an attempt at salvation or at balance that has gone awry, likely summoned by the priest or priestess in alignment with the tree itself. And those trees, if tied into the ethereal sea or themselves, would mean that they are drew on the planet's aether in order to do it. And if they're elementally aligned, which they seem to be in the fire, ice, or fire, lightning... No, sorry. Fire, wind, earth, and water. Those would have drawn out those elements, thus causing the world itself to keep tilting towards ice in the first place. Job changing the middle finger to Halmarut, so funny to me for some reason. Yeah. To be fair, if we believe we can save everyone hard enough, we can do to Dynamis. That's not... Okay. That's not how Dynamis works. That's not how that works. I don't know if you're memeing. If you're memeing, very funny. If you're not, I've had to explain how Dynamis works so many times now. sorry, I also get annoyed because a bunch of people are like, oh, they never explain Dynamis. It's like, they do in the MSQ, and then they do in the side quests, and then they do, like, Dynamis is very much explained. Just because you weren't paying attention or didn't read it, or I don't know what, but like, how it works is explained. Anyways, don't mind me. I'm not bitter. I find it interesting that Praying Girl appears the same way in the logo as she disappears in the trailer, so it seems like she has some kind of snow theme. Yeah, well, I think what we're seeing in the trailer is a memory. I think we're seeing his memory of this person. Like, it's a vision of this person, not actually there. I don't think that's actually her there. I think this is she used to pray to the tree before it was in the state it is now, as like a priestess of it. The fandom wiki has translations of all the patches as well as expansions. Does it have primary source though? Because Fido, you've been here for a while. You have heard me rant multiple times today about the wikis. And I can tell you, I have more than once seen the fandom wiki have the translations wrong. Like, actually wrong. So, even then, like, do you see, like, it's dangerous to trust a wiki. It's dangerous to go alone. Take this. Ori Boulder for the trailer, double shield, job reveal, please. It's a dream. Still want a final Aeon. Hey, look, M8S. I would point out that if you have not seen phase 2 of M8S, is very, parts of it feel a little bit Braska's final Aeon. Yeah, I meant this color as the one named the title. It's not the one the actual logo get. Yeah, okay. I've already been calling the Al Ra guy or our White Walker friend. I'm kind of surprised I haven't heard any winter is coming jokes. You know, nothing. Warrior of Light Snow. Warrior of Snow. Hey, Warrior of Snow. There we go. Only way to understand Dynamis is to do... No. Okay. Thank you for convincing me that I need to actually take my Dynamis script that explains Dynamis and make the video and put the video out for it. And again, if any of you are joking, don't mind me. I'm not actually upset. Dynamis means blah, 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 but if we use Dynamis, our Q times... Okay, that's a good joke. Starting to call Dynamis the power of friendship if you really want to... Yes. If you want to break me, starting to call Dynamis or anything just randomly the power of friendship, apropos of context or anything, will... They also said that the floating islands in the fourth was done by the power of magics, which I think, because of the arcane giant of elements, arcane in its name, is why the volcano in the sky makes sense. Yeah, no, so Leo, you've been around for a while, the conversation. That if you haven't been, like, I very emphatically think it's very clear that the 4 of the elemental islands are above the Jotun themselves. She seems to be praying like Aerith when she... Will she Seraphate as well? Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point, Dallas. You're not wrong about that 7 connection. I see no men over long swords around her, Dallas. Yeah, the fandom wikis are sometimes sketchy for sure. I would just say, especially if you don't know Japanese at all, be a little wary about any source, including myself, and taking it at face value, because there's a lot of ways you can literalize Japanese translations that make them wrong. I'm trying to think of a good example. I don't have a good one off the top of my head, but there are times where if you literalize the script of 14, you will literally learn the wrong thing. Yeah. Wikipedia 3 online, and technically nobody will be able to edit it. Yeah. Dynamis video, but it's just you screaming at things that are explicitly... Yeah. Okay. So, can I get a general vibes in the room how everybody's feeling for Evercold again? Because I feel like I missed it when I asked earlier. And especially off the back of this trailer. Imagine just going down the frozen surface, then ice horse appears from fog and one-shot you. Look, they're changing up hunts. Maybe Ragnar. Again, very excited. Pumped. Okay. People feeling good. Cool. Okay, now we've talked about the trailer. Let's watch the trailer full through one more time, then we'll get to the keynote. Also, I definitely have been going for almost 5 hours. It took us almost 5 hours to finish the trailer. I don't have a problem. You have a problem. I need answers. I want the full trailer. Yep. Excited. Massively excited. Intrigued. Yep. Okay. Yeah. We're on for those who don't know, we're on 4 hours and 45 minutes. Being Norwegian and having Norse-inspired expansion, and there's a bunch of flowers in some place, I'm being treated. Very good, Blum. Okay. Let's watch through... I can close the Shadowbringers trailer. I can close the Grahatia thing. I'm going to keep Prelude up. Fahrenheit can go down. I don't need that anymore. I talked about the kanji. Don't have my other notes. I do have my other notes. Keynotes are up and ready to go. Okay. One more watch, and time to rock out. And yes, I am going to rock out yet again and watch the power go out.
Hold fast to what you must, and meet your fate without fear. Go forth, discover, unite the stars onto one.
One more time? It's my favorite story.
Oh, you know it better than me by now. But if you insist.
Yes! All right, I'm ready. Tell me about the Promised Land.
Long, long ago, in a time few yet recall, life prospered, for the world was rich in plenty. Majestic trees stood sentinel over lands without end. From towering peaks sprang rivers, flowing into and feeding great seas. And noble kingdoms flourished, wanting for naught.
Peak.
But then came the relentless ice. The world grew cold, cold and still. Men succumbed to bitter sorrow. And as we struggled to survive, they marched, and all was lost. We had no choice but to flee to the sky.
And then what happened?
The land below became a frozen waste. But everything changed when they arrived.
Oh, I
Traveler.
forgot to point this out.
The one from the sky.
Oh, one of the things I wanted to point out, I'm fairly certain I'm correct about this. So remember, all reflections share the same general topographical geography. Like specifically, if you can overlap Norvrant over Eorzea, right? That sort of thing. If you look, I'm fairly certain that this is Eorzea, and then it's leading into Ilsabard over here. You can even start to see like what would be Thavnair-ish over there, and then like this over right around here is where you, Ilbrand. So I'm fairly certain that's what we're. You can see like here. Let me pull up. Let me pull up. Actually, wait. I got a better idea. Ugh. This. Posters. Oh no. Yeah, not sure what happened there. I just like everything burned out for a second. Am I back? We're back? Okay. I'll give it 1 second. I think I forgot to turn on my GPU fans. Can you guys hear my GPU fans right now? They're pulling at max. Okay. Here, let me go back to this. Okay. What I was saying, yeah, ever buffing, right? Ever buffering. What I was saying is, A, it's never not fun to be able to just randomly pull out shit like this. But secondarily,
this. Here's Vilbrand. Over here is this. Up here is that. Here is that. See what I mean? Like this is, you can see this is the 3 great continents. This is Eorzea right here. You can even start to see like the startings of Thavnair. And then you've got Ilsabard. So there's a good chance that that's right. I mean, depending on where we are in the world. Oh, weird. Why is my cursor not showing up now? Okay, here. Well, let me. I will point it out again. Oh, it wasn't because I clicked on. Okay, so down here, like Hydaelyn, over here, Vilbrand, up here, Dravania, this is Ilsabard here. This is like Gridania in this area, like Alamigos in here, Gimlet Dark. This is basically, if you look really, really closely, this is maps onto Eorzea. So, and then you can see the 3 great continents over here. You can even see like Corvos and like, or what would be like those regions over here. Like you can see what is the bounty right here, effectively, and then goes down into Othard. Yeah. Because remember, topographically, all of the reflections map onto, unless they've been destroyed in some way, right? Like the 13th doesn't, but that's because the 13th got blown up. Yeah. I don't hear anything on the headphones. Okay, cool. I'll keep it on full blast for a little bit then. Okay. But yeah, so just an interesting factoid about that I think like it's showing the Eorzea landmass of the 4th. You can see it again.
But everything changed when they arrived.
Which would mean like Maris City or something would be down here, and you can start to see some stuff. And then Tural would be over here.
The traveler, the one from the sky.
Aye, though in those days we knew them as wanderer.
Oh, well, look, you know what? That sounds like, let me explain. Okay, this is an easy explanation, and I think this becomes from a very misrepresented understanding of what Dynamis is, and how Dynamis, and what Entelechy are. Okay. Dynas is an emotion that is a fundamental metaphysical force that responds to emotion. It and Aether are matter and dark matter, but they're not matter and antimatter. It's not that they are, while one can drown out the other, it's not that they can't be used in synchronicity. I didn't say Limit Break 3 wasn't Aether. I said it is Dynamis. Those are 2 different things. It uses both. We are an Entelechy. As a sundered individual, we have the power to affect and connect and touch into Dynamis in a way that a ancient would not, as they are a being of extremely dense Aether, right? Remember, an Entelechy is not like, yes, Medion is like the primary example of an Entelechy. What an Entelechy is a being that is thin enough in Aether, but that is able to, in some way, affect and use Dynamis in one way or another, right? Limit Break is when your strong and powerful emotions, you are tapping to that at the extreme, that you are using a combination of Dynamis and your own ethereological power to cause an effect. The same way that just because just because Omega starts using Dynamis in Top, and Top's a bad example because it's not, obviously it's a story, but just go with me, it's the same thing here. It doesn't, like, Omega's still Aether. It's still using Aether, but it's using both. They aren't, the misunderstanding is that somehow you can't ever have Dynamis and Aether work together, and that's not true. It's that if you have a lot of one or the other, it drowns out the other and can cause it to obliterate and not be able to coalesce into anything. That's what happens. If we do fully rejoin the worlds, will we lose the ability to use Dynamis? Well, I mean, if you fully rejoin the worlds, you commit mass genocide, which I think is the bigger issue to start with. But yes, if all of the reflections had been rejoined to the source and we were fully restored to our unsundered selves, like if the unsundered world came about, yeah, they would not be able to have an easy time. They would not be able to manipulate. Like, that's one of the reasons that Vana believes in us. One of the reasons that Vana sunders the world is that the only reason we could stop Medion was because we are Entelechy. If we were as powerful the Ancients, we actually wouldn't be able to have stopped her, because it is our ability to tap into that gives us the capability to do so. Like, this weakness ends up being our strength. Like, that's a very important thing to understand. It's not like incidental, right? And so, like, again, I'm not speculating. This is in the game. This is in the game. It's in the MSQ. It's in side quests if you do things like Elysium. It's in Encyclopedia Eorzea Volume 3. You don't need this book if you don't can't afford it to understand it. Like Encyclopedia Eorzea's 90% of what's in them is just taking literally the text that's already in the game basically and just putting it in a book. Like there's usually very rarely novel information in them. But it's nice to have it consolidated. Yeah. How did Elidibus use Libric and submit sacrifice? Is it because he's not so it's worth pointing out that one, he's withdrawn himself from Zodiark, so he could be more limited. That the other thing that's really important to remember is he is abusing and using the will of all these other beings. Instead of thinking, I'm using my emotion, remember, he's drawing on the anger and heartbreak and desire to save the world of all these other warriors of light. He's basically using their own power to do what he wants. So instead of thinking Elidibus is doing X, think about it. He's taking the wills and emotions and power of all these other individuals. There's a reason when he does it, if you look when he does it, he summons the phantoms with him. He's not alone. He doesn't just solo do it, right? Right? Like when healer panics and needs to use their limit break 3 during a scout fight, yeah. Point is, Medion was so thin in Aether, she was basically barely holding on to existence and could poof if she had any less. She was ethereally thin. Yes, and like, remember, Medion's... This is again in the MSQ, but also if you read, what's the name of the tale? I do a reading of this tale on our channel. It is called A Question of Life, I believe. Yes, the short story is called A Question of Life. Like Medion was created to sail the stars on currents of Dynamis. She was made to be Hermes was inspired by the Elpis flower, which was an entelechy, to make a being that could soar the heavens on using Dynamis, right? He's one of the foremost researchers of Dynamis. That's why she's that way. But it's not that she has no Aether. She's not just Dynamis. She is made of Aether. Yeah, would a person from one of the reflections have an easier time tapping into Dynamis than someone from the source who rejoined therefore? So in theory, you'd think so, but the thing is, as far as we understand it, there's not a like direct, potentially even logarithmic juxtaposition. Like for instance, just because we from the source have our souls 8/14 rejoin, except for us who has 9/14, does not mean we're more powerful than someone from a reflection, right? So density is not directly corollary to power, but you could make an argument that it should potentially inhibit our connection to Dynamis to some extent. As far as we've seen, no, it hasn't, but some of that may be as a byproduct of strength of emotion is more important at a certain level rather than as long as you can tap into it, that's the core crux of thing. And the other thing is, imagine that it's a doubling effect, right? Imagine that you go from 9/10 to 10 or 9/14 to 10/14, and that's like each time you do it, it's like 100x less ability to affect Dynamis, right? Which means that okay, maybe at like maybe the difference between 7 and 8 or 8 and 9/14 is maybe not that big, but when you go 10 or 11 or 12 or 13 or 14, like it exponentially increases, right? So, would a person, blah, blah, blah. Yes and no, depends on the emotion. The way I imagine Aether and Dynamis is like water and oil in a cup. If the cup is too full of either water or oil, it'll spill one or the other over the top. But if there's a space, we can fit both. Yeah, I think at least as a starting point, I do think that's an interesting way to think about it, Calypso. And I wouldn't say it's wrong. I think the only complication then comes in like when you talk about using them together, because like water and oil then are like there's not really a meaningful way to use them in concert, right? But the point that you're getting at, I think, yes, absolutely stands. Especially when you remember that most of the universe is Aether and Dynamis, or most of the universe is Dynamis, but it's so sparsely thin. Because remember, what stars are is Aether coalescing in the universe into a physical form. Like, you basically, even though there's technically more Dynamis than Aether, the Dynamis is, like, evenly spread, and Aether coalesces. And because Aether coalesces, like, Ultima Thule is unique in that Medion forced Dynamis to coalesce into a place. It does sometimes coalesce into stars, we know as well. There are examples of it, but it seems to do so less often than Aether. Why do you keep saying that with oil, Ernest? Does the updated Cape Westwind solo fight have a Rattata and Arvana use Dynamis? I would have to look at it. I would have to look at it's been so long since I've done the updated one, and see if he uses Limit Break. But again, if he's an Entelechy, there's no reason that, because he's a Sundered individual, there's no reason he shouldn't be able to. He's also not a Garlean. He's a Rogadin, right? So, like, if your Rogadin can, there's no reason he can't. It's not like a limited to Warrior of Light thing. The idea of Limit Break exists outside the Warrior of Light and throughout multiple people in history. My American is just, I'm American. American, oh, is it just referencing something? Dark Spirit America has a face. Okay, now I'm getting it. Our Song of Hope, she dances on the wind, higher, oh higher. Agreed. But yeah, so does that, to everyone who's confused about the Dynamis, the Limit Break 3 and stuff, does that answer your question? And again, I want to reiterate, this is not me speculating. This is demonstrable from the lore present in the game without any paratext. Is that a good? Does anybody want to challenge that or feel differently or have any other confusion around that? Does that clarify it once and for all? That is also why when we use Limit Break, Medion is like Dynamis, because we are, as an Enthelic, we are using Dynamis to fight back against her. And so, like, that's why she's shocked by it. But like, if you know the ultimates, you know that you're also using aetherological abilities. Like the Limit Break itself is a powerful spell, but it is augmented even further by the power especially within Ultima Thule, right? Where there's so much Dynamis. Your emotion, remember, emotions create reality in Ultima Thule, right? Are we even sure 8.x or whatever rejoined because we are from the source? Wouldn't we need to be born that way, fresh from the ethereal sea, or are we all just assuming? No. When a rejoining happens, people are rejoined. So what happens is if you have a reflection rejoin, the soul and you are, like that aether of that is just rejoined and just comes back in. So like even I'm trying to think about a good way to explain. Rejoinings are not like the normal process of the ethereal sea. A rejoining is converting the entirety of a star into its constituent components and having that flood ethereologically through a broken gap in the universe into the source. And then it like spreads out along everything. That's also like why when Bahamut does the thing and everything goes white, like what the Bahamut is the 7th Umbral Calamity, right? The 7th reflection got rejoined during that. Effectively what happened is like when, you know, what is it called? Technically it's never, when Gigaflare or Zetaflare, whatever, they never actually name it. I'm just gonna call it Zetaflare, gets blown off. That is the moment of the cataclysm. That's the moment that the 7th rejoins. Yeah. Is it like Jet Li's the one you just get stronger? You get more dense. There's not a direct corollary to stronger. Again, just because you get more, your soul more rejoined does not immediately correlate to power. Now, if you got fully rejoined, would you probably be more powerful? Yes. But like, when we rejoin with Arbor, it's not that we get stronger. It's that our soul becomes more dense, so the light of the Light Wardens that's trying to break free of us, we're able to resist it, right? That's what happens. We become more dense. It repairs, basically, and holds together our soul, and then we blast that light eventually at Emmet, so we also loose it from ourselves. Is Minfilia fully rejoined because she became the Oracle of Light? Doubtful. Also, yeah, but that's a great question. If not, maybe the Aura Priest Girl could be part of her. It's possible. The state of the Oracle of Light and the fact that she traverses from... No, she wouldn't be, because she only existed on the source in the first. She was ferried back from the first ethereal sea, but we know the only ethereal seas she ever existed within were the source and the first. Did she potentially rejoin with the Minfilia of the first? That would have been the soul of the Minfilia of the first? It's possible. But since Reen effectively ends up taking that role anyways, she would have been the one incarnated and reborn with it. If anything, she joined to it, rather it's joining to her. If that... Hopefully that answers all those questions. Okay. 5 hours in, we ready to start the keynote? Gonna get a hail yeah? Also, I went to FanFest with my partner V, but also with a lot of the community members of the Eorzean Archives, and I will tell you, it was a lot of fun to be there with you guys. And for those of you who were there, thanks for being great. There were like over 20 of us, and it was a crazy time. Also, don't forget, if you want to join our community, you can join our Discord at discord.gg/Eorzean Archives. We have events most days of the week. It's things like EX farms, map farms, Alliance Raid. We're going to be doing a lot of events around like exploration zones like Eureka, Bosnia, and Occult Crescent in the lead up to. We also do a lot of lore talking in there, all sorts of stuff. So you can join us there. Obviously, come to watch our videos over at the Eorzean Archives, the actual main channel that we have here, and you can also watch archived videos of the content in the game that's hard to watch elsewhere over on Archived. You can support us over on Patreon at patreon.com/Eorzean Archives. You can also, I think that's the link. You can also support us with super chats here. Super chats usually go to our funding goals, like getting a cat cam, because I have a cat, Disa, that is very cute. Or memberships. Okay, and then T-Tool. Don't forget about T-Tools. Okie dokie. Our soul crystals attacking us. Did you want a reminder about the etheric conversion? Yeah, actually, Grim, yeah, go ahead and re-ask your question real quick. Yeah. That was just the prelude, yeah. One thing I've been basically puzzled by the 7th Umbral Calamity is that in-game, it's almost always referred to as the Fall of Dalamud. But isn't the Calamity supposed to be the star-wide catastrophe? No. it is supposed to be a heightened moment of a specific form of polarity or aether affecting wide swaths. So while yes, it was more localized to Eorzea, the thing is that the moment necessary to cause it broken, and imagine a world in which Bahamut had not been stopped by Louisoix, right? Would have been just like all the other calamities, right? Think about how much devastation would have been intentionally wreaked upon the world, right? The reason it was not worse is thanks to Louisoix. Instead of the calamity continuing to persist until it calmed down like most calamities, the moment of the break happened, but then it was stopped right after. So basically, Louisoix made it so it did not, so that it was only Eorzea that got damaged instead of the world. Does that make sense? Like, imagine if the ice began forming in Eorzea, but someone had stopped it and then it didn't spread to the rest of the world. Or the earthquake that started where Alag was, right? That sunk the Crystal Tower. If that had been managed to be somehow halted before it spread to the other great continents. Yeah, Louisoix prevented it from being a star-wide catastrophe. Yeah. Theoretically, it would be possible to convert aether of any one kind into any other, corporeal, living, other. Living, no. As far as we understand it, living is specifically a byproduct of an emergent property of souls being created from the ethereal sea. And then corporeal and incorporeal is basically just about tangibility and intangibility more than anything else. Like, souls technically can be tangible, but are incorporeal, and memory are typically incorporeal, right? Whereas almost any element that is in any tangible phenomena that creates matter is in a meaningful effect corporeal. So, like, you can consume aether to create effects, even if it's like a fire crystal is a piece of aether in a material format, and you can use that fire crystal as a energy source for field to cause effects, right? Warming things, magics, whatever, right? So the transition from corporeal to incorporeal is just basically a methodology. It's more like a matter state transition in a lot of cases than it is in some cases. If ethereal seas create souls, what does it create them from? Aether. It's not a question of whether or not souls are made from ambient aether in general. They're made from like just aether that exists in the ethereal sea. But the process to make them is more like alchemy than it is science. And we know that because preservation could not like find a way to actually make them in any meaningful scale or any way. So it's one of those things where it's like, yes, might there be possibly someday a synthetic way to make a soul? Maybe. I can't say no, but right now, you basically need it to be an emergent property of the state of a star in an ethereal sea within a star, because otherwise they just don't, it's not like you can't just take a bunch of aether and condense it and boom, you get a soul, if that makes sense, right? You can condense a bunch of aether and it turns into a crystal, right? You can take a bunch of aether and condense it, like you can do condensed aether, but it doesn't mean it does the phenomenon. You need like multiple in parts, aspects of the environment to support the creation of a soul. It was a local flash flood. Yeah. Friends of it becomes Star Wars. You need to stop rocking out the ethereal disturbances, keep causing problems. Yeah. If ethereal seas create souls, what does it create them from? Okay, thought maybe all the monsters that were said to have spawned in towards the end of 1.0 were maybe void sent, popping up before the much fall. I mean, they were. So a lot of them were, but remember, that's because the 7th Arm Calamity was of astrality. If you make things more astral, the wall between the 13th and the sword, the reason that void gates exist, but the 1st and other places don't, is because the high astrality of the 13th causes rifts, it makes the wall between 13th and source to be much weaker, right? So when things were getting more astral ambiently in the lead up to what would happen at the 7th Arm Calamity, it caused more void gates to spawn and a lot of other chaotic things to ensue. So those were correlated. It's not so much void gates caused it; it's void gates result of it. Elemental reflections make stars making tasty. Yeah. So in other words, if it could theoretically be done. Otherwise, how would ethereal seas even work? But there's no evidence of there's no evidence of a synthetic soul that is made of living living aether. No. And also the required properties to make it. Well, there is Athena. But Athena's a weird case because she's still using the ethereal sea in part of doing what she's doing. So that is the one case. Athena is where is proof you can create a soul. But she's effectively taking already parts of souls and Frankensteining them into what she wants. So even then, it's kind of like a weird case. Like from the bottom up, like creating, like, yeah, you could create a process to create new souls, which is to create an ethereal sea, right? Do you get what I'm saying? Like the machine to create new souls, in effect, is the creation of an ethereal sea. Void centers from these, yeah. As for transferring between elements, we can do, so for instance, we know with Electrope, obviously the fundamental of how Electrope works with everything is you have ethereal stepping where you can convert Levin Aether to tangible effects in other elemental aspects using Arcanima. So to an extent, the answer is yes. You can convert like one specific strong elemental affinity to another. The thing with Arcanima though is that it's not fully clear if like the result of that is basically you're stepping down the Levin a whole bunch because Electrope can absorb it, and basically you have a really inefficient process of converting Levin. Like, it's not, the full understanding of converting one elemental aspect Aether to another is not extremely clear. And the fact that you're not just doing it directly, but doing it through a facilitation of Electrope and the material and Arcanima, the magic, makes it more unclear, if that makes sense. The anima weapon. Yeah, so the anima weapon is the one other place where you can. So actually, that's a really good. Dallas makes a good point. I want to correct something that I said because I'm wrong in a sense. There is one place we make a synthetic soul, and that is the anima questline in the Heavensward Relic questline. However, again, this is a problem of like if you look at everything you do to facilitate the creation of it, it is more alchemy than science, and it is hey, I put a bunch of Aether into a thing and a bunch of Aether and a bunch of memory of doing a thing and on the other side, something popped out that is kind of like a soul. It's weird, right? So the anima, so I take it back, the anima questline thing, but if you look at the amount of effort and the situation, that is like a bespoke creation, a la something again more akin to like, it's not the same, it's closer, but to what Athena did. But like, for instance, it's not reproducible because of how many steps in it are not quantifiable in an easy way, right? They're trying to combine basically quantifiable understandings with a certain amount of like panache of arcane, you know, alchemy, right? That's why you have, I'm forgetting his name, but from Thavnair joining you for it. And then also why you need like your own memories and quickenings, and it's a bunch of weird stuff. Not reproducible, yeah, and not in any meaningful way, unless you make an anima weapon for other jobs. Yeah, well, in which case, ignore that, yeah. So is there a natural way for a soul to be unmade, or is it a number of souls going to keep going up into the... No. So, okay, yeah, I should make a video. Infinite, can you message me to remind me to make a video on Dynamis and a video on the Ethereal Sea? The way the Ethereal Sea works is when someone dies, their soul goes to the Ethereal Sea. That soul can either, when a new life is born, when a new baby is born or something, go up and go into that individual, or when a soul's in the Ethereal Sea, it can like let itself disperse and be done. Like what Emmett Selk and the Ancients did is when they return to the Ethereal Sea now at the end of Endwalker, they're letting them souls break apart and become part of the aether of the sea and birth new souls. So there's a cycle. It's not just it keeps going up. It's some souls let themselves fade away to birth new souls. Other souls continue on their journey. And in theory, it's a beautiful cycle, right? I still do need to make an Electrope video, laugh. It's not like what happened to Alpha, where he experienced an Aether made it into the game soul. Yeah, so that's again an emergent property thing. And that's more close to the Lamini. So the natural way of soul to be unmade, yeah. Void Center, Void Cent, like, it makes me wonder how the universe started. Yeah, I mean, it's just as true in 14 as it is here. Speaking of anima weapons, are there any other characters besides Anima and Vivi that ended up as minions never? Well, Vivi's not just a minion. Vivi's in Hildebrand. Like, there's a huge Vivi storyline in Hildebrand. I mean, it's geeky, but it's Vivi. It's literally Vivi's plight. And it kind of depends on how you want to draw that line. Also, like, when you say Anima, do you mean Anima? Because, like, Anima from 10 is used as a boss. So it depends. You'd have to name some other examples, Shadow, to help me understand exactly what you mean. Okay. Let's get to the key. What will take off? Wait. Oh, wait. We'll take off. Sorry, I was reading the Japanese for it. Yeah, but they did the story in Hildebrand. So sorry, speaking of anime, are there because anime that ended up as minions never to be mentioned? Yeah, but I think that's because they finished the story rather than being never mentioned again. Kimi no. I don't care what you say. My carbon loves the soul. It's cute and cuddly and loves snacks until. I mean, I've got bad news.
One more time.
Ne, itsumo no.
It's my favorite story.
Same story. Interesting that she says ne. I think she might be saying, depending on, she might be saying ne, but like, she might be saying on.
One more time. It's my favorite story.
The one thing I can promise you is that Tataru's Mikote is causing mischief. I'll read the Japanese later. For now, let's.
All right. Super translate.
I may skip over Yoshi P when Koji's translating, except for places where there might be a little bit that Koji didn't mention. There's sometimes like some things Yoshi P mentions that like are not like Koji doesn't like note. Yeah, Labyrinthos, yeah. Hold up. I don't care to do that. Yes, Alpha does have a soul. No. Alpha is remember, Omega could create corporeal constructs. He's not just Data. Also, there is no distinction between Data and Aether. Like, Data is just a form of aetheriological storage in 14. That's why we can go into Alexandria. Our soul can go into the terminal and fight an Interphos and go through the datascape of Alexandria. Like, in the real world, there's a distinction between, like, Data and corporeal form. But, like, Data is just an aetheriological storage mechanism. But no, Alpha is a corporeal being that is highly implied to have a soul, not just from top, but by the end of the Omega quest line, as you're able to hear him speak to you, which is you would only be able to do if he had a soul, because that's how the echo in that specific way works. Oh, actually, there is one thing I want to do before this, which is that this is still on task, but I want to pull up the day 2 keynotes, because I want to pull up the conversation with Koji, which also, if you have not watched this, I cannot, as someone who makes the lyrical lore videos, I cannot recommend this stuff enough, which is that they talk about loss in translation. So one of the things that a lot of people do not understand is that literally translating things is a terrible idea, especially from Japanese to English. If you want to get what's being said wrong, literally translate it. There is a reason that localization is incredibly important in terms of like translating what is being said. Because if the Japanese, let's say it says, I don't have a good example off the top of my head. But let's say the Japanese is saying something that you literally could be like, well, that's old, isn't it? But the implication of the word choice is about is something completely different. If you just say, well, that's old, isn't it? Then the character that is actually trying to imply that thing that you're talking about is from a time beyond recognition, right? Like the point they're getting at is like, this is ancient beyond belief. Like if you just said, well, that's old, isn't it? That comes off flippantly. But if you said, this thing is of an ancient design, right? That would be closer. Just a bad example, but the point I'm trying to get across is, for the love of all that is holy, do not treat literalization as good translation. I beseech you. In layman's terms, Alpha became a real boy. You're not wrong. I like the lyrical lore part. The Van Fatale part was funny. Yeah. Or in layman's terms, speedy thing goes and speedy thing comes out. Yeah. Dawn Trail's almost over. Still no taco. Slash taco, Ebo. Hey, we did get slash chicken.
End up needing way more. This is that we draw basically, like it says,
okay.
It translates.
So this is some of the translation of the new song, right? Actually, did they have more beforehand? No. Also, Koji, I love you. You are the best of meme lords. Yeah. Koe ga koete. Yeah. I hear a voice and slowly open my eyes. Is like the literal. Yeah. Is the literal Japanese if you're like, you know, Boyan going crazy. I need to restudy my kanji. Nakeru. Koko wa doko da. Itsu kara koshite. Koshite ita. Yeah, where am I and how long I've been here. And the other thing too is, yeah. So this is like literally what the translation would be for the new song. These are the beginning lyrics of the new song, by the way, for those who don't know.
and that would
Okay, the other thing that drives me crazy is that it's very similar to the starting keys of the Ruby Tide music. The bum 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 bum. Or no, sorry, not Ruby Tide. The Siren Song C and the one in Lenosia. The one that the Siren Song C is a version of the On Westerly Winds, I think, or something like that. And then it also reminds me of a song from Repo the Genetic Opera, of rock opera of all things.
was it. There's no way I'm going to get all of that into 12.
Just get 2
Yeah. I hear a voice and slowly open up my eyes. Right? Can't make it work.
I hear a voice slowly open my eyes. Where my hand? And so that's not going to work. So what I ended up having to do, I had to make the decision to focus on the first line. And so I took that first line, and then the rest of the lines, I kind of distribute that theme throughout. So this is what it ended up being in. So a whisper in the night, I open up my eyes, which again covers that first line kind of perfectly, but it completely ignores the next line because there's no room for it. But again, I ended up taking that and putting it somewhere else in the song. But on the other hand, later in the song, the opposite happened. So we had these two fairly simple lines in the Japanese now had to fit into this. So play the next clip.
It's funny, especially when you put it in a piano. When it's piano, it feels so much more wintry to me. I don't know. Did anybody feel that way? Like when it's done, like the piano version of it feels like falling snow.
Okay.
So yeah, lot more to.
I heard Japanese a very poetic language, very descriptive. Yes, but in very different ways. And yes, if you doesn't, it rarely, I would say Japanese rarely translates perfectly if you try to do it directly. You often need to be making thoughts about what's being conveyed in it rather than about the meaning of being conveyed rather than the literal thing being said. Both when you speak it to other people and translating.
Fit a lot less in. So what I had to do next was take what she had there and then flesh it out. And so that became this. And so out to the horizon, it's all and spreading it out into this. And then the next line, I march on as I'm buried in the snow, is storm building, snow falling fast, growing deeper, hiding our path. So you're getting that theme. It's just kind of been stretched out a little bit to fit the melody.
Interesting.
So ultimately, it kind of ends up about, it ends up being about finding this balance between relaying the intent of the writer and then coming up with something that feels natural in Soken's melody, but also rhyming and alliterating and you know,
it makes
basically just
sense.
not
If you don't translate absolutely perfectly, people complain. I mean, people will complain. There's no thing as a perfect translation. There is no thing as a perfect translation because inherently the differences in the language necessitate you are always translating, right? That said, yeah, people will bitch about you anyways. And so even if you do it perfectly, people will bitch about it. In part because oftentimes the answer is you're making trade-offs. Okay, if someone says a word in Japanese, that means that is like if someone in Japanese says ow, right? And you have no other context, like aoi, right? Ow, for those who know, which is blue, but historically it could also be green. And you have no other context about whether or not what historical context or anything else. If you translate it as green, you're justified. If you translate it as blue, you're justified. But you could still be not necessarily fully right. Another good example like that, right? Where owl can often be used with the sea or other colors. Like the kojin of the blue, right? There's the kojin of the red and the kojin of the blue. The thing is that the kojin of the blue in Japanese, I'm pretty sure, are like owl no kojin, right? Which like gives off the impression of like this sea color. And it also keeps the symmetry of the blue and red, right? This like green, like these oppositional colors. So here's your question though. When you want to translate kojin of the blue, owl no kojin into English, do you say the kojin of the green? Okay, well that doesn't have the exact symmetry that they're going for because it is owl. It's not meant to be green. It's meant to be blue, technically, right? Well, but you don't have. Okay, do you keep the sea color aspect? Do you just go with blue and say, hey, you kind of lose a little bit of that meaning, but it's like, okay, the kojin of the sea, right? You get what I'm getting at? You get what I'm getting at? Oh, I hate how 4Kids localized Pokemon. The Jelly Balls got me mad. See, that's like bad localization. That's not even just about localization in, like that has to do more with like cultural. Okay, here one thing I want to say that it's very easy in our privileged timeline to talk about how them calling onigiri jelly donuts is not only stupid, but like bastardization. It's really hard to remember that at the time, most people did not know what an onigiri was in the West. Like it was not a commonly known thing. So while this choice is stupid, and I think they should have just said an onigiri and trust the kids would get it or figure it out, it's not rooted in nothing, you know? Chris, good to see you. Glad to have you. You don't try to completely play a thing, you butchered it. Yeah, go. No, and you also can't win because you can translate something perfectly and someone will still say you butchered it. And because if you made trade-offs that they don't agree with, even though you made the right choices, people could still argue that you're wrong. Like, this is a really important thing, is you can do the right translation and still be yelled at, and the person isn't just being a dick. Because all translation is a trade-off. You know? Japanese is very, it's back now. Unrelated, but the point about Japanese not being translated perfectly is why I have begun listening to native Japanese translators on YouTube for One Piece theory. Nice. Yeah. I mean, it's also not even about not being nothing. You can't translate English into Japanese perfectly. You literally can't. Like, you literally can't, because, for instance, there are implied hierarchical statements in how you conjugate verbs in Japanese that you cannot translate without effectively just adding another word. But the difference of conjugating a verb stem ending and doing that versus a word choice addition in English is a different thing, right? How do you convey deference in English that someone is above you? Usually by raising your oratory, but still, like, there are ways to try, but it's not built into the language, right? A perfect translation would need a new language can encompass all possible expressions available. I mean, yes, the perfect translation is to not need a translation. I mean, because the thing is, what you're describing, Shadow, is still impossible because part of what some languages have are inherently impossible to have in both. You can't have a language that intentionally has verb conjugation that displays a hierarchy and a language that specifically omits hierarchical attribution. Right? Like, those aren't, they can't. You can't make something that does both. The way one twin in translation is to go to Pokemon route and call rice ball jelly donut. Yeah, speaking of owl, I'm reminded of the vid with the start of Cruel Angel's Thesis and where the lyrics say owl. Yeah, a character gets bonked in the head with the next. Yeah. I just really had an argument with a friend called Final Fantasy 14 localized like a badly translated VN. I try not to be a dick, but that's a stupid take. Like, it's either an uninformed take or a stupid take. And I don't know, saying 14 is badly translated, other than 1.0 and, no, even A Realm Reborn is like, I may not like the voice acting, but the translations aren't bad. Is your friend fluent in English and Japanese? And it's completely ignored the fact that Koji and Fox are both responsible for localization and lore. Yeah. I still haven't eaten a rice ball or sushi yet. Very good. Would recommend. Should find somewhere that makes them sometime. Did they make the original nigiri jelly thing? I don't know. I've been learning a lot about katakana and kanji and how they can be used by the manga writer for wordplay. Oh yeah, I mean, like the onomatopoeia in Japanese, you like katakana, the way that like you could, like for instance, sarcasm like we have in English doesn't exist in Japanese, but sarcasm absolutely exists in Japanese. You just do it very differently.
Sucking. So it has to not suck too.
Yeah, that's kind of main.
So a lot of liberties are taken, and sometimes, you know, we have to go off in different directions. But that's why the scenario team approves these things before.
This is why meaning is what you care about. What is the person in Japanese trying to tell you with what they wrote? What is the intention and point and spirit of their translation and line? And why I also think it's dumb to say 14 is bad translations is because that might be true to an extent if you're talking about perfect literalizations. But that's because you have the English team who works very closely with the Japanese writers who try to say, what's your intention here? What are you writing? What's your intention? And conveying that. So if you say, oh, it's badly translated because it's not literally what was said in Japanese, correct. That's what makes it a good translation instead of a bad translation. They're only a beginner level. God damn it, Infinite.
I translate all of this back into Japanese.
Yeah.
Give it to Ishikawa-san. She checks all of the lines.
They're literally,
I translate
literally
all of
explaining.
this.
So this is.
And sometimes, you know, we have to go off in different directions. But that's why the scenario team approves these things before they get fixed. I translate all of this back into Japanese.
Yeah.
Give it to Ishikawa-san. She checks all of the lines, and then she'll give suggestions. Oh, maybe you could do this here. Maybe you can change this here. And then they approve it, and we move forward. So
nice.
That's kind of how that works.
I don't think people respect and are aware of how much and to what degree the localization teams, specifically the English localization team and the Japanese localization team, work in concert. Like, I don't think people understand how that's not usually a thing in video games and how closely that is the case in 14. And how many people on the English team are also lore people, especially people like Koji. Usually the French and German is translated off of the English because it's easier to do. But like the Japanese, but as far as I know, they still work very closely with the Japanese team as well. Yeah, people just love getting pissed about the game for nostalgia. Here's the thing for me. There are so many people out there with valid criticisms and frustrations, and I do want to engage with them. It's just so exhausting with how many like thoughtless criticisms or like just being pissy or annoyed there is. Because like, again, there's tons about 14 to be critical of. There's tons. Like, it's not, I'm not like some, oh, 14's great, but I feel like I go insane when I'm just like, hey, here are all the reasons I love the game and here are my critical thoughts about it. And somehow that labels me like a, I don't know, like a crazy glazer or something because I'm not like rampantly hate. I don't know. I don't need to start ranting. Has Thancred's Guybrush reference, holding breath for 10 minutes, been mentioned for more than once? T-Tools didn't show any more than with a literal string. I don't know what you're talking about, Grim. You'd have to explain. People just love game. Yeah. Do we know who the lead writer of Evercold will be? We do not. There is some implication that it will be Ishikawa. We don't know. Based on the fact that Ishikawa seems to have written the lyrics for this song. But Ishikawa often helps work with the lyrics writing for other things too. She's the overseer of all the writing teams anyways. So we only will know the 8.0 writer for sure if they don't during the credits of 8.0. That's going to be when you know. Before that, don't expect to be certain of anything, and anyone who tells you it's this person who cannot provide a primary source from the development team that explicitly states it, do not trust them, because we do not know. Yeah, what makes it critique? Nonsense critiques, still in for yeah. It's the thing is, nonsense critiques aren't critiques; they're bitching. A critique requires like analytical and reasoned thought, and reasoned thought requires not being like. Even if you have strong distaste, it requires like actually looking at the thing on its own merits and then, tackling it.
From that point on, then it's basically sitting in front of a
and there's way too much bitching that's called critique online.
Screen for hours, kind of trying to will my brain into coming up with a cool rhyme for orange, and nothing rhymes with orange, as we know.
I've learned that.
I think he just talks about yes. Okay. The only main reason I want to pull it up here is that we have the lyrics for at least the first part of the new song, right? Which is a whisper in the night. I open up my eyes. World around us swallowed in white. Locked in winter, lost in the ice. Yeah. So, if I recall, it was when we went diving into the locks. Thanker Strobo Quest mentions being able to hold his breath for 10 minutes using 10 minutes with a quotation, and T-Tool shows the one time. Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't think there's been anything made of that later, no. He hasn't really needed to. Because he doesn't pull us out. In Shadowbringers, he doesn't pull us out of Ilmeg, right? If he does, that's the only other time I can imagine that it'd be relevant. Okay. Trying to learn Spanish, I can tell you that it's much easier to translate when I think generally than it is to try and translate literally. Yeah, you want to translate meaning. I forgot Yoshipi was on stage doing the fucking stance. Isn't there a comment, though, that they were searching for us? Maybe I'm wrong. He pulls Urianger out of the source. Yes, I remember that. Yeah, my rule of thumb is if you're not bothering with constructive argument, I will not bother with refuting critique. Yeah, I'll send you a reaction gift to the horse instead. Yeah, which I just will always keep reaffirming. Be critical. Don't feel like you have to like the things you don't like. Just know that if you're being thoughtless, be thoughtless. Be thoughtful, right? You can be critical and thoughtful. You can dislike and be thoughtful. Just be thoughtful. What's the over/under on more Great Serpent lore in Evercold? Pretty high, I'd say. Especially when there were dreams of I would not be surprised to see the Serpent of Ronka appearing across other places. It wouldn't be that strange, especially with some of the other stuff. Yes, the blessing of the Kojin. Everybody who is blessed with the blessing of the Kojin has it forever. Correct. Vanguard's, yeah, the Vanguard theme started Keynote. Vanguard, dude, the Vanguard theme rocks. Great Serpent of Evercold. Yeah.
eyes. Thank you for coming and watching today. Welcome to the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Festival 2026 in Anaheim! Thank you! My name is Naoki Yoshida, producer and director of Final Fantasy XIV!
God, I love Yoshi-P. It's just like, for many different reasons. But like, the thing is that if you read interviews with him, and especially a bunch of times where ones that people miss, the degree to which he's actually like a historian on a lot of MMOs and gaming history provides me a lot of comfort. And also, there were some things that I don't even know that I don't think they had them at the closing keynote, but like there were even when the cameras were off, there was like a moment right after the concert in the closing keynote where like everyone else had left the stage and just you could see the guy was tearing up and just was like he said, "I love you guys." Like yelled at it before walking off, and just in a way where only the people there were watching. There was no recording. There's no benefit other than just like an earnest expression of emotion and just I don't know. I know not everybody's always happy with 14, but I have never seen a time where 14 has not been a labor of love. I have never seen a time where it was not attempting to be better. It was not seeing where they weren't listening. So I'm not saying that's enough. I'm not saying you even have to agree with me, but I am saying that I take comfort in that. Stream today feels like Fan Festival is to live letters. Yeah.
ここからはすみません。日本語でお伝えしていくので、頼もしい助っ人を
Yeah, that's true, Mac.
呼びたいと思います。Awesome.
Exterminate. Yes. Yeah.
Translator, Michael, Charisma.
This streamed book. Yeah. His charisma is contagious. Yeah, well, and also I think this, to me, at least my expression, years and years and years of sincerity. I've not only read almost every interview he's ever had in English translations, but I've listened to a lot of his Japanese ones too. And it just, if he's faking it, he's been faking it consistently without fail for 10 years in multiple different places, in multiple different ways of expressing it.
Of the Yoshi-P. Keynote address. For our
Thank you.
I mean, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, 100% Omen. The one thing I genuinely get upset about was when people criticize the game act like the devs are somehow doing things with malice. I mean, that's also the amount of people who just don't understand game dev in general and don't understand how hard you can work, how much effort you can put in, and how much things can still not be perfect or not go right. I wish more people who played games had at least a small amount of experience of game dev, because I think it would really benefit a lot of people's perception. It's not to say don't have critiques. It is to say though, like okay, this is mean, but I'm gonna say it. It is childish to look at something that came out imperfect or even poor or bad and say the person didn't care. The perspective that somehow good things come from people who care and bad things come from people who don't care is naive and childish, and just I think to me just doesn't. I don't think it expresses a lot of life lived. I never had a super harsh criticism of 14 because time and time again I've seen the team constantly work on making the game better. I mean, a rarity in game history, and that's the thing for me is like I'm not expecting them to get it right every time, but every time I've had a problem, it's been refined as time went on. But that's my view. And again, that's not to say, oh, you can't be critical of the great Yoshi-P or something. I'm not trying to say, like, nobody can. I'm just saying that I think a reasoned mind should be able to see at least a lot of what I'm saying. If he's faking, he deserves an Oscar and recognition from the Academy. Yeah. When they talked about how the glamour plates was technically an inventory you carry with you. Yes. I've tried to tell that to people, and people like to have an understanding. I was so glad he said it on stage. If I understood right, it made a lot more sense why I had so much problem. Yes, it's not just like, oh, well, why just give him a plate? It's because you have your glamour plates are basically every character basically ends up being 2 inventory accesses, right? If you double that, yeah. And the amount of people who are starting to get it more because he said things like that is, I'm so thankful for.
All right, so let's begin.
They did everything right and still wasn't enough. Sometimes that's life. Yeah, exactly. I also love the name of the new saga. Also, remember, the new saga is not starting with 8.0. The new saga started with Dawn Trail, and that is the Godless Realm saga.
Since actually the Realm saga.
which I think is a great name.
今回の8選物語をeven ますが、まだまだね、さっきほんの一部の映像公開になってますが、この基調講演にて 8.0 とはファイナルファンタジー14にとってどのような拡張パッケージなのか。
Yeah, there is Shadow, very famously.
ファイナルファンタジー14は次のステージへ。
This keynote, we hope to give you a better idea of what is exactly in store for you with our
基調かなりお手軽
keynote. Probably
ぜひリラックス。
everyone here and watching on the live stream today.
今回ファイナルファンタジーのワンダラーと
Evercold. And for those, okay, first off, we have our 8.
Like, there's no reason that they had Watarimono here in kanji. Like, there's no reason they would have to have that, especially with this unique kanji here, when they have Wandara there. I mean, I guess you could argue if someone in Japan does not know Wandara, what Wandara means, but like, it's still like the fact that they bother, the context this potentially gives us is very interesting.
Oh, title logo, Evercold. And for those
Yeah,
keeping track, the Japanese subtitle roughly translates as Wanderer or Explorer of the Silver.
I literally tripped up someone who asked for a game to be badly described, and I gave every hint that it was 14, and they thought it was 80s too. That's funny. Yeah, I got you all that. Godless Realm Saga is true threat because we are good at killing gods. Well, I don't think it does. I think it's the other way around. It's in a world without gods. We are without them now, and we must find our own way. What do we do in the wake of? There are no gods ordaining or dictating the way of things. Now, it's just us against ourselves. Can we unite? Can we find a way forward? It is what we promised Vana. We'll find our way.
先ほどトレーラーにありましたが、発売は
We usually wait
Also,
a few
okay, wait, I want to post this. I want to show this. Give me a second. I need to show, I made this during 7.0. I made this during 7.0. Come on, I still have it somewhere, right? Yes, okay. Here, this is, I wrote this on, okay, so I think this should have been right before 7.1, I think. The 26th of September 2024. 7.1 mid-November 2024, 7.2 late March, 7.3 early August 2025, 7.4 was like mid-December-ish. FanFest would be in April, which I was right about. 7.5 would be sometime between like April and May. I technically was right. Early July would be 7.55. Technically wrong about that. 7.56 is, I believe. Technically 5.5 is early, but 7.56 I don't think is technically until like September, if I'm not mistaken. And then the intra patch would be 4 to 6 months. I was wrong about the intra patch. But what I was correct about was that I theorized that 8.0 would be dropped sometime between like December and January. So I was right. So I'm not saying I like called it all in the nail, but I feel good about that.
FanFest before giving you a solid release date, but not this time.
First kanji in Wandara doesn't look like the one you showed us, or was that the text being, probably the text being small, because that is what
saw in the trailer a few
7年先ほどトレーラーにあり
let me make sure the one I showed you was that one. Give me a sec. Yeah, no, it is Watari. Yeah. Here. Let me. Oh no, it's not. You're right. That's even more interesting. Ooh! Give me a second. Let me look up the radicals. Thank you for calling that out. Wait, that's weird. Okay, look at this. Look at this, right? Look at this screen. Look at the kanji right there. This is the Evercold asset that was released on the square. This is the one on the press site. So this is correct, right? For those who don't know, if you ever want good images and stuff from the game, go on the Final Fantasy 14, type in the expansion press kit, and it'll take you to this site. Ah, that's the English. No, give me the JP. Give me the JP, you coward. I would have to go find the JP press site, but give me a second. Let me just. Sure, I'm not crazy. I mean, not for that reason. Okay, either way, let me look at the radical for what that first one is, because it is really interesting that they chose that either way. And what that could potentially imply. So, each, okay, Moku, so each, or, where's Moku? Moku. Looking up kanji is a pain in the ass. Like, it's logical, but it's a pain in the ass. Moku. And then what's another radical?
Actually, let me do a different one each. Nope, that's not it. Here, let me at least pull this to you guys so you can at least see what I'm doing. No, that's not it. This is what. Oh my god, that's still not it. This is it. Okay. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Yeah, okay. Where did it go? Okay. Ah! There we go. So I had Moku already, and then here, let me just see if I can see it in here anywhere. It would be down. Not there. It's not that. What about if I type in that? We're discovering things live, people. Mystery is real. I'm about ready to start drawing it in a second, but every time I try to draw radicals and okay, let's try it. Okay. Let me pull over here so I can see it easier. Also, for those of you studying Japanese, I'm sure you know my pain. Fuck. Moku first. See if that'll pop anything up. If someone else finds it before me, please do share it. Yeah, because it's you're definitely right. It definitely wasn't the Watari Mono one, but the thing is, it wasn't like the real. Okay, I'm gonna go back to searching with radicals. I already have Moku clicked. What was the other one that we were? It was. The thing is, I can't tell if it's. Sorry, I also don't have the best eyes. I usually wear glasses, but I'm not obviously wearing them right now while I'm during stream because the light reflects off them. Let me try that, and then let's try that. See, nope, that was. I both love and hate kanji. I know, Ruviel. I know. The thing too is, if you only need to read, it's not as bad. Like, I don't mind learning to read kanji. I cannot stand learning to write kanji. Like, it's a beautiful practice, and there's all sorts of reasons that it can be a lot of fun. But on a practical level, I cannot stand having to learn to write kanji because I'm not good at it. I feel like I'm going crazy because I feel like I'm typing in the right radicals. But here, let's do at least that. It does not help that there are so many that could be. Let's try this. See if it pops up. Moku. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Oh, wait. I think this is it. Yes, I think this is it. To search. Oh, ooh. So it's the search. The thing. The pale wanderer that is searching and praying. Yeah. Oh, no, I love calligraphy, Dallas, but doing kanji and calligraphy is different than learning. That's what I'm saying is kanji practically writing for like everyday use, annoying as fuck. Calligraphy is fun because you're taking like one or a few kanji and you're trying to do them beautifully and perfectly. But I have bad handwriting. But okay, so it's like, it's Sagasu. Oh, I'm an idiot. Why did I not know Sagasu? Why did I not know the Sagasu kanji off the top of my head? I'm mad at myself. Okay. Also, I'm going to turn on the Prelude for a second. Just for myself. Okay. That's really interesting. That's super freaking interesting. Yeah, there we go. Because that means you have this. See, this is why I do streams. If I tried to analyze this myself, I might have totally missed the fact that I misread that kanji, right? But thanks to you guys, I caught it. And that's mono. So like I should be able to, if I just type in no. Yeah. No, but it's not that mono, it's the other mono. Yeah, it's that. No, oh right. I forgot. That can mean person. I forgot that you can use it that way. So it does mean person rather than thing. But it is interesting. Like, okay, so I was wrong about the object thing because I was right. Mono, like, is that, but I forgot the kanji in that version because I so rarely see it. I only ever see this one.
can mean like person, like rather than just a, but yeah, rarely used without a qualifier. Yeah. Well, I guess we do have a qualifier because the pale silver was the qualifier. But so this is the kanji. This is what its title is. Which is such like, you have like sagasu, you have I'm forgetting the middle one already. What is it? Like the moto, what is it? No, what is the loan reading? No, moto. Yeah, it's like you got like, well, I guess it's in compound, so it would probably gu or q. But like you have sagasu, you have like search, you have prayer, and you have person. So the pale literal. Okay, this is not literally how you would translate it, but just if I'm literalizing the kanji for a second, you have the pale silver searching praying person, right? Is like literally the Tonkisha. What about that? Grim? Yeah, oh no, Tankisha. It is a version, Searcher Pursuer. Interesting. I've never seen this version of like a Wanderer before. But it's specifically, it's not just Wanderer, it's a Searcher or a Pursuer. Because so like for instance, here, if I pull up like, if I go back to like Watarimono, right? Or if I go by the Wanderer, right? You have something like, and again, I'm not fluent. I didn't grow up speaking or anything. So there's a lot of misunderstanding that could come about here just looking at a G show alone. So to be very careful, right? But you have things like, you know, like Ruronin, right? Like Ruronin Kenshin, right? Things like that. You have other word choices you could use. Like if you type in Wanderer and you keep like you look through a G show, you don't really see that. Like that's not one of the words that shows up. And the connotation there is not a wanderer, but it is a searcher or a pursuer. So it like pursuer of the pale, searcher of the pale server. Like, but again, like choosing this specifically is such an interesting choice because of this of prayer and searching. Like, you know, I think they're doing some wordplay because this is one of the things you do in Japanese is that a lot of times when you want to like do interesting wordplay or word choices or like even comedy, you would do stuff like this where you use homonyms or what have you. To do this intentionally, I think it is relevant. Yeah. Pursuer of the silver, which in this case is the silver, not referring to the ice itself. It's possible. Yeah. So again, keep this in mind. If we ever do X-inspired expansion, it will be something like Guardian or something on Pilgrimage. I pretty strongly think that this will be the 10 inspired expansion, and I mean that in a very, 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 very loose sense. I don't think you should expect to see a lot of direct allegorical connections in any way to 10, but I do think you should see some loose reinterpretation of it in the same way that I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of loose interpretation of 13, especially with the avoidance of Ragnarok, Cocoon, and Grand Pulse, and plenty of other things besides. And both also have an abuse of faith and institutionalized systems against their people. So, calling the word of like wanderer singular, wanderer, and so 5 meaning to imply. I would have to look at the Japanese too, because the thing is that they say they, yeah, and it implies similar, but we can see the trail and portal to the trail. Do you think 8.0 will maybe start with Warrior of Light in the 9th alone? In the 9th alone? 9th alone, no, but coming from the source. Yeah, wander seemingly implying only we can see the trails in the portal to do. If you mean the 4th alone, maybe. But I suspect that we may find a way to be able to bring people with us, or accidentally, incidentally bring people with us with relative rapidity. Not necessarily that we can fully control it, but yeah. Elio is really putting in the full day's work. I do what I do. The environment, I'm just making up for yesterday when the power went out. The environment art made me think of 10 in some ways. Yes, there's a shot. Let me pull it up for a second, actually, because it's just, there is a shot in the keynote that is literally, well, not literally, approaching literally. If you've played 10, you know it's right after you come out of Gagazet and you see Xanarkand. It, like, the vibes of it, I'm not saying it's, like, literally framed identically, but the vibes of it are, like, the lighting, the smoke, the haze, everything about it is super similar. I'm not going to show the original scene because I don't want people who haven't played 10 to be spoiled, but if you know, you know for the shot I'm going to show you guys. This shot. Tell me if you've played 10, this does not look like the lighting, the fog, everything very similar to that shot when you first see some of the ruins of Xanarkand. To those of you who've not played 10, me saying that is not a spoiler. I promise.
Okay. Moving towards our next.
Yeah, fourth. Yeah, no, you don't need to be. You don't need to be sorry. I just wanted to make sure I understood your point.
Realm Saga.
Based off of very like scant evidence from this keynote and from the trailer, my personal belief is that the inspiration point, as much as there are expansions that are strongly inspiring it, are 10 and 13, with some of 7. I think would be not unfair, but there's a little bit of 7 in literally every expansion, literally all of them. I mean, hell, 1.0 is a 7. Well, at least the 1.x patches are 7.
That journey is about to go even deeper.
まだまだね、さっきほんの一部の映像公開になってますが、この気象公演にて 8.0 とは Final Fantasy XIV にとって Fantasy XIV
Sorry, I keep listening to Yoshi P because I can understand him or parts of him, and then I'm like, great, we need to skip past that.
次のステージへ
Today's keynote, we hope to give you a better idea of taking both you
めちゃくちゃ濃密なかなり長いので
Depends on what you mean, Omen. I don't agree without understanding, but maybe you'll explain and it will make sense to me. Clarifying, the Warrior of Light may travel to the 4th alone at the beginning of the expansion, return to the source, and then return with some time travel, sounds by trying to prevent the calamity. Yeah, well, not calamity exactly. The calamity already happened, but I get what you're saying. But oh, sorry, no, you're saying time travel so to prevent it. Remember, there is no example of time travel in 14 that's not fixed loop. So that's worth remembering. So, like, we're not probably going to go to the future, see it broke, and then go to the past. I mean, we could because of branch timeline, but the thing is, the only time we've seen a branch timeline is when it's already part of a fixed loop. Because in order for the 8th Rumble Calamity timeline to happen, we have to have gone back to Elpis, and for us to go to Elpis, the 8th Rumble Calamity timeline has to happen. Right? So, was entering Ishgard, the literal going through the gates, and was that the very first quest in 3. I would have to 3.0 quests. Because I remember we have at least one conversation in Kurthis, but I don't know if it goes straight. Yeah, coming to Ishgard. No, yeah, Foundation, main quest. Yep, first quest. You're right. It has been 20 years since I played 10 last, and since I was 14 at the time, I probably wasn't paying enough attention. I will say, Demins, I love 10. I play 10 once every 5 years to thoroughly go through, like, do I like this game? Do I think it holds up? Like every year I try to take a critical eye, not like a nostalgic, oh, I want to play again, but like, does this game speak? And every time I've played it so far, it has continued to speak to me very strongly, often in different ways, especially the older I get. The older I get, the more like Orin becomes my favorite character. But like fundamentally all the reasons I think 10 is so good have aged, none of them have aged poorly. The worst thing I think you can say about 10 aging poorly is that because it had to time audio loops to pre-existing lip flaps, sometimes the dialogue can be stilted, but if you take into consideration the time in which it exists and even without that merit, how well it's voice acted broadly anyways, I mean, yeah, beyond that, 10's phenomenal. It feels like they can borrow anything from FFX except Waka. By the way, it was entry if the loose similarities between Dawn Trail and 9 are indication. Well, 9 and 11, to be fair. I figure there might be some similar locations, characters, but the implementation itself will be twisted. Remember, Dawn Trail has a big place from 10. Yak to L, lower Yak to L is Makalania, right? Rin's Travel Agency and the Palu Palu is 10, right? No expansion is just one reference point. Do I like 10 too? So Mimi, if you're here, close your ears. I have played and watched everything 10. All the side stuff. I hate Wills. I hate the light novel by a lot. I love 10-2 with one caveat. I think of 10-2 as professionally made fan fiction. And when I think about it that way, it's so much fun. As a narrative, I don't like, it's wrong of me to say other things don't count, so I'm not going to. But for me, just 10 is a complete story. And it has a beginning, a middle, and it tells its story, and it's perfect. And I don't need anything more. So, growing up is also not hating Jekt. Yes, growing up, yes. Growing up is understanding Jekt. And all the, yes. And Broska and Lulu even. Yeah, 100%. Or at least, even if you hate Jekt, there's so much more empathy and compassion. Or at least pity, or there's more Jekt is a way more understandable character, for sure. Very true. I just finding it hard to understand the way the trailer flows. We see flourishing at the beginning and in-game shot, but we see flourishing because we're above the cloud layer. I want to repoint this out because I do think it's a really important thing to keep pointing out. In this shot, we are above the clouds. This is above the cloud layer that separates the Sky Islands and the world below that has been frozen over. You even see the cloud layer later during when the Jotun march, right? Again, they're not called Jotun. We're just calling them that because of how much Norse stuff there is, right?
Survive.
You see the cloud layer. You see later on, we are traveling through the clouds. Through the clouds to either the world above or below. So yeah. The shot of the giant helix crystal above the clouds, we don't know. It depends. So if you talk about the A to B to C, when she starts talking, she's talking about the world as it used to be when it was beautiful. And what we see visually is the tapestry. So this could either be a sky island or it could be the world below. From what she's saying, you would think the world below. However, there's two possibilities here. The Sky Islands may have existed even before the frost came. The Sky Islands may have always been a part of things in one way or another for some reason. And it's that they fled to them because they had to flee to them because the world below was dying, right? A lot of different things are possible. Wonder if those floating enemies are more of one of the town's defense systems? Yeah, could be. For me, growing up was realizing that Tidus's hate and love for Jecht are both valid and substantial. 100%. It's also about... Growing up is also seeing the final scene of Tidus talking to Jecht. I'm not going to spoil anything. And what he says to Jecht and understanding that means I love you. Which I think is gorgeous. One of the reasons that 10 is my favorite, besides thematically being made for me, 10 is one of my favorites because almost every Final Fantasy game is structurally flawed in its pacing. Like, most of the Final Fantasy games are, like, wobbly in some part of their pacing. I would argue that 10 is effectively flawless in its narrative pacing. And everything it does for character is to serve the world storytelling, and everything for world storytelling is to serve the character storytelling. It is concise. Yeah. Which would be best for a time travel story? Classical beginning, middle, end structure, a loop where end is beginning, or in some number of classic 3 in a seemingly mismatched order. I think it's all about how they choose to. I will tell you what I've been saying for years with Final Fantasy XIV. It is not and never will be a question of what they do. It will be a question of how it's executed. So the answer to you is Dochi de Moi, my friend. Dochi de Moi. Dochi de Moi. Dochi de Moi means why not both, kind of, in Japanese. I'm curious how the recent permafrost was if the woman can recall the stories. I mean, yeah, it depends on how old she is. Notably, the storm has lightning, which is a polar opposite. Yes, Laffy pointed out. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, Laff, I think, before you joined in. I'm starting to think Yoshi P played Tears of the Kingdom during Evercold planning. Remember, they have a lot. They're trying to bring on more. Like, Mr. Prime is been around for a while, for instance, but is one of their new, is the younger. They're trying to make sure the younger generation is getting to write the stories, design the stuff, bringing in new ideas. But yeah, there is absolutely a lot of, I wouldn't say Tears of the Kingdom. I would say Breath of the Wild. I think there's way more Breath of the Wild than Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, you're right in, actually, I take that back. You're right in talking about the diving down, the idea of the cloud cover above and stuff. No. You're right if you combine aspects of both of them. But yes, yeah. I love the pacing of the story of 10. It's the most replayed in the game series. Yeah. Dochi de Moi. Either is good. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it, Shadow. Nihongo ga hanasu. Chotto dake. Jozu de wa arimasen. Final Fantasy seems to usually go with a time loop predestined style in 1.8.14 Elpis. Not sure if it's the same for 13 and 2. 13 2s are that you can alter time, but effectively it always comes back to the same thing. So yeah, they're a loop in the same way the Aethermal Calamity timeline is a loop, I would say. It's personally considered Jecht a bad father. I mean, yeah, no one's arguing that Jecht was a good father, but I think growing up is understanding Jecht as a man. And having many failings as a man, but he wasn't a bad person and tried to do good where he could. He wasn't just a bad at expressing. Yeah, Jecht's not a good father. But the game, I don't think, ever tries to make that excuse. I think it tries to make you understand that in a real sense, he was doing the best he could. Even if that wasn't not only not enough, but also sometimes not healthy. And he was trying to be, I don't want to say the hero, but yeah. 10 is very good. And it's still very good now, even if you've never played it. Also, if you like Final Fantasy X, you will like Expedition 33. If you like Expedition 33, you'll like Final Fantasy X. Also, do not talk about Expedition 33 in the chat, as much as it is one of my, if not my favorite game. No spoilers, please. I should go back and replay FF games from 6 onward. Big recommend. I played them last when I was a kid, and I just want to fight and kill things. Curious what would stick with me seeing the adult eyes. Demins, from what I know of you, I feel like you would like 10 quite a bit. I think I would be surprised maybe about which other ones speak to you most, but I'm confident you would like 10 a lot. Curious how Elpis happened in the original timeline with the Calamity. Well, that's pretty. So the thing there is that it's if it's loop, right? The idea is A cost to B, cost to C, cost to D, right? Eighth Armor Calamity timeline happens because we go back. If you imagine, so here's how I would say think about it. Stop thinking about branch timelines and instead think about Eighth Armor Calamity timeline as a separate causal universe. We go back to Elpis. The events of Elpis lead to both our timeline and the Eighth Armor Calamity timeline. That branch ends up you've got us, Elpis. Elpis splits, but it's still connected to the two. The Eighth Armor Calamity timeline affects our timeline, leading us back into Elpis, right? I don't know if I'm missing something, but did Calix have a totally different voice? No, it was his voice. It was the same voice actor. I feel like it was a bit different. Either that or his VA is taking an ever so slightly different approach. I think he's taking a more muted approach in a different way, given what he's going on and what he's been through. But it's a slightly different performance, especially given the context, right, of what he's dealing with and what he's in. Also, a lot of times you've been hearing him through a computer, and sometimes there's been modulation as well. If they're a separate universe, we never go to Elpis and Eighth Calamity. No. You're mistaking causal separation. If they're a separate universe, we never go to Elpis and Eighth Calamity. The problem is if we don't go to the Eighth Calamity, Shadow, Eighth Calamity doesn't happen. Because the events that lead to Vana and many of her people acting they do only happen because we go to Elpis. It's the branching timeline view that doesn't compute. Okay. I need a fucking whiteboard. Here. I'm really bad at paint, but I'm gonna draw this for you guys. I'm very, 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 very bad at paint. I'm going to forewarn you guys. I'm very bad at drawing in general. Actually, you know what? Let me use like an online thing. Okay. So you have here. This is us, like our timeline, okay? You have we go back to Elpis. This is Elpis, right? So Elpis, here, I'll write it here. Because remember, the interdimensional rift is an infinite possibility corridor of both time and space. So us, Elpis. This is the Eighth Armor Calamity timeline. Remember, the Eighth continues to exist even after they come back in time. The Eighth did not timeline does not disappear because they went back in time. Because Graha went back in time. If you want to know the short story, something tomorrow. I forget what it's unending tomorrow, something like that. We have it on the channel. I have a reading of me doing a reading and visuals on the channel. Yeah. In order for this to happen, this happens. In order for this to happen, let me. This is us Shadowbringers onwards. In order for this to happen, because here's one of the reasons we know I'm right. Minfilia they know Ardbert is necessary. The events of Ardbert happen before Stormblood. They happen in 3.4. Hydaelyn and Minfilia know that Ardbert needs to stay alive. Because otherwise, like what they're told, remember when they stopped the flood? Yeah. Blue Sky. Calix is voiced by Sean Medium and Linton Appleton. Here, let me pull it up. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is voice actor Calix. Let me type that up. Okay, okay. This is saying 7 point. Okay, maybe you guys are right. That's weird though, because he didn't sound that different at some point. Maybe you're right. He sounded so close. I wonder why they changed. Voice actor Calix. Let's find a better example. Actually, no, ignore this. This is an AI overview. These are not good. IMDb. That's usually better for this. Don't use the AI overview, because if someone says the wrong thing on Reddit, the AI overview will just tell you that it's that. Past left Calix. Okay, that just doesn't say there. Weird. Does anyone have verifiable, not just someone saying something, that they change voice actors? Actor behind the voice actor. That's sometimes. Okay, this is Facebook 14. Is this an official post? Voice actors for Calyx, Sean. Okay, but this says introducing them, and then it says 2 people. Yeah, on the official Blue Sky account. Yeah, okay, it's official. This is interesting. What? Okay, but this is April 10th. Interesting. Maybe they did a different voice actor. But I don't know. Again, do not use wikis as primary source. I'm not going to. But why? Huh. I don't know. Weird. I'll keep an eye on it. Good catch. I totally thought it was the same one. I do really like the performance. Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like you might be right, Azure. If they're separate universes, we never go to blah, blah. It's the branching timeline view that doesn't compute. Blah, blah. I thought one of the social media accounts credited him with 2 voice actors. It looks like it, and it's a recent, that was April 10th, so that means it would be during 7.4 onwards, but I don't know why they would have changed. Other than maybe the actor just didn't want to do it anymore or something. I don't know. Time is often described as blah, blah, blah. I still love how the Warrior of Light told directly you can't change history. You must keep it as it is to save your time. And when you go back in time, you immediately everything. Well, no, because you don't change anything. This is what I'm saying, Ragnarok. We don't change anything. Everything that Vana does, remember, Vana tells us, hey, go back to Elpis. Hey, here's an Elpis flaw. Remember, before we go to Elpis, Hydaelyn is like, you should seek out Elpis. Before they know Ardbert needs to live. Before that, remember, there are things that they know only because we go back to Elpis that they already knew. This is recognizing his voice. It's the branching timeline. Microsoft Paint. Minor changes here and there, but the bowstring will. Elpis was going to turn out the way Vana escapes either way. It's just whether we see it or not. No, that's not the case. Because there's information that does not. There are events that do not take place well before Endwalker if the information is not communicated. Love Calyx's performance in the new patch. Just made you keep guessing what his deal with Warrior of Light. The entire stream has been tempting me to continue my FF playthrough. Do it. Though I'm also in the middle of FF7 our playthrough. Hey, that's as someone who's played FF7 original 2 times and is not a big fan of it. There's things I like, but I'm not a huge fan. I love remake and I haven't played Rebirth, but I love remake a lot. My only remake has one problem, and that's not a remake. Couldn't Hermes have had crash out with Emmett, Hythlodaeus, and Vana witnessing, and Vana manages to escape? Remember, they don't all meet up necessarily unless they meet up with us in one in part. Secondarily, there's other elements about information that is granted and given with us being there. So for instance, like multiple parts of things that things don't happen, and Vana doesn't take the actions that she does as Hydaelyn without some of the information given not just by us, by the events that's been gone through. To be fair, Aware of Life, we didn't tell the truth, the Emma would have probably blasted our ass. That too. Think of time loop as a loopy loop on a roller coaster. You'll go all the way around, proceed forward after, but you still go through the loopy loop and go to the next part. Yeah. And Unpromised Tomorrow. And Unpromised Tomorrow. Thank you, Laffy. I love actually Infinite or Ray or V. If one of you are around, if you can link the Unpromised Tomorrow video, I'd recommend it. I wonder if it's getting different voice to mayhaps prep for a redesign or something that will likely eventually staying from his Labubu form. Yeah, I mean that's very possible, Azure. The only thing is that we know, like, it's make a lot of sense that he wouldn't stay as a Nutkin, you know, or Calyx Tosker, however you want to call it. The main thing is that we know he doesn't want to inhabit a physical form. Like, we know he doesn't want to deign himself with flesh again, right? I think the best we can do is wait for 7.5x credits. Yeah, that is the best thing we can do, Laffy. Oh, it's the 4th, has a Warrior of Light. They look like Comet, considering it made of ice. Yeah, Ray would be very happy. I'll check back in one moment. I'm home for work. Sounds good, Mac. They also credited Halmarut's voice actor as Nina Yidis, who's Polish Norwegian, which is interesting consider what we know of Evercold. Yeah, isn't also Nina Yidis. Isn't she also, though, the voice of Benedicta? Yeah, she is the voice of Benedicta from 16. I just hope we go to the 8th Calamity timeline, troll the Unsundered by giving them a middle finger, and then just dip out with Ethos. I mean, that's an interesting, yeah. I finally that it's easier to think of Elpis as a flashback rather than a time loop. Honestly, that's not a bad way to, like, make it easier, Chris. Obviously, it's not the case, but it is easier to think about it that way. I really wonder who's going to rep whatever new job in Warrior of Light. Yeah, we'll talk about that as we talk about the keynote. Remember, the timeline seems to change when Elidibus is talking to us in the Oculus. No, Elidibus remembers something. Remember, a lot of Elidibus remembers, like, most of Elidibus's memories are gone. He can't remember the people he loves. He's been fighting and won't review his memory in his crystal. That's his whole thing, is Elidibus has been fighting and working for so long, he forgot all the people and places and things he loved have only become shades in his memory. Think about the 5.2 and 5.3 story that make that very, very clear, right? That's the tragedy of him. When his soul, what remains of his soul is in the Crystal Tower, he starts to remember a little bit of something. It's like, wait, you were there, but you weren't. Because the events of Pandemonium happened and he met you there. And those always happen. It wasn't that time changed or rewrote or anything. It's the memories that he no longer had came back to him. Because remember, he did not know you were the Warrior of Light at the time. And he did not have those memories by the time you face him as Elidibus in 5.x, in 5.1, 5.2, 5.3. Well, 5.2 and 3 specifically. Like, that's the tragedy. Since Evercold is now part of the Godless Realms, do you think they'll do what they did with Shadowbringers, making Crystal Tower mandatory? I think perhaps making Mythos Realm. No, here's why Mythos of the Realm won't be mandatory. Mythos of the Realm is an epilogue to Endwalker, and yes, it's a godless realm, but the point in it being godless is that we now choose our own fate and destiny. The only reason to make something mandatory is if the Memis Q requires that knowledge to make it make sense. Let me give you the strongest candidate for the thing that will be made mandatory. It's Eden. Eden is the #1 thing currently that is the strongest candidate for being made mandatory because of Gaia and because of Eden's importance in the the entire story's importance in the restoration of the first. I would not be surprised if Eden becomes required at some point. I'd be actually pretty shocked if it didn't. He says a trace of impossibility. Yes, but he's not. He's talking poetically. But like yeah. On my knees, begging and praying that they just go ahead and make Eden required. There's too much potential there. Hyote, look, if you asked me, if it was just me, I would make everything, all the Alliance raids and all the trial series and raid series required. The reason they don't is understandable, which is that already a lot of people feel like there's a lot of required content. And so the more they make required, the more it can turn some people off in conception. I'm agreed with you. They should just make it mandatory. But they won't until it's like there's just no other option. Like we said earlier, they did not make Crystal Tower mandatory until Shadowbringers 5.3. Crystal Tower came out in 2.x. It was not made mandatory for 5 years after it came out, and only after. They didn't even make it mandatory for Shadowbringers. When you played 5.0, you could have never met Grahatia, and you could not say his name as one of the dialogue options. That was removed. Like, you could not know. You could play Shadowbringers and not know who Grahatia was. Not like as a player, your Warrior of Light never met them. Yeah. That was changed in 5.3. I need to read back on Eden. It's been a while. If it's been a while since you've played Eden, I extraordinarily recommend you replay it. And you can replay it with the new, you don't even have to read it. You can like go replay the quest with the New Game Plus system. Could there have been a different time traveler relaying the information in the 8th timeline universe? Unlikely sounds. Yeah, okay. Yes, I get what you're saying. In effect, could there be an endless looping, right? Where you've got us here, you know, Elpis here, 8th timeline here, then I'm drawing it badly. But the idea that then that, and then in an infinite loop. Yes, that's another possibility. I'm kind of cutting the middleman out by just doing it this way, because you could literally do, you know, the repetition of the thing across, you know, over and over and over again. But yeah. Big agree. Screw it. Everything should be required so we can have maximum fun with lore. It's fun for us, Hyote, but it would stress out a lot of people. And I've talked to Sprouts. I've talked to people where that's the case. And it's worth remembering that. And the thing is, Hyote, we're going to do it anyways. So, you know, no skin off our back. I will say, though, obviously you don't have to, but I do think most people should play Crystal Tower. I think most people should do Alexander and Omega before they do Shadowbringers. Not just because of Tycoon, but for other things besides. I do think most people should do Eden and Shadows over Mach before you do the 6.x storyline. I do think you should do Return to Ivalice and Bosnia before you go into Endwalker, because they're the like Eastern and Western and sorry, Ivalice should be done. The weapons series should be done, and Bosnia should be done, because Ivalice is part 1 of Bosnia, basically, in effect. And then the weapons quest line is like the front of Eorzea going into fighting into Ilsabard, and then Bawsey is the Uthardian front. So like those stories are the lead up into the story of Endwalker. But yeah. Should Shadows of Mox be mandatory? No, there's nothing about Shadow of Mox that needs to be mandatory. There's nothing about its narrative that is necessary. Is it useful to better understanding the Void and parts of the history of the world, and you should play it? Yes. Required? No. No, there's nothing. There's no Alliance raid right now that should be required other than Crystal Tower. Nothing about them is imperative in order to make sense of the MSQ or any of the things going currently that we're facing. I feel like I may be the only player alive wishing to all that's holy that they didn't do that. Do what, Galif? Require Crystal Tower? Because if you don't require Crystal Tower, though, 5.3 doesn't make sense. Like 5.0, you can squint and make sense. Like, but 5.3 can't make sense if you don't do Crystal Tower. Should Shadows of... Because literally, remember, you're bringing the Exarch's memories back to the source. Like, if you didn't do Crystal Tower and Grahatia is not in the Crystal Tower, how could you be bringing the Exarch to the Crystal... Like, it doesn't work. I think we'll get Void Raid series, and Eden will be required for it, but a Void Raid series. Yeah, maybe. Required for it, but not be required of MSQ for a long while. Yeah. Not endlessly looping, I mean, two entirely separate lines. No, I understand what you're saying, Grimsy. I'm just saying that, like, yeah. What I'm saying is that, however you're defining that, it ends up being the same thing. Also, the 8th timeline's a funny cause. They keep making it seem like something we're going to go see again. I mean, not really. They just mention, we get one mention semi-recently from, I believe, Y'shtola that it continues to exist in Dawn Trail. And then we've got the short story. There's a difference between recognizing the atheological metaphysics of its perpetuance versus saying, we're going to go there. Could we go there someday? Absolutely. But I wouldn't, you know. Problem is not making some of this stuff mandatory. It's that some people don't even know that they're there. That's fair, Violet. And I would point out in the keynote, let's get back on the keynote, they want to make that better. So Violet, that's one of the things they say in this keynote is specifically making exactly the problem you're mentioning better. Yeah. It's easy to not realize the raids, etc. exist. It didn't do the Crystal Tower. Yes, so Ragnarok, exactly. We'll pull that up in a second here. Yeah, well, but we're definitely bumping up against a lot of Eden-like stuff right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if it happens. Well, it's just, if you want to tell the story of the 1st and 13th, it's not just like context. It's that Gaia existing and Eden existing, you can't tell the story of the 1st while ignoring those. I mean, also Gaia's in the MSQ now. I mean, she doesn't show up if you haven't done Eden, but Gaia is in the MSQ. If you've done Eden and you do 6.x, she shows up. Love to see a guy have more M in the SQ. It's nice seeing her appear briefly. Yeah, exactly, Azure. Remember they are redoing the quest stuff and were vague about them, maybe. They didn't say redoing the quest stuff. They said how our approach to it will change. It's very important that we, and this isn't aimed at you in specific, Omen, but a lot of news for the game is going to come out in the next 9 months. It is very important that if you are not getting it from the keynote or the statement from the thing, you would be extremely careful about who you're getting it from. Not because you can't trust people, but because there's a difference between we're reworking how you find quests and we're reworking quests. And I'm not saying, Omen, that you're saying one or the other. I'm just saying that, like, remember that, because you're going to see a lot of outlets and a lot of content creators and a lot of people, like, generalize and say, oh, they're reworking quests, when that's not what they said. So I just want to remind everyone, keep that in mind for the next 9 months. I mean, in general, but, like, especially in the next 9 months. I meant make Eden or any of the non-mandatory duty mandatory. Worst part of doing the creating a bunch of PvE instances containing people who, by definition of mandatory, don't want to be. Yeah, I think Crystal Tower is a bad example. So, like, I understand what you mean, Galif, because Crystal Tower is pretty egregious, but Crystal Tower is egregious for multiple levels. One of which is it's the lowest Alliance raid, so you have none of your abilities. You don't get that many rewards, relatively speaking. It's not that interesting combat-wise, both in general when you're scaled down, and the scaling for it is such that the bosses don't require any intentionality or focus. You have people who have been doing it for over a decade. Like, I get what you're saying, because you're not wrong about Crystal Tower, World of Darkness, and whatnot. You're really not wrong. But I would point out that that a raid series with 8 battles that are 8 people is not quite the same. So I get what you're saying. I would point out that I think Eden would not have the same issue. I also want to point out that they're reworking how weeklies and dailies and all that stuff work anyways. So a lot of the reasons that has happened historically with Crystal Tower are both less relevant here, less relevant because it's at the 80 rather than the 50 mark, both from a combat standpoint, but also the people who engage in that. There's multiple levels of why it's less of a worry. And then also that the specific underlying cause of it is being worked on in this expansion specifically with how they're doing progression, events, and that whatnot. Yeah. Without Crystal Tower, there's no Endwalker Amon. Sure, yeah. Honestly, there's a shared past Elpis that would be only really grok with me if there was no separate timelines until the Sundering, I guess. But there are, so. Well, we can talk about that some other time, Shadow. It'll be an interesting conversation. It's so funny to start leveling Dragoon after doing like all the MSQ and already knowing him. Yes, with Estinian, Hyote, like he says with Estinian. I'd also point out it evolved because you're gonna have all your abilities at a lower level. I think there's a good chance with the addition of evolved in you'll find people enjoying Crystal Tower more as well. Yeah, it's entirely start from how bloated the onboarding process is already and how mandatory Crystal Tower went over in JP. You'll have to explain that one to me, or how well I liked Crystal Tower's result. That's why they tried to do chaotic, didn't they? Or no? What do you mean, Dallas? I liked Crystal Tower anyways. It's such a fantastic AR series. People should be playing it long before getting Shadowbringers anyways. Agreed, Azure. But Galif's not wrong. And I think whether or not we as individuals like it, whether or not it worked great for me, whether or not I'm not annoyed, we have to recognize that people are having that experiences. And I see Sprouts having the exact same experience Galif is talking about. So talking about the ways in which they're solving it and the way in which it implies less to Eden is relevant, right? Just because we liked it and it worked for us doesn't mean there's not a problem, right? Just because I love Dawn Trail doesn't mean that there aren't reasonable people who don't enjoy it, dislike it, or have critiques, right? Yeah, see, like Zen, it says, anytime I get a Crystal Tower raid besides Word of Darkness, I leave immediately, even better if someone leaves before me. I will say, I don't leave things, and I find leaving things kind of disrespectful. That's not to out at you, Zen, I'm just bringing up as a point of conversation. Here's why. If you do an Alliance raid Roulette, you are choosing to get rewarded for helping other players. That's why you're being rewarded. If you don't want to do it, don't sign up for Alliance Roulette, because there are other Sprouts who need to run through that and want to run through that. And you doing that it puts them at a greater disadvantage. So like, again, Zen, you don't have to agree with me. I don't mean it as shame. I'm just saying what I personally feel, and I feel very strongly about it. I think leaving regardless of context, unless you have an emergency, is rude because you chose to queue. And especially because I think people think about daily roulettes weird, where they think it's not. It is partly also service to other people. That's why you're being rewarded. I hate leaving things are doing poorly when it's a new player, especially. Yeah. Again, there are people out there who disagree with me vehemently on that, and I'm not saying like, oh, you're bad people or something. I'm just saying that's my take. Yeah, if I do roulettes, I've already said I'm doing whatever shows up, though I understand wanting to leave. Also, wanting to leave and understanding that, totally different. I understand being like, fuck Syracuse, or fuck. I mean, I love World of Darkness. I love the music so goddamn much. Or like, fuck Labyrinth of the Ancients. I get it. I'm not, yeah. My first Crystal Tower, someone pulled while I was watching the cutscene. I remember for the entire raid letting them die while watch. See, yeah, there you go. I've seen so many people recently complain about having to play 5-10-year-old content in roulettes, but without playing content in roulettes, Sprouts wouldn't physically be able to play. And Galif's argument, in part, Azure, is that making something mandatory is part of what causes that issue. Now, I'd point out roulettes cause that issue anyway, right? But this is where people are making coherent points. It's a roulette. I don't like where it lands. I re-roll until it's something I tolerate. I've done it for over a decade, and I'm not up for doing it unless there's a shake-up to the TDM. Okay. I'm just saying that isn't inherently, this is going to sound loaded. That's inherently selfish, right? You're going into a team content and you're saying, I don't want to do it and out. It's not an invalid way to think, but it is like on a definitional level, not like, I'm not arguing on a moralistic level, but definitionally selfish. It's saying, nah, I signed up for it, and whether it affects these other people or not, I don't want to do it. Yeah. Yeah, it's your choice. But it's not, we're not talking about whether or not it's your choice. We're talking about the outcomes of your choice and whether or not it affects other people. It has nothing to do with, yeah. They take the 30-minute penalty and they can find more likely a mentor. Yeah, that's still a really weird framing of it. It's like, well, someone else will get it is like, I don't know. I just think that's a very strange mindset to me, where it's like, yeah.
A very long keynote, probably the longest one we've done before. So if you need to go to the bathroom, it's okay, you can go.
Live stream, my best
Watching on the
今回 Final Fantasy XIV 8.0
Actually, I'm curious if there's any shot. Like me and like our community are over back there somewhere.
さあではまず拡張タイトル今回 Final Fantasy XIV 8.0そのタイトル名 Evercold 日本語では白銀のワンダラーと呼びます
Okay,
Hakugin
first
Wandara.
off,
So interestingly, Yoshi P even says Hakugin Wandara. He doesn't say,
we
interesting.
have our 8.0 title logo, Evercold. And for those keeping track, the Japanese sub
Mentors, okay, I will say, actually, no. Mentors leaving Mentor Roulette, no. Then you're just an asshole. That I will not choose on. You chose to take on getting a crown that is designed to help other players explicitly. That is your role. That is why you got it. You're doing a roulette that is explicitly saying, hey, you're a mentor. You're there to, like, you're being told this is why you're doing this, and you're giving some reward for it. If you leave a mentor roulette and you're the mentor, that I will say is just, I think that's inordinately uncallous and uncaring.
Title roughly translates.
Again, doesn't mean I'm not like, when I get mentor roulette, that I'm not like, fuck, I don't want to do Ramu again. Or like stuff like that. It's not about whether or not I feel that way. It's about choosing to do something and how I feel about it and how that affects other people are different axes.
It's as wanderer or explorer of the silver.
At least with daily roulettes, there's some argument to be said that, well, I would say that literally the system is about incentivizing helping other players inherently. There at least is, hey, I want my tomestones, and there's not a meaningful way to engage with getting that outside of like hunt trains to get my weeklies and stuff. Like there's you can make cogent arguments that I get. With the mentor one, I don't think there's a cogent argument other than just being extremely selfish. And I'm to disconnect. I don't mean selfish in a general definitional sense there. I mean selfish in an actual moralistic sense.
トレーラーにありましたが、発売は2027年1月を予定しております。
And now I know we usually wait a few fan fests before giving you a solid release date.
Yeah, the fact that we got
Not
the
this
release
time.
date
You saw in
here
the trailer,
is
Evercold is on
really
track
interesting
for a
and new.
January 2027
Interfills into
release.
yeah, it's gonna take them out. Help them. Yeah. Also to be clear, if you and this has happened to me, if you get a mentor roulette and you try to do a couple polls and you're like, I'm sorry guys, I can't, like I have to go or something, there's nothing wrong with that. That's not selfish. Having to leave is not selfish. Dipping out immediately in a mentor roulette if you're the mentor is selfish.
Is April. 5、6、7、8、9。気にはもうね、して。
But I think we're ready to put it into high gear, so I officially give you permission to please look forward to it.
加速して
With the force.
The fourth. Again, these are in order, so source, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, on and on.
All right, and this time, Warriors of Light will be visiting the reflection known as the fourth. You're going!
この第4世界ですが、氷の力によって侵食を受けています。
All right, so the fourth is this reflection of Hydaelyn that has fallen into ruin.
Yeah, because it's already fallen to the ice. Also, I love that there's a marmot here. You can see like the marmots, like the ones you can find him. Yeah. They should consider high-level dungeon roulettes and leveling roulettes together. So many sprouts. Yeah. I think the thing, Zen, too, is that we're on the precipice of them rethinking a lot of this anyways. So I think we're going to see some of the pain points tried to be addressed in 8.0 from what we're going to see in some of this keynote. 100%. Can't wait for Yoshi P to offer a tearful apology because the expansion got delayed by a whopping 2 days, only for the community to say, dude, it's fine. Except for, people forget, like, most of the community is reasonable like that, but some people did get really frustrated. Now, I think some people got unreasonably frustrated. Other people got frustrated in a reason I can get behind because 14's not their life, and they scheduled time off, and that was the only time they could schedule off to do it. So, like, people who... それは、そういうのか。What? Wait. Sorry, this is, what? Wait, does that have like a meaning in 14 that, give me a second. Pulling up G-Show again. As usual, I have strong opinions too, and I will continue to say them. I do want, if you guys don't agree, that's fine. Just be ready that I will like push back if I don't agree with something. I do not have a problem to talk. I have a problem with people who are not listening to each other or not trying to understand each other. I don't have a problem. I will spend a lot of time trying to like understand where you guys are coming from. Even if in the end I don't agree, I do care about it. Okay, it's Yoku. No. Do they use that for like the calamity or something? Like, why is it ice no Kara? Yeah, like why is it Kori Chikara? What? Does anyone know? Has it ever in Japanese? It's like the I don't know if it's the right reading of it, but like yeah, Kori no Chikara A ruin. I mean, I think that they're saying a calamity of ice, a ruin of ice is what they're getting at. Yeah, I mean, literally it's the power of ice, but I think what they're saying here might be, although that's not good. Yeah, I mean, yes, it's literally ice power, but what I'm getting at is usually this is saying this, and the question is what this is referring to. Not what this is literally, what this is referring to. Would you say that the Odin XP Aura is the winter of the fourth? So we talked about that a lot earlier in the stream. My hypothesis stands by that I think it is for a couple different reasons, but be ready to not know. Yeah. When I go back to Mentor Roulette, I'm debating whether I speak up about Sprouts queuing for extremes or just Slaughter. Oh, Laffy. Okay, I think 14 players are bad about this, and I want to say this. It's okay to say pleasant things that are helpful. Even if it's like if you get into an EX with another Sprout, say, hey, just so you know, we don't, just so you know, most people don't queue up for these in extreme. Usually they use Party Finder. If you don't know about that, it's this thing. That's great. That's what you're supposed to do as a mentor. It's okay to say like, hey, the norm is usually more this. The problem is people saying nothing, or the problem is people being an ass. If someone's ever a dick to you, if you're like, oh, hey, Sprout, just so you know, we don't really tend to use the duty finder for it, and you'll probably find a lot easier time and have a better time if you use the party finder. I know the game doesn't tell you that, but here you go. And if the Sprout's an asshole, fuck them. Because if you are kind and trying to help, and then someone's a dick, you don't have to be a dick back, but you could also be like, okay, no, I'm like, fuck them, you know? It's okay to be helpful. It's also okay if you're spurned in that help, not to be a dick back, but just be like, okay, I'm like, if you try to say that to a Sprout and you're trying to be helpful, and a Sprout like is extreme, I don't mean just like no thanks, or but like rude to you, like actually rude to you, then I wouldn't blame you for leaving. Not wanting to spend time around people who are being a dick is not like a unjustifiable reason not to keep helping. But like actually being a dick, not you perceive as maybe a little bit rude. Like someone saying no thanks, being like annoying, it's annoying. That's not the same thing as being a dick. Shit devs, I'm willing to forego minor delays from BGB. Yeah, you can tell Mikote, Wove Tapestry, Scroll yeah, cute edibles in it, Power of Ice, need some love, creative, Sweet 3, currently getting on Kingdom Hearts, yeah. Part of learning is having a difference if everyone's yes man, everyone has one point of view. Yep. It doesn't also mean you need to be a pushover either. Yeah, exactly. You should be saying that delaying, I believe it was Dawn Trail because Shadow of the Urchi was funny as base. Yes, that to be fair, they didn't announce when Dawn Trail was yet. They announced it, and then they said, we're giving you 2 weeks for the actual date. We're giving you 2 weeks, thanks, and implying because of Shadow of the Urchi. I was at that panel. That was at PAX East. Yeah. Jisho also lists effects and influences for the latter. Interesting. Yeah, so I think the effect of ice makes, yeah, force, yeah. Used to be a mentor, but I stopped because so many mentors pisses me off with them saying blatant spoilers, and yeah, that's just fucked, Zen. Yeah, if Emmett being named Hades, is also safe to assume Halmarot might be named after a Norse god. I wouldn't go with Norse. I would go with all of the Convocation members we've seen so far have Greek names. Is it possible that her name before is, well, okay. I suspect Halmarut, the unsundered Asen in the time of the unsundered world, had a name that was Greek. It is very possible that Halmarut, the sundered individual risen to the seat of the convocation, may have the person she was before she was raised will have a Norse name. Does that make sense? If not, I'll explain. Ask and I'll explain. It's loved being a novice network too until a smart number of people ruined it. Yeah, just due to the 5 people ended up being able to stay and help countless novice anymore. Yeah, it is frustrating. 100%.
そしてその氷の力によって崩壊しつつあるという危機的な状況にあります。
And it is slowly succumbing to the ever-spreading ice.
この第4世界に果たして光の戦士である皆さんは誰とどのように向かうことになるのか。
And so how and with whom will you be making your journey there?
そしてそこで待ち受ける新たな試練とは。
And of course, what trials will await you upon your arrival?
Sorry, I was sending a message. I need to. I do think there's a strong chance because this lady even has like the crest thing on her shoulder that's similar to the white guys. Either she's affiliated with whoever the white guy is, or possibly is him in a different body or form, especially if he's either Asen or the Asians have made another form for him, which Halmarut offers to do for Calyx, right? So we know Asians can change and mold bodies to suit their wills and needs. We've seen it, we know about it from multiple points of source and reference. So either one of the Winters could be taught to do that. One of the Winters could be either Pastra to do Delphon or Altima. There's a lot of different possibilities, but I think if you think about that guy, he's missing one eye. He's got Odin. This is very Odin coded. The fact that we don't see her eyes, the fact that she's got the crest that seems to be similar to him. I don't know. I wanted Demeter Asen reveal. I mean, Demeter would make sense for Halmarut, right? For those who don't know, Halmarut's seat is that of mycology, and like of basically flora, right, of the natural world. Literally, Halmarut is the sower, cultivator of botanical and mycological creations, so of plants and mushrooms, right? Fungi and whatnot. I used to Halmarut's Amon equivalent, maybe Norse. Halmarut, yes, Amon equivalent. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Halmarut's Hermes S equivalent, not. Yeah, exactly. That's a great way to put it, Shadow. Demeter could potentially be that god, Greek goddess of harvest. Yeah, Demeter would make a lot of sense.
And with whom will you be making your journey then?
そしてそこで待ち受ける新たな arrival さあそして
And who is the Wanderer? This is one of the questions, right? And they don't say Wanderer here. This is the kanji I was talking about earlier. They specifically use the like searching, praying person, right? Is this the Pale Wanderer? Well, they're on the box art, it seems. Are we the Wanderer? Is the member of the Winterers the fourth? There's a lot of different possibilities that can make sense. The other thing is that multiple times it's been both. So like the jet black villains of the Japanese title for Shadowbringers can be us or it can be Emmett Selk. It could be either, right? You can interpret it both ways. You know, like that is one of the points that they're the Dawn Moon finale of Endwalker, right? I mean, the Azure Skies of Heavens of Ishgard is not as much interpretable, but you get what I'm getting at. 14 loves the bait and switch. So yeah, as I've described it for years, Omen, they love zigging when you expect them to zag. Yeah. Oh, what could be the Odin aura, which could be interesting. Yeah. People theorize that Zeus is Nabrialis, considering his use of thunder magics and overall creepiness. Yeah, could make sense. I want the glamour Halmarut gave to Thancred's Gunblade for all jobs. Yeah, with the flowers around that. Yeah, that'd be funny. By the way, who yelled Blitzball? It definitely wasn't me. I definitely was not in the crowd yelling Blitzball. Not once. Okay, actually, I didn't ever yell Blitzball, but I really want Blitzball as a gold saucer game. I know I'm probably not going to get it, but I do want it. I thought you were about to say her seat was that of Michael Eyes. God damn it, Des. Do you think Halmarut will be on Emmett's level as a villain? No. Well, depends on, do you mean power? Here, let me redo the thing. As a villain, when all is said and done, and do you think she'll be around for like 2, 3, maybe even 4 expansions? I think there's a strong chance Halmarut is going to be around for a while. I don't think you should think of her as an Emmett level villain in that she's like the overarching antagonist, as much as she is an overarching representation of the differences in our ethos, right? In save them all versus save who you can. I wouldn't be surprised if Halmarut sticks around for a while. I think she'll be pretty important in 8.0. I wouldn't be surprised if she sticks around for a long time though. Maybe not though. And then power wise, Halmarut's not as powerful as Emmett, but you don't need raw power to be powerful in 14, as we see time and time again. I wonder if in the trailer when they say Far Wanderers they use the same kanji. Ooh, that's a great question. Actually, sorry, that's a Ruvel. Do they say Wandara or do they use the kanji? That's a great question. Let's. So, Mina. Wait, she says Mina. Mina. I mean, maybe old people do talk in a way where they can say Mina to refer to like only one person. It's so Mina ono. Oh no, we, because she's referring to the so Mina. We in those days ano hito o ko. In those days we called them. She's referring to the we of the people of the star. So they use the kanji and then have Wandara on top of it. Wandara. Wait, they don't. Wait, is it? We called them. Is it in the? Ano hito o.
That's weird. Why is it? Okay, I'm curious. This might be connecting the prior statement she had, because in English she's pausing. Yeah, period. That's weird. Huh. Because right here, all it says is Wandara Tene. Interesting. The stream started before my work shift, and it's going to be with me when I get home and log in at 14. Thanks, kind. That's kind of funny. Yeah, look, I knew we were going to be going very, very, very long today, and we might be going tomorrow as well. I do have a lot of house stuff I need to do tomorrow. I will say, though, that I need to get that done first. But because right now, we have done the trailer and 5 minutes. Well, okay, actually, we've gotten a little further than 5 minutes. But we've gotten like a couple minutes into the keynote. And we're going on, what, 7 hours now, I think? Yeah, 7 hours. Or is there a cut we'll see later that is the beginning of the sentence? The problem with Ruviel is that she says Far Wanderer in English, but yeah, it's possible. The stream was here. I got log. I was so excited. Good, Xion. I love the parallels between Xenos and Endwalker's trailer and Warrior of Light as Reaper and Evercold trailer. Yes. Well, in Azure, I love so, it's such good writing, in my opinion. Not that everybody has figured it out or noticed it that I've talked to, but it's such good writing. Halmarut condemning us for doing the same ethos. We're not the same, but she's saying your drive to save everyone is the same blind determinism and like willingness to ignore other people's plight that Xeno, like, she is indicting us. And I love that. It's so good. And then obviously us being a Reaper could be a bunch of different reasons. There's many reasons it could be. But at least one of them, implicitly based off of 7.5, and maybe it'll be different 7.55, is us saying, fuck you, we're saving everyone. Yeah, I hope she's in the background for a while. I doubt she'll be being overwhelmingly and against us. The thing is she wants us to succeed. She just thinks what we're doing is the wrong way because it's going to get everyone killed. Like, as we understand it currently, could be different. Halmarut cares about stopping the solstice. She wants life to continue to endure in one way or another. And she does not care if people are sacrificed because she wants life to endure, right? Calyx wants man to endure. Halmarut, as we understand, wants life to endure. So it's a little bit different there. She doesn't want the entire star to be reset to its primordial state where there is no life upon it, even if life would come to be again. The thing is that she thinks we're going to get everyone killed because we're not willing to sacrifice the few. So, Geralt is Dionysus. Well, I mean, Geralt's not a Convocation member, but yeah. So which Asen is Dionysus? Well, honestly, I mean, if you look at it, Dionysus would be most interesting. Probably be someone like Pastrot or Dudelphon would kind of make sense. Oh, no, Emerloth. Because Hermes is already taken up by Fandaniel, or obviously. Emerloth is the mender, curator of the medicinal and therapeutic practices. I mean, I guess there's other smaller examples. It's like, you could, but Dionysus would make some sense there. Hermes would have made more sense, but obviously they already used that for reasons that I think make very strong sense. Got home, I've always wanted to watch live. Good, Shiana. Glad. I'll read a fun post. The Warrior of Light, Halmarut and Calyx are set up. Ethos, Pathos, and Logos. There's some interesting thoughts there, for sure. Yeah. Aristotle's three core memories, modes of persuasion forming a theoretical triangle for effective communication. Yes. Very famously used in a lot of different media, story writing and whatnot. Yeah, that's an interesting thought. I definitely see it. I would say that in some ways you would argue that we might be closer to Pathos, but that is a discussion to have for sure. Same drive, different execution. Yeah, the stream has been lovely companion while doing work and chores all day. Fuck yes. And look, I will say, if you come away from this, whether you find me annoying or anything, if you come away from this feeling more excited about 8.0, more entertained or educated about it going on, and have a stronger sense of like understanding the world going into it, then I have done my job and succeeded. That is all I care. I mean, well, no, I care about other things too, but like that is the biggest thing. I think this Halmarut seed is Levi, don't you start. Levi goes to glad. I'm 20 minutes behind on the stream, but I remember a time that Yoshi P said that they weren't going to make any other race mandatory. No, that's not what he said. If they become important to the MSQ, but they would write the Diamond story as if the Warrior of Light did those rates. So what Yoshi P said in that interview
is that it is complicated to make them mandatory, as it causes a lot of problems with the player base and elsewhere. And that one way they could solve it is writing it that way. And I only want to point this out because like about an hour ago, I said this exact thing. It is really important what he actually says and not what people generally take away from it. There are many times where Yoshi P has something very specific. It's been twisted a little bit and it gave the community a very wrong understanding. Yoshi P has also said things like, we probably won't ever do another race because it is so difficult, so do not expect one. And people have taken that to say they'll never ever do another race. And then he also at JP FanFest for Dawn still said, maybe we'll do another race. Playable race, right? So not only, one, can he change his mind, first off, obviously. But secondarily, Yoshi P doesn't often say, we can't, no, it will never happen. He will say, Muzakashi dare, or like dame, or like he'll say other things, right, in Japanese. That like, yeah, one way to translate is like, no, it's not going to happen. But a better translation is like, which isn't no. So yeah, same drive, different execution. Blah, 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 blah. Story is, yeah, funny how we became Reaper and she's all about the botanical creations. A harvest. Hey, interesting thought. Wonder. Halmarut is true neutral like D&D druid. I would argue there's an argument to be said that she's lawful neutral because she's incredibly, it's like, think like of an oath of not oath of nature. What is it? Oath of order? I forget, maybe it might be oath of nature paladin in D&D. She adheres to a specific law of the cycles of nature and what is. I would argue that she's closer to lawful neutral than true neutral as far as we've seen her so far. Because remember, lawful doesn't mean, is not necessarily just about you valuing life or not valuing life. It's adhering to a strict code. And it seems like she adheres to the strict code of nature's cycles are what they are. It does not weep. It does not joy for those who live. It just is. We just are. We just, like, I value life, but I adhere to a strict, understanding about the cycle of life. Now that I can't deny. We've already accepted that we are very similar to Xenos, so I think, well, look, I mean, Xenos' story is always about arguing the mirror of the Warrior of Light. The idea of what happens if you take all that power and you put it in the form of something without love and connection. What is the Warrior of Light without connection, without humanity, without, like, what is just the power, right? Like that, Xenos is a mirror of us. Even if we reject that mirror, whether you say that's a truth you can't deny or you say this ends today, Xenos, regardless of what answer you pick, the story is making a point to mirror you. It doesn't mean you're like him in a sense where you're just like him or something, or that you accede to his point about saying to reach the highest pillar is something you care for. For me, that is a truth that I didn't deny was absolutely appropriate because it doesn't validate him in so much as saying, like, my connections are worthless. All that matters is my hedonism. It is saying I value to achieve new heights and to travel to great places and see new things and but also what binds me to these things is my connection, my love for other people. And so I do not deny that I want to achieve, but also you're going down, motherfucker. You cannot be allowed to stay. You cannot be allowed to live. Your apathy towards others cannot be condoned or allowed to endure. Funny how Halmarut is true. Now that I can't deny. Pretty sure Xena. It reminds me of Titus accepting being called childish and selfish for wanting to save everyone as he wants to. And the thing that I love about Titus is Titus being unwilling to accept the status quo is his greatest strength and greatest weakness. It is treated as part of why things can change, and it is also treated as it causes unnecessary suffering. And I love that because it also shows Titus mature while not necessarily letting go of that, but also you see characters like Yuna take on some of that unwillingness to just accept fate as is. But you also see Titus becoming more accepting of what is and what he cannot change. And that's what's beautiful, right? It's not that the accepting what is good or rejecting fate is what's good. It's about balance, right? It's about understanding both of them can be powerful and useful. I wonder what her opinions on Emmett Selk would be because Emmett Selk seems to have a lot of faith in Azem and by proxy the Warrior of Light as he finally realized that we're an aspect of Azem. Yeah, well, but that's also only late in the game, right? And so she only knows Emmett Selk for most of her existence, not as that, but as the man we meet at the beginning of Shadowbringers. You fucking love talking lore. Good, Azure. I'm glad. Warrior of Light's next great saga.
Is a fellow heroes and warriors of light. The next chapter in our fated tale is about to begin.
Mac, So to be very clear, I think you're misunderstanding. I'm not saying you're like Xenos. The narrative makes it explicitly clear, though. They are reflections of each other. Don't stop thinking like I'm like Xenos, right? The story allows you to reject that the achieving great heights is not necessarily what drives you. You can reject him on that. We're not talking about that. I'm talking about, think of a Zem. Think about, we are the traveler. We are the people. Our purpose is to connect and bind people. We have a great and an immense power, and we above what almost any other person has. And we connect and bind places. And our greatest strength is just our friendships, but like that we are formed in that morality and that humanity, in that love, that connection, that bind. Xenos' story in Stormblood, his short story in Shadowbringers and Endwalker, is the juxtaposition of what is that power without humanity? What is that power without connection? What is that power with hedonism? When I'm talking about a mirror, I'm not talking about saying you're like Xenos in a personality sense. I'm talking about, if you look at what the Warrior of Light zoomed out, like what the Warrior of Light in the narrative's role and story is, it's about, like, that the point is mirroring you. I'm talking about that. I see a lot of those parallels in other characters as well. I'm not saying there aren't other parallels. It's not just this thing exists a little bit, though. The story makes explicit, not just implicitly at the start with Stormblood and, like, The Hunt Begins and stuff like that, and starting into Shadowbringers, but explicit in a hyper-focused way, the mirroring. Not in just like there are juxtapositions between us and characters, but in very stark and specific ways. And look, yeah, you're allowed to disagree. I would just say that, like, textually this is present, right? And I think it's very clear to understand mirroring has nothing to do with just, oh, we have some things that are similar. That's not what I'm talking about. I fucking love, Oath of Devotion. Thank you, Azure. I love Xenos. Started playing the game because my friend slid into my DMs and showed me. I miss my horrible Wi-Fi. I hate Xenos. I love Xenos as a character. I love it as a juxtaposition. I love narratively what to do. Xenos is a monster, but he's also, I pity him because he's a monster that's created. His hedonism and his apathy was forged, not born. If you haven't read it, definitely read The Hunt Begins, as that's already clear cut in the story. But it's even more clear cut if you read The Hunt Begins. You can find it in Chronicles of Light Volume 1. It's also on Reddit. You can find it there. It's one of the few stories that they don't have on the website officially. There's about, I think now 5 stories that aren't, because there's 2 in Chronicles of Light Volume 1 and like 4 in Volume 2. But most of the people have written them out on Reddit. You can find them anyways. So like understand that, like, yeah, I'm not talking about, yeah. But I will say, as a person, as someone who's very sweaty, as someone who likes, as someone who collects achievements, as someone who's like, there is for me, that's a truth that I can't deny, a catharsis in that. It feels very appropriate. But I am so much more glad, not that we say that as a character, but that you are given multiple options that allow you to define how you feel about your relation to that sentence. So that is unquestionably, you're allowed to answer things, different things, right? But that's not what the mirror is that I'm getting at. You can deny or agree with the mirror. It will reflect you anyways. Yeah. I can't deny that the mirror, I'm alive, he's dead. Yeah, we can disagree. I do love that there's no choice to kill Xenos, even if you accept that there's a part of which you yearns for a challenge. It doesn't mean you let him live. And there's a difference between the desire to achieve new heights, to travel, to do, is not a condoning of his behavior or him. You can desire to be great in that you want to help everyone you can. That is still a desire to achieve greatness. To achieve and to travel and to triumph, right? The question isn't whether or not you want to. The question is that's put forth is that right? Is Halmarut still tempered? Depends on a couple of things. Depends on the degree. In theory, potentially some, but with Zodiark gone, the degree to which that is afflicting them continually is probably very low. Shadow Wizard, Money Gang, yeah. Oh no, I see the parallel. Love. Some people love to be able to connect. I just didn't. Yeah, I'm not talking about the connection. To be very clear, it's not the connect thing that I'm getting at. That's separate. Think of the reflection as him desperately trying to cosplay Warrior of Light while also being a murderer. Yeah. Xenos essentially, what if the Warrior of Light didn't have friends? I mean, if you want to oversimplify a little bit, yeah, you're not wrong. I went back to the Reaper shot and noticed that behind him, there's seemingly a statue of a staff wielding a robed person. I guess we'll find out in the extended. Yeah, here, let's pull that up real quick. Actually, no, wait, I have the trailer up here. So if you're talking about this shot, I mean, it looks to be made of wood. You can see what kind of looks like a tree, but I don't
necessarily see the thing you're talking about. Because we've got us, and then... Yeah, I don't know if I see the robed person you're talking about. Yeah. Everyone hates Xenos, and that's why we love him. I'd kill to see a story where Xenos could have been fixed. I think you're playing it. Well, not fixed, but you're the version, in a sense, that is Xenos if he had come about right? In a sense. I get what you're saying. I do think it's... I love redemption. I love redemption. I love the idea of even people maybe who don't deserve it being granted it. I don't want nuanced or complicated stories or complicated villains or pitiable villains or any of that to go away. I do think it's really... his ending couldn't be more appropriate. Like, literally... I don't think telling us... There's not a way to tell a story about fixing him, in my mind, at least the person we know, that doesn't kind of invalidate his character and characterization. And not in a way where, like, horrible people can't be redeemed, but because what he represents his entire ethos, it would undercut the point of it. And also the idea that he spends the candle of his life for the final thing, the thing he wanted, and it's still hollow, right? Yeah, she's unfazed. It's her thing. Libra, Constellation, Crystal, Exodus, the Judge, as Esper equivalent. Yeah. No, I totally get what you're saying. I'm mostly reacting to the community here. Yeah, okay. Well, look, talking about the gestalt that is the community as opposed to talking to an individual is always going to drive you insane. Because the thing is, there's always a group of people who feel something about the game. There's a group who hate it. There's a group who love it. There's a group who thinks Xenos is great. There's a group that thinks Xenos is the worst. There's a group that thinks we're Xenos' butt buddy. There's always some group, right, that you have to deal with that makes you go a little insane. Heavens no, I know. So. But I would just say, when you come to this space where you're talking with me, don't fight against the community. Talk to me in what I'm saying. Because I promise you, I'm not speaking... there's a reason I don't consume a lot of 14 content. I talk to a lot of other content creators in private, but I don't tend to watch a lot of 14 content or go on the Reddits and stuff. And it's not just like about, I want to be pure or something. But it helps me stay a little more sane. And then it also means that I'm not boxing shadows. You know, because it's so easy. If you go online, it's so easy to end up boxing shadows. And not because you're being crazy or something, but just because you're just inundated by all sorts of stuff. And also, algorithms tend to give you what is gets the most engagement, which is usually the negative stuff. Or at least often the thoughtless stuff. Halberu is definitely not tempered, otherwise she'd be trying to bring back... No, that's not Crucian. So remember, Emmett Selk was tempered. So, like, for instance, if you talk to Emmett when he's in the ocular, he'll tell you that he is tempered. All the Asians are tempered. The thing is, with the death of Zodiark, the degree to which that continues to affect her or the others, because they tell you that it affects them, but the degree to which it affects them is is pushing them, swaying them, but the degree to which how much it affects them is unclear. When Emmett goes to the Ethereal Sea, when his soul is cleansed of the tempering, so he doesn't have that when you meet him in Ultimate Duel. Halmert may very well still have it, but in the wake of the death of Zodiark, she may not be driven in the same way to recreate it, or at least maybe liberated to some degree for other reasons. There's another possibility, which is that if Halmarut wants the solstice to not happen and rejoin the reflections, right? She's like, oh, I'm going to rejoin the worlds, right? Well, after that, you could bring back Zodiark. You would have the world unsundered, and in theory, you wouldn't have the souls of the ancients in the same way, but you would have enough aether to do it. I'm not saying that's her plan long term, or that she cares about that. I'm just pointing out that, already her desire to stop the solstice already leads into the same desire there would have been to try and recreate Zodiark, or at least an entity like it. Well, rejoin it and free him, a la what the original Asian's plan was. Obviously, that's not the case now, because the aether of Zodiark has returned to the ethereal sea. But you get what I'm getting at. Yeah, mostly reason community here. Certain elements were adamant that their character choices spoke for everyone. Yeah, which is stupid. We're definitely a textual foil. I think the strongest argument you can say about it is that historically, the top text dialogue is what is considered broadly speaking, seems to be the canon choice. But the fact that they give you choices on how you want to respond shows they care about that, and there's a reason they don't worry about saying which one was canon, right? I would argue that broadly speaking, top text choice is usually the canon choice. I think using that as a cudgel or to say that someone else's choice is invalid is stupid as fuck. So yeah. There's a reason they allow you to choose dialogue options. When I answered saying I couldn't deny it, it was because I loved adventuring for adventure's sake. Exactly, Ragnarok. Yeah. I'd also argue you don't necessarily kill Xenos, you two just fight to complete breakdown and basically burns out his life energy completely and almost burns out yours. But then again, it's not like you're not trying. And also, if the Scions had not been there, if your friends and allies had not been there, you probably would have died, right? And which is another juxtaposition of the point. Is it crazy to think of the Warrior Light Reaper standing on top of one of the arcane giants? No, but I don't think you're right. And the reason I don't think you're right is that, it's not crazy, is that they are colossal. I think we're on an airship, and I think we're on an airship that's probably somewhat like the Celsius. If you look at it, you can see like edges and stuff, right? You can see it fall off very quickly. The scale doesn't make sense for it to be one of the Jotun. Again, I'm calling them the Jotun. We don't know what they're called. I don't think the scale makes sense for that to be the case. Like even if I go back here and you see us riding on the edge here, right? I think what we're on is an airship. And I'll go to bat on that. Like you can even see like, and it reminds me a lot of the Celsius too. I will go to bat saying we are on an airship. Probably an ancient airship too. Based on the fact that it's made of wood and seems old. But I don't know that. I don't know for sure. Eorzean social skills. I think the structure is standing on the ivory tower. The art works with snake heads. Yeah, we'll get to that in a bit, Wander. Yeah. Oh no, that would be a big character change if we were to make him good. Yeah, just fanfic stuff. Yeah, and it's not even just, it's not even about character change. I think to respect what makes Xenos a good character, you have to respect that part of that is the idea that he can't be redeemed. Not because someone wouldn't be even willing to try and offer it to him, but that like the reason he's the way he is and compelling in the way he is fundamentally is tied into the sincerity with which he is the way he is. Like Amon falls to nihilism because of how awful the world was that he grew up with, and also that what's the point. But there's a reason that even Amon, when you get to him in the end, is like, was this it? Could it not have been more? Like even like, but Amon's nihilism being hollow is made clear even as like even once he kills Zodiarchy, you have that moment. It's not just in the Aesioscope, and it also tracks with the character both Hermes and Amon, right? So it's not like yeah. Xenos is a bad ending possible. Bad something impossible. On the other hand, he could have been Buffy's. Also, I think Zodiarch tempering might have been a little bit different from what Living Way says with the summoning for the ship. Omen, if you have that line, please post it in the chat. I'd love to read it. Do you think there might be any sort of shakeup to the current dungeon formula? If there was going to be, now would be the time. I don't think it's likely because the dungeon formula is not is in part made for new players and lower level players as well to be able to. Dungeons are perfect for narrative, and you can't make them more difficult without isolating a large swath of players. And dungeons being just a general new player content or like a story content or something fun to do that's a little bit lower key is okay. And I say that as someone who's sweaty as fuck and would love harder dungeons. What I will say is that the changes that they're doing to how eye level and progression and everything else works means that the necessity to run and rerun dungeons multiple times will probably be changed. So I don't think they even need to change dungeons, the dungeon formula as it were, to change up whether or not it works. I will also say if I'm right and that there's 4 maps, one for each of those cities, and then there's like one mega map down below in the open world, which we don't know that that's the case, it would also necessitate a dungeon change up, right? Because having like well, now we're going to 110, right? So having a 101, 103, 105, 107, 109, and 110 dungeon would become a little bit awkward if doled out in the same way. So you'd have to dole them out at least in a different way. Didn't Emmett say he was temper, but it's a light tug and not a full-blown zealot? Yes, correct. That is exactly, yep. They're definitely Jotun, yeah, because giants have massive spikes poking out of the front. Yes, and you can't see that. Yeah, not confirmed. So Jotun is just a community nickname. Oh, is the community beyond me just using it again? Because I haven't been consuming content. Do other people? Is it like a very common thing to call them? Now that we don't know the official term for them. Yeah, didn't Living Way mention that something about? Yeah, we were going to mention that. So with the Warrior of Light Reaper, I think one of the Scions will have a new job. My bets are either going to be ally state, DPS potential, and maybe I wouldn't look necessarily at the Scions having a new job. Of our crew that we already know, I would look to one of the new Scions that are coming back, joining us and having a new job, someone like Hoary Boulder, Fordola, Arnvald, something like that. And then someone on the 4th having the job. I think that's what I would look to, personally. Hoary Boulder would be goated, yeah. Remember, we know more Scions are coming back to the Waking Stones. The ones that were already there were just people more nearby and able to come back quickly. So like Coltonay, Aenor Cockburn, I always forget his sister's name, Ochre Boulder and Hoary Boulder were just nearby, so they were able to show up. There are other people who are going to be coming back too. I recently went back to WoW after several expansions. The dungeons were massive confusion to me, not even knowing where to go in them. I much prefer simple dungeon. I got used to 14 now. And it's really,
it's really worth that they're remembering that they're solving different problems, right? Like WoW does delves, which is a different, like such a very different way to address the problem. But it's worth remembering that, like, yeah, think of dungeons as a narrative storytelling device and a piece of content that is approachable for all types of people. They're not meant for the people who will like want to go hard or want to be sweaty. There's a reason though we're getting more midcore stuff. There's a reason that well, that's not even midcore, but we're getting something between normal raids and savage raids. We're getting a new tier of that, right? That's a new thing that's coming out. There's a reason, if you haven't done advanced, oh boy, Merchant's Tales Advanced is freaking great. So like, well, Lise was assigned, but remember, Lise is part of ruling Alamigo, or like dealing with Alamigo's government. So Lise probably wouldn't come back. You wouldn't see Hien, Lise, anyone who's part of a group that, like Americ, you're not going to see people like that. Not likely anyways, not, yeah. I'm kind of excited for all these changes. This is Tamamo. Tamamo, good to see, glad to have you. It was fun hanging out with your... It was fun hanging out with your Rufjeld. I was going to say it was fun hanging out with your sister in California, but that just sounds weird. Yeah, people getting to meet them and a lot of the other people for the first time. People love the Jotun name. Yeah, okay. Can't go searching for the line right now, but she talks about the Asen. Infinite, can you give Omen, can you relink T-Tools and explain what T-Tools is in chat for Omen? That might help them. But for the line right now, but she talks about the Asians built tempering into the summoning they taught, and Living Waste says it was on the scale of Zodiarchs. It's a slight tug. Yes, because it's affecting the world more broadly. Yes. So the fact that it's supposed to be more of a tug for the Asians does seem to be the case. Yeah. I think Living Way and Urianger said something about the summoning they use to fuel the Ragnaroks are similar. No, okay, yes. So the versions that were summoned to fuel the Ragnarok were by the allied societies that you bring about that are summoned correctly without the tempering as part of their fundamental capabilities in summoning. Yes. Yeah. Do you think that we'll get a new Scion? It depends on how you want to define it. Do I think a member of the Fourth will be by our side? Yes. Do I think one of the people who has not been regularly with us will be? Like, just Hori Boulder as an example? Yes. Definitely. I will also personally hope that we trade some people out. Like, I wouldn't feel bad. Urianger is probably my single favorite Scion. Well, I love Graha Tia too, but like Graha I love a lot for other. But like Urianger is probably the Scion I connect the most with and love to no one's surprise. But I would also say, like, Urianger staying on the source and working with the Loporits and stuff, like, would work great. Yeah.
But that's all about all I can say about the story for now. Sorry.
なぜなら、この物語の導入は、来
I
週
do not have a cup,
火
so
曜
I'm
日
just
に
drinking
リリ
out
ー
of
スされ
literally a
る
pitcher.
パッチ 7.5 のメインクエストから続いていくことになります。
But again,
Yeah, will Armville be able to join us for any reason? So the thing is that one, his injuries, he said that he may never walk again. Not that he won't. But beyond that, the job could be something that allows him to work with that. That or mecha legs, that or mecha wheelchair. Who knows? But I also think that having Arnvald's story be him as a coordinator and someone helping everyone, I like better. Because I think him coming to terms with that is such a good story. So I don't necessarily... But like Fordola coming with us could make sense. And I think that would be, I think Fordola at some point coming back into the MSQ would be really good for the narrative, especially with how much Garlemald's tied into it, especially with how Garlemald is being tied into other things as well. With the, like, Fordola being part of the team that helps save the 13th would be rad as fuck. Do you think they're going to be going Fantasy Midgar and Nibelheim? Do you think Genova, Levi? So what? I did a bunch of, yeah, no, and no. Do I think they might use names like Midgar and Nibelheim? Yeah, maybe. But like, no, I don't think it's going to be nearly as 7-coded as I think you want. I don't seem Square Enix very hesitant on benching main Scions measures. I would not, not disagree. Lore, it's not that Square Enix is hesitant. It's that every time they try, a bunch of people complain. Every time they even try to do it, they get a bunch of pushback. So, and I'm not saying that pushback's invalid. I'm just saying that they get a ton of pushback. It's not just them being hesitant. It's that every time they even start to, they get a lot of like, no, by a large enough portion of the fan base that it's a problem. There's all the potential Scions coming back to work for Fizz Ranger DPS, Rataten style dual shield. We'll talk about jobs in a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I was just wondering, why don't they just ask the Ironworks to make some Magitech legs for Arnvald? So there's a couple things. One of which is that just having the Magitech legs doesn't work unless it's tied into his, like, mind, right? He would need some way to connect to it with, like, you know, it depending on, like, just because it has the legs doesn't mean it's works already for his mind or that they have the capability to do that specific kind of thing. Let Arnvald use the G-Warrior, yeah. Don't incorporate any of the rubbish so there's no risk of tempering. Don't incorporate any of that rubbish. What?
There's no risk of oh, they don't incorporate any of the tempering part of the aspects into the summoning. Yes, I mean if it's being on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be okay. Yes, thank you. You're quoting Omen the line from the opera. Don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough. Yeah. So that makes sense. Also, I need to start streaming the MSQ again. But again, the whole evolve thing and shaking up the status quo. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of change in 8.0 for the better, I think, pretty much across the board. I think what they did with Alexandria was nice, and that worked out well story-wise. It's saved. I disagree on the save Dawn Trail because I adore the first half. I think the first half suffers from some pacing issues, but I also think the reason the second half works relies on the first half working. And with Alexandria, do you mean the Scions showing up with it there later on? Because I'd point out, we're surrounded by Scions all throughout the first half. That's no more true for the second than the first half. And also, if you're saying, like, oh, because we get everyone by the back half, that's exactly what I'm talking about. If you're saying it was saved because we got all the Scions back together, you're exactly making the exact case and point I'm saying about every time they try not to do that, people get upset and say, no, it's only good once they're all together. I'm not condemning you for it. I'm just saying that is exactly what I'm getting at. The more I think about it, the more I wish the role quest and Dawn Trail were more like Endwalker and went back to the characters that haven't had the spotlight in a while. I disagree because I think expanding Tyrell, and I disagree because I think expanding Tyrell's stuff is really good. And also, we do go back to a bunch of characters with those role quests. If you forget, like, we go to different places and re-meet some people. And importantly, I think the Unbound are such a good cast of villains because they all suck. They're all just selfish. They're not like some they're not brilliant. They're not like they all just suck and they're just selfish. They're so mundane. Like the main like Viera, not Viera, but she's technically Shitona, but like she just sucks. She's just selfish. She's just, I don't care if people get hurt, or oh yeah, I don't know, I should just have what I want. She is so they're like the perfect embodiment of people on the internet that all of you have talked to who just don't care how it affects other people, what affects other people. They want it, so fuck them. And to be clear, I'm not saying that any amount of selfishness is exactly corresponding. I'm saying, like, you've met the people who are just suck, you know? And I love that the Unbound is that cast because there's nowhere else that's a good place to do that kind of thing that wouldn't undercut the plot tension of like a greater story. And I think that that kind of person is also a plague in our current times. The Unbound should come back in a Hildy quest. Yeah, I like that it was FF9's world, but set in the future place in 14. Yeah, we got a fig mental coffers and maps. Yeah, I know it never happened, but I'd sacrifice half of the ancients to have Sphene along with us for the Scions. Yeah, I mean, Sphene's the same, so in the same sort of cases like Lise and Hien, right? Where she's the leader. So yeah, there's not if there's a day where we all need to unite and fight against a greater threat again, like the Ilsabardian contingent, oh, you bet your ass we'll see them there again. But yeah. I think the more I think about it, Gunsword, Arm for Raban. I dreamed as maybe Evercold goes back to that style. I doubt it. I would. The thing is, it made sense for Endwalker because of where we were and remember Shadowbringers didn't do that. Endwalker's the only one that did it, and Endwalker did it because it was a culmination of stories, and so it made sense there. I would expect the role quests to be all on the 4th and to be telling stories of the 4th, and I think that's where they should be. That's my opinion. Sad we never fought that woman building in living memory like it was a female exile. Oh, we do though, Leo. We do. You're talking about the monument that is the Mesoterminal, right? So this is Necron in FF9. But if you look at Necron in FF14, it is the embodiment of the Queen Eternal, the statue that is the Queen Eternal. Like the head is the Queen Eternal head. That the thing is like it is the Queen Eternal. We do fight it. It's just that the embodiment of it is Necron. The main role quest villain is so sovereign citizen coded. Yeah. No, she's Vera. She just took a Shitona name. Oh, thanks, Dallas, for the correction. Theme being in Garnet family tree so many years later. That's what I meant about it. Yeah. It's not that I don't like the writing. It's that it felt like the narrative dead ends. I'm not sure I mean, the fair narrative comes to a conclusion, but the entirety of the back half of Dawn Trail is rooted on the premise of a juxtaposition between fathers and their children, two kingdoms and what they'll do to survive, two kingdoms that want to both coexist but can't, two kingdoms that require the rulership and the coalition of people and different ways that that's represented, how we remember people and let their memory live on, both one in a literal, one in a metaphoric sense,
right? Like the entire back half of the story is not just Alexandria. It's juxtaposing everything you learned in the first half about how Tuliolal functions and its coalition of people function and the rainbow that they create, and Alexandria, right? And what it's had to do to survive, and like, right? And living memory. Think about the Yokui and their monuments versus living memory. And if you haven't, do the Yokui Allied Society question, because it also puts a button on this. I feel like the first half Dawn Trail is all about the Japanese philosophy of Ma. That's an interesting. I'd have to think on that. Like, that's a really interesting thought. Diamond. That's a really, yeah. I'm gonna think on that. I like that. I'm gonna think on that. It was fun though. Yeah. Can you imagine the final war of whatever, where the shard civilizations unite and we have to adult grown up Gulul Jaja? Yeah. And a more honorable version of Zoraal, a combination of like Gulul Jaja's teaching and the best parts of Zoraal. Yeah. I love it, Azure. My variant dungeon would be a good place to throw in a job quest, peeps. Yeah, that could be a good place. Yeah. Sorry for confusion. It was still talking about the world quest. Yeah, no worries. Again, I'm reading a lot. I may misunderstand. It's not your fault. Just let, if I get it wrong, just let me know.
7.4 のストーリーからパッチ 7.5 公開されていく。
In other words, bring some today. You are all getting a little glimpse into the future, and hopefully, it can help bring some clarity to the story that you've already seen in 7.4 and what you're going to see in 7.5 parts 1 and 2.
まあでもこれだけで終わるとね、寂しいんで、ちょっと第4世界の状態いろいろ紹介していきたいと思います。
But we can't just tell you that about the fourth. So, even though I can't talk much about it yet, development of the fourth is very much.
So these are a lot of images. They did this same thing in Dawn Trail, where they did an image collage like this, and sometimes the images never showed up again anywhere else. We do know, however, from direct statements later on in this keynote, this is a dungeon. This is a dungeon. This is a dungeon, and this is a dungeon. We know those 4 images are all dungeons. We also are heavily implied to be told that this, and potentially this are all like cities, like places you go. These 3 up here. I'm not sure on these 2. I'll double check. They do talk about this place, but they don't make it clear what it is.
We want to show you.
But yeah. Also, if any of you have played 16 and you don't look at this and think of what's the islands to the east? I forget what it's called. The one that oh my god. Oh my god. Why is my brain not Juliet, not Jane? What is oh my god. Why am I going crazy? Jill. You'd think I could remember a name a symbol. The Iron Kingdom, yes. It very much reminds me of the Iron Kingdom. And then like other places like the giant crystal edifice thing that we see I definitely feel whoever was working on this, some of their 16 people were working on this.
A little bit more visual.
エヴァコールドの舞台となる第4世界、開発着々と進んでおります。今日はそのメインコンセプト、いくつかのね、コンセプトアート持ってきたので、なんとなく。
I'm gonna remind people, because we're gonna see the quote later. I think everyone's getting a little bit too taking at face value. When we got Samurai, it was a picture of Spider-Man because Sam Raimi in Japanese is Samu Raimi, which sounds like samurai. When we got like Pictomancer and Viper, right? It was a shirt of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles because they're all artists and Leonardo with the katanas. This shirt was custom made. This is a shirt they're selling. If you are taking Ratatan at face value, unless Yoshi P is pulling the most world-class troll where it is just gun shield, and you're taking it at 2 face value, I promise you'll be wrong. There is a level of abstract thinking here you're gonna need to even start to guess what the fuck Yoshi P is thinking. I really, yeah. Dark Souls 2 double shield, yeah.
So today I've borrowed a few pieces of art and screenshots from our servers to give you a sneak peek of several of the new areas.
This is one of the reasons that I think the world below is not only a map, but why I think we're going to go to it as like a bigger open world or something. All the 4th is a stage. Not the 4th is a stage, but all the 4th is a stage.
Train rolling.
まあちょっとね、まだまだお話できないことはあるので、地名とかはちょっと一回全部伏せてます。なので、デザインを見て、いろいろね、想像していただければと思います。
But like I said, I can't reveal too much as of yet, so you won't be getting any official place names
I believe we see all these images in higher quality at... Yes, we do see all these images in higher quality later on. So be ready. We'll talk about them as we go.
For now, but hopefully these images can help give you a better idea of what's to come.
ではまず開発中のスクリーンショットからちょっと見ていきましょ
All right, let's start with some of
His name means hammer. Yeah. So that is, I wouldn't be surprised if a hammer. I also want to point out what Yoshi P says here earlier is that someone in the, or later on, is that someone in the crowd shouted one of the weapons. Not that one of the weapons he mentioned was one of them. That is an important note. There is every possibility that just because he mentioned a couple of them, that one of the ones in the crowd that was shouted was it that he never mentioned. So be ready. Just understand that just because he said one of the weapons was something of the things that the ones he mentioned may have nothing to do with it.
of these under development screenshots.
う。はい。
Yeah, based off of another thing they say later, Ragnarok, I wouldn't say that you may be right. What I wouldn't be surprised is if you can jump down and go to the fly down or something to the world below, but you have to go through the cloud layer as like a loading zone. For those of you who've played like Skyward Sword, something like that. Do you think perhaps they're going to experiment with the ways we experience zone? Oh, if you ask me, my subjective opinion rooted in only what we know so far, I am certain. I'm like 90% that they're going to be fucking around with how maps are done. I think like the Sky Islands are going to each be map, like they're going to like be 4 of those. And then I think there's going to be the world below that's going to be open world, or 2 gigantic open worlds that split in 2 or something. If you ask me, yes, I think the maps in Evercold they're not going to do maps in the same way they've done maps historically. That's my opinion. Is that going to be the case? Who the fuck knows? Yoshi P knows.
さっきね、トレーラーにもありました。超
One of them was yo-yo. What happened? Well, we can dream.
So here we have this giant crystalline object looming over the area. I think
You'll notice, look at these dragons. Look at these dragons that spew water and this crystalline thing that looks to be ice and water.
Wanting for naught.
I don't know if you can see them very well, but there are dragon statues down here. You can see one of them spewing water and this crystal as well. And this thing here, if we go back to here, if you look, you can see the same tower. Look at this tower here. See this tower? Looks to be very similar to that tower, right? I'm fairly certain that the view we're seeing here is that. One of them, the crystal looks like it's been extracted from the surface. Seeing the broken base at the bottom must have been important to how the giant thing. It's probably providing a lot of the water aether, and also if this is the giant of water, if I'm right, either that's providing the water aether that's being absorbed through the giant and then either pushed up into the system or something, and it's allowing to be able to maintain life and ecology there. Knowing that they're working on more world events too. So what they specifically said is we're considering how we want to update world events and including old world events. But one of the things they wanted to think about going forward, and we'll see it in a little bit, I think, is that they were considering things like fewer fates, but maybe more interesting fates and more involved like big battles or something. They didn't say big battles, but things like that. Guess who's back with Ratatan in Aetioscope. That's true. When he's back, has an attack named Shield Skewer. Skewers are spears. Spears and shield tank job. Now you're sounding unhinged, Kayla. Now you're sounding the right kind of unhinged. Read the map discussion. My absolutely crazy ideas I do not expect to happen is what if drivable airship. I know they exist in free companies, but I think what if we literally pilot one on a map? I'd be cool. I think the question is what problem does that solve that flying does not already solve? That's the question, right? And if the answer is, well, it could be faster, it's smart to have a separate layered system instead of just making mount flight more dynamic. I know it's not on theme, but as a new cooking recipe, pancake burgers. I don't see why not. Were the 4 Jotun water, fire, wind, and earth? Yes. If you look at them and we were talking about this much earlier in the stream, but if you look at the Jotun when you see them march, we know at least one of them is water. Oh, actually, right. I've changed the image at this point. We know at least one of them was water from the concept art, but we also see this.
And then what happened?
The land below became a frozen waste. But everything changed when they arrived.
Oh, whoops. I went too far.
The traveler. The one from the sky.
So, this is the water one. One, you can see the water in it in a second, but also it's the same shape from the concept art. See, water.
They marched, and all was lost.
Wind. earth, fire. You can see the fire over there. So we have those 4 elements. And if they're drawing aether from the land, it would make sense why they could power things like the crystals or the things above them, especially if I'm right.
And all was lost.
And each island city is either this thing above them or it's above the cloud cover, but it's still connected into them. And almost this acting like its own like little ethereal sea cycling the aether, something like that. And the ice one is a big one. No, that's water. That one's still water. If you're talking about the concept art one, that's the snake boy and that's not ice. Also, what's more likely is these things are drawing upon the aether, which means that the only aether of the land that remains is ice. If they're using up all the other elemental aether aspects other than ice, then it would tilt towards ice, right? Like that. Well, there's also lightning, but notice that the cloud layer and the storm clouds, these are storm clouds. So like we even see later in the expansion that you see we're traveling. Right? So Levin and ice being the only elements that you would think to remain. And if ice is either quickened or stronger too, the cloud layer is all you would see. It would also explain why the cloud layer is dangerous and something you wouldn't want to travel to. Lightning is shown in that aspect, yeah. But there's only 4 of them that we see. And that makes sense if you think about the fact that the land is already ice in. The idea that something's drawing the ice into it doesn't really make sense. And then the Levin could either be representative of the clouds or elsewise. But it also, because ice is refulgent and existing in a strengthened format, lightning would also probably be much weaker anyways. Axe throwing, range DPS for Norse theming. The problem is we're getting Beastmaster already has an axe. So we have Warrior, which already has Tomahawk and axe, and Beastmaster, which has axe and shield. So I mean, I think it would be a little bit odd. Spear and shield like Shield Maiden. Yeah, I know a lot of people want that. Genuinely scaled down version of field operations, spin on fates for the overworld zones would be rad. Yeah. Obviously, we've been promised nothing, but it'd be cool. Water and water and water, Jotun. Yeah. And the ice is the big one. Giants are so cool. I wonder with their scale if we maybe see another Mount Gulg style dungeon. I wouldn't be surprised because we know at least 4 of the dungeons seems to be happening on the different sky islands. And if they are above them, that's one thing. But the other possibility is if we're trying to stop the Jotuns from marching or turn them off or stuff, there's reasons to think that's tied into that. We also see a boss later that they don't say is what it is. It's almost certainly a dungeon boss and it's very wind associated and aspected. The idea of societies fleeing from the skies from an inhospitable land that used to flourish, but now titans roam the land below is very 13 coded. Yeah, especially with Cocoon and Grand Pulse, 100%. I was just trying to think of there names since the Berg and Burgess is mountain, so maybe it could be named something like Veneris, water, Idaris, fire, Vindris. Yeah, and Burgess or Jordan. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, that's fun, Blum. See, yeah, that's fun. Speculation like that's fun because here's the thing. Even if you're totally wrong and it's nothing like that, you learn something new or you come up with a cool idea. You get your mind muscles working, right? It doesn't matter if you're right. The best thing I can hold to right now is assume you're wrong about everything you come up with, but enjoy the process of it. The next 9 months are going to be wild. The only way you'll be miserable if you start to create your headcanon about what you think it will be, and then when it's not quite that, you're disappointed. Right now, just love the process of talking and coming up with this. And you'll learn new things and cool things too in the meantime. Because ultimately, when you get to the Aetheryte for each zone, nobody would keep flying anyways. It depends. If you keep the but I do think we might be on Big Wooden Airship in the trailer when the Reaper reveal happens. IDK. I wouldn't be surprised. If we see an update to flight. If I'm right about any of my hypotheses, I wouldn't be surprised if flying got it sort of a more dynamic update in 14. I have a short list of things I really want in 14, and I've wanted for years, and 8.0 is addressing most of them. One of them is more dynamic flight. That's one of them. There's 2 others, and I'm forgetting what they are. But like multiple other things are already addressed. But more dynamic flight would be good. What do you think the massive crystal at 2.5 is in the trailer? Do you mean no? Do you say 2.5?
They had no choice but to flee to the sky.
Oh, this is one of the trees. My theory is this is one of the trees that stood sentinel, of which I think there were at least 4, if not more, and that those who were praying it were effectively like the priests or something like this. If you've played Final Fantasy X, think of Yevon, think of the Faith, think of things like that, and they either summoned the Jotun in order to be part of the salvation. But now are making it worse instead of their salvation. They may have saved them, but it also damned them. You also notice that the crystal upon her brow specifically is water blue. So it's like water aether blue. Yeah. That's my theory, anyways. I'm confident that it's a tree. I'm confident that it's one of the trees that stood sentinel. I'm confident that I'm guessing that there's going to be multiple trees that are the world trees in effect that exist as like a connective thread that connects through the world and the ethereal sea of the world. And I think that obviously something went wrong with a lot of that. For sure. I think if you combine Yggdrasil and you combine the Aoife tree from 9, I also think that because if you look at these creatures, in the concept art for the water one, it's very clearly serpent and a snake-like. If you look at these guys, I think one of them is going to be like squirrel-like, one of them is going to be fawn-like, and one of them is going to be bird-like. And I think it's going to be the 4 beasts that sit amongst the parts of Yggdrasil, the world tree, your Ratatoskr and the 3 others. Nidhogg, I think, is... I might be wrong, it might not be Nidhogg that sits below. But anyways, but there's the 3 other two. Just because directly after seeing the crystal, we get the person praying and Odin, potential person. Yeah. I'm also always wrong. I think I know something's coming up the story. Yeah, but it's fun to think on it. That's what makes it being fun. What if the 9 is the lightning to dominate Odin? I don't know what you mean by dominate Odin, but I wouldn't be surprised if long-term we try to create more of a cyclical pattern and some of the 11 from the 9th couldn't be of benefit. The thing is, just right now, if I'm right and these elements are what are being drained, the 4 that the Jotun are effectively draining from the world and causing the ice to get worse and worse, because we know when they marched is when everything truly went to shit. We know the ice began from her dialogue. It started happening, it was getting worse and worse. But when the Jotun, well, she didn't say, when they marched, which we don't see who, but it shows them during this, and the tale that she's telling, they marched, all was lost, and we fled to the sky. So the idea that they're like primals, like the original Danger of primals, drawing these ethereal elements from the land even further, making it get worse and worse in the snow, ice, all that's left, could make sense. Also, slaying them or returning that aether to the land could be of benefit, and potentially help the world to start to retune and heal itself. It also would make sense that then the 11 was above in the sky layer. Because remember, places like Living Memory were above. Remember, Living Memory, if you were paying attention, you knew that Living Memory was on the 9th. But what the interesting question was like, okay, but where is Living Memory? And also, what about the world below and how has it been damaged? Because it seems to be probably damaged by Levin still. And obviously ended up being the case with the Mistcontinent. But the thing is, Living Memory is high above the threat and danger of the ruination of the world below. In that same way, as long as the sky can somewhat support life, especially if some of the aether is being drawn from the Jotun and carried to them in one way or another, they would be able to endure. The dynamic flight in WoW is fun. Yeah, I mean, well, it was fun first in Guild Wars 2, and then they took... I mean this in jest, but like Guild Wars 2 did great mount flight for MMOs, and then WoW copied it. Yeah, I'd be glad if 14 got their own take on it. And I would love, yeah, a dynamic flight would be great. And remember, we did get tilting during Dawntrail. If you ever want to feel better about the game, one of the #1 things I can recommend to you is go actually look up the quality of life that has been added with each expansion. It is so easy to forget how many things each expansion adds in general quality of life and to think like, wait, that wasn't always there. If you, like, people don't understand. If you went and played like a Stormblood Classic server, it would just be worse. In every way. Like a Final Fantasy 14 Classic server doesn't actually make sense. Like even a 1.0 server doesn't actually make sense if you've played 1.0. Yeah. Is the tree on the tapestry? There is a tree on the tapestry, and you see it falling to frost. If you look in the tapestry when she starts telling the tale, you can see right here that there's a tree that starts freezing over. You mean the one copy from Guild Wars 2? Yeah, Shadow got me, yeah. What if prayer sages essentially sacrifice their aether and life force to create or potentially even become the Jotun? So, Asher, you may have missed it, but it's basically a version of that is exactly what I'm getting at. Yeah. I've said that probably like 5 hours ago at this point. Yeah, it's Nidhogg. I imagine that the Asians told the 4th you can save yourself by summoning 3 giants and fixing your aether, only for them to go out of control. I would say it more, Shion, that I'm imagining it is, hey, we know things are getting worse, the worseness that we already created, but don't ignore that fact. But we can also try and save you. We'll show you the way, like, we're going to create some, we've devised a way to create these arcane constructs that will be able to help reattune the aether and help us sustain life. And instead it's just drawing, it's literally all Asian MO. Literally what the Asians were doing on the source is what the Jotun seemed to be potentially doing, right? Fucking with the ethereal, like, energies, and so, yeah. Imagining just low-key thinking about the quality of life Dawntrail could go bar for bar. Oh, no, Azure. If you actually look patch to patch at the quality of life added, Dawntrail beats Shadowbringers by a fuck ton, in my opinion. And I recently went back through and looked at it. The only thing of insane quality that was added in Shadowbringers that even like starts to rival some of the things like the glamour system in Dawntrail is flying in A Realm Reborn. That's the one thing I will say. Okay, wait, no, I'll give you one more caveat also. Some of the A Realm Reborn quest shortening. But like, while that's helpful for a new player, it's not, for an old player, it's not really quality of life that's that useful. It also got rid of one of my favorite lines in the game, but for good reason. We couldn't even jump at 1.0. Honestly, that's not even the worst of it. I will just tell you, that's not even the worst of it. Like walking with mounting was added in 7.1. Yep. Or the tilting. Or yeah, quality of life made so much better. I hope Fates can be half as intriguing as Guild Wars 2 world events are. As someone who played Guild Wars 2 from launch through all of Path of Fire and Guild Wars 1 as well, I will say the world events are, some of them are fun, especially when they added new maps on a patch, but then it just became Zergfesting a lot of times. So like, my question is do you like Frontlines? Because if the answer is no, I'd point out that a lot of Guild Wars 2 Zergfesting for maps is like pretty much the same. And also, a lot of the old maps become dead after the fact. And some of the, some of the stuff kind of becomes a little... I like a lot of what Guild Wars 2, especially world exploration and jump puzzles. Oh, for the love of God, give me Guild Wars 2 jump puzzles and 14 on the degree. I like Frontlines. Well then, yeah. Also, I like Frontlines. So I'm not shitting on Frontlines. I'm just saying in that sense, but... I'm with you, though. I do hope they can be as half as interesting or more interesting. Especially, I hope that we get even more complicated and interesting world bosses. Because the world bosses in Guild Wars 2 were awesome. If anyone didn't know, Chocobo got an update this patch, and when you react to them based on your level and the idle animations, all sorts of stuff changed. Yeah. In 13, Lightning fights and dominates Odin. Oh, that was... What were you saying? What if the 9th... I don't understand what you mean, though. Do you mean the Odin-like character? Because you don't mean Odin the Primal, because that wouldn't make sense. I'm assuming you mean the, like, the character with one eye. I don't think the branches of the tree are going upward. Count 14? Upwards count 14. Oh, I see what you're saying. And this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, it depends on you said 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I mean, it depends on how you count them. But I would also say that's probably more poetic than anything, because it's a representation. Oh, very glib. They should make a 1.0 anime. I mean, they should make a anime for 14 where each season is, like, each season is like 12 episodes, and each season is one expansion. That I will get behind hardcore. I like Frontlines. I refuse to call them jumping puzzles. Back in my day, we called them platforming. I mean, in fairness, Vero, like, Guild Wars 2, it is jumping puzzles. Like, if you've done them in Guild Wars 2, it is jumping puzzles. It's not platforming. Like, there are, like, if you've done tower, like, there's multiple ones. Like, you're not going to go to the tower and ore in the map that they added during patches for Path of Fire, I think, and tell me that that's not a jumping puzzle, right? Yeah, you're good, Levi. No worries. Rival Wings on the world map. I just want Rival Wings to... give me a Rival Wings roulette, for God damn it.
We also saw it in the trailer.
You're not fitting an entire expansion in 12 episodes? Oh, no, I bet you absolutely could. Take out the side quests. Consolidate role quests only where necessary fundamentally for the... take the main MSQ. 12 episodes. You can do the fundamental story, a consolidated version of the fundamental story of a map in like 30 minutes to an hour. I'll bet you a bunch of money. Is it abbreviated? Is it consolidated? Fuck yeah. Can you do it? I will bet you money you can do it. Yeah. Admittedly, 14 is my only anime experience, so I wouldn't know. Yeah. So, Vero, just... yeah. In Guild Wars 2, there is... like major, like there are like hundreds of jumping puzzles, and jumping puzzle is the best thing to call them because you actually have to like, they're puzzles. Welcome back, Lipso. And yes, it is so good.
And so if that smaller...
yeah, maybe post-expansion you would want to do, like the 5X or something would need like a 6-episode mini arc or something.
Crystal in the foreground is something probably different, right? Object over the area. I think we also saw it in the trailer. So here we have this giant crystalline object looming over the area. I think we also saw it in the trailer.
See, I was right. So that is what we saw in the trailer. You can even see that building right there is the same building. Interestingly, though, in the trailer, though, this is a grassy mound, and it's not... the tower isn't sitting in the way that it is. I mean, one, the trailers are not always literal. Don't take them literally. They're representative a lot of times, so don't ignore that. The other possibility, though, is that they could be referencing the passage of time in one way or another. Cheers, Shadow.
So if that smaller crystal in the foreground is something probably different, right?
まあ、向こうの方にはね、なんか、うっすらと巨大な建造物が見えるから、
I mean, yeah, that's always going to happen too. But yeah, exactly, Laura.
And then we have those ramparts that are kind of behind it as well. So is that a castle? Is
Let's
that a
go in.
town?
さあ、そして次。まあ、
See,
ちょっとね、アップ目にした状態ですね。
And here we have that same scene just a little bit closer up to that first crystal.
Also, friendly reminder, I think almost, if not all of these images, you can find in higher quality over on the Evercold press site. So type in Evercold press kit into Google and you'll be able to find these.
共造世界、エーテライトのデザイン。
Also, because of the designs and the serpent designs you see here throughout, I'm very certain that one of the other later images that we didn't know for sure what or where is probably one of these locations.
もうちょっと違いますね。
And again, so that's probably an aetherite. And again, because this is a different reflection, that's going to be in a different design than the ones we have on the course.
ちょっとね、湖面に浮かぶ船も特徴的ですね。
Those boats on the lake also have a very unique design.
This is probably also the water island, and I say that because you've got the water here. There's a lot of other water features. You've got these same serpentine water features here that you'll see that you saw elsewhere back there. Interestingly, we'll see a design of this. You just see a serpent, okay, cool, or potentially a Viking dragon, depending on how it's represented, a leviathan, what have you. You see that this tower is made of two serpents later on. For those of you who know the concept of an Ouroboros, I'll leave it at that.
おお、そして巨大なね、竜の頭のような建造物あります。
And here we have what appears to be the statue of a
Do you
giant.
think the islands were straight ripped from the ground a la Allegans? I mean, like Allag, it's possible. I think the Sky Islands were created before. I think Sky Islands, for one reason or another, were created before they fled to the sky. And then they fled to the sky because they knew there would be salvation there from these guys. That would be my speculation. It's also possible that if they're a part of the Jotun or part of something like that, it's another possibility is that they came to these areas where there was fundamental land and built it around that. But if you ask me, I would guess you for one reason or another, in one way or another, these were already created and existent prior to the march of the Jotun.
Dragon? Is that?
Yeah, the screeching Ouroboros.
マップ
I think one of the most interesting things is that there's at least 3 or 4 pictures here that feel like the same zone. I genuinely can't tell if that's the case. That's the fun things. That's the fun thing. Yeah. Do you think the end Ouroboros ties in with alchemy, Full Metal Alchemist? Maybe less so,
環
but
境表現というのもさらに新しい表現に、力を入れて挑戦してます。
Our design dragon?
新しい
sorry, I want to see what. Because I remember in Japanese, I believe he said, yeah, Ryu or Heavy.
おお、そして巨大なね、竜の頭のような建造物あります。
And here we have
Oh,
what
no,
appears
okay,
to
he
be
does say
the
Ryu.
statue of a giant dragon?
Yeah, he
Is
does say that.
まあ今回マップの環境表現というのもさらに新しい表現に、力を入れて挑戦してます。
Our designers have put their best feet forward this time in an effort to create something that feels new and fresh and truly unique from what we had before.
How Norse this all feels. I think about the world of serpent, Jormungandr. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about Jormungandr at some point, if not tonight, eventually. I'd also point out that that's the same sort of thing you would see more. These are all sorts of things you would see on mastheads of ship. I'm very confident this is the water island. That this is in the same place as this. I'm fairly confident of that. It's also possible that this is different, but I'm very confident that this is water, not only from like the snake and the eyes, but like the mastheads, and those are usually put near water. The fact that this is water associated with the other snake heads and whatnot, and the ice here. This is if I'm right about with the Jotun and the water the absorption of elements and stuff, but I'm fairly certain those are the same. However, I will say this place I don't think is. I think this is either wind or earth. You can see windmills in the background. I think this is either the wind or earth Jotun. And this is a completely different era. You also know the architecture is completely different. It's not the same at all.
集落ですかね。
And here we have what appears to be some kind of lonely settlement in a somewhat arid, barren-looking environment.
They say arid and barren, which would lead me to assume earth. Although fire, arid and barren could also be fire, but I don't think it's fire because I think you see fire later on when we see Magma City. I think this is probably wind, if I had to guess, because if you look, that's a giant fan, that's a giant fan, that's a giant fan. You've got windmills. I'm going with wind for here.
さして夕方の雰囲気です。
You even have the green haze, but you've got a bunch of airships here. Obviously aetherite, but you've got these giant fans that are probably capturing the wind, right?
ですが、手前の方にね、飛空艇らしきも
The zero rating was more to do with specifically with G-pose. Now, can they take advantage of the fact that they raised it a little bit? Potentially Calypso, but it's very unlikely. There's almost no chance that the zero rating elevation was because of that, because you also wouldn't get that zero rating changed until you were getting verification checks, and right now they're in develop. There's no way they're even, there's not even a realm of the imagination where they're going gold in any time within the next, like, 7 months, right? So that's not why the zero rating changed. There's a possibility that because it changed, they can take advantage of that to do things. I would also point out that there's not a lot that the raise in zero rating accounts for that they don't already get away with. Things like blood and the horror and stuff that they already get away with. Would ancient ruins be possible in the 4th? Yes. But you wouldn't see them in the islands. You would see them in the world below. Is it possible? Absolutely. The problem is that there's a possibility that the ice could have wiped it away. But there's distinct possibility that is possible. Honestly, when I see a certain statue, I think we're both thinking about the North feels the world something Roman Gondor. Did anyone notice the teaser trailer focuses on the northern Eorzean and those islands are likely the fourth seas of clouds? So we were talking about the Cataclysm earlier. I don't think that's the case, but if you mean the islands that we spawn on here, it is, yeah, it's absolutely here. It is absolutely evocative of it, for sure. But also, if we go to the ice here, you can see that when it zooms out from this, that the planet, this is Eorzea. Would you want to reiterate that for anybody who missed it? This is Eorzea. You can see Bob and Thanalan down here. You can start to see Vilbrand over here. You've got the top over here of like Dravania. You've got you know, Garabania stuff over, or not Garabania. Yeah, Garabania over here, and you know, the Shroud over here. You can see the start of Ilsabard over here, and you can just barely see, like, this is right here is the bounty. Yeah. The far, good to see you a lot heavy. Get some sleep. I'm not tired yet. It's only 9:20 here. It's interesting thinking fire, wind, water, and earth will be 4 traditional zones. It'll be interesting to think of what Elpis Ultimate Dual Heritage Found Living Memory is going to be to Evercold. I think it's going to just be the world below in one way or another. But again, the maps may be very different. Gooey, good to see you, have you. Yeah, stream's still. I love how people keep coming back and like, the stream's still going? Yeah, I will stop. Actually, can I get a double check? How long can the stream be before it does not keep the VOD? Can someone double check that for me? I want to make sure that it's not 8 hours. Yeah, it's not bedtime yet. Yeah. It also worked 12 hours. Thank you, Gooey. The other thing I will say is that fire, wind, water, and earth, obviously, is you have the classical elements, but then you have also an interesting different juxtapositional relationship if we're right about Levin and ice being, obviously you have Levin in the 9th, ice in the 4th, but if we're right, especially what we saw shown in Terraphos, we would also have that the 8th and 11th would be afflicted, one with wind, one with earth as well. So that's what's interesting there is you have the classical elements, but you also have like the classic Final Fantasy battle elements in an interesting inversion as well. It still leaves the question of like fire and water amongst the reflections and how to balance that aether, but that's a problem for later on. It is an endurance. You can stream as long as you want, but the VOD stops at 12 hours. Perfect. Thank you, Max. We'll make sure not to go past that. Also, can I get a collapse in the chat? Some sort of positivity in the chat for Infinite, who has been modding this whole time, and Ray Ray's not around anymore. It's fine, but who was rating earlier on. And V has been hanging out too, but I think she's been letting them do the job. Thank you, Infinite, for watching this whole time and doing all the links and all that good jazz. Long streams are hell to navigate with a scroll bar, but what can you do? I mean, one of the things someone can do is if anybody wants to message me, we can break it up into segments. Like, I can at least break it up into talking about the prelude, talking about the trailer, and then the keynote. It's not a great system, but it is something. I'm betting on the final zone either being Promised Land of the North Crater or some. The Promise. So if we're doing anything that's historically Final Fantasy with the Promised Land is the Ethereal Sea. One. Secondly, if the Promised Land is what we see literalized in this depiction of it, the Promised Land is the world below. So it's simple that. I think the Forest Islands are going to be 4 maps, and I think the world below is going to be 1 gigantic map. That is what I'm standing on. Long stream. If it wasn't at work, I'd probably be sleeping by this point. Yeah. If we were to explore an open world below, could we maybe get world bosses? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Jenny, we already have world bosses, if you didn't know. Each expansion has 2. Infinite, are you okay? You need some coffee, beer. Good job, everyone here. Make sure to drink water, take mini breaks. Thank you, Mod. Any guess on our new tank? Yeah, we'll be talking a little bit. I know what people want. For me, if I had to give you not what I want, but just like on a gut instinct, I think something with a hammer that's very Garlean tech rooted would make a lot of sense for a lot of different thematic reasons. I know people want gun shield, especially with Ratatan on the shirt. I think there's a little bit of a too literalizing with that. But yeah. This to me is the longest I've ever watched a stream, and also most interested I've been continuing to watch stream. Well, honestly, Kayla, you couldn't say much that could be more kind, and I hope you've been enjoying it, and also hope it's educational. Hammer tank gunslinger, yeah, like Nero's hammer, yeah, something like akin to Nero's hammer, but especially if they consolidated or like had more of a collaboration with the rest of the other places. What do you think of the Paladin artifact gear? It's good. It's on theme and it's good, and that's all I really care about. My favorite artifact like the Dawn Troll artifact Paladin gear was basically made for me. Like, it's just like, this is how I would design Paladin gear. So like, there was never a world in which this was going to be better. And I also think that like what they went with was cool, rad, and also appropriate. So in general, as long as I think it's good, I'm happy, especially because here is my philosophy, and I beg that many of you share it. Anytime the game adds a glamour, even if you hate the glamour or never want to wear the glamour or don't like the glamour, be excited, because every glamour that's added to the game is someone else having more pieces to use that are not the pieces that you use, which makes you more unique and your own choice. So, yeah, that's how I think. So even if I don't like it, I love it. Hammer tank would be awesome. Really reminds me of Nero Tolskavia. Yeah, in the Praetorium. Yep. Nero class would be interesting. Gun arm. My cope is Koji. Had a dragoon shirt, so lance shield. Yeah, a lot of people wanted that for sure. Yeah, I've been enjoying it and learning a bunch of both. The funny thing too is that if you think about it, like the only thing is that if it is a sword and shield or a spear and shield, then we have Beastmaster with shield and axe, and then spear and shield. This is intensified by the 100% by the fact that glamour locks are no more. Exactly. The artifact gear for Paladin. Here, I will duplicate this and I will hold up for people who don't remember it. There it was. This is it. What? Oh, fuck.
Safe.
There we go. This is it. You even got like the Paladin symbol on the shoulder. Like, it's good. Don't get me wrong. And especially that has the fur along, like in the cape. It's really, really good. When I say it's good, I'm not talking about its overall conceptual quality. I'm talking about my feelings about it. And I think it's really good. I'll also have to see it in game. There's a chance I like it even more once we see it in game. But yeah. I think honestly I'd love if Ironworks it became more relevant again. Yeah. I think there's a chance. Damn, of course it's cool. I'm partial Paladin. I'm a tank main, so I level everything and I play everything, but tanks are my one true love. Tanking is my one true love. And I play all the tanks, but amongst the tank I've been maining for the past 2 expansions is Paladin. Before that, I mained Dark Knight. So if you want to talk endlessly about Paladin, I will talk to you endlessly about Paladin. Second tier Endwalker Rage. Yeah, sure. Especially with dyes. Yeah, having every single job gear for even if it didn't level in. Yeah.
And here it looks like it's dusk, but if you look in the front of the shot, you can see something that looks like maybe airships.
I don't think you would see Nero train that. What you would see is, when I'm talking about the Magitech hammer, I think you would see a Magitech device created by Garlemald and it being wielded in a new and interesting way as an attempt to create a really like profound. What I would love to see is also a practice that combines Garlean Magitech and Corvosi practices, like obviously the Swords Master for one. But I would love to see those combined, because I think not yet necessarily, but the idea of them being synthesized into something could start to talk about a bridge between what happened between Corvos and Locus Amenos and trying to heal into the future. Hey, Zephyr, thank you for the $5. Also, if you want to support us, you can support us either at patreon.com, patreon.com/archive, or you can give us super chats here like this. What do you recommend for someone like me who got burnt out after what they did with the MSQ stop planks in 7.0? So Zephyr, I will preemptively tell you I really like 7.0 story, so just take that in any consideration for how you feel. So if you really just didn't like it, just take whatever I'm about to say, take it with framing. If you ask me, ask yourself first what it is that you enjoy most playing. And if it's that you don't enjoy the MSQ, like, don't have to force yourself to replay the MSQ right now. You have 9 months, take your time, go do other stuff. If you felt burned out in general, what I might recommend, depending on the amount of time you have, and depending on the amount of time you have,
what I would potentially recommend, but know yourself, is start from A Realm Reborn and play through the whole game again. And what the reason why is that there are so many parts of the expansions that get so much better when you see how beautifully interwoven they are and how much you appreciate them so much more. If you don't have time, or that just sounds like it's going to burn you out again, don't do that. What I would recommend, potentially, and again, you have to know yourself, is maybe consider playing Dawn Trail again, but now you're going to get through 7.0, and then you'll go straight through the 7.x series. It may feel more complete, and you may feel that on a second playthrough, actually, some of the things that either, like, you felt like, oh, you know, either didn't land or weren't a thing. It was like, oh, actually, this kind of interconnects back into that in interesting ways. Also, again, know yourself, though. If you're, like, just really think that's not going to work, I mean, if you've completed 7.0, just pick up at 7.1, right? There's no harm in that. I'd also say don't force yourself. It still feels burnt out. Don't make yourself play. Don't worry about FOMO or anything like that. One, you have 9 months until 8.0. And secondly, even then, like, even if you don't pick up until 8.x, it's not going to be a problem. So if you ask me, if I were you, what I would suggest is playing through 2.0 all the way through the game again to try and see if I could increase my appreciation about the things that either I liked or even didn't like. That's me. If that sounds like too much, I would replay through 7.0. I would recommend that. And especially do things like Allied Societies and other side quests and stories, because the way they are beautifully connect and encapsulate matters. If that just sounds draining, just go play 7.1. Oh. What happened? Oh, I don't know what was said. I don't know what accidentally got deleted. And if that didn't work, yeah, then I would just go from there. I'm not sure if the... Oh, did someone say something really rude? Yeah. Why did main paladin sword and shield, baby? The Garlean and Loperat engineers are obsessed with making strong match tech and the moon stuff to make use of job. A Loperat engineered... Oh, okay. To be clear, was it, like, crassly put? Because it's okay to dislike a character if you feel that strongly. Like, that's not... Here, give me a second. Let me look at it. I'm going to say, Zephyr, so I'm seeing your message right now. I'm not sure you're going to want any of my advice. Basically, because if you come in and say, like, it's not that you dislike a character. Like, if you hate Wuklamot, that's, like, that is what it is. I'm not... But if you come in and you're saying, like, doing the Woklamot thing, you're probably not going to tend to like what I have to say. Not as a, oh, you should like them, but just because it's such a, like, unthoughtful and unkind way to approach it, right? Like, please come in and talk about, hey, I don't like this character, I struggle with this character. But just framing in that way kind of says a lot. Recommending getting a playthrough the MSQ blind. Yeah, that can be a lot of fun. Sorry to bring up the trailer again, but any idea what's happening to the character in 232 that seems to be levitating or falling unrelated to the cold? Here, I will look that up real quick. But look, I will engage with it. Again, like, feel free to keep, like, potentially message, and I will talk to you about it. Just know that, like, if you're... I don't ask that you guys like what I like, but I ask that you be thoughtful. And to be frank, I have never seen someone say Woklamot who also then proceeded to be thoughtful about their commentary. That's not to say that because you have to be, if you're thoughtful, you'll like her. But it's just, like, so lazy, you know? Like, it's just... what was it? 232? Oh, I think this is just a representation of the person, like, people dying from the frost upon the ice. That's what that is. Yeah. Oh, messages updated. They said something cringe. Yeah. No one can stop me from loving my... Yeah, I mean, single character hate is weird in Dawn Trail and it's fair. I mean, look, I'm even going to go as far as say it's okay to hate a character. I think sometimes it's odd, but it's okay to hate a character. But, like, yeah, how we talk about things matters. I miss her too. Genuinely toning her lines down a bit, having some better voice direction helped a lot. My friend enjoyed the story. Sure. Yeah. My perspective, and part of that's like character, that's like vocal direction, not just about about character performance. My perspective on Wuklamot was that she was like Naruto, had a very good heart, but she did not know what the hell she was doing. I mean, yes, agreed in the first half of the story, because it's a story about her coming into her own. So, I mean, yes, you're right. But that's because that's what
this story in part is about us coming to know the peoples, us coming to come to Dural, and her understanding herself, her role in it, and her people. So like, yeah, agreed. But also, it's kind of like saying, what's a good question? It's like saying Frodo did, no, I don't have a good example. Is disingenuous way of describing. Yeah, I mean, I would agree. To simplify it a little bit, I don't know that I can firmly believe that someone who just starting from the standpoint of saying Wokelmot isn't kind of coming from a disingenuous place. Again, I'm not saying you can't feel that strongly, but like, I don't know. Most of you are going to agree with me, so saying this to an echo chamber isn't helpful. But I just firmly believe decorum matters. How we talk to each other matters. I refuse to believe otherwise. Mulakov is naive, shonen protagonist at first, but I think she got better during the patches. Yeah, well, I mean, she gets better once she's gone through that arc and her story is a story about rulership and ownership and like, yeah, yes, I agree, 100%. I think people just hate the fact that Warrior of Light wasn't the spotlight. I agree to an extent, but I do want to be really careful. Just because there's a lot of people who disliked something doesn't mean that they're all the same monolith, right? There's a Venn diagram. Some people didn't like that the Warrior of Light wasn't the spotlight, right? And didn't like her character for that. Some people didn't like that she's kind of shonen-y. Some people didn't like that she's very eager. Some people didn't like the vocal performance, that it just feels like somewhat abrasive because it's just too much. There's a lot of like understandable standpoints to have, right? Yeah. I think people hate the fact that Warrior of Light wasn't the spotlight, but that's the only part of it. NC Lamachia's blocking the Warrior of Light spotlight when part of the appeal of Dawn Trail is acting as a mentor figure. As someone who has been saying since the start, I adore that we're a mentor figure in Dawn Trail. I love that we are. I think there are people who legitimately dislike that, her coming from a sincere place that is understandable, right? No reason not to think not. Wukulmon reminds me of Luffy in One Piece. Yeah, which is why I like her so much. Yeah, and for a lot of people, Calypso, even at times, especially early Luffy, I find annoying even at times. So like there is understandable reason to find it annoying. Some people just like also just find earnestness, saccharine earnestness abrasive. Yeah. She had to be naive at the start. That's where her character arc begins. That's how narrative works. Agreed, Hyote. I would point out that for a lot of people, they would still make the argument that even if, like, yes, that's the character arc and they execute on that character arc, they still don't like the character story that they chose to tell, right? So agreed. I emphatically agree with you. But there is a way to, like, you know, there is a way to understand that, like, that there's still a choice being made to tell that story when you could tell another story, right? I sometimes think characters get hated because the community expects you to hate them. Same with Lise. There's some of that for sure, which is also why I don't use social media very much at all. Because it's not just about echo chambers. It's also just about remember that the loudest people are going to be bolstered the most, which isn't to say that there aren't legitimate people with grievances or annoyances. But like, it's so easy to end up just shouting the same thing, whether it's love or hate in an echo chamber in a community. Frankly, I think this is giving too much grace to someone whose motives is very clearly looking to connect a piece of media to their perspective, real people from this. Okay. So I don't think you're necessarily wrong, but I would point out that the conversation is way more useful, and the chance that it might, for instance, someone who says this and feels this way might use this as a avenue to either rethink is worth taking. Just saying, now they're a troll and ignoring it, I don't think is, like, it's not working. Like, just to be real with you, not talking to each other is not working. Doesn't mean you have to give everyone credulity. Doesn't mean you have to entertain everyone. But until such time as it's proven that they're, like, obstinately doing that, maybe there's a chance to change someone's mind. And I'd rather take it. Would have worked better. It's also a conversation I've wanted to have for a while. I like the character vibe. Love that Holiday. I would have worked better if actually the mentor figure for her at some point. Yeah, I think that we Holiday first half stuff gets serious. I think my biggest problem with Wukula at the end is her naivety lasting a lot longer than it should have. Yeah, that's warranted. That's fair. I'm an average story enjoyer. I like Wukuma, and I think she is fun. I did watch a video that proposed that she was a last-minute addition, and it was supposed to be Kono's story. Is that based off of absolutely anything other than the vibes? I only ask that because, like, I don't think people know how 14's development team works if they argue that, unless there's something they can actually cite for that. The amount of things you would have to change that would require more than a year to change in advance to do so for that
is such that the idea of last minute is only true if we're including the at least last 18 months of development. So, like, I think that only makes sense if you don't know MMO and 14 development. Unless there's something, I mean, I'd love maybe there's something I don't know, but I don't know how that's possible just on a fundamental time level. If you feel like you're saying that you're in an echo chamber, but someone who wasn't able to watch your streams until recently, it's nice to hear. It reinforces that this is a safe space to discuss debate. Disagree with me all the time. Don't be a troll. I ask that you be thoughtful. Do not share. You don't have to share my opinion. I can say I love Dawntrail, and you can say I just didn't like Dawn. It just didn't work for me. But talk to me. Talk to me, right? Be thoughtful about it. Dislike Wuklamot. But talk to me about why, and let me proffer an idea of like, do you think this helps this context? Let me proffer ideas of like, does this contextualization in any way become more interesting? Let me proffer thoughts. But no one here has to agree with me. And if I'm wrong about lore, especially if you can cite facts, fucking tell me I'm wrong. Yeah. Please. Yeah. This is meant to be a place to make people more thoughtful. It's not a space meant to be like, you need to like 14 or get the fuck out. Don't be a troll. If you're hating on 14 in a way that's not useful or constructive or thoughtful, then yeah, get the fuck out. But yeah. 8-hour love stream. Yeah, personally, I really enjoyed this being background much for Dawntrail Chains. I enjoyed Wuklamot. Yeah, and to be remembered, for those who didn't catch prior to today's stream, talking about 7.x has been a part of this, so this is integrated into everything we're talking about. I also dislike the trend that is like, oh, any diatribe into something that's part of the thing, but not the thing is like exasperating or annoying. But some people do feel that way. Many people reuse arguments made by other people. Yeah. Yeah, look, there's a lot of that. Yeah, there's a sense of me. Again, remember, that can be true. Please try to strongman your opponents best you can. Yeah. I do kind of wish that they were just a story where it's just adventuring as a normal adventure, like first half just going to distant lands of Mirror City, and then second half to BT. Only thought of the first half. Yeah, no worries. Wuklamot was portrayed as being favored candidate by her father. We're led to believe that she would lead the best road, but personally I feel Kona was better. Well, I would argue that the story doesn't say that. The story doesn't have Wuklamot favored. The story has him loving his children and thinking that Wuklamot is a better heart because Kona's inability to think of people in a non-analytical way sometimes hinders him. Wuklamot also then comes up with the best solution, which is to say, no, Kona, you are a better analytical leader than me. You are. Yes, that is correct. A much better solution than me ruling is for me to be the head of resolve and you to be the head of reason. And she's right? So I'd argue that the story agrees with you, which is why it seems weird, right? Because like Kona is a better analytical leader, and the story agrees with you. And you know who agrees with you? Wuklamot. And tells that story. Yeah. From now on, she's going to take care of her people. Besides mentoring or helping her people, what do you think she brought to the story that is useful? I mean, well, one, as a juxtaposition against Sphene talking about leaders and like as a head of resolve, right? Her story coming to be to understand her coalition, her people, to have a deep and abiding love for them in a way that is understandable, for her to come into her own as a strong person, and to be able to staunchly stand by that, and then the entirety of the back half of the story is juxtaposing Alexandria and Tuliolal, right? I mean, like, I'm just gonna, here's what I'm gonna answer. For now, I'm gonna try to move on, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm just gonna make like a 2-hour-long Dawntrail video or do a Dawntrail stream or something. Yeah. I'll try to get it. Yeah, sure. Specifically how 14 devs work, but I'm an engineer in a tech company, and every decision and feature that needs to be added in product takes time and debating order unsettled. And yeah. And there's multiple extra levels of that isn't that's even worse in terms of like logistics. Recently heard Briar pop up in the last Starfield DLC, and it recently sounds nice. How could I ever question the word of my God damn it, Laffy. I think a cool raid tier Evercold would be more themed on ye old Xenogears. I don't think raids, you're not gonna see a crossover raid, especially you're already getting the Evangelion. Someone be felt rough around the edges. Sure. You're wrong about Carbuncles not having souls. God, somehow we're back to that. The argument presented was that Kona's drive to modernize Thrall would make the journey of learning about Tulali people less confusing because they found it odd that Wuklamot knew so little. Yeah. There are, like, I would argue that if from what I see, this isn't helpful, but I would argue for a lot of people that a closer reading of Dawntrail might actually kind of resolve some of your... I've seen a lot of people say Dawntrail is weak or bad because it doesn't do X. And then I'm like, but it does do X, which is interesting. Yeah, Wuklamot is the heart, Kona is the head. Yeah. I also think screenshot looks dwarves the first. I very like the Wuklamot locks in. Go hell yeah, especially in 7.3 against Calyx. Yeah. Ghoul Jaja put it best. All the claimants were lacking, and their right was meant to forge them into a worthy leader, reveal their shortcomings, and it did its job exactly as intended. Great, putting it great, Dallas.
wonder what point of the stream I will sleep enough to admit I have a crush. God damn it. I need to see a surreal Judge convincing but cool Jada needs to do that for the sake of his people and show very much being coerced by surreal Judge specifically. Sure. Halmerd is adorable. Also, I am salty that no Mericidia like that. I mean, to be fair, I've been theorizing that we weren't going to get Mericidia for months now because Yoshi P had a statement in an interview a while ago that was effectively to the... He didn't say it wouldn't be up next, but he went, I know where I want it in the story, which is heavily implies later.
デザイン、今までやっぱり見たことのないようなデザインの飛空艇になってますね。
And of course, their designs are quite different from what we've seen in previous expansions.
And this is it at night. And also, there's going to be a lot with airships. Okay. People, please disagree with me if you disagree with me on this. But I have a profound take, which is if you did not read, play, or watch a piece of media, don't have an opinion on it. Or at least, maybe more accurately, do not be vocal about your opinion on it. I don't have a lot of respect for people who have opinions who did not read, watch, or play the media that they're commenting on. I know some people could push back, but like, what about Let's Plays and stuff? I would still argue that you should really experience a piece of media. And this is true of all of 14, well, just everything, really. But I'm going to die on that hill.
こちら、夜のライティングのテストをしてます。
And here we have the same area at night, so we can see how the lighting will work.
さらに打って変わってね。
I think this is a different place. I think this is then the earthen place, especially if you think about the color coding. I would argue, Gui, personally, I would say watching a Let's Play does not count as watching like a film. If it's a game and you did not play the game, I do not feel you played the game, and I do not have a lot of... I mean, I will talk... Obviously, I will listen, but I pretty broadly, not exclusively, but broadly would say, if you did not play the game, you did not play the game. That is a bit of an absolute take on my stance, and I'm... Very reasonable minds can disagree with me on that and differ.
ちょっと穀倉地帯のような感じですね。
And here we have what looks like some fertile cropland.
まあ相変わらず奥にもなんか
Yeah, so I think this is the earth. I think the prior one was the
And there's
wind. So
also
I
a
think we now
giant
seen the
structure
water,
in
the wind, and the
background of
earth.
this pic as well.
And I think this is probably still the earth as well. Especially because you'll notice the architecture here is not the same as the architecture here. Right? You're noticing that the architecture is changing between the three locations that we've seen. The giant ring, this giant ring? Yeah, I don't know. Couldn't tell you for sure.
穀倉地帯のような感じですね。
What if it was Warhammer 40? Look, if you wanted to get me started talking about the 13 Primarchs, if you want me to go down the list and talk about the first, it's the Angel, the last Primarch of the 7, the Emperor's Children of the 3rd, if you want me to get into, Call, if you want me to get into, like, I know almost as much about Warhammer 40k as I do about 14. But we're not going to do that. Where's Nafka? This is very Nafka earthy. I mean, yeah, makes sense, right? What is the odds that they break the 6-zone system? If you ask me, high, very high. At the least, I would imagine that the 4 islands would be zones, and then the world below will be a zone, and it'll be a huge zone, and it might be split in 2. That is what I would expect personally. But it could be something wildly different than that. I think the icy world below is going to be a much more open world zone, but that's only based off of some idle things that they've stated, and there's no reason to be sure of that.
And here we have what looks like some fertile cropland.
まあ相変わらず奥にもなんか巨大なね建物見えてます。
And there's also a giant structure in the background of this pic as well.
So I also think this is earthen, which makes sense. I think if you look at the architecture, you see it very similar elsewhere. What's interesting, though, is you're seeing these ancient, like, sort of walls and systems like that in potentially more than one island.
さらにはですね、どうやらちょっと
I mean, I
生
suppose
活
this
のね
could be
雰囲気も
water, but
見え
the
隠れ
architecture
して
is
ます
different than
どんな
water.
ね冒険が待ち受けるのか
Hobbit
いろい
homes.
ろご想像ください。
And here you can see some sort of garden in the background, so it certainly looks like it's lived in. What adventures await you here?
打って変わって
I think this is Earth for sure, especially if you continue to see the color, and all of this architecture is the same. And I will tell you, architecture is one of the most useful things you can do with some of these images and maps pre-expansion. Matching architecture. The interesting thing here is you don't see anything lit up with the yellow, but if we go back to this, you'll see this same yellow light up, and you'll see like these buildings here. If you go forward, you'll notice similar architecture styling to a lot of this. Also, does anybody else see this and just think of Movalopolis? Is that just me? Or talk with Elio. Warhammer 40k, Kingdom Hearts. I mean, there's a lot more games to play than that, Zach. I mean, if you want to know what games Elio recommends you shut up and go play right now, the 3 off the top of my head that I would recommend just apropos of nothing
I'm gonna set aside every FromSoft game for now. Just humor me. I would say Final Fantasy X, Expedition 33, and no, I'm gonna actually take out Final Fantasy X since we're talking about Final Expedition 33, Disco Elysium, and Outer Wilds. Those would be the 3 I would recommend right now.
Change appears to be underground, but is it? We're currently working
underground?
on the lighting on this one as well, so this is also one of those lighting tests.
Sandy, hi, first time speaker, quiet person. Yeah, no worries. To anyone who's lurking, know that you're just as welcome. But my personal theory on the world below is that they're probably going to be too unhospitable story-wise, and we're going to fall off somehow. IDKY. I definitely think we're going down there. I definitely think it's inhospitable, but I definitely think we're going to the world below, and I think there's some images that suggest it as such. But I think at the worst, Sandy, what you're saying is approaching truth, yeah. Approaching some version of it. This is interesting to me, because this is... Does anybody else think Zora's Domain from Breath of the Wild? I can't be the only one, right? Interestingly, you can see that this hole right here has docking stations for all of the airships. So this is like a hole that if I had to guess based off of its coloring and everything, I would assume that's the water world. But the question is where... Oh, wait. Oh. Okay, guys, what if... Hear me out. I'm cooking. This is 2107. This is back in this area. Like that there's some like buildings and stuff back in that area, and that's why it seems so different. The architecture seems so different. It seems so cordoned off. Because it's definitely water themed. City of the Ancients, Azlaw Zone or City. Well, it depends on what you mean by that. But like the zones are going to be, I think these are zones. I think the cities might even be within these zones potentially. I think they might not just do the 2 cities. We'll see. Well, I'll be curious. But yeah. The artwork is sick as fuck. Is definitely sick as fuck, Tommy. Did they show the 8.0 Solution 9? No, we do not know what the cities will be. We've seen this art, but we don't know exactly what city is. Every time they showed it, they also go like, oh, that's a town for some of these, but they don't clarify exactly. The tower is the snake tower. Ooh! Low-Ray, good call. Okay, see this? See these branches up here? It's very similar to some of these vents, but this tower is different because this tower, this branches here are similar, but this tower is here. But if it could be on the other side of this. Yeah, so if you imagine on the other side of this is that stuff, that could work. That could work. You also see like flying buttresses. Also, there's this really interesting thing going on that you've got this like Norse stuff, and you've also got this Gothic architecture, and then you also have this, which is it reminds me of a lot of like Rivendell architecture from specifically the Jackson Lord of the Rings. But like this, if we look at this, if we look at the one, there's clearly looks like shadows of like maybe potentially larger buildings in the back too.
And okay,
we're not getting finer details until Berlin, Tokyo, and it was just a taste. Yeah, it was the foundation. Also, if you want higher resolution versions of these images, go to the Evercold press site. It could be, but probably not, Xian, only because these are probably, I'm almost certain these are the Sky Islands, and the areas that the tree is almost certainly upon the land below that has already fallen to frost. So it's less likely unless these up here were existent before the cold began and maybe were a place that they both went before and after.
Like it could be a city.
Sounds good, Loray. When we get to it in a little bit, I know what concept art you're talking about. We'll look at it.
And again, this prominent design of these buildings is very unique to this expansion.
And
could this be inside that city, or perhaps
I see what you guys are saying. We'll talk about it in a second. We see the next thing. Okay. Let me pull this up off screen for a second so I don't spoil anyone who hasn't played Final Fantasy X. But I'm going to pull up I'm going to pull an image of a cutscene up from Final Fantasy X, and those of you who've played it, you'll know. You'll know exactly what it is. Or at least you'll recognize it. And don't tell me, I'm not saying that the architecture or everything is all the same, but don't tell me that there's not like some freaking vibes of similar, like I feel like there's some super like vibes, energy, especially with the lighting of some of these shots. Yeah, okay, I got it. Oh, that's from earlier. That's also from earlier. That's the press site. Let me... right? Like, I'm not saying it's 1-to-1, but vibes, right? Like, there's also an image. Let me go forward a little bit without doing any spoilers. Like, vibes. Yeah. You don't see it? That's fine. It's specifically like the way that the light is bouncing off of the architecture, like the sun is setting the fog, and you may be like, well, I mean, that could happen anywhere. But the reason I point that out in part is that these photos are specifically architected with intentionality. The reason I make that point is that we clearly have someone on the dev team who's going to bat for 10, because we've seen more and more 10 stuff coming with each expansion, especially starting in Endwalker and then moving into. There's a ton of 10 in Dawn Trail. And so I'm very curious to see if we see a lot more of it. And again, we're talking about interpretation of 10, not 10 literally. I'm not saying iconography. I'm not saying we're going to see Xanarkand or we're going to get, but I'm saying the function of faith and Xanarkand, things like that. I wouldn't be surprised. I think there's also an area that gives Bavel vibes. Yeah, definitely, Laura. I know exactly what you're talking about.
こちらも朝焼けなのか、夕焼け、夕暮れなのかね、ファンタジーとそれから有機デザインがうまくマッチしたようなデザインになってるかなと思います。
And I'm guessing this was taken at dawn or perhaps dusk.
There's a really interesting thing here, which is you're seeing the branches that may even potentially be natural branches, which is very interesting. You can even see like a natural branch growing out there.
You can see the architecture that incorporates a blend of both organic and fantastical design.
まあといった感じで、世界そのものの制作というのも順調に。
Have a good one, Ruviel. Thanks for joining in.
And so as you can see, like I said, development of the new area.
We probably won't be going on too much long. He says, and then goes 2 more hours.
ただ
Earlier that the fourth was ravaged by ice, and it's called Evercold. But as you probably noticed, a lot of those screenshots were decidedly un-icy.
まあ今スクリーンショットでね、その一旦ご覧いただきましたが、制作まだまだ途中段階なので。
What do you mean, expat dealing with the 9 realms? Are you talking about the first source, 13th, 4th, 8th, 9th, and 11th? That's 7. That's not 9. Oh, I wouldn't expect it to be dealing with Norse myth. I will caution everyone and anyone, they are going to take inspiration from real world mythology and 14 and Final Fantasy stuff, but they're going to reinterpret it. So even if there's like ideas and concepts like a world tree or things like that, they're reinterpretations. So I like the idea that the world tree is connected into the world and the world itself is the realms is like I can imagine more of. But yeah. The city of ancients from the 7th rebirth, and it looks like, look at the water city. They match up nicely. Yeah, I'll pull that up in a second, Leo.
But again, we showed you a bunch of under development screenshots.
Oh, wait, actually, is this from Rebirth? Because it's from Rebirth. I don't want to look at it because I haven't gotten a chance to check out Rebirth. If you mean original FF7, though. I'm assuming you mean stuff like this. Like the CG render of that. And I see what you mean. Yeah, with the tree branches. Yeah, I definitely catch it. Yeah. I definitely see what you mean.
Completed yet? So we want to show you a little bit more, but with some artwork, concept artwork.
まあ結構生のアート出てきますんで、お楽しみください。
Oh yeah, we still have some.
Literally, you can see the edge of the island. This is, to me, like emphatically, unquestionably, like one of the Sky Islands. Like that's what's going on here. What I think is interesting potentially is that this is connected to another one because you see like the edge fall off there, but you see like what looks like almost like something that's connecting it together, almost like a bridge. You see bridges. I think there'll be like multiple. Think almost like Elpis, but with bridges, maybe something like that. Based off of its appearance, I would assume water from this. You also see, if you look at the architecture is back to some of the water architecture and heads that we see back in the water area.
I'm here.
If you're talking about this, yeah, I'm not sure either. This could be a port for airships instead of a bridge that connects the different. They use the airships to connect to different islands. That makes more sense. There's more infrastructure that supports that. So yeah, I think you're probably right. I might be wrong on that.
It looks like a lake, but that giant crystal from before is gone. So this is probably a different. Here it looks like a lake, but that giant crystal from before is gone. So this is probably a different area.
ほ
Come on, that's got some 16
う。なんか巨
vibes.
大なクリスタルありますけど、これはこれでさっきのとデザイン違いますね。
And here we have another giant crystal, but it's hard to tell if this is the one that's from before. It's probably not. The design is a little bit different.
I wonder if this is on the Wind Island, depending on how all the islands are like spread around. I'm also assuming, again, I keep assuming that they are tied to the Jotun, and if they're not, then it changes the whole conversation, right? Similarly, these are dungeons. Oh, we know at least 4 of the dungeons, and they specified ones that are dungeons, and there are a couple places that might be, but this is not. No, I don't think so. Oh yeah, it is similar to the, what is it called? Not Eden, the school, and yeah, I know what you're talking about a little bit. Yeah.
なんか建造物の上に庭園なのかな
More
And this looks like
water-looking
some
architecture.
sort of
Although you see these like columns that look like this showed up in other places as
Garden,
well.
possibly stacked upon the top of building.
Echoes of the Fallen.
おー
This probably being the Fire Island for obvious reasons.
おーやっぱり氷の侵食を受けて
Oh
る
my
って
god,
言
my
ってるの
screen
に
flickered for a
なんか
second and I was like,
火は吸える感じがするね
Again, I mean, I thought this world was supposed to be ravaged by ice, but it looks pretty hot in this.
again, you keep seeing like the edges of the world. Like the thing I'm certain of is that they are floating islands, right? They even, yeah, very Muslim, yeah, not wrong. But also like very specifically, right? You know that they use airships. You know that they fled to the sky from from the trailer. We know
Right.
these things.
おーま
This
た
is such an interesting combination of Gothic and Norse. Nordic, I should say. But it's interesting too, because that's not snakes. That looks almost like a ram. But it's interesting because we don't see that iconography as much elsewhere.
全然違った真っ黒なね衣装のデザインになってますね結構ファンタジック
And again, this is somewhat different than what we've seen so far. The architecture being a little bit more dark.
I agree, Lowright. So this one.
Oh.
These were the branches you guys were talking about earlier. Oh, it's interesting. It looks like a helmet. Like that's like almost like a... Gothic. I went housing based on the style so bad. Yeah. But yeah, so if you look at this, you see that it's like 2 serpents almost tied together. Black and white one. Yeah. Heaven's word to... The manor might be a building on an island we haven't... I mean, to be fair, this would be the 3rd diadem rebirth. The diadem's been reborn twice. Like 14th century, medieval Norse. Very interesting combo. Yeah. This manor... do you think that the Jotun keep the islands in the air? Admit when we beat them, they will fall? No. When we beat them, I don't think they're going to fall. But I do wonder if the... Aether that is being supplied, like I do think that we're going to need to stop the Jotuns in one way or another because they're draining the world of its Aether, but I think they can find a new way to reciprocally share the Aether, which is kind of seems what the macro story that they're also going to be telling between the reflections is anyways. This screams Elden Ring. I mean, well, honestly, it's different styling. As someone who spent way too much time looking in close at the architecture of Elden Ring, I would say that FromSoft's style of ornateness is quite different to this, but like I get what you're getting at. Definitely high fantasy of the like neo high fantasy for sure. The upper of the building looks like the Warrior of Light is standing on a Reaper. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yes. Look, let's look at this. So so what you're saying here is if you look at this here, look at this ring here, and look at the top of the snake head, right? No, that's that. If we take the trailer, I don't think this is what it is, but if you look at it, right? Imagine this is the front of the snake head. Imagine that's the tower. Imagine that those are the rings that are going to the side of it, right? Imagine this, what we're standing on right now is the snake head. Think about it like that. It's like, and then that would be the here, this here and here would be that. I don't think that's what it is, but I totally see it. I keep missing my keyboard. No worries, Infinite. Yeah. On top of the highest of the 2 Sibrants, it looks like helmets similar to Golbez's. Honestly, it looks more like for those who play Dark Souls 2, the Sentinel Knights. I think the ones in oh my god, I'm getting tired. I can't think of names right now. Oh my god. You go, oh my god. It's the one where the Lost Sinner is. The Lost Bastille. Might detach, keep it, more so the scale and scope, but yeah. Also, with the long you've been live, there's no way you haven't mentioned the Giants have the South Sea Isles masks on already, right? Are they one-to-one the South Seas, or do they echo that style? Because I understand them echoing the style, but that's also partly because of some of the inspirations for the South Sea Isle. Like on Orlando or the Crystal Academy. Sure. Status on top. Yeah. Imagine the tower is an airship. It matches up. Isn't everything flying island technically an airship? Yes, but that doesn't mean everything's flying. The idea that this place would fly through the cloud layer in danger seems odd. If it's a giant snake and we can't fly up there in game, recreate that part of the trailer, I'm going to be really sad. Fair. Usually they're floating not extra time. Seeing how advanced these islands look, I don't think Al-Ra traditional clothing translates to them living there. Perhaps the Zayla. Well, remember, there won't be Zayla. If you mean the Blackhorn Al-Ra, remember, that's not Zayla. There are Al-Ra, but there's different, the clans are different because there's a start point and then they branch into different types of Al-Ra. Right? Except for Barbarich's domain is literally flies around. Yeah, but that's because all of the 13th is flying around. That's different. You know that's different. But no, I will go recheck all of the Arcanima stuff in the South of the Isles, but because I don't remember them being identical, but I definitely understand evocative. But that's partly because the Arcanima and stuff in South Seas is being inspired by some of the 9 stuff. There's another image of the same building missing the whole tower. Is there, Mr. Lee? Okay, well, maybe that's the thing. Maybe it is.
スクリーンショットでもあった竜なのか蛇なのかね、さっきのスクリーンショットとちょっと関連性ありそうなアートですね。
And this looks like that's that dragon before. Is it a dragon or is it a snake? I mean, you can start to see some of the connections between what we showed you before and the artwork here.
We'll see if we find that picture you're talking about.
川のほとりのまあこういう小屋、本当に膨大な
No, yeah, you're right, Infinite. I'm just saying that, like, literally, even in this patch, we're reminded that the entire 13th is, like, floating and existing untethered from the ground. But yeah, you're right. Controlling and moving the domain in that way, yeah. So it's like a sword for a giant. Don't talk to the WoW fans about giant swords. So does it seem like Evercold will have more than 2 hubs if every island... The thing is Lore, it's impossible to know. It's a possibility, especially if they're shaking up maps. What that means, though, for page... Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, so this is also the water place almost certainly, because you see these heads in the water place, and then also this, like, just abode and stuff.
アートワークを作ってインスピレーションを高めて世界を作っていってます。
Yeah, and then you even have...
No, Gooey, that's... No, okay. So, if you're talking about the Calamity of Ice, that has nothing to do with the 4th. The Calamity of Ice was when, forget which one was the rejoined from it. When another reflection was rejoined, it has absolutely nothing. The same way that the second Calamity has nothing to do with the 9th. So there's, saw those masks during their first Ice Calamity. So maybe I'm just misreading you. So like, also I'm tired, so forgive me if I misread you. Even the devs ask, are they friend? Like, from what you say, I'm not sure why they would have seen them, because it has nothing to do with each other. So maybe I'm just misunderstanding your point. So this building was the one right in front of the Snake Citadel. If you're talking about back in, I believe, that shot. Are you saying that you think that's that? I think you're right. I think it looks very similar. If you look at that, you even see the heads. But it's not, those heads in that kind of area could be somewhere else too. It doesn't have to necessarily. But I think if you look at that as concept art, it makes sense. Buster Sword with Collector's Edition, please. Is it possible they are akin to Sin Eaters, something that arise due to the Ice Aether being rampant? Yes. Is it possible? Do I think they are? No. I think very specifically they are arcane entities that were summoned and or created, intentionally or not, by the people of the Reflection in a moment of desperation, probably led on and influenced by the Asians before all their plans fell apart. Something that arises due to Ice being rampant. But also, no, so that wouldn't happen. So even if you had Ice being ascendant in the source GUI, you wouldn't have Ice. You would, like, even if the Umbral Calamity, the 8th Umbral Calamity had happened on the source, you wouldn't get Sin Eaters. It's not just Levin is strong. It is your realm is replete in the Aether to the point that it completely twists, not just like ceases, but twists and embeds itself in all life because the primary elemental factor is that. Will there be effectively Ice Eaters, Ice whatever on the 4th in the world below? Yes, but there wouldn't have been on the source anyways. And the Jotun, I don't think, are in any way tied to that. And part of that is if you look at them, they're specifically noted as arcane constructs. They specifically call that out in a little bit here.
Yeah, and then you even have artwork down to the smallest sort of riverside shacks. And basically, it's this artwork that we build the foundation and get our inspiration
it looks very, 100%. This is the fireplace. Again, very clearly an island.
So yeah.
And Yoshi P is like, is this a location? Is this a map? Is it a dungeon? Who can say?
This location has a decidedly mechanical feel to it. Is it a town? Is it a dungeon? Is it a tower? Is it a tower dungeon?
It's where the Black Citadel is and all the Char hang out. So my Guild Wars 2 fans, you're real ones. This is where you're saying people got Midgard vibes? Yeah, okay. Especially if you look at how there's like the slices. Yeah, yes, I absolutely can. This being Midgard vibes, 100% see it. Literally, you have the walls breaking other things. You have the quadrants. You have, yeah. Yes, I totally get that. But again, reinterpreted and inspired rather than the thing. Yeah. It's not structured the same as the other fireplace, so maybe multiple fire islands in one map. Yeah, I would say it's very possible that there are like that. It's not just this one island. That there are other some like other islandettes are in or around. Yeah, I think the fire crystal sits in the center of the building. Yeah, like right here, 100% makes sense. We must question which of these islands the kitties live on and look dwarfish, so maybe fire. I would go guess Earth, if you ask me, from the concept art we see later and the buildings that we see early on.
Tower? Is it a tower dungeon?
Don't hang out in the 7th sector. Yeah, the idea that it's built around the crystal in here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Or the crystal might even be beneath it or something.
And this is the same location, but from a different angle. You can kind of look closely up there and maybe see what looks like a rough sketch of an airship.
さあ、どんな世界なのか、ますますわからなくなってきましたね。
Yeah, it's hard to tell from this what type of world it's going to be.
さあ、どんどん行きますよ。
Okay.
で、この第4世界、実はもう一つ、も
I'm
のすごく
glad I
大きな
plan to take tomorrow
脅
off.
威、特徴
I'm gonna
と
need
い
it.
うのがあります。
And of course, the fourth is not a world without danger. This time, that danger is going to be massive.
This is the water one. So you can see like water, it's got the snake signs. It's even set up in the same way as you see in the trailer. And it's even got this disc above the head. The question is this disc the island? Is this, interestingly, this has it above what looks like either this cloud layer or at the very least has it above like the frost below. The question is this where the water island sits upon? Is it like ethereally connected to something that sits even further above? I don't know.
What's that?
さて、突然で打って変わって出てきたこの謎の生物。第4世界には世界を徘徊
See, but then I would want there to be 4 elephants and a turtle.
する超巨大魔法生物の存在が確認されている
Yeah,
ようです。
100% sounded.
So what in the world could this strange creature be? Who or what?
I think it is absorbing ambient like water aether and channeling that into itself and containing it in some way and using it and to sustain one of or multiple of the islands. And that is why like they're basically sucking the planet of the aether that is needed to sustain themselves. Because they're trying to survive, but also it's making the world below the frost even worse.
What exactly are these strange colossi who wander the fourth?
Something Big Bang hypothesis. For those of my Discworld fans, you know. Also, have you ever had a red hot ice cube? But yeah, arcane giants roaming the ice. Also, I need to look at these kanji later and see if there's anything interesting to find out of that. Yeah, oh, well, magic, okay.
これ
Strange colossi in the world could.
魔法生物の存在が確認されているようです。
So what in the world could this strange creature be? Who or what exactly are these strange colossi who wander the fourth?
これ1体だけじゃなくて、
うん
何体もうろうろしてるみたいですね。
I mean, what we can say is that there's not going to be just one. There's actually many of these roaming the fourth.
さあ、これが
There might be more than 4. We've only seen 4. But we have 4 elemental islands we've seen, broadly. We've seen, in the trailer, we see 4, right? I mean, I think it's, and based on ethereological processes, based on everything else we've seen in the way that the fourth is ethereally fucked, trademark. Oh, sorry, ethereal fuckery, trademark. Then, yeah.
いかなる存在なのか、敵なのか、神様のような存在なのか、今はご想像にお任せします。
Are they friend or are they foe? Or are they gods? For now, you'll have to let your imagination decide.
Especially calling them gods, I feel like they're effectively either a primal construct. They're a creation magic construct, probably with someone or something acting as their core, with a prime directive to keep functioning in a specific way endlessly to like sustain the life. But the problem is that in doing that, they're also going to be destroying the world, which again, if you played 10, might sound familiar.
さあ、では気を取り直して。
Artwork more than trailer shots.
街の様子なんかを
Does give me Xenoblade 2
こちら
vibes.
もイメージボードですが見て。
Is the big crystal inside of not Midgar taken from one of these things? I think the other way around, Tegan. I think these things are providing the aether that it either manifests or carries to the crystals within those. So as you see, there's a water one here. We also know there's a fire and earth and a wind one. And I suspect that either the not Midgar exists on top of one of these, or at least is ethereally connected to them, which is where they're getting their aether from. Again, I've been saying that for hours. Doesn't mean I'm right.
Decide.
I think there's evidence to support me.
さあ、では気を取り直してさらにタウン街の様子なんかをこちらもイメージボードですが見ていきたいと思います。
All right, next up, I'd like to show you some of the town areas.
So they said town areas, but remember, towns do not necessarily mean cities. It's not, that doesn't inherently mean that they're talking about like Kugane, right? This, like Namai in Stormblood, right? Oh my god, I got no examples off the top of my head, but basically, the different places you can stop off at on a map. But surely a plan done by the Winters, right? Well, so, Gooey, you would be a plan done by the Asians that led to that, but then everything fell apart because the Unsundered died and Zodiark was slain. So remember, like, the 9th was probably tilted by Asians in an original plan for a rejoining, but once everything went to shit, they kind of just abandoned their plans, or lost control of their plans. I think the same thing that happened on the 9th with the Storm Surge is the exact same thing that happened here. Again, this is not in any way, this is only framing. This is not like design in any way. This framing though is weirdly similar to one of the shots of the far plane in 10. Again, doesn't look anything like it in a one-to-one way, but it is weirdly like framed similarly. Oh no, I meant Halmarut's. Surely it was planned. No, but Halmarut was one of the Asens, and the Winters did not come about until after the fall of Zodiark and the Unsundered. That's what I'm saying. Like, these plans, what happened to the 4th and 9th, were put in place likely long before the Winters were ever a thing that came into being. The Winters came into being post-Zodiark. Dang, this is a long street. Yeah. Do we know if the Winters are very... Oh, sorry, no, Ragnarok, I would put that back up. So here's the thing. We have not been explicitly told the timeline of them, but if you think about when all of their actions and patterns would have taken place, it's pretty clear that that's the case. Yeah, this is also concept art. Yeah. Seems like a wind city to me. Yeah. Oh, no. Here's why I think you're right. If you notice, like, this vortex around the crystal in the center, I think you're right that this is the wind city. I think you're definitely right.
From the looks of this artwork, the feel is quite fantastical, and this is...
Yeah, no, don't worry. You can, if it's ever repeated, don't worry about it, yeah. Delete something because it was mean or thoughtless. Don't mean delete it because it's...
But again, this is just one.
This architecture alone definitely gives me water vibes. I agree. However, if in looking at some of these details, not only the spiral here, but this aetheryte with this vortex pattern that we're seeing here and elsewhere, I'm actually more prone to think that this might actually be the wind. The fact that it flows is like, oh, water, right? But if you think about this, instead of floating like trailing wind, especially with how pictographically sometimes wind is shown, if you think about these almost like wind trails, I think it starts to make more sense. Like it's swept. Yeah, this stuff out here.
From the looks of this artwork, the feel is quite fantastical, and this is very representative of the art direction for Evercold.
Like Windsup buildings, yeah.
But again, this is just one of multiple town areas that will be appearing in the expansion.
Again, they say town areas. I would need to double check Yoshi P's statement, but that doesn't inherently mean city. Remember that town can also be like places on maps. They might be, I'm just saying be cautious about assuming that they mean multiple like main city and a sub-city, like an A and B city. Also, especially if you know like the Tolkien design of like Rivendell and stuff, clearly they're taking some, ideas from that, or at least whatever that was inspired taking from ideas. Lore, as someone who spends a lot of time in Limsa, I hope not, but for you, I hope, even if I'm wrong, I know that someone will be happy. So this is definitely the water, right? because you can see the snake again with the horns and the tree sort of section, and between the aetheryte and all the water features. I'm going to bat that this is definitely water.
おーアップになるとこんな感じなんですね。
Yeah,
Okay, yeah,
totally
this is
fair,
a
Sandy.
close-up of that town from before.
これを
Again, we have the swept thing here. So again, this could be water or wind. The other thing is that it's possible that this architectural styling is not meant to be associated with one specific element, but instead, because like if you notice, these are yellow gems. Maybe this is on the earth place or something. This architectural styling may instead be associated with a specific group. So the idea is that this exists as a style amongst all of the content. They even say that this style is what you can expect in Evercold. I'm starting to think this style is on all of the maps somewhere.
は明らかにマーケットなんでしょうね。
And this, what we have, this is definitely a
Yeah,
market.
I have it stuck in my head now, Mister. I totally get what you're saying. Yeah, no,
Definitely.
especially with the white. And then we have
おーま
this.
たちょっと違った雰囲気の街並み。
And again, this town area also has some very distinct features.
でもさ、
Yeah,
ここ穴開いてんだよね。
that looks like a pretty big hole there in the middle.
光の戦士、こういうとこ行くとよく落ちるんだね。
The warriors are like, you're gonna want to jump in there, right? Yeah.
まあまあ気をつけてください。
Don't fall.
You'll also notice that like the aetherites seem to have different filigree. It might be angled too, and also because it's concept art, we can't take it too literally. But yeah, I mean, with flowers like this, you gotta assume Earth, right?
おーまあ綺麗なね、街並みになってますね。
Oh, yes. This here we have another town. It's got that aetherite in the middle.
Also, I will say, this kind of reminds me to feel some of you 7 people who are wanting that. This reminds me a little bit of like Aerith's home and her garden. Like not just this here, but like some of these buildings and stuff just reminds me a little bit of
まあ
that
ま
area
あ
in the
こうやって
slums.
タウンの紹介をね、していってると。
Is there a big dark wall in the
In the middle?
background? Yes, there's this.
まあまあ、こうやってタウンの紹介をね、していってると、気になって来たりするのがさ、
If we talk about towns,
Okay, so who
lives in
else
the
was like
towns?
thrilled?
No
Also, a
town.
lot of you have been watching late, so you
No
haven't
town.
seen
This is not a
Disa
town.
all day.
No,
Disa's my
obviously
Maine Coon
not.
cat. This is what Disa, my cat,
that a
looks
cat?
like. And it's beautiful.
is that a kitty? Kitty?
まあなんかちょっと思わず出ちゃいましたけど、なんやら、これまでにね、ないね、NPC の種族みたいですね。
Yes. This,
I bet you these guys, in looking at their outfits, I bet you they like tend the gardens or something. I bet you that's what they do.
this is probably looks like one of our new races that we're gonna meet on the 4th.
Part of it, so you even see like they have little cat silver things on their knee pads, which means they probably sit on their knees and are working, like pulling weeds or something.
まあ明らかにね、猫タイプ。
Yeah, yeah, they have the
今
dwarf
回エヴァーコー
beards.
ルドでは、皆さん光の戦士ね、どんな種族とか部族たちとの出会いがあるんでしょうか。
I mean, that is definitely a cat. So, but is it the only type of NPC that you're going to meet? Well, who else awaits the Warrior of Light on the 4th?
これ、
So this is almost certainly a cat house. If you look, you can even see the cats up here like playing. So these seems to be where the cats stay. And architecturally, if you look at it in a lot of its size and scaling, one, this reminds me of some of the places in one of the places in early on in 9. But secondarily, their houses and the size of this. I think this is probably going to end up being Earth. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe there was like a race per island or something.
タウンは
So happy about the
Okay.
Disa dwarves.
Is this the
I had a
kitty
Maine Coon
town?
cat as a child, and I still want 10 plushes of the. Oh, that's lovely, Sandy. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of you guys are missing your cats and stuff. Oh, yeah, I feel for you. I had. I don't know a better way to put it. Like, basically, my best friend growing up was a cat who was just. He's just the best. He just cuddled with you. He was good. He'd follow you. He was never needy. Never meowed. He was like the best parts of a dog and the best parts of a cat. He was just awesome. Yeah. So missed our little guys. But yeah, literally hobbit holes for cats. I also love how they drew the concept art with a little like, like the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cat chilling, simple cat drawing chilling in the background. Such a
まあ
mood.
新
Yep.
しいエリア、ぜひね、いろいろ楽しみにしていただけたらなと思います。
Yes. Discovering these new areas and exploring is always an exciting part of a new expansion.
さて、
Not likely, Mr. Leo,
第
but
四
for
世界
you, I hope
と
so.
いうねまあ拡張
Right now, they have so much they're working on and trying to evolve the game, content and development-wise. I wouldn't expect a new race for this expansion or anytime soon. Maybe 9.0 or something. Because if you think about the amount of underlying systems that they've been and are going to work on and release, I don't like the amount of effort. Because remember, unless you basically have to take every gear in the game then and make it work on that body too, right?
No, その冒険する世界そのものの
I know you're not expecting it, but you want it. Yeah.
今日はここまでにさせてください。
All right, so I think that's all
Yeah.
I can tell you right now about the fourth.
Okay, hear me out. How many of you would at least feel better if you could get them as a retainer?
もちろん進んでるんですが、皆さんのゲーム体験を最優先にさせていただきたいので、まずはパッチ 7.5 メインクエストパート1をぜひお楽しみください。
Again, we have more finished content, but we're going to withhold from showing that right now, and that's mainly because we don't want to spoil what's coming up in patch 7.5.
メインクエストはパート1とパート2の2部構成でお届けいたします。
As with previous lead-ups to expansions, this part of the main story will be split into two halves.
第4世界そのものの
Yeah,
情
it's
報
on, yeah.
は、さらにね、欧州のファンフェスティバルでまた開発の進捗とともに、お伝えしていきたいと思います。
That said, by the time our fan festival in Berlin rolls around, I should have more to
I'd be
reveal
shocked if they
about
weren't an
the
allied
expansion's
society.
Exciting new setting.
And historically, at NA, we get at least one allied society announced, even if they don't say it's an allied society.
まあこの
Do we
8.0
have...
エバーコールド
We're going to go faster through the game design stuff because, yes, there's a lot to say, but obviously it's not as lore-oriented, and I have been streaming now for 9 hours, so... But we will go through it and talk about it a little bit. Just know that I may be speeding through it a little bit.
ご紹介させてください。
Just checking because...
All right, so now that we've talked a little bit about the upcoming story and setting for 8.0, next I would like to touch upon what sort of game design updates are in store for Evercold.
ファイナルファンタジー、まず、ちょっと、なぜ今回、
The amount of work they'd have to do for that, Levi, would... But you'd have to...
その理由からじっくりちょっと説明させてください。
So
That'd be
first,
such a
before I want to
huge
begin, I want to
workload
talk a little
for
bit about
something that not
why we're
a ton
putting
of
such an
people use.
emphasis on evolving the content and game design of Final Fantasy XIV.
まず、ファイナルファンタジー14、2010年。
Yeah, Jenny, I think being nervous because you don't understand is totally fair. I would say, obviously, they started to explain it here. I would also point out they're going to explain more in Berlin and make it more clear in Tokyo and Berlin. I would say for now, cautious, like, obviously, it seems like you're already. Just be, just wait. I would point out that everything that was described here explicitly is them trying to make it so it is easier to do all the things you want to do rather than if you don't get on every day, you're punished, which is already an ethos that they have. So I would suggest that there's going to be very few players who are negatively impacted by this. Maybe a decent some who are sideways, but yeah. And a lot who are going to benefit from it.
させていただきました。
So as you know, the history of Final Fantasy XIV goes all the way back to 2010 and the launch of 1.0, then 2013 and the launch of A Realm Reborn.
1.0 からプレイしてるって方いらっしゃいます？
How many people journey together? And
3
welcome to Eorzean.
これ惜しかったんだよ。だった。ただこれ皆さんも
15 years since a many
This,
about
dude,
a
people
product
laughed so
that
hard
remains
at FanFest when
unchanging
this
with
happened.
time. On the other hand, with a lack of change can come something else. Tomestones. So many. So many. Keep going. More tomestones.
さすがに終わらないことなずっとアラガンと
Expect.
出てるとさすがに飽きると思う。
And again, this is not something that you'd expect me, the director, saying, but I get it. It's been 13 years. That's a lot of Allegan tomestones. And while again, it's comforting to be doing the same thing again and again, but
まあなので、
If they want to grow, if they want to evolve, if they want the game to not just be stuck in a kind of maintenance mode, even if they're releasing new content, they have to evolve.
So from
And I think this is going to be really good for the health
we
of
on
the
the
game.
development team have remained consistent.
It
with
feels
our
like this
game
sets the
design
tone. Yeah,
in order to
I think
bring
so too,
players a
Kyoto.
comfortable and enjoyable gaming experience.
でここまでは本当に光の選手の皆さんのおかげで成長させていただいたんですけど、8.0はちょっと方向を変えます。
And because of that, we've been able to grow to where we are today. But we're going to go in a different direction for 8.0.
ために、より
If you
皆さんの
also are worrying at all, I would deeply recommend watch this again in watch this section in its full and like listen to what they're saying, because the amount that it is conveyed that they get it and they are trying to evolve and make things better, but also are paying attention and understand the risks and whatnot is very clear.
生活に寄り添い
Is it if they remove tombstones, pain, look, and where's life, fate? I think those things at first would no longer make sense. I mean, I think there's a good chance that like tombstones would continue to exist regardless. I think tombstones will continue to exist. It's a question of what form. I think this is part of both the most exciting part and the scariest part of the announcement. Yeah, I think you and a lot of people, Saka. I think that's just going to be change is nerve-wracking. I would also point out that change is how things get better, and people want things to be exciting. People want to fight off the fatigue. People want 14 to be bigger and better and bolder. But like sometimes that does require taking a leap rather than a refining, right? They've been refining, but they do need to like take a step forward. Yeah. I'll be doomed if we get it and it's worse. Until that is what it is. I don't know how it could be worse. If someone wants to say, go for it. But I'm just like,
さらに面白くなるという
cautiously optimistic, but I won't know until it's out. Yeah, and that's true for all of us. And I think that's perfectly healthy. People being cautiously optimistic or even a little bit like wary is understandable. I'm pretty full sail. Like everything they showed and the way they talked about it is like, oh, this is for me.
変化と進化を作ってこの
Did
秋
that
に
panel calmed it
対
down?
抗してい
Good,
きた
good,
いと
yeah.
思います
I mean, look, Reborn
Again,
exists.
the
If you
thing
don't
is,
end up
with
liking Evolved, you're good.
consistency can come that fatigue that we talked about. And so, to escape the inevitable, FF14 must change and evolve, not only bringing more excitement to the game, but also adapting so that it can better meet our changing lives.
まあそれ
I will also say,
それ
like,
から
Evolved
8シリーズ
basically is already how I
いろんなものを
want to
変え
and like to play the game, and is
皆さんに
basically made for me.
さらなる
Everything about
面白さを
Evolved is like
提供
right up my
して
alley
い
of
きたい
like
と考えてます
contextual use, like
And that evolution
not just contextual use abilities, but like thinking about how and when you want to use stuff, like min-maxing in terms of using dynamic abilities and capability. Like I already play Paladin basically how Evolved is designed to play Paladin. Like I already use Holy Sheltron as if it was a parry. So yeah, and great for console players. Yeah.
starts with 8.0 and Evercold. And from here and throughout the 8.x series, it is our aim
would it have
to
aged like
take
milk?
Final Fantasy XIV to the next level and beyond.
まあ我々
Oh,
自身
did
が
like
ですね
someone do a
さらに
meme or
モチ
something?
ベーション
I
を
understand
高
people
く
being anxious, but I think the changes they're making are really smart. Look, I agree, Vero. I think the best thing we can do, though, especially for those of us who are very pro on them, is to be understanding of the people who are wary right now, right, and have some empathy for them. But I'm fully with you.
開発していくためにも我々自身が今一度皆さんと一緒にそれをねされてます
And again, that
Oh, that's funny, Dorts. I think that has more to do with interactions of elemental capabilities that we're going to see going into the Northhorn, as opposed to, like, I think there's going to be some elemental, if thing does this element, blah, 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 blah. But the problem is that if you have Cannoneer, it's lightning, and then if something bounces off lightning, it creates maybe an unwanted interaction.
journey begins with us, the developers on
That's how you
Final
see
Fantasy
Blackest Night.
XIV,
Yeah.
to ensure that we can maintain a high level of motivation.
Yeah, New Tank
allowing
won't
us
have Reborn
to
mode,
bring
yeah.
you the best gaming experience possible. We too must become the explorers.
Yeah, just so everyone knows, the new jobs are not going to have Reborn mode. That is going to be the case. Only the jobs that exist right now will have Reborn mode going forward. You said it's everyone don't like New Evolved to go play current Reborn. Yeah.
that were mentioned
Yes, it is. We know that is directly stated. We know that. That is the case.
in the game's Japanese subtitle, exploring new ways to take Final Fantasy to the
Lines of hoping it wouldn't be turned into a meme from Nothing Burger now. That's
next level together.
that's.
さあでは
I'm not saying everyone has to like anything, but just watch the thing. Dude, there was someone we were at a hotel, and there was someone who was like, I don't even know why I'm here. I hate this game. Like, it costs so many hundreds of dollars to go to FanFest, and if you're literally talking about how you don't enjoy the game and haven't enjoyed it in years, I don't understand why you go to fest. I'm not even trying to be like fuck them. I'm just trying to say like I just don't get it.
実際に見ていきましょう
Why would you go if you don't enjoy? I'm wondering if Summoner will get an actual heal or lose their heal. Like physic. The problem is it's still bound to Scholar. It's probably unlikely to lose it in Reborn mode. It'll probably lose it in Evolved, but it probably won't keep it in. It'll probably keep it in Reborn mode, but you'll lose it in Evolved. How do you think Necromancer will function in Northhorn? Like in Final Fantasy V. They all work like versions of Final Fantasy V. I think it's going to be doing stuff to yourself and like black magics and stuff like that, like 5, not summoning the dead. Look at it this way, we'll never get cool new thing if they're afraid of something else to fail. Yep, and it's also okay for them to try something new and it doesn't fully stick the landing and then they make it better, right? They can try something new and it's like not perfect, but maybe it's okay or good, and then they can make it better and better and better because they're really good at that.
So
では
what sort of
ここ
change-
から具体的にどのようなゲームデザインの進化とか変更とか各種アップデートがあるのか、ご紹介していきます。
what sort of up
Will, yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I can imagine a world in which they do. I think I can imagine a world in which they can justify summoners losing their res, and maybe even red mage and stuff too, as a byproduct of evolved mode being good for them and how they're working, and that the healers have more capability in making resing easier. So in a theoretical world, you could have healers who are doing evolved and reborn scholar or reborn summoner or red mage or whatever, and so you have even more resing potential. But in potentiality, if evolved is balanced in such a way that the healers already have slightly easier time doing reses anyways, we end up in a situation where it then potentially makes evolved versions of the other jobs losing it makes even more justified sense.
dates? What sort of
I think there's a reason they haven't shown us casters yet, in part because I think casters are probably going to be the toughest thing for them to nail, and also are going to be the most involved for them to nail.
evolution are we planning when it comes to game design?
非常に多くの内容と仕様を含みますので、今日の本当ファンフェスティバル、それから欧州、日本と3回の基調講演に分けて、それぞれその詳細をお伝えしていこうと思います。
And again, there is a lot
Yeah,
to cover.
100%.
So,
Phoenix sounds great.
So much that we're going to need.
Yeah,
all
almost
3 of
certainly
our
we'll get a
fan
caster's demo. We're going to get a caster demo in Berlin. I would stake money on it, yeah.
here in Anaheim. We're going to explain today.
Dude, I know this is not for everyone. I think this is gorgeous and I love it. Obviously remember this is conceptual. Don't assume this is what it's going to be when they're done. Like, remember that. But like conceptually, just aesthetically, this is I love this. For me. I'm not saying everybody else might like it, but I do.
What's this? What's this?
I keep seeing people call it evolve mode, jobs turning everything into summoner. I mean, I don't know what to say other than it's an uninformed take. I don't know if they didn't watch the evolved panel. I don't know if they didn't pay attention. I don't know if they're just kind of trolling or thoughtlessly memeing. But it's just not true. Like, it's just demonstrably not true. Like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of something when something feels emotionally true. It's not factually true at all, and it's demonstrably false, but it emotionally feels true. That's what I think is going on there. I just love it translates. I love. Yes, this is for those. Yes, I thought this too. It's super FF13.
いきなり登場した
But it's not the finished
この
product. Yeah.
まずキャラクターウィジェット
I'm almost positive those totems are animation glamour items. Assume that these are all placeholders. You could be right. I would not assume that these are all any actual items. These are just I would treat these as completely conceptual for now.
ではありません。
So, what do we have here? I can tell you what it's not, and it's not certainly the old character
Playable
widget.
Evo jobs. I don't think that's going to happen, Dortz. I think the first time you're going to have evolved jobs that are playable are going to be at either when the job action trailer happens or when you have press tour. That's when you, the content creators might get to at press tours and what. I'd love to go. I don't think I'm big enough to go. I would love to go. But I also have no idea how to put myself in Square Enix's good graces to do that. But yeah, don't expect for any evolved job to be on the ground in Berlin or Tokyo. I would say that there's if you ask me, I would say there's a 0% chance of that happening. Technically, yeah. To be honest, Summoner, but if you mean demonstrated by them, then yeah, then yeah. And so I might just misunderstood your point. To be honest, Summoner feels kind of evolved with how it unlocks most of its kit. It's 50 excluding trance, but I doubt everything will become Summoner. I also think that it's uninformed as a take because you can make that same argument for newer jobs that are created, like Viper and Picto have more of their kit evolved than. Summoner doesn't have more of their kit at 50 than Viper does. And the other thing is you're doing a TikTok rotation on Summoner where you're TikToking between Bahamut and Phoenix. And I run Summoner and Savage, so that's usually what one of the DPSs I'll go to. So I don't know. I also, as someone who mains Summoner as my DPS in Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and now Dawntrail when I'm doing Savage content. So I played old Summoner. I don't know. Sometimes I also wonder if people who are saying those takes are people who actually played old Summoner. Some of them are. And then secondarily, But Summoner will be quite different because none of the jobs run at 2 minutes. Yeah, Summoner's not going to play anything like it does currently. Well, I shouldn't say not anything. Summoner will play like it does, but not in the way it does at all. Yeah, the death of the 2-minute meta and synergy skills completely fundamentally shifts everything, and also the fact that you see like Bard can do any of its songs. I would not expect to see. Well, I mean, you technically already have choice in how you want to manifest which of the 3 primals, but I would expect to see Summoner be quite different as well. I've been saying since the reworked Moogle Treasure Trove that I'd love to see those missions and mechanics integrated in the core experience, and now you're getting it. Yeah, 100%. I'm assuming weekly activities will be separate from PvP milestones. Yes, PvP series rewards and stuff will be different. Yeah. They haven't said that, but I'm going to call it now. Were you expecting them to just go to 110? I was expecting that the most likely outcome is they'd go to 110. Part of me kind of liked the idea of being 100 and then doing something else. But the thing is that there's literally, and they even say this here, there's no version of going past 100 that is not just 110, but with a different, but calling it something else. Like, it doesn't matter what you do. It's just basically going to end up being 110. So I think this is the right choice, especially when there's so many other things they're already adjusting and playing with. I kind of hope they let us evolve like a 2-weeker before the new expansion. I would love that. I think there's a 0% chance that happens, personally. With just how monumental changes. I get what you're saying. I would be ready that we'll see evolved jobs at the press tour and during job action trailers. The job action trailer, but don't expect to play them early. Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I never played Old Summoner, but I love New Summoner so much. I love New Summoner so much, too. Yeah. I'm a simple girl. Like seeing numbers go up. Yeah. Makes sense for Summoner. Got Shiva removed for Evercold. Well, since this is a lore stream, for lore reasons, no, it wouldn't make sense. But I can understand why people want it. Getting it as a glamour for your attacks, I think would be cool. But there's lore reasons why they can't do that. Now, if they want to retcon those lore reasons, I guess they can. But like, there are explicitly stated lore reasons in Summoner's quest line why that is not going to happen. I'm super excited about losing the 2-minute meta. Yeah, me too. I wonder, and as much as I like some aspects of synergy skills and me just allowing people to know their job really well and play that individually as a cohesive unit is going to be. I wonder if they'll rework jobs to the point of having to change the quests up. Probably not. Because we already know that, well, I mean, potentially they could have to rework them in so much as what you get when, but honestly, other than very specific things like Passage of Arm or The Blackest Night or certain like really key things that might be tied into their narratives, you really can just move it anywhere. Well, no, because Passage of Arms, in theory, you should have by 50 based off of what they're saying now. But there's no reason that Passage can't be given out that. Yeah, there's not that many examples where it's a problem. As a controller player, I was evolved job right now. Yeah, I'm fighting for my life with button space. Yeah, I'm sticking to lore reasons. We can't summon more Iggies. Yeah, if we stick to lore reasons, we can. Yeah. Also, personally, I hated 2-minute meta so much. I made anything optimized for my test. Yeah, I expected to play the same loop of bosses and needed to be designed in a specific way. Yeah, there were a lot of limitations. The other thing for me is I just do not find it hard to press my rotation. I don't know if that sounds conceited. I just don't. It's not interesting for me to have a multi-button, like a long button rotation and have to maintain it while doing mechanics. It's not hard for me. I'm not saying it's not hard for our people. I'm just saying it's not hard for me, and it's not interesting or engaging. So evolved actually for me engages with the like making choices, thinking, intervene on the person, cover, like there's a lot of choices, and the better you understand your job, the more you understand every contextual moment you can apply something. Yeah, so. I really want to see job action glams. Yeah, Dark having to hold almost everything for it. Yeah, just sucked. Yeah, Bifrost teleportation animation time. It'd be cool if the new benchmark gave us evolved testing, but yeah, we're going to have to wait, likely rip 2-minute. Yeah. I think 2-minute meta is fine, but if you had to wait too long, just have to get something new. No, yeah, the problem isn't that there are no strengths to it and there were no benefits in time, but with how people play and how the game plays and the limitations it invokes on design. I was a proponent of and a defender of it, especially like going into Endwalker, the refinement of it off of the back of Shadowbringers. Wasn't inherently against it, but especially at high level play, the way in which it kind of punishes, there's not rewarding for it. High level play currently does not particularly reward expert level gameplay. It punishes non-cohesive gameplay and punishes not meeting a baseline threshold. Evolved, with how it's designed, rewards you fundamentally understanding your job beyond just do this rote thing, you know?
ユーザーインターフェース、画面の名前はアドベンチャラーアクティビティという全く新機能の UI となります。
So no,
tried to
this
get
is
remove
our
Zaggy, but couldn't because
completely new adventure activity UI.
Evan's word forward made sense. I'm not sure what you mean for which one, Mr. Leo.
ちょっとね、いろいろざわざわしてるんで、順を
I mean, Violet, if you ask me my sentiment, the idea that it's a gift to everyone except for people who don't like change, I agree, especially with Reborn existing. 2-minute has been the biggest thing keeping me from diving into Savage rating. Yeah, it just doesn't gel with my thoughts and process of playing. Yeah, awesome. Great. Glad for you, Vero. How many expansions do you think until they keep referring Reborn more towards Evolved than they just remove it? If you ask me, I think people who think that they're going to remove it like that don't know Square Enix or the 14 team, and I think they're thinking about the Blizzard team. I will be pretty, like, genuinely shocked if Reborn mode is ever removed. Because people forget, Reborn mode, when it's announced, they said you can clear out content with it, Evolved will be a little bit stronger. Most of balancing struggle comes from making everything equal. If it's like 2 to 4% or 5% weaker, but you can still clear everything, having to worry about balance is so much less work. It also gives them a way to train up some people who they want to do into combat and fight choreography who are more junior without having to give them something as high pressure as a job. As a class. Like, there's a lot of ways that for their pipeline, Reborn existing doesn't cost as much resources and also gives them a lot of interesting opportunities. Yeah. So, if you ask me, I don't think they're ever going to remove Reborn mode. The degree to which the length of time they go to supporting stuff in 14 and in a lot of like Japanese games and stuff is often too long, but is such that there's no reason to think that they would. Yeah. No, I don't think they ever will. I don't think they ever will. They may, but I don't think they ever will. And if they did, I wouldn't expect it until like 10 or 11. 10.0 would still be too early. I think like 11.0, like that level of length of time. And they would need demographics that say that only like 2% of the player base uses it. And even then, I don't think they would. Attempts with Heavenwards, actually, yeah, okay. To me, made sense for a summoner. Are they able to lock Love the Rise remove after having fought them? Reason why I think Shiva is coming to Evercold. No. Like, I see what you're saying. Might reinterpret the Shiva design with the, like, I get what you're saying. No, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I also would point out you may want to go replay the Summoner questline because they explain why they can't. We don't know what stronger means either. It might mean stronger in mitt or movement. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I would assume, I think it's probably a safe assumption to, on average, assume something like Evolved is going to be like 2% more damage broadly, or, yeah, it might be in those ways as well. You're right to caution that. They probably won't add any more capstone skills to the Reborn mode, probably. Yeah, probably not. They might, but I wouldn't expect it. But like Heavensward Forward, you already have fought those 3, and being able to glam them, some of them would be fun. I think glam them I can see. Summon them I think less likely because of established lore. Reborn is not going to be removed. Yoshi knows how that goes down, and I can't imagine upkeeping Reborn would hurt anything. The amount of dev energy having to spend to maintain Reborn compared to develop new jobs or try to push things forward or stuff is not in anywhere in the same ballpark. So I really think people who are worried about them supporting Reborn aren't thinking about design, the man effort involved, and what actually would be required in that maintenance compared to creation, evolution, and trying to maintain what people like. And like I think Reborn is going to be easier to maintain than people understand.
Okay, we know you have a lot of questions. We're going to explain. It's okay.
まずは、デイリーからウィークリーへという変更を
Yeah, good example.
全体に対して行います。
I think Reborn is hedging their bets and only be removed if the numbers shown an overwhelming preference. I mean, you would need to be below 2% player usage before I think they would remove Reborn. That is how I'm not bluffing. I'm like very serious. It would have to be that low. Overwhelming preference towards Evolved. Nintendo saying the Switch is not a replacement for the 3DS family. Reborn is hedging the bets and they'll only be removed if the numbers are showing overwhelming preference towards Evolved. Nintendo saying the Switch is not a replacement. Yeah. Being able to balance Reborn with 2 minute. Yeah.
So first off, we're going to talk about this switch that we're going to make from a daily-based system to a more weekly-based system. With a wide array of...
多く存在してました。
So the current Duty Roulette comes with a wide array of daily bonuses attached to these tomestones.
まあそのため効率的に週405
Also, I'm shooting this shot. I'm just saying it now. If anyone from Square Enix is watching, please, for all that is holy, get in touch. The email is on the YouTube channel, and I would love dearly to be a part of any of the press kit or anything. I know that is a little bit self-involved, but I'm going to say it here because, boy, would I. I also have a dream of meeting Koji because I made a video that is Goblin... Living La Vida Gabi, because at the first FanFest, like in an interview, Koji just idly mentioned the idea of maybe one day we'll have Living La Vida Loca and Gabi speak. And I don't even need him to see it, I just want him to know it exists.
10個の トームストーンを貯めるには結局デイリーボーナスを活用することが
I mean, if it helps Sandy,
必要になってきて
how you're describing Dark Knight was closer to a little bit closer to what it was in 3.0. So I wouldn't be surprised if that fantasy is heightened going into evolved mode. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like Dark Arts come back or whatnot.
結果的に一番効率のいいアラガントームストーンの集め方をしようと思うと、まあエキスパン
I would argue that of all the things to be off tank, Gunbreaker's the most off tank though. Because like you're thinking of parrying, but the Gunblade's not a parrying weapon. The Gunblade's an exploding weapon. You strike and go, poof, right? It's 3 DPS. Of all the tanks to be off tank, Gunbreaker's the number one that makes sense. I would argue. That's my thought.
ルーレットをひたすら繰り返すっていう状態が続いてきました。
So efficiently obtaining 450 tomestones a week means making full use of those daily bonuses. In other words, you hop on the Duty Roulette Extreme, kind of go through the least time-consuming dungeons as possible, rinse and repeat.
まあやっぱりこれがね、十数年にもわたって続けば、飽きのね、大きな要因となると思います。
Where's more off tank? You'll have to explain that one to me, Gooey, because between the self-restoration and other capabilities, it's specifically most of its strength comes from being attacked. Like, Aurora and other things on Gunbreaker don't benefit from being under attack. Dark Knight's main thing with something like Oblation or TBN can be put onto other people, but like a lot of the stuff for Warrior is benefited most from them being under attack. So, I mean, like, I think them being an off-tank works, but I'm not saying that I would disagree that they're the most off-tank.
And this is mostly how it's been for 10 plus years, so it's hard not to see how some players kind of have begun to grow weary of this.
まあですのでこのエバーコールド
I have no idea who you're playing, Gooey, because mitigation-wise, Warriors shouldn't be... Like, if you say one hit, I don't know how that's possible, because you, like, 40% mitigations... Like, the only way that's I don't know how to put this in a nicer way, because I'm playing, like, current tier and stuff on all the different tanks. I think you may want to talk to your Warrior about if they know how to mit correctly.
からは皆さんの
That or if you have a shield hero or is not doing the job, maybe.
寄り添っていくためにデイリーの考えから脱却してウィークリーでキャラクターを育てていくというデザインに変更していき
Yeah,
ます。
our war had so much
So
trouble.
with Evercold, we are looking to
I don't want to call them... there may be something they're doing wrong. I will just say that as someone who has played current tier with all four.
change this from a daily to a weekly system to better fit the many different play styles and lifestyles of our users, to help you better allocate your limited free time.
まあこのアドベンチャラアクティビティの UI なんですが、管理。この
Face that you see here is to help facilitate that change from daily to weekly. The idea is that from this screen here, Warriors of Light will be able to manage their character growth, their gear upgrades, their duty progression, their weekly progress, and more, all from this screen.
ただこちらのデザイン、まだまだすいません、参考となる初期イメージなので、実際に皆さんのお手元に届くときにはかなり細かい仕様変更がたくさん入る予定なので、その点だけはご承知おきください。
Okay, but
That
please
doesn't
note,
sound like
again,
they're not
that this is
pre-mitting then.
all
That's
still
weird.
very much in development.
Yes, remember, this is in development. Also, yeah, I mean, feeling like squishy as Gunbreaker makes sense. The thing with Gunbreaker is think of Gunbreaker like Scholar. You must be proactive. You cannot get yourself out of a bad situation once you've already entered it with Gunbreaker easily. Gunbreaker is is really good mitigation, but you must know how to use it correctly.
This is an early mock-up and is extremely likely to change before release.
Are all roulettes going to have weekly reward caps? I think roulettes might be, like, roulettes in themselves are going to be evolved and changed around a little bit. I'm curious about allied societies and how that system's going to work. I'm very curious. I do like the weekly schedule. Been feeling burnt out after work. Yeah, so I haven't been able to do the daily zone. Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of people feel that way. And even the fact that they're considering making it so if you missed last week's, once you finish this week's, you can get last week's rewards too. I just think that this is going to be... Here's the thing. It's a good change for basically everyone. And the people who are like... If you want a reason to get on every day, I mean, you kind of already have multiple. And at some point, I don't know when it just doesn't turn into effectively, you want there to be more content all the time, no matter what. So I think this is... just like unquestionably a win for a lot of people. It doesn't really change how I play much. It like won't matter that much to how I already play. But I think like if I think of all the people I know who play this game of various skill levels and like time investment, I can only think of this as being a good thing. Yeah. Yeah, might be it. Struggle a bit with shield healers. Yeah, I mean, if you struggle with preemptive healing and mitigation, then yeah, Gunbreaker being hard totally squishy and stuff makes sense. Yeah. Finally, the best content to farm gear with
具体
fishing.
的に
Yeah.
ウィークリーってどういうことかというのをちょっとお見せしたいと
I
思いま
just
す。
All right,
I'm
so
a
I wanna go
thousand
into a
over a
little bit more
thousand fish
detail
in.
on what we mean by a weekly system.
まあ、アドベンチャラーアクティ
I
ビティ
can't imagine XP grinding being slower, and also I'm just gonna be real with you. XP grind, like, and getting all the XP and leveling all your jobs in this game, if you know what to do, is incredibly fast. Like if you want to use, especially once you hit Shadowbringers using combat allied societies, you can level a job insanely fast from 80 to 100. As an example.
にああいうミッションっていうものがあって、まあ、皆さんお好きなコンテンツ、お好きなプレイを週いろんな
Nice,
ことをや
Gooey.
って、
Congrats.
アクティビティポイントを貯め、アク
Are
ティ
you
ビティレ
missing
ベルを上
Ruby
げ
Dragon?
一定に到達すると装備やギアが報酬がね手に入るというのが主な流れになります。
So, for example, from the screen, players can take stock of all the different duties.
This is placeholder. One of the things that's interesting to me is completing a main scenario quest giving you a bunch. I only say that because if you've completed the main scenario, are you not able to do that one? Is there another one you can do? If you do a new game plus, does that count? I have so many questions about that. The only issue I see of putting everything on a weekly is that many players are going to do everything Tuesday and Wednesday, and then new players who need roulettes to complete the MSQ. Yeah, but that's going to happen anyways. And the thing is that remember, that's solved by that. Here's the thing, that's fair. But I would point out that's already solved in part by making all the data centers unified, right? I mean, it doesn't help Oceania, but Oceania is a lost cause. I'm sorry. Sorry, that was mean. You get what I mean, though, people who Oceania players.
Or missions that are available to play, and see how many.
Yeah, it
activity
being a
points
placeholder makes a lot
can
of
be
sense, yeah.
earned by completing each mission. Attaining points will then raise
Yeah,
your
Vero,
activity
if it's going to be
level,
decoupled, I think there's a
unlocking,
good chance, yeah.
When your activity level goes.
差から取っていきますんで。
Again, what we have here, this is not fixed in any way. It's probably going to change, but hopefully this will give you an idea of what some of those missions will look like.
Yeah.
まあ
Not
メインクエ
just
スト
placeholder.
のコンプリートなんかは一回達成するとそれっ
Oh,
きりです
he
け
even
ど、
mentions it.
他の
I
項
forgot
目なん
this.
かは同じ週の中で繰り返し達成することも可能なので、お好きなものをチョイスして、いろいろなプレイスタイル、自然に14をプレイしていくと冒険が進んで報酬が手に入るという考え。
I mean, yeah, being a freebie is great. The problem, though, is that what happens to the majority of us who have already completed it, right? In terms of...
方にしていきたいと思ってます。
So some missions, like the main scenario quests on top there, can only be completed once for points. But other missions, such as those below, will be repeatable, allowing you to earn points multiple times. Basically, what we want to do is allow all players of all different types, each with their own unique playstyle, to feel that they're being rewarded for playing Final Fantasy XIV as you normally would. For doing what you want to do, you're getting that reward.
Yeah, I don't know. Roulettes might be the same. They might be different. Hard to know for sure.
これまで13年間皆さんから溜まって
Like to have
I'm going to skip forward a bit because there's some conversation, but obviously we're going long and clearly I'm already
there has
fading.
really only existed two consistent means of increasing item level.
So this is one.
Until now, there has really only existed two consistent means of increasing item level.
まず一つはレイドのサベージをクリアして直接ギアを得ていく方法。
One, collecting gear from Savage Raids.
Whales now we practice. Oh, yeah, and Hyphalosaurus.
修
Yeah,
正
yeah.
源のアラガントムストーンを貯めて交換していくっていう方法でした。
And two, being via Tombstone Exchange.
しかしこの場合やっぱりこう奇数パッチ、まあ例えば 7.1 とか 7.3 というのがコンテキク。
Players
So they have an image
into
here I want to
certain
point out.
content. So the,
There's an image here that they show. They're going to talk more about that in Tokyo, but let me see if I can find
that
it.
is a season system.
Season system, yes.
No,
So
講師に言われたけど
this is not like
シーズン
literally all they are doing is
Yes.
changing because he said like we're not doing battle pass. That's not what's going on.
Season.
So what people need to understand, all the season is that a lot of video game players who are younger, especially like who are like, a lot of people are used to a nomenclature of season. All they are doing is taking what is already our patch cycle that many of us are familiar with, and this is just a way of thinking about it as a season of gear, right? It is just saying, hey, you know, season 1 of 8.0 will be 8.0 and 8.1. Literally nothing is changing. It is just a useful way of terminating these things for people who don't play 14, who are not in the know, who go like patch 7.1, what was 0.1, 0.2, what does any of that mean? A lot of people don't know about the 0.25, 0.15. They don't, like that's not intuitive. If you're not a 14 player and you're not someone like me who's like literally paid to know about it, a lot of people it doesn't make sense. Like it's not intuitive. This season, like talking about it in this way, like framing it in this way is way more useful for trying to onboard new players, which is one of the things that they're trying to do with this expansion as well, is to bring in more people, right? Like Evolved, this, and a bunch of other things are things that some already existing players want, but they also specifically address things that I promise you are some of the biggest reasons people don't pick up 14. I really hope it means content is spread during each season, not combined. No. Okay. There is no change. Nothing is changing. It is just the packaging of how, like, if you were referring to patches 7.0 and 7.1, you could call it season 1, right? That is to communicate to people who care about, like, who are, like, of a specific type of ilk of player. Yeah, there's nothing is changing. So 3 seasons per expansion. Yeah. So there's no content's not being spread out different. If it gets changed in how it's spread, it's because they're already wanting to adjust some of the patch things in patch and how they would do stuff anyways. But it has nothing to do with this. This is just literally already what we do, but with a slightly different packaging for those people who don't already play 14, where the 0.0, the 0.1, the 0.2, the 0.3 isn't immediately parsable. We change homes 3 times per expansion. We change gear cap 3 times per expansion. Exactly.
So we're not getting rid of patches. We're still going to have patches like we normally do, but these blocks of 2 patches, the even patches and the odd patches, we're going to call these set of 2 patches a season.
This may seem unnecessary if you're already a 14 player. I promise you, this is going to be helpful for getting new players to play. Yeah, I've been playing for years and even I get confused. Yeah.
So again, when Evercold launches in Evercold. And also, a little bit, right now, you know, the gap between patches has started to get a little bit bigger in these past few years. Hopefully, we're going to try to get those a little bit closer together in the coming...
I'd be curious if we see like 19 or 18 weeks. I can't assume much faster than that. I don't want most of the players to think like me. It means nothing to me, but I don't want about
game design in Final Fantasy XIV is?
これまで長く Final Fantasy XIV 皆さんと一緒にね、運営こうさせて
There are some remaining lore points I want to talk about in some of this.
Fantasy XIV.
So they want to focus on character-focused design and focus on characters and people allowed to do that more.
With posable, so you can customize it.
So also you'll be able to pose your character like almost like G-pose for this.
System updates. Whoa.
長らく手を入れてこなかったこのアーマリーシステムですが
Infinite, you're gonna make a YouTube poop out of this stream, aren't you?
進化をさせていただきます
Again, the armory system is something that's gone pretty much untouched for the past
一人のキャラクターでなので、まあ当然
from other MMOs in that it allows players to experience multiple classes and jobs with just a single character. That's not going to change.
ただこれまでは
Only the only layout as well. Yeah, interesting point. Yeah, it's hard to know for any of how much what's placeholder too. But yeah, if they let you have the option to use the old UI system, I think there's a good chance that you're right, Gooey. That I wouldn't be surprised if they allow that for legacy option.
But again, that also means that gear and item level are also specific for each job, and this forces players who want to specialize in multiple jobs to gather.
Basically, eye level is universal now, or at least whatever your highest eye level is the eye level.
Okay, so
what they might not do is they might not remove eye level from gear. What will happen though is whatever gear character job has the highest eye level effectively just sinks down to the other ones. It might be something like that.
We still want for
that. I was going to. Can't why mage uses level 51 and shield and sync it up to level. No, because it's not synced upwards. It's going down, but it's not like 60 eye level to 79. It's the other way around. It's whatever your highest is syncs down for everybody else.
やっぱりこれまでレイドのねサベージをヘルプしたいみたいなことあったと思うんですけどこれまで以上に複数の
Yeah, that is what it's going to replace. Luke, that's what it is going. That is what they were saying.
This new feature means that you now have as
They're trying to take a bunch of the like things that you like your gear, your character, like and stuff, make it one more unified UI for people to use. Because people often forget. 14 players will complain about the UI and UX, but it's even worse if you're not already a 14 player. Like from melee to healer. Good question.
And, we still
Yeah,
have,
that's a really good
lot
question,
of
Laura.
details to tell you in the future, but again, this is opening up the game for more players to play a lot of different ways rather than being kind of forced into one job. So please look forward to the information that we have in the coming months.
If your sync is up, it's probably a really easy code for them. As your sync down, already ignore materia,
still
so they
got
can
a
use
lot
system
more.
already in place.
続いて
Yeah,
は
maybe good. That's a good point.
キャラクターアクションスキンという
I mean, I don't know about you guys. I'm very excited for this. I don't even know if I'm going to use it that much, but I'm very excited for this as just for options, and I know a lot of people are.
システムを導入します
Next up, we're looking
Thanks,
to
Infinite.
introduce character action skin.
キャラクターを報酬
Oh,
と
probably,
して
yeah, it might be friendlier to console players. Good point.
Players can now customize their characters with additional animations.
Level of all jobs,
designed
second
for
levels. These are
specific
not the
player
mock-ups, so that's-
character actions.
Those are not,
With this,
not
you
in the
can
mock-ups.
further
so
set
yeah,
apart
yeah,
your
yeah, yeah.
avatar from everyone else.
Fair point.
But
Yeah, I mean, I think you and a lot of other people are excited for the action skins for sure. Ring of Thorns.
Sorry, have to wait until Berlin. It's we're
さあまだ、グラフ
options.
Improved character. There's something important here that I don't think enough people stress on, which is that improved character creator options. Not just like, oh, things you can do, but that means the character creator is being improved, which has been a limit and a difficulty for them for a long time. So them being able to do it is big.
なご協力をいただいた
Make Rage of
グラフ
Lode a
ィック
Paladin
スアッ
action
プデー
skin.
トを
I mean,
行わせてい
yeah,
ただいた
maybe.
ことでシステムの拡張というのができるようになりました
All right, so thanks to the massive graphical update we introduced back in 7.0.
Oh,
our
yeah, that'd be
character
cool.
creation
Yeah,
system
yeah.
is
Being
now
able to sync
capable
down
of
in the
handling
open
an
world or
even
something.
bigger
Yeah.
load, so we will be offering much more in the way of handling, and we introduced back in 7.0. Our character creation system is now capable of handling an even bigger load, so we will be offering much more in the way of customizing your in-game avatar.
おかげです
There's something lore-wise I want to talk about with some of this. So also, I want to point out, remember that these things they're announcing are going to be at 8.0. There also might be others, but they specifically said there are going to be more character creation stuff they're going to be adding throughout the 8.x patches. So even if stuff in here doesn't mean much for you, just remember that there are other things they will be adding throughout. Overworld level sync would be amazing and playable for Sprouts. Yeah.
ちょっと
I'll be sad if some action skills get locked behind
かなり細かい点が
ultimate.
多いです
I would be
I'll say, so a
pretty
lot of these
surprised
are
if they do
very,
that,
very,
Laura.
you know,
I mean, it's possible,
small
but I
things.
would be
ただごめん
I would be
残念ながら
pretty. I think I would expect most job action skills to be tied behind things like side quests and story stuff like that, like side quests like that, and then maybe some sort of achievement or progression things that you've already done or can do, or like rewards for your track for your weekly and stuff. That's what I would look to.
バットスライダーじゃない
Oh, we don't have any butt sliders? Sorry, no butt sliders.
If you want to know more about butt sliders, you should also go watch the panel where they did a dev Q&A with Yoshi P. Let's just say they talk about it more.
紙とか
I'm not going to change Elio at
We're
all,
going to
so
be
this,
open
for me,
for
that
use.
in and of itself is not that big, but I'm so excited for all the people who are going. This is huge
The
for
hair
them.
color
もうね
I also want to make a point here. There's a lore point here I want to talk about that I like. I don't love when things are garish, and some of this is pretty garish, but don't mind that. But like, if you look at this Mikote, you're like, oh, but his skin. Okay, but if his father was a Hellsguard and his mother was a Mikote, this makes sense. If you look at this, Eorzean, if they're a, if they are, depending, I mean, they kind of could just be a dusk, oh my god, dusk white, duskwood. Why am I going crazy? I'm getting too tired. But yeah, that makes sense. This person, their father could be a Seawolf Rogan and their mother could be a Hur, right? Like, there's actually really lovely clan and interracial things that you can do with some of these options that are already supported in the lore. They're not just like wild and crazy and kooky. Yeah, whenever I've introduced someone to the game, I can't actually join them for the majority of the time they spend going through the MSQ because all my jobs are at 90. Yeah, totally fair. I can't wait for there's a reason a lot of people make ults to join their friends, which sucks. I can't wait for Night Elf Color for Mom Moon Mikote. Yeah, the QA was an incredible watch. I will tell you, it was incredible to be there on the ground, too. Probably I have the female, you mean bully panel. Yeah, the bully panel. Yeah. QA was an incredible watch. It gives us room to have more mixed characters. I think that's really fun. And for me, a big reason that I am pro that is that so much of it is supported in the lore. The only one that's not supported in the lore and I kind of am not a fan of is this pink on this Mikote. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people out there who like it and will do it. And I mean, you can kind of say like maybe it's pink enough that it's like a Hell's Guard or yeah, Hell's Guard or something. But I'm not a big fan on that one. But you know. MSQ quest and cutscene sync feature would be excellent addition as well, but I suppose that would require a rework of the new game plus something. Yeah, that'd be a little more difficult. Do you think it'd actually add butt sliders? I think after that, at the panel in which Yoshi P was bullied, I think it's possible. Vera be MSQ taxi multi-seam. I personally just want one of the hairstyles from the hairstyle content. The miso, yeah. I was wondering if we'll get scale colors with this. They haven't shown it, but I do think there's a distinct likelihood that you'll either get it, if not in 8.0, then the 8.x patches. I think I would bet money on it. I'd love to have the dual dye on hair. That is a base color with the 2 dyes. I mean, you already can do highlights, but I'm assuming you mean more than that. I see no Aura representation here. Yeah, that might be in for a reason too. Weren't the QA? Well, actually, there is an Aura we see in a second. Were the QA questions vetted? They were vetted, yes. Which means that they specifically someone on their team specifically chose to put butt slider ? In as one of the questions. Correct. But remember, he didn't answer every question. He rolled a die, and it was supposed to be, like, it was only ever going to answer half the questions. It just so happened that he ended up answering all the ultimate questions, and that was one of them.
Again.
It's because they're hiding the scale colors from us. I don't think that's copium. The underlying ability to do this is rooted in a lot of the same capability of being able to change the... how do I put this? The underlying infrastructure rework that we are seeing that got us to this point should be applicable to that in the long term. The question is, it might take some more work, in which case you could expect to see in the 8.x, if not 8.0.
This is all about individuality and what you want to do and
I
creating.
think body type options, if not outright sliders and presets, are very likely. I wouldn't say likely, because the problem with body sliders is that's a much more difficult thing than any of this. Because you have to remember, body sliders cause issues with clipping and LD. You have to make it so that it procedurally will definitely work with all armors and possible glams. It's not just a writing thing. You have to do all the work to make that, and then you need to QA that, which is hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pieces of glamour. So it's not that it won't happen, but there's a lot of dev time involved in that. So I would caution that 8.x might be a little bit optimistic, but it's not impossible.
Styles that were impossible before.
それからですね、続いて、瞳とか。
So like you have the before and after here with like the lip gloss. It probably won't show up on stream very well, but like the lip gloss and the eyeshadow and whatnot. But then you have here's your Aura representation here.
Around.
See, so you have like the eyeshadow. If you want to make your Aura look like she came directly from Hot Topic, you're good to go.
The eyes.
だからもう最近流行りのメイクとか。
On pieces of gear. Let's take a look at that.
Also, this is huge.
Okay,
Even
so
if you
this
don't
is
use
what we have now.
this is huge. They're making it so all armor is toggleable with between 2 modes. This is why this is huge. If you think about it, assuming it affects all armors, which I don't know if it does, but just if you think about it, this effectively just doubled the glamour in the game in a meaningful sense. I also desperately hope that it takes the Abyssos armor and it makes the hula hoop go away. Hey, man, glad to have you. And hell, sorry. Hey, don't get me sorry. And yes, I'm still going. I'll probably wrap up in the next 30 minutes or so. We'll see. I'm here until I am Sisyphus and I am rolling this boulder uphill, goddammit.
We're able to turn off as a set.
I didn't think the graphics update was reasonable before it was announced either. When Yoshi P says, we want your Warrior of Light to be as unique as you are, I can't see that not including body type. I think there's a difference between... well, okay, those aren't the same. That's not a comparable thing. Because the graphics update was specifically announced to be a 7.0 thing and made clear at NA FanFest. Like, this is what we're doing, and it's going to take a lot of work, and this is our thing. And also, it took time for that to be fully implemented out in its full and final form. Body sliders and the work involved in that is a different ask in a different way for a different reason, and is not something that they have said is coming already. So even if they started work on now, you would not see it in 8.0. So, like, it's not that body type isn't important to that, Vera. I'm not arguing that. I'm with you. I agree. But the requirements to implement it and the difficulty of implementing it because of that is such that we're not just talking about whether they want to. We're talking about the actual requirement on a fundamental level to implement. And man, thank you for the 41 months. There are so many armors that get ruined by adding random crap. It's glad that it's here. Yeah. Jacob is right. Then tanks can now throw their pauldrons at you.
The leather belt, the shoulder pauldrons.
So like
and the
on just a
tassels at the waist.
realistic
So you
implementation
can think
level,
of this
expecting
along the
that sort of
lines
thing
what you can already do
soon,
with your helmet
or
and
like
the
even in
visors.
early 8.x is unlikely. Might be late 8.x, yeah. And hopefully I'm wrong. But just on a realistic, what was required to implement within that is, and the QA of all around that is just going to be involved with doing it is enormous. Yeah. If we just got to access every job glam with the gear piece change, I need to comb through everything again. Yeah. Also, they have compression systems for every dungeon glam from 3.0 onwards. So I have almost every set of dungeon gear in the game now taking up only like 400 slots or something. Not even that.
It's that kind of thing. You get on, off. So all on or all off like this.
まあ鎧以外もちょっと季節とか豊かな入れますけど、ゼロだけ対して。
So I agree. Body types in the future? Yes, hell yeah, I would love it. I just would caution assuming that it's within the near future.
Updates to character customization are something that we plan.
I mean,
on
closer to late
continuing
8.x. I
throughout
do think it's our more minds considering the initial standardization player model. Yeah, agreed. Fully agreed.
the 8.x series. So in 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, we'll have even more things. Yoshida-san? Yoshida-san?
I mean, easier to preview. I mean, maybe in the long term, especially if the glamour system becomes better or something, that'd be one thing. But I guess it's not one more button that you have to press no matter what. It's now another button if you want an alternate option you didn't have before. And I'm not sure how else you would want that stored in such a way unless you want to just double the amount of possible things to. But then we went, yeah, I don't know.
Butt slider, 8.2.
For all the gear pieces, nice, Sandy. I'm in progress of cramming hundreds of pieces into the armoire. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you didn't catch that,
Butt slider, 8.2. No.
I'll try.
Okay.
he says, I'll try. But yeah, the hair is the clipping issue. He also talks about the problem that the hair, if you make it too long, the hair doesn't flow naturally. And therefore, if you make it long, it just doesn't even necessarily always look that good or right unless, and there's a lot of reasons that are difficult. I would also be surprised in the long term if we see hair updates or something like that. That's totally, I think, on the docket of possibility. Though so many long pauses. Yeah, I feel, having done a lot of the Heavensward dungeons on repeat for the anima weapons, I feel you. Okie dokie.
Again, the evolution of Final Fantasy XIV doesn't stop with game design. We're also looking to improve upon our in-game content.
まずこちら。
Starting with this.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of work.
パブリックフィールド。
And also, it's not even just a lot of work, it's a problem of also processing in other ways that would affect performance. Yeah. But I do think, I could imagine it in the future for sure being a thing.
パブリック。
I'm not gonna lie. Well, okay, but you do understand that modding something and doing it only on your user end side is not the same thing as having to do it in such a way where it's dealing with server architecture. I think people rarely, and sorry, this isn't just aimed at you, Gooey, this is just a pet peeve of mine generally. Like, modding something so it's client side is not, and what you can do client side is not that, and what it takes to do something so it's server side are like so fundamentally different things. It's like the difference between reading a book and playing a video game. Like, it's like, I can't express what's involved between those two things. It's so different. That's why you can have things that are modded. It's not just people did the work. It's because you're only expressing it client side. Speaking of internal standardization of the cosmetic system, I wonder if we'll finally be seeing more eggy glam options. Well, I mean, with this new system, I think it's possible, Vero. I'll throw the clip back at then if I can see an ungodly amount of cake on the character once. Public field, and they should sow some really old ones like Heavensward. Could they change the old fields too? Yeah, they talk about this. So they talk about improving public fields, Sea of Clouds, Ilmeg, Dawntrail zones. You see a zone, there's somewhere for every expansion in here. Stormblood, Dawntrail, Ishgard, Heavensward. You can see an Unbound down there, the Gold Saucer. Like, every expansion, I believe, is represented somewhere in here. So yeah. I think when they say this, they're talking about all public fields. And for those who don't know, public fields is the Japanese term basically referring to like general, like maps, general zones.
So
Again,
yeah,
we
exactly.
want to improve player experience.
Yeah, I mean,
the
be okay with
public
stiff air,
field
which is what I
areas.
was worried about. People don't. Yeah.
よりダイナミックなイベントとか
Field areas. So again, we want to improve player experience in the public field areas.
よりダイナミックなイベントとかエリアそのものを全体攻略するみたいな遊び概念を導入
The problem with Hyote with so like one, I do hope they add bicolor gemstones to A Realm Reborn through Stormblood. That was one thing that would help. The problem is that you're going to fundamentally run into a system that there's going to come a limit of why people would continue to run it over and over again. Like, they can breathe life into it. The problem is breathing perpetual life into it in a way that does not cause people to burn out or grind, especially for power or something else, is such that you kind of have been in a situation where it's like, yeah, I want them to breathe life into it, but I think there's a finite amount you can actually do to sustain that indefinitely.
していく予定になってます。
And that means adding more dynamic events and more content for players to try out in each area in order to truly master those areas.
And even if you do make them all alive, it's not, the hard part isn't even just making them all alive and even all alive at once. The hard part is doing that indefinitely. I'll tell you right now how you can make them all alive at once. Okay, you just release like 1,000 bicolor gemstone reward, a bunch of random bicolor gemstone rewards for all of them right now, right here, right? All of a sudden people will go do fates for a while, but they'll do it for a while and they'll stop and they won't keep doing it, right? Like, this is, the problem is finding a way to make it sustainable too. Yeah, the vouchers for the wings, yeah. Yeah, I believe you mentioned system. As someone who has the diadem mount and is like 5,000 points away from the cosmic exploration mount, I know you're paying gooey. Well, also you if you fish, so I know you're paying gooey.
が我々、僕自身やっぱりおろそかになっていたので、そこに手を入れていくつもりです。
Yeah, that's understandable, Sandy.
And again, with the majority of daily player activity being relegated to the duty finder, public fields can feel kind of lonely and underused, and that's our fault.
で、たくさんの人数で戦った時の、例えばバフやデバフの表示上限の問題などにも今積極的に手を入れていこうとしてますので、
That's why hunt trains can be fun.
ぜひご期待ください。
And again, we want to fix that, creating more exciting dynamic content. And of course, we'll be working on making sure that those areas remain stable. We don't want any problems with too many debuffs crashing the servers. Right?
You're not wrong, Gooey.
さあ、さらに続いてなんですが、クエストの体験も
We were talking about this like 4 hours ago, I think. But this is an important thing I want to point out.
And again, we're also looking to improve how quests are played.
ファイナルファンタジー14、ファイナルファンタジーシリーズのナンバリングタイトルとして、メインクエストとかサブクエスト、ストーリーに、重きを置いてます。
So Final Fantasy XIV and the Final Fantasy series is one that takes its stories seriously, and puts a big emphasis on stories.
ただ、システム的な
Importantly, they show improving quests, but they show like mainline and side quests. Like, it's important to note they're not just talking about like quests in the future.
サポートはあえて極端にはしないように
Something on the slow scale like fishing, PvP. Okay, except for the people like me and Gooey and fishing people are broken in some fundamental way. I don't think you can replicate that for the average player.
にしてきました。
And that means we've avoided a lot of system-side guidance seen in many other modern games when it
Taking storytelling seriously is not the same thing as being grimly serious about your storytelling and storytelling. They take telling the importance of telling. Hildebrand is an example of what he's talking about. Stories matter. Hildebrand matters. It's fun. It's delighting. It's entertaining. It's a story. Like, you know, I know you're joking, but I'm just saying, like,
comes to progressing through main and side quests.
より快適に
I cannot emphatically I don't think you're right, Gooey, and also laugh at me when I'm wrong, but I don't think it's going to be like an arrow pointing to quests. I do think you're probably going to have some sort of interesting like UI or other way integrated into suggesting, hey, you might want to check this out.
ストーリーを進めていただくためにも、今回はシステム面にも手を入れる予定なんですが、スケジュールが大変今苦しい状態。
I think this development team should be given enough credence around their acumen to assume that they're not just going to do something like that.
なってます。
At this
So
point.
moving
And maybe I'm
forward,
wrong.
we plan on introducing some quality of life features that will help ease the burden of questing. That said, we have a lot on our shoulders right now, so
Talk about it in the
なの
future.
で、ごめんなさい。これも欧州で話させてください。
we'll have more
Was Scholastic a yellow quest? I thought it was blue, but I might be wrong.
Cumberland.
まあもちろん、バトルコンテンツも進化させていきます。
And of course, we'll be evolving
As long as it's done right, though, it'll be a good quality of life to casual people and not affect non-casual people. But I would point out that there are people who play a lot of 14 who still don't do all of the raids and alliance raids, partly because they don't know about them. If you don't have someone to tell you, you're not necessarily directed to go do Omega or directed to go do, unless you're like just checking out every blue quest, right?
Evolving our battle content as well.
Remember, at the beginning of this keynote, they said this is setting the foundation for all their announcements. So this was always going to be like this. And they also do announce a fuck ton in this, especially in some ways compared to other ones.
え
It's yellow? Okay.
まあこれら既存のバトルコンテンツも進化させていくんですが、
This is huge. Adding a new difficulty for 8-person raids between Savage and Normal. Advanced was wildly successful in my opinion. And having a stepping stone from Normal to get to Savage now is so fundamentally necessary. This, I know I'm sweaty as fuck. I cannot tell you how big I think this is going to be as a helpful thing for players. There are a lot of players who want to push it harder to Normal, who might struggle with Savage, who can now push it harder, and then potentially use this as a stepping stone. All the number since everything I put off them gets worse over time. Yeah, well, I mean, you don't have to, but I would say it can be fun to take some time to do a little bit of that. My friend played like 300 hours of the game without knowing about raids at all. Yeah. Yeah, when I first started in 2021, I didn't know about the raids until I looked up what to do for Prayer for Endwalker. Yeah, you know, Jenny, you're not alone. Like, that happens. I mean, Moogles are locked behind a big yellow quest chain. True. Yeah, the post Moogle. I fish and do Savage. I'm far too broken to be excited for this. At least you recognize it. I still die a good amount on Normal. Yeah, but the thing is getting to the point where you're good at Normal. There are a lot of people who are able to do Normal, I think, and want to step it up, but who aren't either don't have the time or are the ability to get into Savage. And this is I'm just telling you, this is going to be really, really, really good for the community. I got incredibly nervous about Alliance raids and it was a little sprout, but now I get into all the raids first thing. Nice, Sandy. And also a reminder, we have Infinite, if you could link it, we have our Discord, discord.gg/Eorzean archives, where you can join us for community events. We have events all throughout the week. We run like Alliance raids right now on Tuesday. It used to be Fates. We do maps on Wednesdays. We do we have 3 separate types of EX farms. One is like a hardcore EX farm. One's a sort of like a little bit more low key. One of them's a teaching new players. We have a book club every Friday. A lore book club where we talk about the lore in the game with specific topics set for in and around it. So yeah, definitely come check it out. I used my missing new game flash options in our guide to know what yellow quests do. I would have missed the 4 fiends backstory. Yeah, wow, yeah. The one that you get when you talk from the little Hecdies in Thavnir. Yeah. The near epilogue and the Themis minion if it were not for them being there. Yeah, I do extreme trials but not savage raids. So getting extreme raids would be good for me. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of people who do Extreme but not Savage for exactly that. Still pointed that we didn't get to see the Blue Mage allied societies from the New World, like the Wallachwy and stuff. I mean, you get some lore about them if you do the What You Makey Makey quest line. But also, yeah, it seems like they're probably up in Lozeni Heta because they're referenced somewhere else, which we just never got to go to as of now. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Lapis Canyons and stuff end up being something. And as someone who's from the Great Lake regions, I would love to go there at some point. I have no idea what this means, and they don't make it clear, so we're not going to worry about that for now. And then adding new types of battle contents, who can say?
Again, we have a lot of VM and planned as and last but announced.
This is going to be huge. It's going to be chaos for a little bit as norms and stuff reestablish. But the fact that data centers are now for areas are going to be consolidated. So for those who don't know, Aether, Crystal, Dynamis, and Primal, they're going to still exist, but you can fast travel to any of them from Aetherites, from what they say, and also the Party Finder and the Duty Finder are going to be all tied together. So when you queue up for something, you're not just getting, if you're like me from Crystal on Crystal Curl, you're not just going that from Crystal. You're going to be queuing with everyone from Aether, Dynamis, Primal, and Crystal. It's going to make queues way, 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 way faster. It's also going to make hunts be insane. Hunt trains are going to get weird for a bit. There was something else I wanted to say off the back of that, but I don't remember what it was.
So in each of
but
our
anyways,
regions,
yeah, you got the same thing with Chaos and Light, Elemental Gaia, Mana, and Meteor, and the Materia.
we have several data centers that contain
This, if it doesn't make Dynasty more busy, Jenny, which it probably will, at the very least is going to make your queues and Party Finder wonderful, so that's going to help as well.
each contains several
Been a while since I've joined 14 Discord. First time it didn't go well because I was one of those drama-free FCs when I was playing through Dynamis and all. Yeah, fair. We have a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds. We have really hardworking moderators, and we try to keep it very like well-mannered and calm and collected. You're gonna meet different people of different types there. Ask everyone, obviously be polite, and also if someone's not being polite to you, that's not going to be accepted and acknowledged. Infinite, who's been here the whole time, is one of my lead moderators. Ray, and V being 2 of the others, primarily. Yeah, I mean, you're more than welcome to. Also, we have an FC on Crystal Curl if anyone happens to be on Curl who wants to join. Yeah,
just general, if you want to play around with some people who like, you're free to join. Otherwise, don't worry about it. And also, if it's not your thing or you just like lurking, cool, I get it. I wonder if the capital city's Aetherites let you teleport to the other realms if you still just your local world. Yes, they do. They mentioned that somewhere in here. I remember that.
Different worlds.
What would be the difference between a data center or another in a given region? If I travel, communication and matchmaking are made possible between them. Data center. Like, are you saying the physical data centers? Yeah, it becomes more and more smaller. But it's still having them separated out is kind of important to manage population density and size. So there's reasons that make sense to still have them. You see them ever doing same region market board? Ever? Maybe. I know that they can. The problem is there's a lot of arising issues that come from that, potentially. And also, frankly, I think that there should be a laziness tax. It's not that hard to walk to the Aetherite and travel to another city. Like, if you're not willing to do that, you're paying a laziness tax. And I kind of am pro on that, in a way. Where are my fellow Curl players? Ayo. Do you see them ever? The change is going to be phenomenally for equalizing the population of housing districts on Dynamis because, as is, they're mostly barren. Can you buy a house that's not on the server you're on? Because if not, then I don't know how that will help with the equalization issue. Although, no, more people would be willing to play on Dynamis because they could play with everyone else anyways, so Dynamis's population would rise. Yeah, okay, nope. I see what you're saying. They don't have to be on Aether or Primal or Crystal to do, Crystal RP or whatever, yeah. I love that people pay the lazy tax. It makes me more Gillians. As someone who has 100 million gil, mood. And is an Omnicrafter. I don't know if Curls can just right now. Thanks, Evident.
マッチングっていうのはこのデータセンターごとにマッチングしてました。
So up until now, this.
する場合の
This is currently how it's set up. They're making it so now it will be all under one.
マッチ
And this is Party Finder included. So Party Finder and Duty Finder.
We've seen a lot of players on raid
ただにする
Let me see if I can.
open up players.
Also, this is coming during the 7.x patch. This is not 8.0. This is before 8.0. They'll first be testing it in Japan because that's where their physical data centers are, so it's easy to do the technical work. But this is coming out before 8.0 drops. So this will be coming out sometime between now and, like, December. When exactly, we don't know, but... Elio, why are you awake? Yukio, good to see, glad to have you. Well, we've only been going 10 hours. And I gotta finish up the keynote. Yeah, nice, Zach. I have to travel to Aether to do trials with my husband. Yay for being lazy. I mean, it's not even lazy, right? It's just annoying, too.
Once we have determined our even and when
I don't know where it is. They mentioned specifically, maybe it wasn't on text, maybe it was only in writing.
we can again.
Sorry, let me see if I can find it.
When
I think it must have been something that they said in a later dev panel or something, but they specifically mentioned being able to travel to the worlds with that as well. Does that mean you're ready by alt is like level dot? Yeah.
we
New jobs. We're gonna have a tank. Honestly, I'll just either do a job speculation stream or something because obviously we're not gonna do that right now. That'd be too much time. But we do know, and we've known for we didn't know. We've guessed for a while that it was going to be a tank in a fizz range because of the pattern, and they've followed the pattern so far. I could just buy the skip for AR to be fair, but my go Rototin and his solo instances. Yeah, I mean, hey, why not spend the time? Also, there's a lot of joy and appreciation for the game that can be found in going through the story again. I will tell you, the amount of ways in which I have appreciated A Realm Reborn way more the second time than the first time cannot be under. I did not enjoy A Realm Reborn the first time. The second time through, I appreciated it a fuck ton more.
New jobs with it.
Tank and fizz range. And the cert, yes, guess who's back? Final Fantasy 14, Rototin Sus Arvina. Also, you can buy this shirt. They have it for pre-order, which is amazing, and I definitely want to get it.
Capture. Okay, so
it's too easy for it to just be dual gun shields or something. It's too easy.
Both of these new jobs are FF14 originals.
That.
Berlin. Of the jobs.
I play on light, and a friend of mine is sad about the server changes because he thinks it'll make the average level of players in roulettes lower because chaos players play worse according to him, which is a really, again, selfish way of perceiving it. Again, I don't mean that to just be judgmental. I just mean that factually it is selfish. I'd also point out, instead of thinking, oh, this will average out and we could maybe potentially raise the floor because we are averaging it out more and then also the norm is expected and potentially going to be raised up, rather than just thinking, oh, it's going to lower. it's like, I don't know, weird perspective to me. I think it's going to be chaotic and there's going to be a little bit of norm shaking out for a little bit. I think that the broad player capability and ability across the board is going to improve because of this. And I also think things like evolved mode happening near and around the same time too. Well, I mean, it's going to happen months later, but is also going to be useful. Is it finally time to analyze N&M lyrics? I think I'm going to have to do that as a separate stream because we're 10 hours in and I am fading. Crossbow for range would be really fun. Yeah, I don't know if it's like, it'd have to be something more interesting than just a crossbow in my opinion. Because this crossbow alone is just not, like, I don't know, it doesn't do enough for me, but. Great point, I'll cheer him up with this kind of positive outlook. Well, look, if it's just going to annoy him, don't tell him I said that. But if it's useful, I would present that idea that there's a good chance that there'll be some chaos, but over time, the floor is going to start rising a lot. And I think you saw interesting versions of that already with past server amalgamation stuff. As chaos player, me playing worse than the average player is cause for getting distracted by my phone, not by the server I play. Relatively good the first time, really dumb, but what if we do throwing axes? I don't think throwing axes for two reasons. One, we already have Tomahawk. Two, we already have a Warrior. Three, we have Beastmaster who's axe and shield right now. I feel like that would be a crowd in the room a bit.
It's in play yet.
And I just I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Two throwing weapons or something maybe could be good, but it's not, there's not a bit of an identity in my mind with that. I think you want something a little bit more, a little more pizzazz. But yeah, obviously we've talked about Reborn and Evolved a little bit already. I'm going to skip past this. I'm very excited. We'll talk about that when I do a job live stream, maybe sometime later this week. I'm probably going to take tomorrow off because my voice will be shot. But I'll definitely do either a stream or a video about it sometime in the nearest future. I'm very excited for Evolved. Evolved is basically made for me. That is what I will short-term say. I understand people who are a little bit nervous, but I think people are going to find that it's going to be, Evolved's going to be a lot of fun, and the people who don't like it are going to be okay with Reborn, and it's going to be fine. A little more zest, a little more panache. Oh, Garlean tank that uses combat data collected from Garleans like Gaius or something like that. Gaius, I don't know if you mean kind of like the Orsite system or something. Gaius, a little bit, I guess, is kind of worse. Like Termina S and something like that. But the problem is Gunblade is already not really that different than Gunbreaker in so much of its identity. Something Garlean evoked or related, I think, could make sense, especially something like with a Magitech hammer sort of thing. And then you have someone like Fordola or Euless or someone else using it. Dude, I would love if Euless joined the Scions. I don't think he will. He's in a position where he could because he's not a leader amongst the Garleans. He is he's important, but I could imagine him joining it. The main thing though is that if he went to other reflections, the main place I would imagine that he would go is the 13th rather than the 4th. But boy, would I love Euless. Crossbow that uses poison then spikes their damage for popping debuffs is early. But that you're talking about combat design philosophy. I'm talking about fundamental visual character identity and fantasy. Right, I'm not saying that you can't design an interesting mechanical job. I'm talking about visual design and fantasy, right? What if Ori boulders the new job and goes with us? And then that would be rad as well. I mean, we kind of can't lose.
Best for you. Development panel plans.
Definitely, if you have not watched the dev panel and you have any thoughts about Evolved, go watch that dev panel first and then have your thoughts about Evolved. Please, I beseech you. Except for Aenor will lose her mind. Yeah, what will Aenor do without one of her boulders to be crushed by?
Alright, so
I loved Euless right away because to me he was such a perfect representation of the tragedy and pity of Garlemald, and I was compelled by him right away, I will say, and loved him, not like immediately when he's being cruel, but like I immediately understood what his character was, and then like I think Euless is a fantastic character. One of the bosses you can't see, we're gonna see Art of it in a second.
Do you have some additional updates? We're gonna go
level cap.
Soft level cap.
Not much to say about that.
Possibly.
Not too surprising. Treasure hunts, fates, and the hunt. It's interesting. There's a comment here, though, that I want to point out. Because, like, the hunt's being reworked. I mean, this is hunt board, so this is potentially the solo hunts rather than hunt trains. But if I'm right about the world maps and stuff being more open world, the idea that the open world map was... if it is more open world, something hunt trains are going to be interesting and maybe a little bit different in and of themselves. I also point out that good storytelling taking you from neutral to liking a character, that's some good storytelling. It's not only okay to not like a character, it's okay to write characters that people don't love right away and then grow to love them. I think that's not only is that a good thing, but I think MMOs are in a place to be able to do that with some strength because of the way that they tell stories over time. I was put off for the Garland because, yeah, honestly, that will start a whole conversation. But we can definitely talk another time. But I definitely I'm gonna push back trying to help. But once I got the end of it, I calmed down and probably understood and cared a lot more. Yeah, and I think Ragnar, like a lot of people, I think experienced that. I think for me it was pretty easy because of just how I feel and think in general. But I know so many people who I've talked to while running the Eorzean archives who had a very similar experience to you. So you're definitely not alone. Doesn't even add his own triple track. Okay, that's a pretty good joke. I wonder if collecting Aether Currents will still be a thing. Yeah, good question. Yeah, I don't know. I love to see instance hunts like Bawsy 1v1 arenas instead of the current face roll trains. I hope not. In terms of the hunt board, I'm with you. In terms of getting rid of trains with that, I deeply no, please God, no. Hunt trains as a social MMO experience, and if you don't like this, it totally makes sense that you wouldn't care about it. As is the most MMO experience in 14 currently that exists is the hunt trains. If you want the most like MMO experience, go to a hunt train. And I think getting rid of that would actively be bad for the game. Obviously, a lot of people aren't going to care about it, so it's not a big problem for a lot of people. But I think like if you want the ramifications of getting rid of hunt trains completely, on the social fabric of a lot of different groups can't be understated. Apparently Ulysses VA is the same as Papalimos. Really? I didn't know that. Really? Doesn't sound anything like him. I'd have to look into that. I believe you, Lori, but that's yeah, Alpha Nerd, yeah. Very punchable. I think it'd be cool to add more S-rank spawnings that require multiple people to do. Yeah, definitely agree. I definitely think there's a fuck ton they can do to update hunting and make it better. I'm just saying specifically, hunt trains should continue to exist. I would also prefer that you could do A ranks and S ranks solo on the hunt board, so you could at least make solo progress throughout the week, even if you weren't able to join trains. I will also say that. But yeah.
And of course, we won't be cutting any of this content. All of this is going to be making updates in the upcoming expansion.
ただ、あらゆる方面でやっぱり進化は必要だというふうに感じていて、例えばフェイトは少し数減らしてでもよりダイナミックなものを作っていきたいと思ってますし、モブハントにしてもフィールド強化施策として 8.X シリーズでさらに強化した遊びへと、進化させようと今計画を
I think the most MMO thing is cash from dollar. I wouldn't agree because to me, the social fabric of MMOs, when I'm talking about from a historical standpoint, is created not only as a byproduct of battle content, but the social fabric. And a lot of people do Dalriata and Castrum without talking or without any like that much communication. I think you're right if you want to talk about like corridors in Castrum. Sure, I kind of like Southwest cleared. I start to see a little bit of what you're talking about. I wouldn't say that that's not MMO, like very MMO-y, or like in this the sense that I'm getting at. I don't think it is more than hunt trains by a lot.
So, but we also recognize that a lot of aspects of these things need their own evolution. For example, maybe we have the fates, maybe we reduce the number of fates introduced, but we make those fates introduced larger and more dynamic. As with the hunt as well, it's ready for an evolution of its own to kind of correspond with those updates that we have planned for the public field.
Counterpoint about Eureka and BA. The problem is that BA requires coordination that is mostly done outside of the game. And with Eureka, often as well. The majority of the coordination, I'm not saying that nobody does it in-game, but the majority of the coordination is often done a lot of times outside of the game. Whereas with hunt trains, a lot of people will have cross-world link shells and whatnot and just end up showing up. Some people do check it on, like, Centaurio hunts. But, like, again, hunt trains, the social fabric of it is... I think people may be misunderstanding when I'm talking about MMO. I'm talking about thing that also prioritizes the social fabric on top of the combat and the way it's done. And I don't think that there's anything more MMO-y than the memes and jokes and stuff that happen in a hunt train mixed with watching 100 or 50 mounts fly across the sky. Like, I'm not saying, like, the coordination of something like BA is just a more max-scaled version, in a sense, of, like, a Savage Raid, right? Like, obviously, there's a lot more to it than that, but yeah, that's where I'm coming from. If you want to do the Fork Tower and you never beat it, go join. We have a Rana and some other people in our community who help run stuff on that. So if you want to join our Discord, or we can potentially also try to hook people up. I'm forgetting all of a sudden the name of the Discord they're a part of. I'm on Dynamis, so most of the hunt trains are done through Discord, but that's fair. My time in Eureka is very social. Yeah, and Mac, that makes sense. If you went into Eureka and it was very social, which it is sometimes if you catch the right moment, totally can be. And if hunt trains aren't that populous on Dynamis, because I'm on Crystal, then I understand your point. That makes sense.
And of course, we're planning some new features for treasure hunts as well.
Hopefully,
それからですね、
I
忘れては
like
な
treasure hunting. I don't like doing treasure hunt achievements where you have to get to the end and it's just based on luck. But I don't expect that to change. I still have to do Zadnor's questline. It's good. Well, there are parts of it I don't. There are parts of it I don't adore. But that's also because I just have an issue with Matsuno, with how Matsuno tells stories like at times.
ならないダンジョンももちろんたくさんあります。
And of course, we
But it's
cannot
worth
forget
doing,
our instance
unquestionably.
dungeons. We'll be introducing several with Evercold.
So this is one of the images I want to get to. Here, let me turn my face off for a second. These are specifically stated to all be dungeons, which is super interesting to me. I mean, it would make sense, for instance, if somewhere like this, right? If somewhere like this was on the Fire Island, obviously this water. This you can even see what looks like the twisting water spire that we see elsewhere. This is interesting because it's like, okay, you've got water and fire with these Corsair ships and stuff, but what's going on there, you know? And then you obviously have this one down here, which again looks similar to the architecture we saw with a lot of the areas around the Earth area. So, I don't know. But these are all dungeons according to them, which is very interesting. Also, I can feel my voice getting lower.
これらのインスタンスダンジョンもですね、これまでの拡張同様に、数を減らしたりせず、いつも通りの数、ちゃんとたくさん実装していきます。
And again, we're planning on releasing the same amount as we always do with every expansion, so we're not cutting anything.
That could be fun, Sandy, although I wonder if it would continue to be fun on replay after replay.
現在開発中のダンジョンのアートワークにな
I
ってい
need
ま
to
す。
replay Crystal Chronicles, Leo, because I think you and other people have brought them out multiple times today. Some good Eblaf clams for people.
Again, the four that you see here, these are currently under development for Evercold.
しかしさ、
How could volcanoes exist on a skyline if that's a volcano? I mean, pretty easy. Like, if you have a large enough landmass and then it's fueled by the ethereal ley lines of it or the crystalline energies of, especially if you have a large concentration of fire and earth aether. Remember, don't use real-world physics. You're not thinking about geotectonics. You're thinking about, like, aetherology and how a star works, right? And how the... Can't use real-world... The amount of times I've had to talk to people where people are like, well, this doesn't make sense because this. I'm like, yeah, because that's real-world physics. That's not how the physics work in 14. I would just remind people, not the same. Our world, their world, not the same world. Not same physics.
氷の力に侵食って。
In the real world, well, depending, I guess, on your belief or faith, there's not, in the real world, you're just a body. You're just flesh. There's no actual soul and memory. Again, depending on your faith, there may be soul. It is an intrinsic part.
どこがだよってね。
Again, you're still looking like, where's the ice? It's supposed to be ever cold. It's not cold.
まあ、どんな仕上がりになってね、どんな冒険とか強敵がいるのか、ぜひちょっとお楽しみに。
Again, what adventures await? You have to wait to find out.
それから、もちろん、拡張といえばですね、多数の新しい装
See, Gooey, what I will say is you've repeatedly had moments where you have things that you talk about your bias or stuff, but every time you've also mentioned your awareness of it, and I appreciate you. Yes, like it's like if you're like, okay, I'm science-minded right now, I know I'm taking that to this conversation, so please, like, just I know I'm like preemptively, I know don't listen to me or something. I appreciate. 14 faith exists as prayer, physical manifest. Intention and will affect as an affecting force of ethereological phenomena. I mean, yeah, as a prayer, physical manifest. Yeah. I have to say, I did not expect that we would make it through the keynote tonight. I'm committed, baby. My voice, yeah. I want the summoner gears, basically the Dawn Trail set, but for cold weather. Yeah, it's very good.
新しい gear, some
Mere
artwork.
Frupting, Eiling. Paladin looks good. We were talking about it like 5 hours ago. Really love the summoner one. I think this is monk. I don't know what it actually is. They don't, like, it's not explicitly clear to me. The mask makes me think either monk or sage, but this is definitely not sage. And it looks like scouting. Or not scouting, striking.
皆さんなんとなくわかりますよね。
I'm guessing you can kind of.
After it took us 5 hours to finish the season. I'm going a little fast right now. Dragoon is... Dude, the Dragoon and the Samurai, especially the Samurai, is fire. Yeah. Could be fire. It could be, yeah. The Dragoon, or the Samurai is fuck. I love the Dragoon, but the Samurai is fire. And it's even got the Orin energy with the eye and everything. This one's interesting because this one's either Dancer or Ass, and another one later might be Ass, so I think it's probably Dancer. I'm committed, baby. Said the most cracked voice possible. I can finally be a Sekisegumi. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Not your favorite Dragoon set? Yeah. Sam is super fire. Dragoon, fuck yeah. I'm a sucker for space vibes. Yeah. Look, the nice part is that with Glams, we've been eating good now, and we're eating good in the future. And the more options they add, it means the more ways you can do things. Like, remember, with the flip system where you can, like, take off, where you can, like, swap between 2 different styles of the armor, there's a good chance you could have, like, the samurai armor, but the shield plate is missing, right? Let's say if you didn't like that, you didn't like its bolty. I love it, but, you know. They also said that they're doing crafters and gatherers. I'm not sure if we're not supposed to take that as not red mage, but this is obviously a crafter. Probably blacksmith. But yeah.
Forgotten our crafters and gatherers as well.
The decanter doesn't seem like it keep you warm. Well, remember, not everywhere's icy.
And of course, you know, with
I hope we can fully take off shoes. Oh, because you still have the little thing on the bottom of your feet. Sure.
New expansion comes new enemies.
So this is something that some of you were pulling up earlier. So this is obviously, I mean, some Dalamud energy, but also some Sif energy. And you've even got like the lining and stuff thing. I will tell you right now that almost certainly these are both tied to dungeons. Maybe one of them is like a world fate or something. Neither of these are a trial. I will put money on that right the fuck now. This is probably the boss of like if the wind dungeon for the wind island, if there is one. Probably the final boss. In the same way they showed off the Annihilator for Dawn Trail. They also showed off Valley Garmonda there, but Valley Garmonda wasn't a spoiler in the same way. And they showed off the Barrel Tender, Valley Garmonda, and Annihilator. And so I think that these are probably both dungeon bosses. But I'm pretty certain of that with this one, that this is. And then with this one, it could be like a water boss or an earth boss in the dungeons or something else. But I'm going to tell you, I will bet money right now, neither is a trial. Dog is just the trials mounts. Yeah. Dog looks so cool. Dog does look cool. God, I left like 2 hours ago. I didn't think it'd be still going. You are not the first person to say that. We'll probably be going for only a little bit longer here. But this entity being like an arcane piece of stone of white and black, like almost like purely powered by wind aether, right? You even have the these like crystals with the like rotating vortexes that we saw elsewhere as a signifier of some of the other maps where you were seeing vortexes around things as like an architectural signifier. I would bet you money that this is not just like wind for the obvious reasons, but it also has other elements that are tying it to that area and region. The thing on the right looks like he definitely does look like a Nevron. My partner V turned to me when we first saw it. She's like, it's a fucking Nevron. Yeah, 100%. I felt bad killing Fenrir and Snowcloak. Yeah, the tiger dog finally wielding swords instead of having it held in its mouth. Yeah, we already had dog mounts. Yeah, I see the Nevron vibe. Yeah, absolutely. And if anybody has like FF13, you know what we're talking about. I'm not going to go into too much detail because Expedition 33 is one of my favorite video games of all time. And I do not want anyone to experience it spoiled. And I cannot recommend enough going in as blind as possible and not looking up anything on the internet at all, even a little bit.
A little bit, but we can tell you that the designs and the gimmicks and the mechanics that we have for our upcoming bosses are going to be pretty amazing.
I believe it.
まあシナリオにね関わるので今日はね本当ごく一部しかお見せできないんですけどごめんなさい。
Again, a lot of these are linked directly to the main scenario, so showing too much would
Being a reference to Skull? Sure, that makes sense. Yeah, but they're playing the Norse Wolves. Yeah, and again, like they can take also remember they can also take inspirations from things they already have. So if it's inspired by Skull or Fenris, like just because we had Fenrir or Fenris or any representation of those in game, like we're gonna get a snake representation probably with the Water Jotun as the Jormungandr, not the Jormungandr, the Nidhogg that sits at the Yggdrasil tree. Just because we have Nidhogg in like nomenclature already in the game does not preclude that. It can just be a different name but the iconic in its representation is right. Also, I will say, if our airship is the snake thing like you guys are thinking, calling it it being called Jormungandr would go, having an airship called Jormungandr would go hard. Shiva from 10. Sure, because of the hair and the dreads. I mean, the endings are different because she has more of like the crescent things at the end, like the circles and the hoops. I mean, I do get what you're saying, especially with the hair holding blades. But like, I see what you're saying. I think that this is more like the idea of like the Celtic like braids and knots and stuff holding the blades. Like, but I get what I'm picking up what you're putting down. They can mix and match even puff owls from stuff references. Like that's the thing is expect there to be Final Fantasy references from from multiple Final Fantasy games in this. I have my hypothesis about being 10 and 13 coded in some ways. But that there's going to be a lot of Norse stuff, but it's not necessarily going to just be they rip it from Nordic mythology in the same way that if you know Mesoamerican, if you know like Mayan lore and mythology, like they didn't copy that shit and just do that shit in Tyrol, right? It was very different.
be spoilers, so again, you're going to have to kind of
So basically, you got spoiled for the second game when the studio's logo appears to be in the task. I've been spoiled on Expedition 3. I've been told it was made by the French. It's over. I know too much. I will say, playing Expedition 33 did make me start learning French. So
This is gonna have to be enough for you. Sorry.
Ref Sif, she's the goddess with the big hair. Yeah, I mean, look, for those of you who played Dark Souls, the idea that they called it Sif would make me laugh hysterically.
そしてもちろんこれまで通り今日ね3段階になりますよって発表しましたけど8人レイドというのも、順調に開
Hell yeah,
発
Jenny.
進んでます。
And again, we cannot forget our 8-player raid series. Again, we talked about how there's going to be a new difficulty level. Of course, there will be
New ultimates. Not much too much to say about that. Nothing in specific. Someone mentioned they saw the tower later on with part of it missing, but I haven't seen any image for that anywhere. So I'm not... The person who said that probably has been gone for a while. We're not going to talk about the Evangelion raid. We talked a little bit about it like about 8 hours ago, so if you want to watch the earlier part of the stream, we can talk about that. I have a lot of thoughts and feelings, and I think there's an interesting conversation to be had. It would take way too much time, so we're going to omit that for now, and that'll come up as a conversation, I'm sure, in other live streams. PS4 is still supported, but will probably be dead during 8.x. For those of you who don't also know that the problem with is PS4 has nothing to do with its hardware. It's not a like, oh, they're limited in what they can design because of the hardware limitations. The problem with the PS4 is that it literally cannot receive and send enough data to PlayStation servers because of how it's architected to be able to play the game. So it's not like, oh, the RAM's bad or the GPU. Like, that's not the issue. I mean, they're weak, but they're not. That's not the limiting factor here. I'm bilingual. Probably need to de-rust on my French though. Look, if you're bilingual and you like RPGs, I've played hundreds of RPGs. I've played every Final Fantasy game. I've played a lot of video games. I've watched a lot of films. I've watched a lot. Expedition 33 is one of my favorite stories and one of my favorite video games of all time. It is probably of single player video games. If there weren't some really hot contenders and also some like, it would be what I would call my favorite. It is my favorite single player RPG of all time. And story is phenomenal. I cannot recommend it highly enough. Go in as blind as you can. And if you know French, you may end up enjoying it a lot for many, 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 many reasons of both beautiful and not. And there are aspects of it that may resonate even harder with you, especially lyrically, let's say. Are we expecting the Warring Triad in the Kefka ulti? Yeah, probably. I think there's a good chance, yeah. Me and my friend joked about my character being Shinji back during the DeviantArt days, and I will enjoy the in-joke coming full circle. I don't think so because they showed at the beginning of the fight. It was kind of chronically after the Triad and FF6. No. But the thing is that what we saw is only the Savage fight. So if you've done Omega S, what they showed is literally just 08S. They're gonna fuck with you some hardcore, and they're probably gonna do a lot more of like Kefka doing stuff from 6. Yes, we see God Kefka at the end. I'm telling you, what we saw of the fight is probably like the first 2-ish phases, maybe 3, of like probably like a 7 or 12 phase fight. Yes, so them bringing in the Warring Triad and like making it more 6 reference and themes is very likely. I played it through Expedition 33 and loved it, though I have gotten around to the DLC update. I have not yet either. It's a game that, like 10, I want to play once every couple of years. So it's been a year, but I'm probably going to wait another year and then play Expedition 33 because it's this type of story and narrative that I think is really useful to check back in at different points in your life. The same way that I would say that about Final Fantasy X for me, but I also say like Disco Elysium is very good for that. 12 phases would be too much. It depends on the length, but yeah, you get what I'm saying, Laugh. 30 Sentinels is very good, yeah. I should be studying French again as a Canadian. I think there will be the 4th wall-breaking mechanic since Kefka was aware of our ultimate battle. Yeah. Would poisoning Doma water supply?
However...
Okay, well played. Look, there's a magic card of it infinite. Why not?
一つだけお願いがあります。
Have a good one, Des. Thanks for joining in.
長らくですね、我々のゲームでだけ
Oh, we can skip past this. There's not... I already explained everything necessary about the PS4. Obviously, we've gotten the 7.5x Beastmaster, which is going to be really good, especially because this creature seems to come from Landis, and there's some more information about Ilsebard and some of the creatures there within. So the fact that this is like a bunch of different creatures and beast taming practices are like at least potentially involved with the creatures is rad as hell. There's one image of the full building with a tower, and there's an image of the same building but from another angle within a tower and missing its tower. I'll have to go back, but I'm not sure I know what you mean. Since Norma's helping and helped with FF6, I wonder if he made a new design for possible transformation. I would bet you like $50. I mean, he designed Gaia. He's done stuff like that before for them. Gubu Wall will rise again. But whose desires are they? The ghosts... Are they a ghost? Appreciate the awesome marathon stream. Thanks, everyone. Have a great night. You too, mate. We'll be done in a
And
little
then
bit
you
here.
fight
I think we're almost done.
Zone
I
of-
don't think that there's
Okay,
anything
sorry for the wait. Like I
Evercold.
promised, it's time to reveal.
because this is all 7.x.
抑えたんで
So we start off with Anaheim.
Obviously, the patch stuff, we're already right here. So we're in a couple weeks, we're going to get 7.1. And then 7.51, and then we will get Berlin, and then we'll get 7.55. Then in September, we'll get 7.56 with the story, with the continuation of the MSQ story, and then we'll get Tokyo on October 31st.
Beginning.
So the content we're gonna get next in about a month, a little under a month, is we're gonna get the ultimate. We're gonna get the custom delivery for Tisel Jaws tacos, and then we're gonna get Accessia, finishing the story of cosmic exploration. If you haven't done cosmic exploration yet, very much recommend. Isn't it the image that also shows the 2-tiered lake house? We'll pull it back up in a second. It'll probably be one of the last things we do.
ぜひよろしくお願いします
So for those of you that are going to be tackling Kefka on this day,
Yeah, that's because the keynote then just does the switch thing, and then they're just introducing stuff. So yeah, that is the keynote in effect. The only thing we really skipped over was Evangelion, really. I mean, there was a lot to talk about in the specific wording of all the stuff from them, but it is, yeah. So let's, we're talking about the water world. You have to let me know which image it ends up being. No, wait. Oh, there it is. Okay.
なんか建造の方にね街
one here. Now you
とした
have. Right, so
Yeah.
に関してされる
Okay, let's get some art. So the image you guys are talking about, we're talking about the tower,
several, but like for now, under crystalline
ライトっぽいものがあるから
Waterland,
この方に
as we saw in the trailer,
目に
that
from
so
another
that's
angle.
的ですね
Oh, actually, you can also see another tower like this out there. It's possible that the hill version, if there is a hill version, could have been from a different angle.
also have a very
おおそし
So this is the tower, right? You can see that the tower's there, the heavy snake head, right? And then there's the other snake head in the tower behind it.
て巨大な
So I'm assuming this is just had it. It's not this one, right? No, because it's right there. The tower's right here. Here, duplicate. Let me show you. Let me show you. The top of the tower
finally,
isn't there, is
another
there?
new
It's
way
just
to
cut off
play
because of.
with the evolve mode. And Gothic?
So see, look at this, right? It's just cut off. It's the top of it is cut off. You can't see it. This is concept art. This is not the final art. This is the representation of what they were thinking. This is the final incarnation. You just can't see above this line. Right? Remember, this is the actual final model. That doesn't mean it's identical to this. But like, you can still see above that. It's just cut off from the image there. So like, we can't see what the other details that would be up here. The snake head, see how the snake head's here? It cuts off here. So the snake head could be right here. Right? Evangelion watch party? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I haven't watched Rebuild yet. I've watched the originals before, but all the possible different versions, but I haven't watched Rebuild. Leo, does that address your thing? Do you see what I'm saying? Because like, this is the base here. If you look here, that's like this. Not here. It's down here. And this is concept art. This is a final render. They're not going to be identical in perfect ratio and performance. Like, let me see if I can find a good example of how they're not going to be identical. Like, even this is like flat on in some way instead of round, but let's see, like the filigree and like dressing on these towers, you'll notice is not the same as the ones in here, right? So in the same way, this line right here, right where my cursor is probably like right about here, and this snake head is going to be just right off screen where what you can't see. So many snacks. What if the trial mounts are Viking longboats? I feel like the final mount being a Viking longboat would go hard. I think all of them being a longboat would get a little bit tiresome. Where are the screes? Okay. I think that's everything. Does anybody have any final questions or thoughts? I think we're done for today. I don't think there's anything else to go over. I think I'm just going to loop the Prelude for a little bit. And I'm also going to loop this, but without sound. You also know how far back the tower is from the snake. Yeah, true. If we get a longboat mount, hope we can swim on the water. I would think like a flying or floating longboat that could also like paddle through the air or something as like a final mount or just a mount would be rad as fuck.
Okay, guys, we went 10 hours and 33 minutes. So, not too shabby of a stream. I feel like I got out a lot of my feelings and thoughts about 8.0 and Evercold. Obviously, at book club on Friday, which I don't even know what day it is anymore. Well, it's 12 a.m., so it's probably like, what, Wednesday? Thursday? It is Thursday now. Tomorrow, I will have book club over on the Discord, as we do every Friday. And we'll be talking about 8.0 as well there. Do we think the trailer is from... Question, yeah. The shot with the Reaper, do you think that we are on the top of the Snake Tower? Sorry, I was answering before. We did talk about it before, Jenny. I think there's reason to point out that the art iconography of it is the same. Like, if you look closely, right, during the zoom in, all of the lines are the same. Like, it is indefatigably, like, if you look at it, is very similar to the Heavy. The question is like, do we launch off of it as a ship? Is there another piece of architecture out there somewhere else that's in a similar repetition? All sorts of possibilities. But the idea that we launch a ship as off the head of a snake and it's called the Jormungandr or the Ouroboros does go pretty hard. So, yeah. You and Maywork go fast tonight? You're welcome, Levi. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, anytime. I'll try to do more of the streams. I also want to do a lot more videos. I had really poor health. I had a lot of a neurological condition for the past 2 years-ish. I've been much better for a couple months now. And so I just didn't put out a lot of content, and I wanted to badly, and I really want to make a lot more videos. But streams are kind of easier because I can just flow for 10 hours. But definitely, I'll definitely be doing a lot more of the videos. And then also, the other problem with streams is that if they don't do big numbers, then YouTube punishes the videos. But it's fine. Do we think there's a trail from the POV post-expansion? It's hard, right? It depends if we're the Wanderer referred to in the story. And then if it's post-expansion later on in the timeline, that would be required. If we are the Wanderer mentioned in the story, it would kind of have to be, right? Unless there's a synchronized point in time, but that's a whole conversation onto itself, in which case we're going back and forth between 2 points in time upon the world. I don't think we're doing that for a couple of reasons. I mean, the interdimensional rift that we're accessing via Ethos is such that that is possible. It's not impossible. It is, the lore works that way. But yeah. But it's really hard to know for sure, and when we see the final trailer, there'll be a lot more to say on it, I think, in a more interesting and codified way. Just wanted to mention that I love the next Paladin artifact gear. Hell yeah, I'm going back to the classical white and the red color scheme for the job. Yeah, it's a little bit less my speed. I adore the Dawn Trail one, but I think it's really good, and I think I look at that, I'm like, oh, the people who love this are gonna fucking love this. So I'm very pro it. It's very good. And as usual, I don't need a glamour, even if it's my artifact gear, to be my favorite glam. Because the more glamours there are in the game, the more any choice I make of how I glamour myself means something, right? So I will never not just be excited for more glamours, even if I dislike them. And sometimes, especially if I dislike them. Definitely hang out in more streams. Yeah, please welcome to Joy. Enjoy this one a lot. Good. Thank you for streams. Of course, Sandy. And thanks, Sandy, for taking the risk of mentioning something. I think you were saying you were a lurker earlier, or just tend to not like message, or say something. But thanks for being brave. Is that too much? That feels like too much. But you get what I'm saying. If I choose to believe that some sort of enemy is coming from the storm and we're about to face it, or is it not in the trailer? My opinion is that if you look at this scene, I don't think we're fighting something. I think we're riding through the storm, getting from one place to another. Where the Wanderer, I think this is either the above the clouds or the below the clouds, and this is us traveling from below to above or above to below, and this is us like traveling the world. So like if this is us and we take off from one of the cloud things onto the ship and then travel into the cloud layer and then down to the world below, to the icy world below, something like that. Bringing the lightning to ice, yeah. If the cat dwarves are an allied society quest, what's the mount? Whoa. Okay, my theory is it's a sleigh pulled by cats because of Freya's sleigh in Norse mythology. Like a sleigh or something pulled by like mechanical or like actual cats. I would love that because Disa, my cat, who is a Maine Coon and looks just like those cats, it would be amazing. Great stream, never attended one for 10 straight hours. I don't know that I've had one for 10 straight hours. So, but yeah, I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, glad to hear you've been doing better. Yeah, I've been doing a lot better. I cannot state how much better I've been doing. I got like some medications and stuff that were helping to solve my neurological issues. And dude, not to overly, but it's been a lot. This is the first stream I've joined in years for anyone. Hopefully enjoyed it. Sam Lore, good vibes, good. Totally flare. And look,
the number one reason I'm doing all this, other than for my own yapping and enjoyment and whatnot, is if any of this made you more excited for 8.0 or more feel like you understood 8.0 going on, or like if it's in any way helping you enjoy or appreciate the game more, regardless of what it is, then I'm happy. That's what I care about. Whether we agree or disagree on anything within the game, right? That's not relevant to that goal. Billy Fair, glad you're doing better. Yeah, giant cat tunnel. Yeah, we need more content from the trailer too. Yeah. Thanks for the stream. Lots to talk about Evercold now. Yeah, dude, so much to talk about. Main thing I'm curious about with the key is how we bring out friends with us. Yeah, so the thing is, we've only seen the ethos used once, and it was unintentionally, right? So there's a lot of room to better understand its function and how it can be used, even if we never are able to fully control it. Yeah, tend to lurk. TY. Yeah, no worries. It was a whole thing. Yeah, bringing the lightning to the ice. Yarn ball, the fattest cat. That'd be so fun. Toy mouse mount. But yeah, it was fun watching it today. Hope folks here in YouTube Elio rest well. Yes, we'll do. For now, we just wait for more cool lore and fun glams. Yes, and I cannot emphasize enough. The next 9 months are not a fuck, I want 8.0 out. I mean, it is that. The next 9 months are to enjoy the game, catch up on things you want to enjoy talking with others. To like this, I cannot tell you enough. This is the time. This time is almost as good as the expansion, but you'll only realize that once it's gone. But as having been through this cycle many times before, this is a time to like enjoy. It is not just the like time. It's also that, but yeah. If not Valkyrie tank, Valkyrie themed raid tier could be. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense that we're ascending up and then about to reach the clouds, or if we're coming down from if we've gotten this thing from one of the tops of one of the towers, right, from one of the sky islands, and are taking an ancient airship down to the world below through safe passage. Right, this could be us breaking. If I pull forward a couple frames, this could be us breaking into the cloud, but through the clouds that are keeping people from going to the world below and breaking into the world below. Enjoyed intellectual talk from you and from this fellow viewers. Awesome. Hey Leo, you know what else is Wanderer? Oh God damn it, Levi. Would love a Valkyrie tank or maybe a Templar. Yeah, for those people begging for hammers. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Sephiroth was wandering. God damn it. Yeah, it's not hard to troll me. Any chance the Saint of Nymea will come to the 4th? I wouldn't bet on it, but it'd be funny. Makes me more excited for the Evercold being in a space where the discussion feels more in depth than usual. I will also say, Kayla, the thing is, I was doing it the whole time for Dawn Trail too. My point in saying that is that there are spaces out there where there's like intellectual and meaningful discussion happening. It can be hard to find them, but I promise it's happening all the time. The finding them usually is the hard part. But I do think one of the nice things that we've seen with Evercold is that the general excitement level and palpability is seeing that even spaces that would be more negative either are more positive or at least they're less primacy given to them. So I feel you on that. Just know that if you want conversations like we talk to a fault, how I've been talking today and how we've done today is just me every day. I also try to not only shut myself up, but at book clubs and stuff, make sure other people get to ask questions, talk, present their thoughts and whatnot. Sometimes I have to be a little bit like keeping things on rails, but just know if you liked the conversation today, it's not a one-off. This is how it is every day with me. Yeah. May relive the MSQ up to this point, see if you missed anything, 100%. Now with the stream over and me not sleeping through the entire night, I can finally return to the start. Infinite, get some sleep. Holy shit, yeah. Elio enjoyed the stream from home, then from bus, then hospital, then back home and on couch over 10 hours. Yeah, it's been a journey. We are the far wanderers. This stream has been the far wandering stream. If Discworld, I expect to meet the Hogfather. Do you have any theories on what the 8-player raid could be? There's so many interesting... Nothing... Theories, no. Hypotheses, honestly, not barely. Because I expect it to be on the 4th, and I expect it to be tied into the history of the 4th in one way or another. But there's just too many things that we don't know about the 4th and everything for a fact already. Plenty of hypotheses and theories, but not for a fact. To build anything upon it that could be meaningful. So no, I don't have any good theories right now that wouldn't just be wild speculation based on kind of nothing. But I will be excited to talk about it when we get at least in Berlin, when we have a little bit more on the raids, when they announce it. I'll have a lot of theories then, I think. Now that I think about it, this time is very different from the pre-Dawn Trail because we had a Lord and allies to get clues on Tyrell and 2 characters from there in the MSQ. Yeah, this time we know nothing and no one. It's interesting, though, because this reminds me a lot of going into Shadowbringers as well as going into Endwalker. Dawn Trail a little differently because of the reset, for sure. And because we got so little setup going into, because usually the 0.4 and the 0.5 and the 0.5 is setting up for the new expansion. And when we had the Void Arc with the 6.1 through 6.5, we only had 6.55. So there was less of that to an extent. And also Tyrell was known to some extent, but also was, like, there were interesting things to talk about. But yeah, it reminds me of Endwalker, where we simultaneously know a lot and nothing at all. That happened, yeah. This is my first pre-release cycle for 14 because I only started the game right before Dawn Trail, so I like missed everything for that. Yeah, and don't worry, that's fine. The best time to start playing 14 is always now, right? So but like being fully caught up going into it is a beautiful and wonderful time, Violet, and I hope that you enjoy this. And I would highly recommend, this is how I do things. I would really recommend this to, if it sounds even kind of up your alley. Make a list of everything you want to get done between 8.0. And, like, just have that. So that, like, when you're starting to play, if you're like, oh, I kind of want to do that, or kind of want to do this, or kind of do that, you can work towards having things done so that you, when you go into 8.0, you feel like you have a smaller list of things that you also still want to do. It can be super worth it. Yeah, I will not be sitting here on my ass just waiting for Evercold. Been farming Windhurst every week for the glam. Can't wait for the North Horde for Occult Crescent. Hell yeah. Yeah, awesome to hear. Fun fact, Nero's Gunhammer is called Mjolnir. Ah, Dallas. That's why this is my favorite channel. Oh, thank you, Quixote. That means a lot. Thank you. Yep, can't get Elio to go mad talking about lore with a single question. It's not hard. I've been talking for almost 11 hours. It's not hard. Yeah. Thank you. Infinite also posted our Discord link as well in there. And all are welcome. Just know that if you're being a dick, you're going to be like told like, hey, don't. And I mean a dick. I don't mean just like, you know. But just know that we will say something. But you know, that's totally fine. Also, lurking is totally fine. If you're not someone who likes talking, you're still more than welcome. But yeah, we tend to try to be a little bit loosey-goosey. We have, like, some rules. Like, we don't usually allow, like, GIFs in the main, or pictures in the main channel because we just have so many problems with it. But we're pretty, I don't want to necessarily say we're low-key because we're really passionate, but I don't think we're high-strung, maybe is the way to put it. I wonder what our Halmarut life background was before she received Halmarut's memories. Yeah, really interesting question, Jenny. I'm wondering the same. I thought Halmarut might be related to the 9th from 7.4, but in 7.5, I'm feeling strongly that Halmarut's probably more closely related. Was an Asen who either their original stuff before being risen was from the 4th, or at least they were tied to some of the machinations there and involved, especially with how the World Tree and Yggdrasil thematic stuff ties into her mycological and botanical background. Yeah. Free up to Shadowbringers on the non-Steam version, too, if you want to start, too. Yeah, if you aren't playing... I don't suppose anybody who's watching doesn't already play 14, but if you have friends who want to start playing 14, Shadowbringers is now free. Up to Shadowbringers is now free, so... I look forward to playing Evercold in the middle of a bitter Midwest winter. As someone who's from Wisconsin, Jenny, I feel you. Who was from Wisconsin, then lived for 10 years in Minnesota, and now lives in northern New England. I know your pain. I see you. Is the Warrior of Light worthy to have the power of Thor? Depends on which version of it and which version you define it by. Curious why Halmarut still needs glasses. Well, the fact that she wears ancient clothing, like, clearly, like, there's a sentimental attachment to how she chooses to present herself for one reason or another. Asen still need proper eye exam. That's very good. Okay, final roundup of things I'm just going to say. Obviously, when you join our Discord, you can join our Discord at discord.gg/Eorzean archives. You can support us over on Patreon. It doesn't really give you any specific rewards. We don't have things locked behind the Patreon, but you will get your name color changed in the Discord, as well as you get your name in the banner above my head that has been playing this whole time. You can also support us here on YouTube by joining memberships. We'll get you access to emotes. It's not that expensive, and it can be fun to use the different emotes that we custom art emotes that we have. I also have a funding goal that is the Disa Cam. Disa is my giant Maine Coon kitten that is silver and beautiful and wonderful, and I want to get a little camera that I'll be able to put on for streams when she hangs out in here. Because usually she hangs out in here, but she's in bed right now. I think that should be everything. Oh, yeah, check out our videos over at, on Eorzean Archives, this main channel, obviously. If you haven't already, please do. A lot of it can be potentially interesting or helpful as well. Also, don't check it out for our sister channel, run by Ray, one of my moderators, Final Fantasy XIV Archived, which has, over time, more and more of all of the game archived in it in a very nice and clean package, and not just like the cutscenes, but the full quests of those and everything involved in them in a, like, not just a play it and film, but like a really nicely like presented and edit and put together way, as well as footage from 1.0 if you ever want to watch 1.0 footage. I only left to take a shower. Holy crap. Yeah, it does. Asen still needed proper. I had a wonderful time watching stream. Good. It's humid currently too. Good night. Yeah. Have a good night. We'll have stuff to come Friday. Yeah, Friday, Lore Book Club on Friday is going to be crazy. Yeah, Infinite, thank you for doing all the things. that should be it. I'm gonna go. I'm sure I'm gonna like be super wired for 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna crash the fuck out and fall right to sleep. But I will say, thank you all for spending this time together. Thank you for your encouraging conversation and your thoughts. And then I hope you enjoy your trail to Evercold. And I hope to see you again. But yeah, with that, I've been Elliot Forturon, and I will see you sometime. Hopefully soon. Yeah. Since we started with it, I will end with it too. Evercold. Good night, guys.